Chapter 1. Becoming a Prison Guard. Lin Yun stood before the mirror, scrutinizing his reflection, a whirlwind of emotions stirring within him. At 18, he possessed a tall stature and handsome features, characteristics befitting a vibrant urban youth. Yet, the pallor of his complexion betrayed a morbid frailty. Dressed in a uniform, with a black police coat adorned with a badge, deep black trousers, and sturdy police boots, a dagger hung at his waist, and emblazoned across his chest were the words Special Abilities Prison Guard. What is happening? Did I work myself to death? Have I crossed over to a parallel world? And to become a guard in an extraordinary abilities prison? How unfortunate. Lin Yun rubbed his forehead, striving to grasp this abrupt reality. This was a realm teeming with those possessing extraordinary abilities, and he now found himself in a city named Shanghai. The body he inhabited was also named Lin Yun and served as a guard in the Extraordinary Abilities prison. His father, Lin Daxio, was a humble squad leader within the prison. Logically speaking, although this position was minor, it offered some benefits due to interactions with the families of criminals, allowing for a reasonably comfortable life. However, this was a world where extraordinary beings and demons roamed freely. In the past century, our city of Shanghai has endured 10 prison breaks by extraordinary criminals. During those times, the night sky was torn asunder by the brilliance of their abilities, and fear and chaos permeated the streets. The demons howled, casting shadows of terror over every household. Recalling the horrifying fragments of memories from this body, Lin Yun's complexion turned even more ashen. Though he had miraculously survived, this place was a nightmarish prison for extraordinary criminals. Within the Extraordinary Abilities prison, countless formidable criminals and demons were confined, their resentment and energy rendering the environment cold, damp, and oppressive. Living in such an atmosphere, one's body would inevitably be eroded by various negative abilities, weakening one's physique and shortening one's lifespan. Few guards lived past 50. The lineage of the Lin family had been comprised of guards for 5 generations, yet Lin Daxio fell gravely ill and passed away at just 40. This was the tragic reason Lin Yun had been forced to assume the role of a guard at the tender age of 18 before completing his education. The body he now inhabited was born with ailments, unable to withstand even a slight gust of wind. If he remained in this dreadful place for a few more years, he would likely meet his end before even finding a spouse. Please, no. I am still an innocent young virgin. This wretched prison guard position is entirely different from my previous world. Here, being a guard is a perilous occupation. A chill ran down Lin Yun's spine. He yearned to resign at once. Yet, this was not his past life, and the mayor of Shanghai was not the same as the company owner from his former existence, who could casually resign. If he dared to quit today, tomorrow he would be hunted down by extraordinary beings, meeting a swifter demise. Is there truly no other escape? Lost in contemplation, Lin Yun's eyes suddenly sparkled with a glimmer of hope. Cultivating extraordinary abilities to enhance his physique. Indeed, this was a world where strength reigned supreme. Only by possessing formidable abilities could one hope to survive. Refining his powers to their peak, not even hell would dare to claim him, let alone be eroded by the extraordinary. With this conviction, even amidst the chaos of Shanghai, he could carve a path to freedom. However, this thought quickly dissipated, leaving Lin Yun feeling powerless once more. He was merely a lowly guard, devoid of the means to cultivate extraordinary abilities. Even if he had the means, what could his frail body accomplish? Without guidance, blindly practicing could lead to disaster, perhaps even death without understanding how it happened. The flickering hope was extinguished before it could ignite a flame. This is quite troublesome. Just as Lin Yun's brow furrowed in despair, a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door. Knock, knock, knock. He nearly forgot that today was his first day on the job, and someone awaited him outside. Quickly, he rose, adjusted his uniform, and opened the door. Standing outside was a middle-aged man, his complexion sallow, dressed in the same prison guard uniform as Lin Yun. Uncle Wang. Lin Yun immediately recognized him as Wang Daqiang, a close friend and subordinate of his father during his lifetime. On his first day, he was already being dragged to work by this seasoned veteran, Wang Daqiang. What are you dawdling for? Did you faint while changing clothes? Come with me. Wang Daqiang glanced at him and waved his hand, urging him to follow promptly. Without hesitation, Lin Yun jogged to keep up. The two navigated the dim, damp corridors of the prison. At last, they arrived at a section designated for housing criminals. Before them stood rows of cells constructed from steel and concrete, each appearing impregnable. Inside was an oppressive darkness. Lin Yun squinted, attempting to discern anything within. At that moment, Wang Daqiang turned and instructed, "Wait here, I'll be right back." "Okay, Uncle Wang," Lin Yun replied respectfully, standing still in anticipation. Soon, Wang Daqiang returned, dragging a bloodied individual behind him. The man, clad in prison garb, was unceremoniously tossed at Lin Yun's feet like a discarded rag doll. The pungent scent of blood assaulted Lin Yun's senses. In the dim light, he observed that the criminal was battered and bruised, limbs contorted, tendons severed, teeth missing, and his lower body a grotesque sight of mangled flesh. Such brutality! Lin Yun gasped, suppressing his nausea, and inquired, "Uncle Wang, what crime did this man commit to be treated so savagely?" Wang Daqiang scoffed derisively, shaking his head. "This scoundrel is Ma Wanli, a street thug who has wreaked havoc indiscriminately, victimizing countless innocent girls along the way. The Extraordinary Abilities Safety Bureau had pursued him for 5 years without success, only to have him foolishly target the daughter of the vice mayor, effectively sealing his own fate. Such a lecherous demon deserved to die 100 times over. Sparing him even once was an act of mercy, so he's a depraved, extraordinary criminal." Lin Yun's heart raced. He had never even heard of such lecherous fiends in his previous life, let alone witnessed one firsthand. As he curiously examined the criminal, Wang Daqiang tossed him a set of keys, impatience lacing his tone. "Take him to cell number 11. Lin Yun stood dumbfounded, pointing at himself. "Me? Alone? Do you require assistance for such a trivial matter?" Wang Daqiang shot him an irritated glance, urging, "Hurry up, stop dawdling. Are you even a man? Once you're done, head to the interrogation room." With that, Wang Daqiang turned and walked away, leaving no room for Lin Yun's protests. Resignedly, Lin Yun gritted his teeth and began the arduous task of dragging Ma Wanli into the cell. In the cold, dimly lit corridor, Lin Yun struggled to maneuver the criminal, desperately searching for the location of cell 11. Along the way, the bloodstained trail left by the criminal painted a gruesome picture on the floor, sending shivers down his spine. It wasn't that Lin Yun was unwilling to handle the situation more gently. The criminal was simply too heavy. The electronic shackles alone weighed over 100 pounds, not to mention the criminal's own weight, making the task of dragging him an exhausting endeavor. Lin Yun's frail body could hardly bear the burden. He could only pull him along. Even while dragging, it wasn't long before Lin Yun was drenched in sweat, nearly collapsing from fatigue. Finally locating cell 11, Lin Yun unceremoniously tossed Ma Wanli into the filthy cell, collapsing onto the floor outside, gasping for breath. "I never imagined being a prison guard would be so exhausting. Without any strength, I can barely manage to drag a criminal." Lin Yun couldn't help but lament this body was truly in abysmal condition, worse than that of an ordinary person, let alone an extraordinary being. He had previously thought this body could survive for a few more years. If the subsequent days are filled with such intense labor, I fear he may not endure for even a year. He would perish in place, leading to the extinction of the Lin family. Chapter 2. Arrival of the system. Lingering on the ground for a considerable time, Lin Yun gradually regained a semblance of strength and managed to stand, preparing to depart. However, the moment he rose, a sudden darkness enveloped his vision, accompanied by a dizzying sensation. In his disoriented state, Lin Yun seemed to perceive an ancient tome bound by tendrils of ebony lightning. The words grimoire the emblazoned on its cover emitted an uncanny luminescence. The book spontaneously opened, its pages rustling. As the first page turned, the second revealed the portrait of a man, fair and handsome, with a hint of diabolical charm in his eyes. Beneath the image were inscribed the following words: "Criminal, Ma Wanli Sin Index, Level 2 Strength, Mid-Level Adept. 8th Order Status, Incarcerated Capture Participation, 1 Reward, 10 Experience Points." Accompanying this information was a series of shimmering holographic images. Intrigued, Lin Yun touched one of the images, which instantly expanded to depict a scene of Ma Wanli engaging in lascivious acts with several women, a spectacle of utter depravity. This is the system," Lin Yun exclaimed inwardly, his heart brimming with elation. It was undeniable. The grimoire of the was indeed the system he had transmigrated with. Any criminal incarcerated by his hand would have their transgressions meticulously recorded within its pages. The greater the criminal's sin index and strength, and the higher Lin Yun's participation in their capture, the more substantial the rewards would be. Merely incarcerating Ma Wanli granted him a 1 participation rate, yielding 10 experience points per hour. Lin Yun mused to himself, contemplating the immense experience points he could amass if he personally apprehended every criminal within the prison. He couldn't ascertain the exact figure, but he knew it would be astronomical. However, adepts were beings far beyond his reach. The hierarchy of adepts in this world consisted of initial adepts, mid-level adepts, advanced adepts, super adepts, and apex adepts. Yet, he was not even an initial adept, let alone an 8th Order mid-level adept like Ma Wanli. Outside the confines of the prison, Ma Wanli could crush him with a mere flick of his finger. "There's no need to rush," Lin Yun reassured himself. "It's already a blessing to grow stronger passively. What more could one ask for?" He swiftly regained his composure, resolving to steadily cultivate his strength within the prison. Once he had become sufficiently powerful, he could venture out into the world. With his thoughts aligned, he promptly departed from the area where the criminals were confined. "We're brothers, let's drink up. 5666. Cheers." Inside the prison guard room, several guards were engaging in a drinking game, their voices boisterous and their breath reeking of alcohol. Wang Daqiang, his face flushed with intoxication, noticed Lin Yun's arrival and casually inquired, "Did you lock that fellow up?" "Yes, I did," Lin Yun replied as he approached. Wang Daqiang nodded and grabbed a bottle of liquor from the table, offering it to Lin Yun. "Here, have a drink. There's too much negative energy in the prison. A little liquor will warm you up and prevent the energy from corrupting you too quickly." "Thank you, Uncle Wang," Lin Yun said, accepting the bottle. He tilted it back and took a large gulp, the pungent liquid coursing through his stomach and dispelling some of the chill. He pulled up a stool and sat nearby, discreetly opening the grimoire of the in his mind. This time, he focused not on Ma Wanli but on the first page, the one dedicated to himself. Lin Yun, patient, sin index, none strength. Weakling, 0-100, adept skills. None available experience points. One patient, I can accept, but weakling? The system's assessment of me is too harsh. Lin Yun thought, his brow furrowed. A burning desire to grow stronger surged within him. He followed Wang Daqiang back to the prison office, tidied up, and returned to his small room in the prison. Early the next morning, Lin Yun, having completed his ablutions, sat on a chair, his gaze fixed on the numbers on the panel. The seconds ticked by. 100 points. Finally, I have enough experience points. Lin Yun held his breath and unhesitatingly poured all his experience points into his strength. In an instant, the section that had previously displayed none, 0-100, seemed to be infused with a mysterious force, erupting with a resounding boom. In its place, the words Initial Adept, First Order, 0-200, shone in golden splendor. Simultaneously, a surge of violent energy coursed through his body, scouring every bone and nerve. Lin Yun groaned, his throat experiencing an intense itch. A mouthful of foul-smelling black blood spewed forth. He felt as if the enormous weight that had been pressing down on his chest had vanished, and his breathing became easier than ever before. My illness is cured? Lin Yun wondered in disbelief, noting the disappearance of the word patient from his panel. His body felt remarkably lighter. He abruptly stood up, clenched his fists, and savored the power surging within him. Is this the power of an adept? It's incredible! And this is only the initial adept stage. What will it be like in the future? A radiant smile spread across Lin Yun's face. In a mere 10 hours, he had transformed from an ordinary human into an initial adept. If word of this got out, it would undoubtedly shock many people. And all of this was thanks to the grimoire of the system. As long as there is a constant stream of criminals entering the prison, I will eventually dominate the world. No, I need to find a way to liven up the prison. Around noon, Lin Yun began banging on the iron bars with a spoon, shouting, "Lunch is served." With a cacophony of electronic locks and clanging chains, a group of emaciated criminals crawled to the doors like starving ghosts, their eyes gleaming with avarice as they fixated on the food bucket in Lin Yun's hand. "It's always watery gruel. Officer, please, just a little more." An elderly man who had recently arrived extended a chip bowl, his voice trembling as he nearly prostrated himself. "Everyone gets their share, don't worry." Lin Yun scooped a ladle of gruel into the bowl. "You're in prison now. Do you expect gourmet delicacies? The prison food is enough to keep you alive." The old man accepted the bowl and devoured the gruel as if he had never eaten in his life, licking the bowl clean with a lingering sense of longing. Lin Yun ignored him and retrieved a small notebook containing the criminal's information, flipping to a specific page. It read, Zhang Mu, manager of the Regional Construction Bureau, embezzled 800 million. He scoffed inwardly, swimming in wealth. A mere manager of the Construction Bureau embezzled so much money. I wonder if he's truly that cunning or if he's taking the fall for someone else. Lin Yun glanced at the old man, disregarded him, and continued on his way. The palm-sized notebook, given to him by Wang Daqiang, contained detailed information about each criminal, including their names and crimes. He had to seize the opportunity during meal deliveries to memorize the criminal's information and appearances. Li Yuan, PhD, spread rumors against the government. So he's just a keyboard warrior. As Lin Yun walked, he perused the information in the notebook, quickly gaining a general understanding of the criminal situations. These individuals had either offended the government or powerful figures. None of them were simpletons. Most of them did not appear to possess any adept abilities. Except for Ma Wanli and one other with considerable power, who should be Zhang Ming. Lin Yun's heart skipped a beat as he located the name and flipped to the corresponding page. His crime was listed as Zhang Ming from another city, suspected of terrorist activities. This guy seems like a ruthless character. Lin Yun's gaze swept across the cells, finally settling on the one at the very end. A dark figure stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his face obscured. This Zhang Ming has quite the attitude. He doesn't even acknowledge me when I call him for food. Does he think he's here on vacation? Oh, you have such a high and mighty attitude. Fine. I won't bother with you. Eat or don't eat. It's your choice. Lin Yun let out a cold snort and strode directly towards cell number 11. Inside the cell, Ma Wanli lay sprawled on the ground, his mouth agape like a fish out of water, teetering on the brink of consciousness. You cannot simply perish like this. I still need to extract more experience points from you, Lin Yun mused. After a moment of contemplation, he scooped up 2 ladles of broth and splashed it forcefully onto Ma Wanli's face. With a resounding clang, he then dumped a generous ladle of thin porridge into Ma Wanli's bowl, dusted off his hands, and departed with an air of indifference. Chapter 3. So this is what capturing feels like. This warden's grimoire did not count the criminals who had already been incarcerated, leaving Lin Yun increasingly frustrated. What use was he so busy? The rate of experience accumulation was so slow that he felt it would take an eternity to enhance his abilities. He needed to devise a strategy. As he pondered, he strode toward the break area. Upon entering, he heard Wang Daqiang bellowing, "Lin Yun, hurry up. The leader is here." Rush to the interrogation room. Lin Yun was taken aback and, not daring to delay, swiftly made his way to the interrogation room. It turned out that the captain had arrived. Having only recently joined, he did not recognize any of the other guards aside from Wang Daqiang. He remained silent during their journey. Upon reaching the interrogation room, Lin Yun realized that it was an interrogation from above regarding a suspect involved in terrorist activities. He had not gotten a good look at the man during meal deliveries, as he had always faced away from him, but now he could see him clearly. To his astonishment, the figure accused of such grave crimes was an elderly man with dark skin and a face full of wrinkles. This old man did not resemble a terrorist. Rather, he appeared more like a humble farmer returning from the fields, despite his unkempt appearance. The treatment befitting a terrorist suspect was unrelenting. In addition to the electronic shackles on his body, several thick iron chains had pierced through his scapula. The wounds were festering, and Lin Yun felt a wave of nausea wash over him. When the guards brought Zhang Ming from his cell, the old man remained compliant, eyes tightly shut, silent as a grave. However, as they ushered him into the interrogation room, Zhang Ming suddenly opened his eyes wide. His gaze was sharp, and he immediately unleashed a torrent of curses at the middle-aged man in a suit, exclaiming, "You dog!" The old man's voice boomed with vigor, echoing throughout the interrogation room. The captain, instead of being angered, burst into laughter and commanded, as expected of a high-level ability user, after being imprisoned for so long, he still has such spirit. Bring this esteemed gentleman in for a thorough interrogation. Before he could finish speaking, several burly guards closed in, wielding various instruments of torture. Lin Yun was soon ushered out with the other new guards, unable to witness the ensuing spectacle. Standing at the door, he could only hear Zhang Ming's continuous tirade. Yet not a single scream of agony reached his ears. This man was indeed resilient. However, the sounds of instruments striking the old man's body sent chills down Lin Yun's spine. Beside him stood a young guard who also appeared troubled, occasionally showing signs of discomfort. It seemed he was still untainted by the moral decay of the ability prison. Lin Yun felt compelled to strike up a conversation. He learned that the young man's name was Dai Ping, who, like Lin Yun, had inherited his father's position at the ability prison. However, Dai Ping had been there for 2 months already. The interrogation persisted for over an hour. Lin Yun's legs grew numb from standing, until finally, the captain emerged from the room with a dark expression. He quickly escorted the captain out of the prison and waited for the seasoned guards to exit, each drenched in sweat and panting heavily. Wang Daqiang waved at Lin Yun, and both he and Dai Ping entered the interrogation room. DM Chapter 4. Even in death, there are rewards. Lin Yun, feeling aimless, perused the demon's codex of the warden in his mind, examining Zhang Ming's transgressions with a sense of incredulity. This old man, with the faade of a tough guy, engaged in heinous acts, sparing neither the young nor the elderly. Truly, he was more beast than man. After a brief contemplation, Lin Yun disdainfully scoffed. He deserved such treatment, reaping what he sowed. Compared to Zhang Ming, he found himself drawn to the legendary escapades of the notorious debauchee, Ma Wanli. Now that was thrilling, befitting a spirited youth like himself. For days slipped by in a mundane haze as Lin Yun continued to deliver meals to the inmates. Today, he was involved in the interrogation of Li Yuan, the keyboard warrior doctor spreading government rumors. However, this individual proved to be rather lackluster, his malevolence rating low. The experience points he offered were minimal, merely a trifling supplement. Mealtime, Zhang Ming. Lin Yun called as he approached cell 12, knocking on the door. Inside. The figure remained motionless, wholly ignoring him. If you choose not to eat, so be it. Starving is your fate. Lin Yun, unfazed, ladled some soup into a bowl and departed to continue his rounds. Arriving at cell 11, he called out as usual, Ma Wanli, mealtime. To his surprise, the notorious libertine lay on the floor, unresponsive. Dead? Lin Yun's heart raced as he contemplated entering to check. Just then, an inmate from the neighboring cell leaned out. That guy has tea eaten in the last meal. He has probably gone. Hey, officer, why not give me his portion? Startled by this revelation, Lin Yun quickly flipped through the Demon's Codex of the Warden, hastily locating Ma Wanli's page. He observed the ink on the page gradually fading. Just as he intended to investigate, he remembered he lacked the key and shouted, Uncle Wang, come quickly. Wang Daqiang hurried over, unlocked cell 11, and checked for Ma Wanli's breath, only to find him cold and stiff. Lin Yun recalled that just this morning, Ma Wanli had still been providing experience points, indicating his death had occurred merely hours ago. Gazing at Ma Wanli's lifeless body, Lin Yun felt a flicker of disappointment, not out of any fondness, but due to the absence of an experience source and the lack of evening entertainment. Wang Daqiang, unperturbed by the death, regarded it as commonplace in the extraordinary prison. After all, most death row inmates seldom survived until execution day. Take Ma Wanli, for instance. He had offended the deputy mayor and arrived with his lower body crushed, surviving against all odds until now. After instructing Lin Yun to clean up the scene, Wang Daqiang departed. Lin Yun busied himself, and after more than half an hour had passed, he quietly sought a secluded corner and promptly opened the Demon's Codex of the Warden. As anticipated, Ma Wanli's page had vanished, but to Lin Yun's delight, it had left behind a legacy. Demon's Codex of the Warden. You may draw rewards from the deceased criminal. Would you like to proceed now? Lin Yun was momentarily taken aback before elation surged within him. There was a lottery, even in death. Ma Wanli had been an intermediate level 8 extraordinary being. Surely he would yield something valuable. Draw, Lin Yun silently urged, grasping the largest orb of light that surged forth from the codex. A torrent of information flooded his mind, fragments of memories flashing before him. At that moment, a new extraordinary skill appeared on his personal panel. Lightfoot Step, Level 6 Extraordinary Skill Mastery Level Proficient, 4,144 10,000, Level 6. While Lin Yun's understanding of extraordinary skills was limited, he recognized that Level 1 was the highest. This Level 6 skill was undoubtedly a treasure. Even more astonishing, he inherited all of Ma Wanli's mastery, reaching an extraordinary level of proficiency. The rankings of extraordinary skills were categorized as Beginner, Proficient, Mastery, Pinnacle, and Return to Simplicity. Ma Wanli, infamous as a libertine, had honed his skill to a mastery level, only a step away from the pinnacle. No wonder he had managed to evade capture by the Extraordinary Safety Bureau for years, even daring to set his sights on the deputy mayor's daughter. He indeed possessed some talent. Alas, the debauchee had not succeeded before being apprehended. Now, the fruits of his long years of training in extraordinary skills had fallen into Lin Yun's hands. Lin Yun felt an invigorating lightness in his body, as if a gust of wind propelled him. He scanned his surroundings, ensuring no one was watching, and leapt gracefully. Whoosh! He soared like a swallow, effortlessly brushing against the nearly 5-meter-high ceiling. This was not even his limit. He then landed softly, making no sound, not even stirring a speck of dust. Remarkable! This was indeed a silent grace. Lin Yun silently praised the extraordinary skill. It was truly magical. As a novice extraordinary being at level 7, he wondered what heights he might reach with enhanced power. Furthermore, the skill could continue to evolve. He was just over 6,000 experience points away from the next tier. How he longed to witness the might of the pinnacle version of Lightfoot Step. With his newfound extraordinary skill, Lin Yun wore a broad smile. Having shifted from mourning the loss of an experience source to feeling elated, Ma Wanli had died well, long overdue, providing him with a chance to draw rewards. After testing his extraordinary skill, Lin Yun feigned indifference and resumed distributing meals. In the cell, an inmate glared at the few wilted vegetable leaves floating in his bowl. His gaunt face twisted in disgust. What is this swill? Drinking this every day is turning my bones to dust. When will this wretched existence end? Just as Lin Yun set down the bowl, he chuckled coldly, Old Yang, having something to eat is better than nothing. Many would leap at the chance for this soup. Yet you complain. If I were to offer you roast chicken and fine wine tomorrow morning, would you dare to partake? Old Yang recoiled, his face morphing into a sycophantic grin. Officer Lin, you jest? Roast chicken and fine wine? That would be a death sentence. If it were served to him, he would be close to crossing over to the other side. Lin Yun's reminder snapped old Yang to attention. He suppressed his nausea and hastily gulped down the insipid vegetable soup, refraining from uttering another complaint. Lin Yun had been working in this extraordinary prison for 10 days now. He had transformed, his physique robust, his steps steady, deftly traversing the dim corridors with a meal bucket in hand, no longer resembling the sickly figure he once was. No one knew that Lin Yun had undergone a metamorphosis, evolving into a novice extraordinary being of level 9. The surging extraordinary energy coursed through his veins. If anyone were to inquire about his sudden transformation, Lin Yun would merely chuckle and say, "The prison's cuisine is excellent, my appetite has grown, and I found an old divine doctor to help restore my health. Thus, my ailments have vanished, and my physique has improved." After all, the strength of a novice extraordinary being was not easily discerned by mere appearance. However, he remained unaware of the profound changes that awaited him upon advancing to an intermediate extraordinary being. Chapter 5. The Benevolent Criminal. In just a few hours, after midnight, I will have accumulated sufficient experience points to ascend to the rank of intermediate supernatural being, a thought that fills Lin Yun with excitement. Since the demise of that notorious scoundrel Ma Wanli, the absence of a crucial source of experience has significantly hampered his progress. Over the past few days, he has seized every opportunity to personally interrogate criminals, nearly moving into the interrogation room itself. However, most of these offenders possess only the rudimentary powers of the first or second tier, yielding meager experience points, merely a drop in the bucket. Fortunately, Lin Yun has the assistance of a senior supernatural being, Zhang Ming. Otherwise, he would be left languishing in his experience bar for an indeterminate period. Presently, he has amassed over 900 experience points, with just a few dozen more needed for his promotion. After distributing meals to the 20-odd criminals, Lin Yun carried his empty food bucket back. As he neared the cafeteria, he spotted Wang Daqiang and Lu Gui rushing toward him with urgency. Wang Daqiang seized Lin Yun's arm, his tone frantic. "Lin Yun, you're finally back. Quickly, put down the food bucket and come with me." Before Lin Yun could respond, he was dragged toward the interrogation room. Upon entering, Lin Yun was taken aback. He found that over 20 prison guards on the first floor of the supernatural prison were standing in formation, each one standing tall and proud, a stark contrast to their usual lax demeanor. The scene was even more exaggerated than when the captain had visited previously. Lin Yun's mind raced. Could it be the deputy director has arrived? Or perhaps the warden himself? As he pondered this, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from the entrance, followed by a group of individuals who entered, causing the room's illumination to seem to dim. This assembly exuded a chilling aura, making the temperature of the interrogation room plummet. Lin Yun involuntarily shivered, while the surrounding guards turned pale, frozen in silence. He discreetly glanced up to see a woman at the forefront, her demeanor cold as ice, and her beauty truly captivating. Dressed in a finely tailored suit, she wielded a gleaming knife, her hair elegantly styled, and her suit embroidered with an emblem of a fierce beast. Her gaze was sharp as a blade, methodically scanning the prison guards. The captain who had previously conducted interrogations now appeared diminutive, trailing behind her with a subservient demeanor, nodding and bowing. They were members of the Supernatural Security Bureau. Lin Yun's attention was instantly drawn to the distinctive insignia on the woman's suit. This frigid aura of menace could only belong to those who dwell at the edge of life and death, battling supernatural criminals. It felt as if they had emerged from a sea of corpses, emanating a palpable scent of death. "Is this all the manpower you have on the first floor of the supernatural prison? Not a single capable individual." The woman's disdainful scoff echoed through the room. The guards flushed crimson but remained silent, not daring to utter a word. The sycophantic captain quickly assured her, "Rest assured, Officer Chun, I will summon personnel from elsewhere immediately. I guarantee it won't delay your operations. It better be so. If anyone escapes, none of you will survive," she declared, her voice laced with venom. With that, Officer Chin cast a few more threats before turning on her heel, her movements swift and decisive. Lin Yun keenly grasped a crucial piece of information from their exchange. The supernatural prison must contain more than just this single floor. Were there deeper levels? Why had he received no word of this? Questions swirled in Lin Yun's mind. The captain returned, wiping the cold sweat from his brow as if he had just seen a ghost, and barked at Lin Yun and the others. "Why are you all just standing there? Hurry and come with me to process the criminals." The guards, not daring to dawdle, hurriedly followed him out. Before long, 2 agents from the Supernatural Security Bureau escorted a man into the room. Lin Yun had anticipated the arrival of a violent criminal, but was taken aback by the sight before him. The figure was an elderly man, appearing kind and benevolent with an ethereal presence. The elder smiled, devoid of any sign of a prisoner-esque disgrace, and upon seeing the guards, politely remarked, "I hope to receive your kind assistance in the future." Lin Yun and the other guards exchanged glances, momentarily hesitant to respond. The 20 or so guards surrounded the elderly man, escorting him ostentatiously to the holding cell. Along the way, other inmates craned their necks to curiously observe this new figure of interest. Ultimately, the elder was confined in cell number 1. The captain personally locked the door, the heavy clang reverberating down the prison corridor. Amidst the crowd, Lin Yun felt a peculiar sensation from the prison master's codex in his mind, as if a new page had suddenly turned. Criminal, Lungsong Criminal Index, Level 7 Power, Supernatural Being, Level 9 Status, Incarcerated Capture Participation, 1 Level 7 of the Criminal Index, a Level 9 Supernatural Being. Lin Yun gasped as this information detonated in his mind like thunder, casting a new light on the elderly man within the cell. Who would have imagined that the benevolent-looking elder was, in fact, a heinous criminal? To accumulate such a high index of wickedness, what unspeakable atrocities must he have committed? A Level 9 Supernatural Being. He was but a step away from becoming a legendary figure of immense power. The Supernatural Security Bureau had entrusted this ruthless character to their custody. Lin Yun felt a chill run down his spine, a wave of dread washing over him. Nevertheless, the weight of Lungsong's criminal index and formidable strength also promised extraordinary benefits. Even with a meager capture participation of merely 1, he would yield a staggering 60 experience points per hour, equivalent to the output of 3 Zhongmings or 6 Ma Wanlis. In that moment, Lin Yun's feelings oscillated between trepidation and elation. He followed the others out of cell number 1 and returned to the break area. The guards were whispering among themselves about the newly arrived criminal, their demeanor markedly different from the previous atmosphere of gambling, drinking, and boasting. Lin Yun seized the opportunity to sidle up to Wang Daqiang and quietly inquired, "Uncle Wang, what is the background of the criminal just taken to cell number 1? With so many people escorting him, even the captain was involved?" As an experienced guard, Wang Daqiang possessed some insider knowledge. Even having several times the manpower would not be excessive. "Do you know who he is?" "Who?" Lin Yun asked, curiosity piqued. Wang Daqiang glanced around cautiously, lowering his voice to a whisper. "He is the deputy leader of the Chinfa cult. For the time being, he is being held on this floor, but I've heard he will soon be transferred to the lower levels." The Chinfa cult. Lin Yun's heart raced. Even after traversing into this realm and spending time in the supernatural prison, he had heard whispers of the Chinfa cult's infamy. It was one of the largest criminal organizations in Shanghai City, responsible for countless heinous acts. The shocking cases that circulated in the streets were often attributed to the Chinfa cult. Lungsong was indeed the deputy leader of the Chinfa cult. No wonder his criminal index was an astonishing level 7. Chapter 6. The honeyed words. Lin Yun's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he turned to Wang Daqiang. "Uncle Wang, could it be that our prison harbors some undisclosed secrets?" Wang Daqiang responded with a knowing smile. "Of course. Those nefarious criminals could hardly be confined with mere petty thieves like us. We occupy only the uppermost tier of this prison, housing nothing but inconspicuous little thieves. The real danger lies in the depths below. I ventured down there once, and it nearly cost me my life. For someone like us, dying down there means even retrieving the body requires picking a lucky day." Lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper, Wang Daqiang warned, "When delivering meals to cell 1, be careful not to look too closely and absolutely avoid conversing with that old man. I've heard the captain mention that when they apprehended him, he spoke so deftly that dozens of policemen perished, driving 2 agents from the Special Abilities Security Bureau to madness. The notion that mere words could bring about the demise of numerous law enforcers and even unhinged 2 agents was enough to elevate Lin Yun's wariness towards the dangerous inmate, Cold Song, marking him as a formidable threat. Before Wang Daqiang could say more, he realized he had divulged too much and quickly fell silent. Although Lin Yun was aware of Wang Daqiang's penchant for exaggeration, he had already formed an assessment of Cold Song's menace. The mere sight of cell 1 sent chills down his spine, as if it concealed some horrifying beast, instilling fear and trepidation. Upon returning to his quarters, Lin Yun eagerly settled cross-legged on his bed and opened the prison master's grimoire. Thanks to Cold Song, he swiftly accumulated 1,000 experience points, ripe for ascension. With a flicker of thought, he allocated all his experience to enhance his strength. Beginner abilities user level 9, 1000, instantaneously transformed into intermediate abilities user level 1, 2000. A surge of searing energy erupted within Lin Yun, causing an unbearable itch across his skin, as if countless tiny insects were feasting upon him. He gritted his teeth, enduring the maddening sensation. Fortunately, this feeling was fleeting. Soon, a refreshing stream of ability flowed through him, revitalizing every ounce of his being. He had succeeded. Lin Yun's eyes flew open, only to be assaulted by a pungent odor. Looking down, he saw a layer of dark brown, viscous substance coating his body, impurities expelled during his ascension. Disregarding the revulsion, he was eager to test the newfound strength. With a fierce shout, he unleashed a punch, and the air reverberated with a thunderous crack. The solid floor beneath him splintered like fragile glass. An amplification of power beyond measure. Thank goodness this is my room. Otherwise, the commotion would have drawn unwanted attention. The matter of the floor could be addressed later. Is this the power of an intermediate abilities user? Truly remarkable. As Lin Yun reveled in the surging energy within him, a smile broke across his face. He then executed the fleeting step. Now, as an intermediate abilities user, the elegance of this agility technique reached unparalleled heights. His form danced like a wraith, elusive and untraceable, achieving a mastery of stealth. After a refreshing hot shower, Lin Yun lay on his bed, feeling utterly content. Boredom nudged him to browse through the prison master's grimoire, delving into the heinous deeds committed by Cold Song. Yet, this exploration kept him awake until dawn. In cell 1, an emaciated old man feigned slumber, his eyelids fluttering at the sound of movement. It was a young and handsome guard delivering his meal. The old man squinted at Lin Yun, speaking with a sardonic tone. In this wretched place, to encounter a talent such as yours is truly a rarity. Wishing to engage further, he was taken aback when the guard paid him no mind. Undeterred, the old man pressed on, his voice laced with persuasion. Do you realize how beneath your abilities it is to be serving meals here? You possess the potential of a dragon. Why wallow in this mire? Come with me to the Dust Law sect, where the master cherishes talent and would take you under his wing. Is being a mere guard truly what you desire? Seeing Lin Yun's indifference, the old man quickly shifted his tone, a hint of urgency creeping in. Lin Yun remained unmoved, carrying the meal bucket and departing. Hey, I'm talking to you. How rude. Don't you know how to treat your elders? The old man raised his voice, and as Lin Yun walked away, he muttered in confusion, what is the Special Abilities Security Bureau playing at? Sending a deaf mute to deal with me? Damn it. No wonder he drove 2 agents to madness. This old devil's tongue is truly insidious, as if coated in honey. Once outside the cell block, Lin Yun exhaled deeply, a chill running down his spine. Had it not been for his late-night reading of the prison master's grimoire, he might have fallen prey to the old man's cunning. Reflecting on Cold Song's atrocities filled him with dread, the gruesome scenes of crafting dark artifacts, the brutal extraction of countless innocent souls. In pursuit of his dark arts, he had mercilessly drained the blood of hundreds of infants. To combat the external threats posed by the Dust Law sect, he had even resorted to the heinous act of extracting fetuses from the wombs of over 100 pregnant women. Each incident was horrifying. Chapter 7. The Last Supper. Bearing a mess tin, Lin Yun turned to deliver the meal. This final repast was less a condemned man's fare and more a prelude to a funeral. It was his first time delivering such a thing, and he wondered what the prisoner looked like now. In the superpower prison, the inmate's fate was invariably death. This time, the guest was Zhang Ming, the old man who engaged in acts of terror. Lin Yun felt no emotional turbulence, even a hint of anticipation. Although the old codger's demise meant one less source of experience points, it also meant another chance to draw a prize, a decidedly advantageous bargain. Before cell 12, Zhang Ming was facing away from the iron door, huddled in a corner, like a stray dog. Zhang Ming, I've prepared fine wine and delicacies for you today. Eat it while it's hot. Lin Yun's voice echoed through the desolate corridor. Hearing the sound, Zhang Ming trembled and slowly turned around. The once arrogant demeanor had vanished, replaced by a bloody, broken husk of a man. One eye was gouged out, his hands were shackled, and his teeth had been extracted. It seemed even high-level superpower users couldn't withstand the torments of the interrogation room. Lin Yun sighed inwardly. The superpower prison's methods were indeed ruthless when dealing with criminals. Zhang Ming stared intently at the mess kit with his lone remaining eye, as if he understood. He paused, then rasped, Young man, do me a favor, and I guarantee you'll enjoy a life of unimaginable wealth. The old fellow was yielding. Previously, he would always point and curse. Lin Yun remained silent, feigning to leave, wanting to see what tricks he had up his sleeve. Seeing this, Zhang Ming struggled to move his crippled body forward, urgently saying, The wealth I've accumulated throughout my life is hidden in a place. If you agree to help me find someone and convey a few words, I'll tell you the location of the treasure. I have no worries about food and clothing in prison. What use do I have for so much money? Lin Yun scoffed. Nonsense, Zhang Ming roared. Money makes the world go round. The dazzling world outside can't compare to this hellhole. Money can't buy experience points. Of course. Lin Yun wouldn't say that aloud. Lin Yun remained noncommittal, simply shaking his head. I prefer to stay in prison. I don't need any of what you're talking about. With that, he turned and left without hesitation. Zhang Ming grew frantic, kicking the iron door of the cell, roaring at Lin Yun's back. Don't be a fool. Even if you're not interested in money, reporting the treasure's location to the superiors will earn you promotions and a bright future. You should be thanking me. Without turning his head, Lin Yun chuckled, still not interested. Zhang Ming's loan eye widened. What do you want? Superpower skill manuals? I have plenty. 3 level 6 skills, 2 level 5 skills, and even level 4 skills. As long as you agree to help me, I'll teach them all to you. Alas, Lin Yun was long gone. Unable to hear his cries. Idiot. What an unenterprising idiot. Zhang Ming angrily kicked over the mess kit, spilling the delicacies on the floor. As Lin Yun exited the cell area, the echoes of Zhang Ming's hysterical curses and the sounds of shattering objects followed him. As long as he developed steadily in the superpower prison, power, wealth, and mighty superpowers would eventually be his for the taking. Why trade with a dying man for immediate gains? Besides, money couldn't enhance his strength. Rather than trusting him, consulting the grimoire of the prison warden to review his criminal records would likely reveal the location of the treasure, far more reliable than anything he could say. Who could guarantee that Zhang Ming wasn't setting a trap before his death, seeking someone to take his place? His own grimoire of the prison warden was far more dependable. Tomorrow, Zhang Ming would lose his head. After delivering the meal, Lin Yun found a secluded corner to consult the grimoire of the prison warden regarding Zhang Ming's records. As expected, it contained a detailed account of Zhang Ming's years of terrorist activities, the wealth he had amassed, and its hiding place. To keep it secret, Zhang Ming had even killed all those involved in constructing the treasure vault and those who knew about it. These crimes were meticulously recorded in the grimoire of the prison warden. Lin Yun smiled faintly. With this treasure location, a promotion was within reach. A higher position meant greater authority, making it easier to manage prisoners in the future. Zhang Ming was partially correct. Lin Yun wasn't interested in wealth, but he did desire to use this immense treasure to gain favor. Lin Yun's information startled the captain awake from his dalliance. Abandoning the two beauties he was embracing and rushing to the superpower prison. Is this information accurate? He asked urgently, barely believing it. Lin Yun calmly replied, absolutely true. I heard it myself when that old codger Zhang Ming was talking in his sleep. Talking in his sleep? It might be true. Besides, the man is due to be executed tomorrow. Whether it's true or false, I must investigate. Captain Ren paced back and forth in the room. His face flushed with excitement. He had tried everything to pry open Zhang Ming's mouth, but the old man's lips were sealed tighter than steel. With Zhang Ming about to be executed, he had despaired, believing he would never find the treasure. Who would have thought that a junior prison guard would bring such a pleasant surprise? He took a deep breath, trying to suppress his elation. I understand. Seeing that the moment was right, Lin Yun said, Captain Ren, if this is true, I'll have accomplished a great feat. Thank you, Captain Ren. Lin Yun thanked him, but didn't move. Captain Ren frowned slightly. Is there anything else? Captain, if this is true, I'd like to ask you for 2 things. Captain Ren narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp. Let's hear it. I want a level 5 superpower skill, and I'd like to have other colleagues deliver the meals. I really don't want to do this job anymore. Lin Yun knew that leaders disliked subordinates who were both greedy and unyielding, but they also distrusted those who took nothing. Too greedy meant a lack of discipline. Not greedy enough made them uneasy. Therefore, he had to be greedy, but in just the right amount. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yun felt a sharp gaze sweeping over him, as if trying to see through him. Lin Yun remained silent, waiting patiently. After a long while, Captain Ren slowly said, a level 6 superpower skill is acceptable, level 5 and above are out of the question. As for delivering meals, you're still an auxiliary police officer. Let's start by making you a full officer. Thank you, Captain. Lin Yun thanked him and turned to leave. After Lin Yun left, a smile appeared on Captain Ren's somber face. This kid is interesting. Immediately, he summoned his confidants, hastily gathered manpower, and prepared to head to the treasure location. Chapter 8. The Bewitched Prison Guard. Early the next morning, Zhang Ming was dragged out by the prison guards for execution. During lunch, a page in the prison master's grimoire concerning Zhang Ming suddenly vanished, filling Lin Yun's heart with joy. It was time for a lottery draw. Without hesitation, Lin Yun initiated the lottery. Countless orbs of light surged forth from the prison master's grimoire, and he instinctively selected the largest one, seizing it in his grasp. Boom. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of energy struck his consciousness, flooding his mind with a torrent of images. He felt as though he had transformed into a Shura. Wielding a pitch-black blade of otherworldly power, engaged in a blood-soaked battle amidst a sea of corpses, where every swing of his sword evoked the wails of the departed. Slaughtering Shurablade, Level 4 Ability Mastery, 689-1000. A Level 4 sword technique. Lin Yun's heart trembled. The Slaughtering Shurablade he acquired from Zhang Ming surpassed his previous stepping on the swallow's micro-step by 2 levels. He felt a tinge of confusion and shook his head. Lamenting, it's a pity it's merely a basic inheritance, limited to the 3rd tier. The Slaughtering Shurablade was divided into 3 stages: initial, intermediate, and advanced. Only when these 3 were united could it become a peak-level ability. However, what Zhang Ming wielded was merely the most rudimentary form of this inheritance. Even so, the might of this sword technique was formidable. It thrived on the principle of killing. The more one slayed, the greater the additional power became. When cultivated to its zenith, it could even surpass a level 3 technique. To kill one is a crime, to kill 1,000 is valor, and to slay millions is to be the mightiest of warriors. Lin Yun couldn't help but marvel at how this bloodthirsty villain, Zhang Ming, had perfected his craft. With the souls claimed under his blade numbering in the thousands, a fate well-deserved. He slowly drew out a specially crafted prison guard's knife. Not an ordinary blade but forged from unique materials designed to weaken the powers of ability users, available only to select departments within the city's various ability organizations. Swish. The blade gleamed as its chilling aura was tainted with murderous intent, sweeping forth like a tempest, the flash of the blade seemingly echoing the wails of countless vengeful spirits. What a domineering technique. Excitement flickered in Lin Yun's eyes. The power of the Slaughtering Shurablade far exceeded his expectations. Although he was only a mid-level ability user at the 3rd tier, he had encountered numerous mid-level ability user criminals of the 9th tier whose power barely matched half of his own. They would surely struggle to withstand this strike. Confidently, he sheathed his blade, the murderous aura dissipating into nothingness. Just over 200 experience points remained until he could advance to the 4th tier. Reaching the 5th tier was merely a few days away. Lin Yun contemplated that while leveling up was essential, he should also focus on enhancing his proficiency with his abilities. After suppressing his fierce aura, he transformed into the seemingly harmless little prison guard. At last, he had managed to acquire a modicum of self-preservation power. In the days that followed, he continued to carry out his duties diligently, standing guard and delivering meals. However, he remained ever vigilant when dealing with inmate number 1, Long Song. Since Lin Yun had ceased to engage with Long Song's flowery words, the old fiend seemed to have lost interest in him, becoming silent during meal deliveries. Initially, Lin Yun thought Long Song had turned over a new leaf, but upon closer observation, he discovered that the old demon had merely shifted his focus onto other guards. Creak, bang. The door to cell number 1 swung shut. A prison guard with a smug expression emerged, humming a tune as he carried a meal back. As he rounded the corner, he suddenly froze. At the corner stood a young and handsome guard, expressionless, staring intently at him. Lin Yun, the smug smile on the guard's face evaporated instantly. You scared me. I thought I was seeing ghosts. Lin Yun casually glanced behind him, smiling. I saw you taking so long with the meal, so Uncle Wong and the others were worried something had happened and sent me to check on you. What could happen just delivering a meal? The guard's gaze flickered as he feigned nonchalance, waving his hand. I'm heading over now. The guys are waiting for me to boast. Lin Yun nodded, watching him depart. Only when the guard's figure vanished at the end of the corridor did Lin Yun's smile gradually fade, his eyes turning icy. Dai Ping, the youngest guard on the 1st floor of the ability prison besides himself, Lin Yun had observed from the corner for quite some time. Witnessing Dai Ping sneakily enter Long Song's cell, whispering with the old demon for quite a while, Dai Ping had likely been bewitched. A significant event was looming. Lin Yun shook his head inwardly. Long Song, a 9th tier super ability user, remained a ruthless character even with his abilities sealed. Cunning and cruel. He could easily manipulate a naive fool like Dai Ping. Lin Yun had previously warned Dai Ping to steer clear of Long Song. Yet this young lad seemed to have succumbed to some form of enchantment, stubbornly walking into the lion's den. Sigh, I've said all I could. It's not my concern. Lin Yun thought, shaking his head. He saw no reason to provoke a vicious old demon for the sake of a mere acquaintance. Muttering a silent prayer for Dai Ping's safety, he turned and walked away. 3 days after Zhang Ming's execution, Lin Yun received his reward and was officially confirmed as a prison guard. It seemed that Captain Ren had successfully located the treasure, though whether it had been reported was beyond his concern. Brothers, tonight I'll treat you all. Choose the place. Lin Yun announced grandly. Ha! Lin Yun, have you struck it rich? The old guards exclaimed excitedly, swarming around him, each offering suggestions, the atmosphere more jubilant than during the New Year's celebration. Amidst the clamor, One guard remarked enviously, "Lin, you've done well. It's only been a few days, and you're already confirmed." Another chimed in, "Right, Lin Yun. You aren't Captain Ren's illegitimate son, are you?" The crowd gazed at Lin Yun with envy and jealousy. A month prior, he had arrived here unnoticed, spending his days working diligently and sleeping, with no sense of presence. No one had anticipated that today Captain Ren would suddenly announce his confirmation. It was well known that the distinction between an auxiliary guard and a prison guard was vast. Prison guards were part of the establishment, enjoying generous benefits. And even in the event of death in the line of duty, their families would receive a compensation package. In contrast, auxiliary guards were essentially temporary workers, shouldering the heaviest burdens for the meagerest pay, with no guarantees in the event of a mishap. Dying was simply a fruitless end. On the first floor of the ability prison, some seasoned veterans had toiled for 2 or 3 decades, their hair turning gray, yet they remained auxiliary guards. For a newcomer like Lin Yun to achieve confirmation upon arrival was enough to incite envy. Naturally, amidst the envy, many sought to curry favor with him. After all, the situation was too peculiar. Who knew if Lin Yun possessed some unfathomable background? Perhaps he was quietly related to some high-ranking official. Lin Yun paid no mind to these speculations. He had already obtained what he desired. What more was there to care about? Chapter 9. The temple's villain. Since his promotion to a formal prison guard, Lin Yun has been living quite comfortably. He no longer has to serve meals to the inmates or clean the foul-smelling cells. Each day, he conducts interrogations with a few criminals and leisurely strolls around the first floor of the prison. What brings him even more satisfaction is the fact that he previously managed only 20-odd cells. But now he has free reign over the entire first floor of the supernatural prison. This signifies that the entire floor is now his domain, and it is only a matter of time before he can record all the criminals on this level in the Prison Master's Codex. Along with his promotion, he has also received the 6th-level supernatural ability promised by Captain Ren, allowing him to conceal his true strength perfectly. With double blessings, Lin Yun is in high spirits. Before heading to the Tianxiang foot bath and wine house, a sharp voice broke the air. Where did Xiao Dai go? Why is he missing? A burly guard reeking of alcohol scoffed dismissively. Who cares where he is? It's more important for us brothers to enjoy ourselves. A group of them laughed heartily as they made their way to the Tianxiang establishment, completely unconcerned about Dai Ping's disappearance. Only Lin Yun cast a subtle glance toward the depths of the first floor, his expression laden with meaning. That night, the guards indulged in feasting and merrymaking at the Tianxiang foot bath and wine house, reveling until the wee hours, exhausting Lin Yun's salary for 3 months. Upon returning to his residence, Lin Yun was enveloped in the scent of cheap perfume. He activated his supernatural abilities, instantly shaking off the drunkenness and regaining clarity. The Black Tiger Divine Power technique sent by Captain Ren could transform his supernatural aura into that of a black tiger for combat. After practicing a few moves casually, he tossed the technique under his bed, realizing that among the 6th-level abilities, it ranked among the least impressive. The following day, Lin Yun donned a fresh uniform and began his shift. As he entered, several old guards sporting dark circles under their eyes approached him, their faces beaming as they treated him like a brother, a treatment he had never experienced before. Despite having merely transitioned from auxiliary guard to official status, Lin Yun had become a prominent figure on the first floor of the prison, earning a degree of respect from everyone he encountered. However, he remained grounded, greeting everyone with a cheerful uncle. This demeanor endeared him even more to the older guards, who regarded him as if he were their own son. After his promotion, in addition to routine patrols, he was no longer required to clock in. Lin Yun freely navigated among the 500-plus cells on the first floor, distributing various snacks to the inmates. Some of the older guards mocked him in private, saying, "What is the big deal about being promoted to such a minor position? You'd think he was appointed warden." Lin Yun paid no mind to their jests, focusing solely on his goal, to become familiar to all the guards on the first floor of the supernatural prison, so that when he assisted in managing inmates in the future, he would have a rightful claim. In the depths of the first floor, Dai Ping gazed at the lively scene from afar, a cold smile creeping across his lips. Official prison guard? Humph. He truly thinks too highly of himself. You become a disciple of my Dust Law sect and join me under the Cold Song banner, and soon, not even district heads or mayors will warrant your regard. At that moment, a calm voice resonated from behind him. Dai Ping knelt respectfully in front of the cell, performing a grand gesture of reverence toward the elderly man inside, who exuded an ethereal aura. "Master, your teachings are etched in my heart. In a few days, once the opportunity arises, I will undoubtedly rescue you and accompany you to the Dust Law sect." Dai Ping's tone was filled with gratitude and reverence. Cold Song had once stated that Dai Ping possessed extraordinary talent, and had he not encountered Cold Song, he would likely have been trapped in this meager supernatural prison, scrambling for insignificant positions like the other guards. He, Dai Ping, was a celestial dragon with boundless potential. Once he rescued his master and returned to the sect, he would ascend to the peak of supernatural abilities, exploring the vast world at will, still immersed in his dreams of the future. Dai Ping failed to notice the mocking gaze directed at him by the elder he worshipped, as if observing a foolish and laughable insect. The Night Shadow Thief. Rumored to be a traitor of the Xianshu Temple, he carved a bloody path, leaving a pile of severed heads in his wake. Captured by our Supernatural Security Bureau, his bones remained unyielding despite enduring 18 tortures, acting as if nothing had happened. 3 guards escorted a bald man toward a cell. Upon hearing this, the bald man turned and laughed heartily. "Is this your supernatural prison? When I was being tortured at the Supernatural Security Bureau, you were still in your infancy. This level of skill barely tickles me. Try harder tomorrow." The faces of 2 guards darkened as they kicked the bald man's thighs repeatedly, cursing incessantly. Lin Yun watched with gleaming eyes. This bald man possessed a body tempered like iron, impervious to blades and fire. It was said that during the in the eyes of the individual, the inmates of this supernatural prison are nothing short of invaluable reservoirs of experience, each possessing remarkable skills, eagerly awaiting his selection. Over the past fortnight, aside from a few relatively feeble intellectuals, only one death row inmate has been dragged out for execution. He has long coveted Liang Lifan's extraordinary body refinement abilities, yearning for the day that fellow might meet his demise. It is likely to be soon. Considering that the Supernatural Security Bureau has personally escorted him, and his time is running short. What is that commotion? As Lin Yun approached cell number 1, he suddenly heard a cacophony of noise. This is not good. Upon turning the corner, he saw Zhang Mu, the inmate from cell number 32, frantically shouting at him. "Lin, the warden, something has happened. One of the guards has gone mad, attacking anyone in sight, and has even opened the cell doors." Zhang's face was ashen, clearly terrified. A wave of unease washed over Lin Yun, a chill spreading through him. A guard has gone berserk? And opened the cell doors? The first figure that flashed through his mind was Dai Ping. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprinted towards the source of the disturbance. As he reached the first floor of the supernatural prison, he found all the iron doors of the cells wide open, with the inmates having vanished without a trace. Chapter 10. Uprising subdued. Lin Yun's brow furrowed as he regarded Zhang Mu. "So, you didn't flee with the others? Not bad. I'll mention it to Captain Rin. Perhaps we can get you a model prisoner commendation." "Huh?" Zhang Mu stammered, taken aback. "Officer Lin, please don't jest. With those aberrant lunatics running amok, wouldn't I be signing my own death warrant by escaping? They may be oblivious, but I'm not." He paused, then added, "Oh, and Officer Lin, forget the reward. A single drumstick added to my meals will suffice." Alas, Lin Yun had already vanished from sight. With a light tap of his toes, Lin Yun channeled his powers, enveloping his feet, and executed the swallow step, transforming into a fleeting blur within the corridors of the prison's first floor. The doors of the cells stood ajar, some inmates already having absconded, while others remained within. As he approached the guards' quarters, a pungent stench of blood assailed his nostrils, accompanied by piercing screams. Lin Yun's heart leaped, and he quickened his pace, bursting into the room. The scene that greeted him was one of carnage. Corpses littered the floor, inmates and guards alike. A body lay at his feet, eyes wide with terror, life extinguished. It was old Wang. Wang Daqiang had been the one to guide Lin Yun when he first started, always looking out for him. Now, he was dead. Another one come to meet his end. A chilling voice echoed through the room. Lin Yun looked up to see 3 menacing prisoners, blades in hand, leering at him. The speaker, a burly figure with a scar across his face, was known to Lin Yun as an inmate from the first floor, a former army sergeant major imprisoned for rape and murder. "You've all been so accommodating to us, and now I've returned to repay the favor." Heh. The prisoner lunged at Lin Yun. Thwack. Before he could reach his target, a flash of light heralded the swift decapitation of the prisoner, whose head flew into the air, disbelief etched on his face. Lin Yun expressionlessly wiped the blood from his face, his gaze hardening as he stared at the headless corpse. As a 7th-tier intermediate esper, proficient in the 4th-level Azura Blade technique, even these convicts at their peak wouldn't have lasted a single exchange. Now, freshly unshackled and with their powers not yet fully restored, they dared challenge him? Did they mistake him for the old, complacent guards? They had a death wish. 3 times? What's happening? A page of text within Lin Yun's mind. From the prison lord's grimoire, vanished, replaced by 3 lottery chances. With little time to ponder, he focused on the 2 remaining inmates. Compared to their leader, the sergeant major, they were pitifully weak. Witnessing Lin Yun dispatch their leader with such ease, they were petrified, desperately trying to meld into the walls. Lin Yun showed no mercy to such scum. He dashed toward them, his blade flashing, swiftly sending them to meet their maker. Having committed himself, he would leave no one alive. With all the escapees eliminated, the room was awash in blood. Uncle Wong, Uncle Deng. All the guards he had been close to had fallen victim to the convicts. Lin Yun's heart was heavy as he looked upon the familiar faces, now lifeless. Had he not possessed his abilities, he too would have perished here. Alas, such is the capriciousness of fate. Guards, they seem so formidable, interrogating and tormenting inmates with impunity. But in times of chaos, they are the first to fall. Lin Yun coldly observed the prison's pandemonium. In this world, life was cheap, and strength was the only currency that mattered. Opening the prison lord's grimoire in his mind, he noticed that each of the 3 convicts pages now displayed 3 lottery chances. So, personally eliminating these criminals yields 2 more lottery chances than simply recapturing them. Had it not been for this breakout, he would never have discovered this secret. Without hesitation, Lin Yun flipped to one of the pages and initiated the lottery. Countless orbs of light danced within his consciousness, and he swiftly selected one. 7-star fist, level 7 masterful, 425-1000. Instantly, a flood of memories inundated his mind, as if he had lived through them himself. He became a seasoned military esper, honing his fist technique day after day, year after year, through rain and shine. As the visions faded, he felt a surge of power coursing through his arms. With a flex, he felt his strength surge by hundreds of pounds. This 7th-level esper technique is just brute force. Lin Yun shook his head. While not particularly versatile, it filled a gap in his close-quarters combat abilities. He drew again, this time receiving 2,000 experience points instead of a technique. One can draw experience points as well? Lin Yun had assumed the prison lord's grimoire only granted experience for incarcerating criminals. The sergeant major, a 5th-tier intermediate esper, had only his 7th-level fist technique to his name, so this was a decent reward. He now desperately needed experience to bolster his strength. With 9 draws remaining, Lin Yun used them all without hesitation, acquiring an 8th-level leg technique, a 7th-level sword technique, and another 7th-level fist technique, plus several thousand more experience points, bringing his total to 8,000. Boom. Lin Yun poured the experience points into his strength, his powers surging, and he advanced to the 8th tier of the intermediate esper realm. 2 hours later, an agent from the Esper Security Bureau strode in, spotting Lin Yun's blood-soaked esper blade. The agent was astonished. The higher-ups know about the breakout. You managed to survive? Not bad. Lin Yun scoffed inwardly, but feigned grief. The guards of the first floor fought to the death against the rioting prisoners. Except for me. Everyone. He choked, as if on the verge of collapse. The agent scrutinized him, then waved his hand. All right, you did well. The government will compensate those who died. Without a second glance at the bodies, he turned and left. Damn, so cold-blooded. Lin Yun spat at the agent's departing figure. Had he not possessed his system and become an intermediate esper, he would be dead. He had added a few more criminals to his rolls, though they were small fry. Still, it was better than nothing. Lin Yun scanned the prison lord's grimoire, noting the new additions. The riot had lasted for hours before being quelled. Lin Yun, having narrowly escaped death, was granted leave to recuperate at home. Chapter 11. A complete overhaul of the guards within Wang Daqiang's residence, a familiar old guard, with reddened eyes, lamented, "Farewell, old Wang. We shall never forget you." Dressed in somber black, Lin Yun followed behind the other guards, slowly exiting the house draped in white cloth. The government as compensation, I wonder how much will actually reach old Wang's family. It's hardly enough for them to survive, someone remarked. Enough. Have you no regard for life? Several guards immediately silenced themselves, noticing Lin Yun's quiet demeanor, and approached him to offer comfort. Little brother Lin, you truly danced with the Grim Reaper this time. An old guard patted Lin Yun's shoulder, while others echoed sentiments of survival and encouragement, suggesting he should offer incense to his ancestors. Who would have anticipated that the usually taciturn Dai Ping could cause such chaos? He was merely misled by that old devil in cell number 1. He*s foolish, despite the countless warnings to be wary of the old devil's tongue. Dai Ping was ruthless, even eliminating the squad leader with a single stroke. Word has it he gained the blood abilities from the cold old devil, quietly advancing to a high-level ability user within a month. When apprehended, a team of special agents from the Ability Safety Bureau nearly fell victim to him. Ultimately, it was Commander Chun who personally dealt with him, putting an end to the chaos. He deserved to die, Not only did he assist the old devil in escaping, but he also set fire before leaving, nearly bringing us all to ruin. Lin Yun sat quietly aside, absorbing the banter of the seasoned guards. In just 2 days, the atmosphere within the ability prison had shifted drastically. He had finally unraveled the sequence of events. The old devil in cell number 1 sought escape, and Dai Ping was merely a pawn. The Ability Safety Bureau had intentionally confined the cold old devil to the first level, releasing information to bait the cultists. They used the cold old devil as bait, aiming to capture the entire cult without informing us, unafraid of potential repercussions. Perhaps they feared our betrayal. To them, our lives are no more significant than ants. After a while, Lin Yun bid farewell to the old guards and turned to leave. Though he had narrowly escaped death this time, his sense of vigilance had intensified. His life depended solely on himself. Relying on others would inevitably lead to disaster. Only with sufficient strength could he endure in this brutal world of abilities. Why hadn't the scoundrels from the Ability Safety Bureau eliminated the cold old devil on the spot? Lin Yun perused the Demon Lord's grimoire, cursing under his breath. Although the experience points gained at 60 per hour were enticing, they paled in comparison to the allure of the old devil's abilities. If only he could exchange the cold devil's head for a chance at the lottery, that would be truly profitable. After extracting all the experience points from the criminals he had previously dispatched, Lin Yun channeled them into his strength. Boom. His abilities surged significantly, propelling him to the 9th tier of intermediate ability users. In merely a month, he had transformed from a sickly weakling to the brink of advancing to a high-level ability user. Just 3 more days, and he would have enough experience points. Lin Yun beamed with joy. At this rate of gaining experience, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would ascend to a super ability user in 8 months. 8 months? How absurd. Countless individuals remain stuck at the 9th tier of intermediate abilities throughout their lives, struggling to elevate to high-level users. 8 months. Even that feels slow. Lin Yun couldn't help but sigh. If those aging intermediate ability users knew he could ascend from an ordinary person to a super ability user in such a short span, they would likely sputter in disbelief and slap him in anger. Patience is key. One must not be greedy. Time for some sleep. He hoped that upon awakening tomorrow, he would find a queue of formidable foes like the cold old devil awaiting his oversight. As Lin Yun closed his eyes, he secretly wished for a calm after the storm of the old devil's escape. It was rumored that the old devil had been transferred to a lower-level prison. This upheaval had cost the lives of numerous guards, over 20 in the first level alone. Even the second level had seen casualties, but the first level had nearly been dismantled. Now, the guards on the first level underwent a complete transformation. Some were transferred from other areas, while others were the brothers or sons of the deceased guards who took their places. Lin Yun, no longer the youngest, now had new junior guards calling him Brother Lin. True to form, Lin Yun roamed the first level of the prison, appearing wherever there were inmates, like a ghost, swift and elusive. Time flew by. And in the blink of an eye, over 6 months had passed. Dang, dang, dang. Inmate Liang Lifan in cell number 13, it's time for your last meal. The guard delivering the meal impatiently banged on the cell door, calling out loudly. From deep within the cell, a figure stirred slowly. In the dim light of the corridor, one could see a gaunt face etched with numbness and despair. Liang Lifan clutched the meal box with his 4 remaining fingers, staring blankly at the roast chicken and fine wine within, frozen in place. Suddenly, as if possessed, he began to devour the food voraciously. Having gone so long without meat, he resembled a starving wolf, eating frantically. However, he soon began to cough violently, expelling the mixture of wine and meat along with stomach bile, creating a filthy mess on the floor. The delivering guard, disgusted, spat and hurriedly covered his nose as he retreated. In the shadows nearby stood a handsome young guard. Lin Yun observed Liang Lifan's desperate consumption followed by his ensuing chaos, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. He remembered Liang Lifan's arrival at the ability prison, an imposing figure of 8 feet tall, muscular and intimidating, his yellowed teeth striking fear into the hearts of onlookers. But now, he was as thin as a reed, devoid of any semblance of humanity. It was easy to imagine the torment he had endured over the past 6 months. The interrogation team had grown exhausted, dragging him in for punishment every few days, claiming they had never encountered someone so resilient. Chapter 12. Ablaze elated. Lin Yun cast a fleeting glance at Liang Lifan, poised to depart. Yet, scarcely had he taken a few steps when an anomaly stirred within the Infernal Lord's grimoire in his mind. He swiftly opened it to find that Liang Lifan's page had vanished, leaving behind only a solitary chance for a lottery draw. Taken aback, Lin Yun promptly retraced his steps. From afar, he discerned a figure prostrate at the cell door, motionless. Scattered around were the remnants of a shattered meal container and a pool of vomit. Tentatively, Lin Yun checked the figure's breath, an expression of astonishment creeping across his face. This Liang Lifan had actually perished in such a manner, and it appeared he had choked to death on his meal. A life marked by heinous deeds, a predilection for consuming human flesh. Only to meet his end by choking on food, karma had indeed struck swiftly. Ascertaining that Liang Lifan had breathed his last, Lin Yun paid him no further heed. Knowing that the cleanup would soon commence, he hastened back to his own chamber, eager to partake in the lottery draw. This was a day he had long anticipated. Draw. Lin Yun commanded, and instantly, a multitude of luminous orbs surged forth. Among them, the largest and most vibrant, a flame-shaped sphere, was seized by Lin Yun. In the ensuing moment, a deluge of inherited memories flooded his mind. The visions depicted Lin Yun, bare-chested, being hurled into a pile of red-hot embers, his skin blistering. Subsequently, the embers transformed into raging flames, his face contorted in agony. As the visions dissipated, Lin Yun snapped back to reality, drenched in sweat, his garments clinging to him. Upon examining the spoils of the draw, Lin Yun was overjoyed. The body-tempering ability of Liang Lifan was finally his. Flaming Body Refinement. A level 3 ability. Lin Yun nearly leapt with excitement, for it was the most advanced ability he had encountered thus far. This particular ability was unique, diverging from others with their 5 levels of proficiency, instead being divided into 9 layers, each more potent than the last. Liang Lifan had only reached the 4th layer, yet he had endured months of torture in the interrogation chamber without succumbing. The potency of this ability was undeniable, truly befitting of the Xuanfa Temple's treasured art. Lin Yun's eyes gleamed with anticipation, as if he could already envision himself mastering the divine skill and sweeping across the land. He had overheard Liang Lifan mention during the inheritance of the ability's proficiency that, when flaming body refinement was cultivated to its zenith, the flesh would become as formidable as that of a fire deity, capable of scorching a chasm into the earth with a single strike. However, none of the monks at Xuanfa Temple had ever reached such heights, leaving the veracity of the claim uncertain. When the time comes, anyone who dares to cross me will face my fist, Lin Yun muttered to himself, clenching his fist. He had never concerned himself with bottlenecks in his cultivation. With sufficient experience points, he would inevitably elevate flaming body refinement to the 9th layer. Even the 4th layer was formidable enough. Sensing the surging power within him, Lin Yun subtly activated the ability, causing a faint crimson hue to emanate from his skin, as if he were donning a suit of fiery armor. He casually grabbed a police blade and slashed it across his arm. Clang! A crisp sound echoed as the blade's edge curled, yet his skin remained unscathed. It can't even break my defense? It even reflects damage. If I were to strike someone with this, even advanced ability users would be blown away. Lin Yun unleashed a punch, causing a sonic boom to reverberate through the air, the visible shockwave manifesting as a white ring expanding outward. Moreover, flaming body refinement augmented his ability's power. Lin Yun slammed his palm onto the ground, causing crimson light to erupt from his palm, accompanied by scorching heat. A charred palm print was instantly seared into the hard surface. My ability now contains a terrifying firepower, Lin Yun exclaimed with delight. As if he could already envision himself roasting his opponents with a single palm strike, he eagerly began to experiment, growing increasingly astonished. This ability was in a league of its own. Defense, strength, ability, speed, all had been significantly enhanced, truly befitting of a level 3 temple treasured ability. The more Lin Yun experimented, the more extraordinary it seemed. He promptly channeled all his remaining experience into this ability. Boom! A potent surge of firepower erupted within him, causing Lin Yun to feel several times stronger. 5th layer. The 6th layer only requires 10,000 experience points. A piece of cake. Once I advance to become a super ability user, I'll upgrade this ability further. He was now only a few thousand experience points away from becoming a super ability user, a milestone he expected to reach in just over a day. Over the past 6 months, he had dedicated nearly all his experience to enhancing his strength. He was now a 9th-tier advanced ability user, his inner power surging, hundreds of times greater than when he was a 1st tier. In terms of abilities, aside from maxing out the proficiency of the beginner-level slaughtering Azura Blade and Swallow Step at the 4th layer, he had learned a plethora of other blade, sword, leg, and palm techniques, but had not upgraded them. The only somewhat useful ability was Aura Concealment, inherited from the leader of an organization called the Destiny Society. Despite its intimidating name, the Destiny Society was composed of unsavory characters, including prostitutes, human traffickers, beggars, and lecherous fiends. The leader, who posed as a reclusive sage, engaged in vile acts of debauchery and plunder behind the scenes. The Ability Security Bureau had been pursuing him for years, finally apprehending him only to discover that he was merely a beginner-level ability user who relied on makeup and aura concealment to evade capture. However, the leader proved to be spineless, confessing everything within 3 days of incarceration before being executed. Lin Yun's luck had struck again, allowing him to draw the man's prized ability. Aura concealment. Aura concealment could mask one's aura and inner power. When combined with Swallow Step, it allowed for silent and undetected movement. In the hands of the Destiny Society leader, it was used to impersonate a sage. But in Lin Yun's hands, it was perfect for concealing his formidable ability. Lin Yun was now a 9th-tier advanced ability user, his power so great that it subtly manifested on his skin. Without this ability, he would have been discovered by the Ability Security Bureau personnel who frequented the prison. Currently, Lin Yun was intimately familiar with the prison's first floor. As if it were his own backyard, he had catalogued over 300 inmates from the 500-plus cells in the Infernal Lord's Grimoire. Each day, he reaped 7,000 to 8,000 experience points. His current experience point gains would allow him to advance to become a super ability user 2 months ahead of schedule. The following day, he requested sick leave from the new captain and dedicated himself to advancing. Of course, the so-called advancement to super ability user was, in essence, experience points. Give me more. Fill it up. Max it out. Chapter 13. A method to descend to the lower levels. Lin Yun allocated all 100,000 experience points into his strength and instantly felt his inner abilities surge violently, amplifying in intensity several-fold. Before he could acclimatize to this tempestuous power, it rapidly retracted back within him. In the blink of an eye, the space for storing his abilities swelled alarmingly. Such an immense volume of energy crammed into such a confined space appeared on the verge of overflowing. Suddenly, the raging energies collapsed inward with a thunderous roar. Lin Yun sensed that the space within him was about to explode, as if countless beasts were fiercely colliding within, threatening to upend the very heavens and earth. After an indeterminate amount of time, this tumultuous energy finally settled. Lin Yun quickly turned his focus inward and beheld a white vortex spinning frantically within that space. Attempting to channel his powers, he found the vortex spinning even faster, as energy surged in like a torrent, filling the space in an instant. Ha ha ha. The quality of this energy was at least 10 times more potent than before. Is this the power of a super ability user? The disparity between a super ability user and a high-level ability user is indeed vast. Lin Yun was overwhelmed with joy, feeling that he could easily triumph over 10 versions of his former self. Suddenly, he felt an irritating sensation across his skin, as if countless ants were crawling over him, driving him to distraction. Upon touching his face, he was astonished to find a large patch of blood and grime being rubbed off. Goodness! Did his abilities expel the old blood from within him? Lin Yun trembled with excitement, yearning to find a formidable opponent to spar with immediately. He eagerly checked his personal information. Warden, Lin Yun Criminal Index, None Strength, Super Ability User Level 1, 5722 110000. Ability Skills, Flame Incineration, Level 3, 5th Layer, 66 10,000. Blood Prison Azura Slash, Level 4, Mastery, 989 10,000. Step of the Swallow, Level 6, Mastery, 66 10,000. Spirit Light Convergence, Level 5, Mastery, 761 10,000. 7-Star Fist, Level 7. Available Experience Points, 5,117. Goodness. After becoming a super ability user, each level up demands tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of experience points. This is utterly outrageous. Lin Yun stared at the panel, his eyelids twitching. At his current rate of experience acquisition, it would take at least 7 to 8 months to reach the ultimate ability user. Lin Yun felt this was still too slow, murmuring to himself, if only I could speed this up. The problem is, the criminals on the first level of the ability prison have nearly all been catalogued by his warden's grimoire, leaving little room for gain. Unless the Ability Safety Bureau suddenly becomes extraordinarily efficient and captures a batch of heinous criminals, he would have no means to expedite his progress. Wait a moment. A spark of inspiration struck Lin Yun. Had he overlooked something significant? This ability prison has more than one level. Outside, there are the 2 pillars of Shanghai City, one being the Ability Safety Bureau and the other the Ability Special Operations Bureau. Yet, after all this time, he had not even caught a glimpse of the Ability Special Operations Bureau. The Ability Special Operations Bureau is specifically tasked with apprehending monsters and fiends. Yet the first level of the prison has never housed non-human criminals. It is evident that these extraordinary criminals must be imprisoned in the lower levels. Furthermore, fearsome entities like Cold Song are surely confined there as well. If he could find a way to transfer to the lower prison, wouldn't his experience points soar? This requires careful consideration. There's no need to rush. A smile crept across Lin Yun's face. He remained unhurried, knowing opportunities would arise. Brother Yun, good morning. As he entered the prison area, a young guard greeted him warmly. This lad, named Wang Ping, was the son of the veteran guard Wang Daqiang. Good morning. Lin Yun replied with a smile. Wang Daqiang had 3 sons. The eldest was a hunter, the second an intellectual. After Wang Daqiang's death, his position became vacant. And neither of the elder sons was willing to take it, leaving the youngest, who idled about the streets, to fill the role. Wang Peng was 2 years younger than Lin Yun, always trailing behind him, calling him brother. Lin Yun, remembering Wang Daqiang's kindness, often looked after Wang Peng. In the prison, they shared a close bond. Kill me if you can. When my brothers arrive, we'll chop all you dogs up to feed the dogs. Just as Lin Yun settled down. Before even sipping his tea, he heard a cacophony of screams and curses emanating from the interrogation room. The noise was so intense it seemed it might collapse the ceiling. He glanced into the interrogation room and asked Wang Peng, who is suffering in there so early in the morning. Wang Peng chuckled, leaned closer, and whispered, It's a guy who claims to be the 6th of the 7 heroes of Shanghai City. He was brought in last night by the Ability Safety Bureau. The captain personally interrogated him for quite a while. Guess what? The torturers have changed several times, yet he remains unfazed, a true hard man. The 7 heroes of Shanghai City? Lin Yun pondered. He seemed to recall hearing that name in the news. He had also heard certain inmates within the prison mention it, speaking of 7 heartless murderers, each immensely powerful, notorious for their misdeeds, hence earning that title. Who would have thought they had been apprehended by the Ability Safety Bureau? However, they deserved it. The more infamous they became in the news, the easier it was for the government and the Ability Safety Bureau to target them. As the saying goes, the first bird to stick its head out gets shot. Who else would they apprehend if not those making a name for themselves? Those who live by the sword will eventually meet their end. Creak. After a prolonged wait in the break room, the interrogation room door finally swung open. The captain emerged. His face darkened. Lin Yun and Wang Peng quickly stood, but before they could even bow, he whisked past like a gust of wind. Following him were the guards who participated in the interrogation, each one drenched in sweat, rubbing their arms and shoulders, clearly exhausted. Brother Lin, the prisoner is yours now. An older guard gestured toward the interrogation room, chuckling wryly. This guy has a tough bone. He broke 7 or 8 of our instruments. None of us have the strength to move him anymore. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Yun ascertained where the individual would be confined and beckoned for Wang Ping to accompany him inside. Upon entering, they were greeted by a burly man locked onto the interrogation frame, chains embedded in his bones, glaring at them with ferocity. The man's eyes were sharp and menacing, akin to a vulture fixating on its prey, sending chills down one's spine with just a glance. He bore the countenance of a true beast. Wang Ping, intimidated, stepped back, trembling. Lin Yun, however, remained unfazed, approached confidently, unshackled the man, and proceeded to secure him with restraints. Heh. The burly man shifted his gaze and spat a mouthful of bloody phlegm at Lin Yun's face. As Lin Yun leaned in while locking him up, he narrowly dodged the projectile, but Wang Ping behind him was not so fortunate, getting hit squarely and retching in disgust. Ha ha ha. The burly man laughed, his whole body shaking with arrogance. Chapter 14. Winter has arrived. Wang Ping, incensed by the mockery of the burly man, charged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. However, the burly man, far from being angered, laughed even more heartily, taunting, Have you not eaten? Your strength is feeble. Ha ha. I will kill you. Wang Ping, brimming with youthful vigor, could scarcely tolerate such provocation and immediately drew his police knife, poised to strike. Stop. Lin Yun, quick and resolute, intercepted him. What are you trying to prove against a man on the brink of death? With a cold glance at the burly man, Lin Yun's voice dripped with iciness. Those sent by the Ability Safety Bureau do not tend to live long. Let him bask in his arrogance a while longer. Upon hearing Lin Yun's words, the burly man's laughter abruptly ceased, and a flicker of fear crossed his rotund face. Spitting in disdain, Wang Peng's fury subsided slightly as he turned his back on the man. The two dragged the burly figure out of the interrogation room and tossed him into a prison cell, perhaps frightened by Lin Yun's warning. The burly man kept his head lowered, silent and inscrutable. Yet, just as Lin Yun and his companion turned to leave, the man suddenly raised his head, his gaze venomous as he spat. The 7 heroes of Shanghai City, we are one body, living and dying together. I suffer here, but my 6 brothers will not abandon me. Just you wait. I will see whether you die first or I do. It was unclear whether his words were directed at Lin Yun or merely a frantic declaration to himself, but they were laced with madness. Lin Yun, however, feigned ignorance, not even sparing him a glance as he walked away. Such threats were commonplace in the prison. Nearly every criminal brought in would mention their connections, fantasizing about their potential rescue. Yet, in Lin Yun's experience, he had encountered far too many criminals, none of whom had successfully escaped. The defenses of the ability prison were impregnable. Lin Yun dismissed the man's threats, secured the cell door, and departed. Just before leaving, he felt the prison master's codex stir in his mind, revealing an additional page. Criminal, Chao Feng Crime Index, Level 3 Strength, High-Level Ability User, 8th Rank Status, Imprisoned Capture Participation, 1 Rewards, 25 Experience Points hour. The rewards were on par with those of Liang Lifan from earlier. Truly, the 7 heroes of Shanghai City deserved their reputation. When would the remaining 6 come to rescue their comrade? Chao Feng was merely the 6th, if he was already an 8th rank high-level ability user. How formidable would the others be? If they were all captured, the influx of experience points would be astronomical. Lin Yun's anticipation grew. He eagerly awaited their arrival. The imprisonment of the 6th of the 7 heroes of Shanghai City was merely a trivial matter for him. He continued his daily duties, patrolling and accruing experience points, living quite comfortably. On the other hand, Wang Ping, humiliated by Chao Feng, harbored a grudge. Each day, he sought to provoke Chao Feng, whether by urinating in his food bowl, spitting through the bars, or even throwing filth at him, inciting Chao Feng's fury. Lin Yun found it all too tiresome to intervene. It was a normal reaction for a young man to hold a grudge. After half a month, however, Wang Peng unexpectedly requested 5 days off. Upon his return, he appeared transformed. While he still sought out Chao Feng every day, his antics had ceased. Lin Yun observed him several times standing outside Chao Feng's cell, clutching his flashing police knife, eyes intent, as if ready to charge and strike. This boy had issues. Lin Yun pondered, eager for an opportunity to inquire about it. Yet, with the new year approaching, the leadership was frantically filling the prison to meet quotas. Some days, multiple criminals were admitted, resulting in overcrowding on the first floor of the prison. Lin Yun was too busy to address Wang Peng's situation. With a deep breath, Lin Yun stood abruptly. After concluding his promotion, he waved his hand, and the dead skin on his neck and arms fell away like paper scraps. He had ascended to the 3rd rank of super ability user. Within him, 2 newly formed white ability whirlpools spun slowly, doubling his ability power. Fiery Body had also leveled up to the 6th tier. Clenching his fist, Lin Yun reveled in the explosive power coursing through him, his eyes sparkling with intensity. The 6th tier of Fiery Body was astonishingly powerful, enhancing strength, defense, and ability significantly. In this state, even high-level ability users of the same rank would struggle to breach his defenses. Lin Yun brimmed with confidence. At this rate, he would reach the peak of ability users within 6 months. The flow of criminals into the prison was relentless, akin to a deluge. His daily earnings had doubled, and the prison master's codex was nearing the inclusion of 400 individuals. Delighted, Lin Yun took a refreshing shower and donned clean clothing. Upon stepping into the cell area, he heard a quavering voice. Officer Lin. Officer Lin, have mercy on me. Please, provide me with some clothing or cotton. It's freezing, and I'm at my wit's end. Turning, Lin Yun recognized Zhang Mu, the old man shivering violently, breath visible in the cold air. Goodness! Has winter truly arrived in Shanghai City? He had been so engrossed in his training that he had failed to notice. No wonder his colleagues had been casting strange glances his way. Grateful for Zhang's reminder, Lin Yun quickly turned to fetch his winter clothing. What did I remind you of? Zhang Mu asked, bewildered. Thank you, old Zhang. Lin Yun hastily returned, now wearing warm winter attire and bringing along a blanket for Zhang Mu as a gesture of gratitude. The other inmates, witnessing this, grew envious, clamoring for blankets or even scraps of cotton, each of them shivering like children. Get lost. Am I running a hotel? Why not ask for the presidential suite while you're at it? Dream on. Lin Yun dismissively waved them off. He had no intention of concerning himself with their plight. After all, they provided little experience points and were merely impoverished souls seeking handouts. If they froze, so be it. It would only serve to provide him with more opportunities for rewards. Those without abilities could still yield experience points. The blanket for Zhang Mu was a token of appreciation for his timely warning. Otherwise, in the dead of winter, how could Lin Yun, an ordinary person, still be clad in thin clothing, appearing completely unbothered? Such an anomaly might raise suspicions. As one's ability level increased, the power of the ability became more embedded in the body, rendering one less susceptible to the extremes of cold and heat. Passing by cell number 7, Lin Yun glanced inside at Chao Feng, the burly man reduced to a shadow of his former self. Yet, his mouth remained defiant. sneering at Lin Yun as though to say, "Go ahead, kill me if you dare." Lin Yun chose to ignore him, but suddenly recalled that Wang Ping had not shown up for duty in several days. Surely nothing had gone awry? Frowning slightly, Lin Yun resolved to visit him after work. Following the death of Wang Daqiang, Wang Peng had taken over his father's position, and it was only right to check in on him. Upon stepping outside the ability prison after work, Lin Yun had yet to reach Wang Peng's home when he found Wang Peng's family waiting anxiously. The individual, Wang Li, the second son of Wang Daqiang, appeared frantic as he exclaimed, "Lin Yun, it's urgent. Wang Ping is calling for you to come to the Mountain God Temple in Qili Village." Chapter 15. The Seven Heroes of Shanghai City. Wang Li, in his 20s, is the second son of Wang Daqiang, an intellectual. Despite wearing a cotton coat on this frigid winter day, his frail body could not withstand the cold, and tears and snot streamed down his face. "What does Wang Ping want with me?" Lin Yun pondered, still wanting to ask for clarification. Wang Li shook his head, indicating he didn't know the specifics. He merely urged Lin Yun to hurry to Jiuchu village outside the city, claiming that Wang Ping urgently needed to see him, and with that, he dashed away. Clutching his books, Lin Yun rolled his eyes and allowed him to leave. What is Wang Ping up to? Instead of returning to prison, he summons me to a dilapidated temple outside the city. My sexual orientation is perfectly normal. Lin Yun felt perplexed, unable to fathom what scheme Wang Peng was concocting. Nevertheless, he decided to investigate and discern Wang Peng's true intentions. As a third-tier superpower user, Lin Yun had mastered the 6th level of the flame incineration technique, and his human-level Shura swordsmanship had reached its pinnacle. 1,000 Wang Pengs could not harm him in the slightest. In the outskirts of Shanghai City, within a crumbling mountain temple, Wang Ping cowered beneath a shattered statue, resembling a frightened rabbit, with hollow eyes and a pale complexion, as if his soul had been drained. Nearby, four oddly dressed individuals were conspiring. "I have already investigated. The first layer of defense in the superpower prison is weak, typically guarded by only a team of minor agents from the Superpower Security Bureau. The most powerful among them is merely a high-level superpower user. Boss, stop hesitating. Just rush in and rescue the 6th brother. Are you out of your mind? That place is a government stronghold, teeming with powerful figures. We must not alert the Superpower Security Bureau and the Superpower Special Operations Unit. We might not even see the 6th brother before we meet our demise. Third sister is right. We should infiltrate first, locate the 6th brother, and then devise an escape plan." As they spoke, a bald man with sharp fangs suddenly turned toward the corner where Wang Peng was cowering, bellowing, "You, when is that person you mentioned arriving? You didn't actually go looking for him, did you? If you dare to deceive me, I'll tear you apart right now." Terrified, Wang Ping fell to his knees, banging his head on the ground and pleading, "I did look. I really did. I sent my 2nd brother to find him. All right, 4th brother, stop scaring him." I followed him back quietly, and he wasn't lying. A woman among them interjected, frowning at the fanged man. The woman, dressed in a flowing red gown, was stunningly beautiful with fair skin, causing Wang Ping to swallow hard. She gently turned to Wang Ping, her tone as soft as water. "Little brother, can that person you mentioned truly help us infiltrate the prison?" As she spoke, she playfully tossed a strand of hair and shot Wang Peng a flirtatious glance. However, Wang Ping averted his gaze, unable to meet her eyes. Having spent some time with these individuals, he was acutely aware of their ruthlessness. He had witnessed the red-dressed woman capture several burly men, playing with them for 3 days, and after rendering them weak, she even had the audacity to eat their hearts, resembling a beautiful yet terrifying demoness. The 7 heroes of Shanghai City were at Chapter 16, a brief encounter. All slain, the 7 heroes of Shanghai City could no longer contain their impatience. Each one was eager to make a move, waiting for their leader's command to capture Lin Yun. At that moment, however, Lin Yun took the initiative, vanishing like a ghost, only to reappear before the fanged, bald brute, delivering a devastating punch. "Seeking death. Do you even know who we are?" The brute bellowed in fury. But upon witnessing Lin Yun's martial prowess, he burst into laughter. "The 7-star fist? Ha ha ha, that's just an old man's health exercise in the park." His laughter was abruptly silenced as he realized the force behind Lin Yun's attack, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets as if a mountain was bearing down upon him. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated, causing the ground to tremble slightly. "Ah!" The brute howled, channeling all his powers to brace against the blow, but with a crack, his arms snapped like dry twigs. The fist continued its relentless assault, crashing into the brute's chest with tremendous force, sending dust flying and creating a massive crater at his feet while blood gushed forth. Old man's health exercise? Lin Yun retracted his fist, casting a casual glance and coldly stating, "Sufficient to deal with you." The others were left dumbfounded by this sudden turn of events. their faces etched with disbelief, as if witnessing the most inconceivable spectacle. Why you? Are you a superpower user? After a few moments, a cultured middle-aged man let out a strange howl, his finger trembling as he pointed at Lin Yun, his tone sharp and piercing. You do possess some discernment. Lin Yun sneered, his figure flickering, suddenly standing before the cultured man. With a swift motion, he slashed downward with his right hand, wielding the Slaughter Azura blade technique. The aura of his powers was infused with a terrifying malice, causing the temperature in the vicinity to plummet, as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. Even the light seemed to dim. The cultured man was paralyzed with fear, barely evading the strike, attempting to retreat. But just then, a fiery hand descended upon him, brutally slamming into his chest. Crack! The cultured man was sent flying, crashing into the wall of the Earth God temple like a ragged sack. Half of the temple crumbled under the impact. Lin Yun withdrew his hand, casting a casual glance aside. The black-clad figures, their hair standing on end, instinctively turned to flee. Humph! Trying to escape? Lin Yun flipped his palm, unleashing a fiery serpent of power. Ah! The emaciated figure froze, as if struck by an invisible force, collapsing to the ground, twitching a few times before succumbing to silence. Now, only the woman in the red dress remained, her face pale, teeth chattering in fear. Lin Yun looked at her. She was on the verge of tears, forcing a smile. Big brother, spare my life. I am willing to. Oh? Willing to do what? Lin Yun asked, his gaze lingering on her. The woman in red, filled with joy, exclaimed, I am willing to serve you like a beast. At your command. Very well. Lin Yun nodded, casually waving his hand. Bang! The woman's head exploded, splattering blood everywhere. Lin Yun shook his head, sighing lightly, never mind. Bringing a woman to prison would be rather inconvenient. Finally, his gaze settled on Wang Ping, who stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, his eyes vacant. Witnessing this surreal scene, he felt as though he were in AD. He possesses an astonishing array of extraordinary abilities, numbering not less than 70 or 80. Each one contributes a slight enhancement to his prowess, and when combined, the cumulative effect is indeed remarkable. On the surface, I may appear to be merely a third-tier superhuman, but in the heat of battle, he clenched his fist, feeling as though he could shatter a small mountain with a single blow. Haha, how extraordinary I have become. Lin Yun laughed heartily, a sense of invincibility swelling within him. Unbeknownst to him, he had already amassed considerable strength in this realm of extraordinary powers. Chapter 17. A surge of elation coursed through Lin Yun as he witnessed the influx of hundreds of thousands of experience points, propelling his strength 2 levels higher, directly ascending to the 5th rank of a superpowered being. These individuals were veritable experience bounties delivered right to his doorstep. Lin Yun mused, stroking his chin, contemplating the prospect of rapidly advancing to the pinnacle of empowered individuals and becoming a formidable figure should such fortuitous events occur more frequently. However, such readily available sources of experience were scarce. One could hardly expect to encounter fearless simpletons daily. As he pondered this, a boisterous clamor erupted from the cell block. Annoyed by the disturbance, Lin Yun approached the cell in question. Hey, kid, where's that guard who used to urinate in my bowl every day? Haven't seen him lately. A burly man with a face etched with brutality and bloodshot eyes glared menacingly at him. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun chuckled. Had this fellow forgotten the previous incident? What's the matter? Missing his urine? Lin Yun jested. The brute was taken aback, his face flushing crimson before he was rendered speechless. After a moment, he deflated like a punctured balloon, muttering incessantly, Impossible, impossible. My brothers should have come to rescue me by now. Why haven't they made a move? I understand. They must be waiting for my execution day, when the police are off guard, to save me. Yes, that must be it. Ha ha, they would never abandon me. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Observing his deranged state, Lin Yun felt a pang of pity for him. What would happen if he were to reveal that his so-called brothers had already been dispatched by his own hand? Would he descend into madness on the spot? Perhaps it was a mercy to allow him to depart this world with a glimmer of hope. Lin Yun shook his head, reflecting that preserving hope until the very end might be a form of solace. In any case, the man was scheduled for execution the following day, so he would allow him to carry that last vestige of hope with him. The following morning, Lin Yun received news that Xiao Feng, one of the 7 overlords of Starsea City, was still glancing left and right as he met his demise, as if anticipating someone's arrival. As for Wang Ping, his family members descended upon the prison gates daily for half a month after Xiao Feng's execution, wailing and creating a ruckus. They had assumed he was merely residing in the prison, but they had been unable to contact him for half a month, and he was declared missing. Their disturbances were met with a barrage of baton strikes from the prison guards, and the new captain dispersed a few thousand yuan to placate them and send them on their way. advising them to seek assistance from the police and cease their disruptions at the prison entrance. Subsequently, Wang Ping's relatives vanished. Wang Ping's position remained vacant, as the Wang family had suffered 2 recent fatalities. The prison authorities ceased their compulsory conscription and reported Wang Daqiang's family as extinct. Those acquainted with Wang Daqiang initially lamented for several days, but their memories gradually faded as the prison continued to experience fresh events daily. Lin Yun had previously been concerned that his involvement might be traced through Wang's second son, and he had even concocted an alibi, but nothing transpired. Upon reflection, it was logical that in a city as prosperous and influential as Star Sea City, countless cases occurred daily, and the police were unlikely to concern themselves with the disappearance of an auxiliary officer outside the city. To put it bluntly, the county magistrate would prioritize a lost dog over his life. Why would the police waste time investigating such a trivial matter? Lin Yun later attempted to offer some money to Wang's family, only to discover that, aside from Wang Ping's mother, the others were indifferent. Their protests at the prison were merely an attempt to extort more funds. Even more absurdly, Wang Li, Wang's bookish second son who had initially sought out Lin Yun, had no recollection of him. Life was cheap in this world. Lin Yun departed from Wang's residence, his heart heavy. Wang Ping at least had a mother, brothers, and sisters-in-law, yet they had fallen into such a state. If he were to disappear, it was unlikely that anyone would even inquire about his whereabouts. He sighed, resolving to burn more paper money for Wang Daqiang and Wang Ping during the Qiming festival. Half a month later, upon arriving at work, Lin Yun entered the break area and was immediately taken aback. The usually raucous atmosphere, reminiscent of a bustling marketplace, was eerily silent. The gambling had ceased. The drinking and finger-guessing games were absent, and even the crude jokes were nowhere to be heard. The prison guards were uniformly somber and dejected. Perplexed, Lin Yun pulled aside a familiar guard and inquired, "What's wrong? Has everyone lost their parents?" The guard sighed, forcing a wry smile. "What else could it be? We've been dealt a heavy blow. Another prison break?" Lin Yun was alarmed. Not quite, but close. The veteran guard shook his head and gestured toward the table where the guards typically drank and gambled. "See for yourself." Lin Yun glanced over and noticed a notice written in black ink on white paper, a new announcement regarding the prison. He seized it, and, after a mere glance, shuddered involuntarily, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. The announcement stated that any inmate from the lower levels was 10 times more formidable than the most challenging inmate on their floor. One guard lamented, his face etched with misery. "Indeed, I've heard that guards are frequently killed in the lower levels." Another guard chimed in, lowering his voice. "Do you know how many people die in the lower levels each year?" He held up a hand, gesturing. "At least this many." "Yes. The higher-ups say they're short-handed and need to transfer people from our level. 3 slots have already been filled, and who will fill the remaining one?" "Lin Yun, we've all been waiting for you. We were just about to draw straws to see who gets this death warrant." The guards groaned, their faces clouded with worry. "There's no need for a draw." Suddenly, a voice cut through the gloom. The guards were startled and looked up in unison. Lin Yun stood in the center of the break area, slowly rolling up the announcement and smiling at everyone. "Brothers, thank you for your care during this time. I'll take the transfer." Lin Yun. His words stunned everyone. Lin Yun had always desired to enter the lower levels of the prison, but had never found an opportunity. Now, the opportunity had presented itself. The lower levels were short-handed and needed to draw people from the first level? This was too good to be true. Lin Yun nearly burst out laughing. That day, while the other 3 designated guards were crestfallen and desperately seeking ways to avoid the transfer, Lin Yun proactively volunteered to go to the lower levels. The other guards breathed a collective sigh of relief, secretly deriding Lin Yun as a fool while feigning concern on the surface. "Lin Yun, we didn't force you. You volunteered. We couldn't very well stop you." "Well, it is said that the lower levels are not that scary. It's all rumors. I know a person who went down there a few years ago, and he is doing well. Yes, I heard that he is keeping a 3rd-tier actress and has a son. The work is harder, but the salary is high. 1 year there is worth 20 years up here. After a few years, you can buy a house in the center of Star Sea City." Lin Yun sneered inwardly at their hypocritical demeanor, but he smiled and nodded in agreement. Chapter 18. A remarkable young man. The prison guards observed Lin Yun's cheerful demeanor. Feeling a twinge of guilt, after some deliberation, they pulled together some money and decided to treat him to drinks at the Tianxiang Grand Hotel, euphemistically referring to it as a farewell gathering. Whether this occasion was truly a send-off or a celebration remained a mystery known only to the heavens. Lin Yun did not decline their invitation and spent the night at the hotel, drinking merrily until the early hours. As the revelry subsided and everyone succumbed to inebriation, some opted for hotel accommodations, while others returned home. Only then did Lin Yun purchase a roast chicken and a bottle of the hotel's finest liquor, leisurely making his way back to the prison. With a bright smile, he approached cell number 32. At that moment, Zhang Mu, who had been sleeping soundly, groggily opened his eyes to find Lin Yun standing before him with a roast chicken and fine wine. He nearly lost his composure in shock. "Ellen, officer, don't scare me like that. At this hour, why? Why are you bringing me such a surprise?" Seeing Zhang Mu tremble, Lin Yun burst into laughter, feeling that the vibrant nightlife outside paled in comparison to the joy of the moment. Indeed, of all the inmates in the Special Abilities prison, Zhang Mu was the most entertaining. Prison guard Lin Yun, present. Next, Lu Biao. 2 guards were escorting them to the second level of the Special Abilities prison. There were a total of 8 individuals, 4 from the first level and 4 transferred from the police station. Is the second level of the prison so heavily guarded? Lin Yun pondered, recalling the earlier procedures, facial recognition, blood tests, and even a device scanning their foreheads to detect souls to prevent any imposters from infiltrating. Fortunately, Lin Yun was not a mere low-level usurper. Following the guards through winding corridors for what felt like an eternity, they finally arrived. Upon entering, the other guards appeared unnerved, their legs quaking, while Lin Yun's eyes roamed restlessly. Contrary to his expectations, the second level was not ominous. It was, in fact, much brighter than the first. However, an invisible aura of lethal intent pervaded the air, eroding the body at an alarming rate. Lin Yun possessed a unique blade technique, the slaughtering Azura blade, making him acutely sensitive to such malevolence. The first level was already daunting. The second would likely be fatal to an ordinary person within a few years. They stood in a spacious hall, where several individuals faced them, their gazes icy and scrutinizing. Lin Yun scanned the group and noted that they were all formidable, each a mid-level ability user or higher, with the leader being a high-level user. Their attire was peculiar, reminiscent of the Special Abilities Safety Bureau, yet adorned with an emblem depicting a black mythical beast. No, that's not a unicorn. Lin Yun suddenly recalled, recognizing the creature as a Xieji, a legendary beast known for discerning right from wrong. "Is this all you have?" A short-bearded man cast a disdainful glance at Lin Yun and the others, snorting derisively. The escorting guard maintained a forced smile. "It is quite sufficient. The first level is still short-staffed." The short-bearded man ground his teeth in frustration, wishing to drag the incompetent personnel from the Human Resources Department, but ultimately relented, waving his hand dismissively. "Fine, we'll make do. It's only for a month." As he spoke, his hawk-like gaze swept over the new guards. Under his piercing stare, the guards fell silent, some wishing to vanish into the ground, while others trembled uncontrollably. Lin Yun, adopting a humble demeanor, blended seamlessly into the crowd, embodying an innocuous presence. Seeing their cowardice, the short-bearded man quickly lost interest and impatiently waved his hand. "Those who can fight, step forward." The guards exchanged glances and hesitantly sent 6 individuals to the forefront. "Are these pathetic weaklings truly qualified?" The short-bearded man's subordinate shouted, prompting 2 of the previously brave guards to retreat in fear. Ultimately, only 4 remained, looking pitiful. The sycophantic secretary brandished a pen and paper, pompously inquiring, "Name, age, ability rank." "Iron. Taigong, 37, low-level ability user, rank 4. A portly guard stuttered, his voice barely audible. After questioning 3 individuals, the strongest among them barely reached low-level ability rank 6. The short-bearded man frowned, inwardly cursing their incompetence. Soon, it was Lin Yun's turn. "Name, age, ability rank." The secretary repeated his routine inquiries. "Lin Yun, 19, ability rank." Lin Yun paused deliberately, smiling as he continued, "I recently advanced to mid-level ability user." At this revelation, gasps of disbelief echoed around him, the guards staring at him as if he were an anomaly. Even the secretary was momentarily stunned, nearly dropping his pen. The short-bearded man abruptly lifted his gaze, fixing a piercing stare on Lin Yun. "Be cautious with your words. Reporting false information is a grave offense," the secretary warned, extending his hand. Without hesitation, Lin Yun displayed his palm confidently. Now a rank 6 super ability user, he activated Spirit Light Convergence, subtly releasing a fraction of his ability. Who could discern the truth of his rank? As he focused, a minuscule essence of ability materialized like a hair's breadth. The secretary, skeptical, cautiously touched Lin Yun's palm. Boom. A surge of pure energy erupted, startling him into retreat with a yelp, causing him to stumble back several steps. His eyes now filled with awe. Remarkable young man, indeed. The short-bearded man, witnessing this, strode up to Lin Yun with purpose, grasping his shoulder firmly. An overwhelming force of ability surged unexpectedly into Lin Yun's body. Lin Yun smirked internally, feigning ignorance. Indeed, a mid-level ability user, quite impressive. The short-bearded man nodded in satisfaction, his gaze now intensely focused on Lin Yun. Tell me your background. My family has served as prison guards for 5 generations. After my father's passing, I took his position, achieving merit along the way. The captain granted me a unique ability technique, which led to my accomplishments, Lin Yun replied candidly, revealing even the Black Tiger Divine Strength technique he had received from the captain. He understood that such matters could not be concealed. If the higher-ups wished to investigate, they would inevitably find traces. Moreover, his dealings with the captain were entirely above board, leaving him with a clear conscience. As for whether the captain adhered to protocols, that was beyond his concern, especially since the captain had passed away over half a year ago, leaving no witnesses to contradict him. Chapter 19. The middle-aged man with a short beard beamed with delight upon hearing Lin Yun's response, clearly pleased with his candor. He nodded and instructed those nearby. Take him to the North District first. Let him stay there for 2 months. If his performance is satisfactory, he will be transferred to the West District. Turning to Lin Yun with a smile, he added, who would have thought that amidst a group of inept individuals, we would find someone of merit? The Anomaly Guard Bureau is in dire need of personnel, and your timing is impeccable. Lin Yun was taken aback by the mention of the Anomaly Guard Bureau. Apart from the Anomaly Security Bureau and the Anomaly Special Operations Bureau, this was the first time he had heard of such an institution. He pondered, why must I undergo a test of strength before working in the prison's second level? What astonished him further was that he had only revealed a hint of his capabilities, yet he had already attracted the attention of the Anomaly Guard Bureau in Shanghai City. The guard responsible for recording details led the way with great enthusiasm, treating Lin Yun as if he were his own brother. The second level of the Anomaly prison was divided into 4 districts, with the North District housing the least dangerous criminals. The guard continued, Major Chen has high hopes for you, which is why you have been specifically assigned to this area. Spend a couple of months here in peace, and soon you will be able to join our Anomaly Guard Bureau. Once you enter our ranks, your status will far exceed that of a mere prison guard. As the guard spoke, he cast a furtive glance at Lin Yun, his eyes filled with envy. The stronger the abilities, the faster one could rise through the ranks. This guard, in his 40s, had reached the limits of his talent and ability level. Looking at Lin Yun, so young yet already on par with him, he realized that in a few years, Lin Yun would undoubtedly ascend to a position of authority over him. If he did not curry favor now, what chance would he have in the future? Lin Yun felt a jolt of concern. Had he perhaps overexposed himself? A mid-level anomaly user at the first stage was hardly remarkable, yet he had forgotten that he was merely 19. A mid-level anomaly user at 19 could be considered a prodigy, if not a top-tier genius. This was too conspicuous, as Lin Yun was lost in thought. The guard continued, although the North District is relatively safe, do not let your guard down. Those who enter this second level of the prison are no ordinary individuals. The weakest among them are super anomaly users. What? Super anomaly users? Lin Yun's eyes instantly lit up. Super anomaly users. Such criminals could provide him with at least 40 experience points per hour, right? If he could capture 10 of them, that would be 400 points. Chapter 20. What a coincidence. Haha, what do you understand? Wu Ziyuan chuckled, feigning fear towards Lin Yun. Of course, it's to fill the gaps with the newcomers. After all, someone will inevitably die. A few Layer 1 prison guards perish, and the higher-ups won't even bat an eyelid. Utter nonsense. Wu Ziyuan's words were immediately met with a barrage of curses from Old Ma. With a glare, Old Ma began to explain to Lin Yun. It turned out that the reason for the manpower shortage on Layer 2 was due to an even greater lack of personnel on Layer 3. The third layer housed cold-blooded monsters. Old Ma's voice trembled with fear as he described these creatures, each more brutal than the last. Heaven knows which part of their bodies had been forged into instruments of death. A moment's inattention could cost one their life. Thus, over the years, Layer 3 had become the most lethal area of the entire prison, whether it be the guards here or the enforcers dispatched by the Ability Enforcement Bureau. Leaning closer to Lin Yun, Old Ma whispered, I heard that not long ago, Layer 3 was in chaos. The elite forces of the Special Ability Bureau and the Ability Enforcement Bureau suffered significant losses, blood flowing like a river, with bodies piling up. He paused deliberately, casting a glance at Lin Yun. The ordinary prison guards? Not a trace left of them. Lin Yun's heart raced with excitement. The lower levels of this ability prison were increasingly shrouded in mystery and thrill. He yearned to rush down to the depths and witness the true dangers and oddities firsthand. Monsters. He could hardly contain his curiosity about their appearances. You lazy bum, always slacking off. Now that Lin Yun is here, take him to tour the prison area and familiarize him. Old Ma clapped his hands, summoning the still-dazed Wu Ziyuan. Though Wu Ziyuan responded reluctantly, Lin Yun was bursting with enthusiasm, finally able to see the criminals of the lower levels. His blade, oh no, his demon codex of the warden, was already itching for action. There aren't many criminals in our northern district, only 4 in total. This is the first one. Wu Ziyuan led Lin Yun to a peculiar cell. Strangely, this cell had no door, and the criminal sat inside with an air of nonchalance, seemingly unbothered by the prospect of escape. Isn't this odd? Wu Ziyuan wore a knowing expression, grinning as he lightly tapped the side of the cell. In the next moment, Lin Yun watched as a semi-transparent blue barrier ignited around the cell, rippling like water. What is this? Lin Yun's eyes widened. This was a defensive formation personally set up by the Extreme Ability Academy's top-tier ability users. Without a key, even a 9th-tier super ability user wouldn't be able to escape. Wu Ziyuan lowered his voice, speaking mysteriously. The Extreme Ability Academy? Top-tier ability users? Lin Yun suppressed his impulse to test the formation, watching as Wu Ziyuan retrieved a strange card adorned with jewels from his pocket. With a gentle swipe, the blue barrier parted, allowing them entry. Upon entering the cell, Lin Yun was astonished by the vast space within. Aside from a mysterious beam of light in the center, the cell was entirely empty. Under the light stood a gaunt figure with wild, fiery red hair, resembling a savage. His limbs and pelvis were bound by thick chains. Still alive, quite impressive, Lin Yun thought. As the red-haired man heard the commotion, he slowly raised his head, his hollow eye sockets fixated on the two, sending chills down their spines. Crimson, you'll have a new brother now, haha? Wu Ziyuan taunted loudly, utterly unafraid. The red-haired man disregarded him, instead sniffing at Lin Yun as if to memorize his scent, before lowering his head again, ignoring them completely. This man, known as Crimson, was the notorious villain of the 7th Path of Evil, wielding a formidable fire ability called Lava Burn, which had once incinerated an entire village. Wu Ziyuan quietly introduced him to Lin Yun. Don't be scared. He's a mere shell of his former self now. His powers have been sealed by the Ability Security Bureau, and he's bound by specially crafted chains from the Academy, unable to stir up any trouble. But don't get too close. He has a habit of spitting, and his saliva is more toxic than lava. There was a poor colleague who met his demise that way. Lin Yun mused, my flame incineration isn't as fierce as that. What kind of power is this lava burn? It sounds even more domineering. However, he considered that the focus of their abilities might differ. After all, flame incineration was meant to enhance one's physique, so one couldn't make a direct comparison. After observing Crimson, Wu Ziyuan led Lin Yun to the next cell. The second criminal was a leader of the Dust Law cult, classified as a 6th-tier super ability user. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun recalled the riot instigated by Lung Tsang on Layer 1. That old demon was still his primary source of experience, consistently contributing over 1,000 experience points daily. He wondered where Lung Tsang was imprisoned now. As Lin Yun pondered, he followed Wu Ziyuan into the 3rd cell. There, illuminated by the beam of light, sat an old man adorned with a special set of shackles, yet he maintained an air of enlightenment. Lin Yun was taken aback. What the heck? Isn't this the old demon Lung Tsang? He never expected that Lang Tsang would be confined on Layer 2 of the prison, and in the northern district at that. What a coincidence. The old man, having been dozing with his eyes closed, slowly opened them upon hearing the noise. Oh, isn't this Wu boy? Come to visit your old man again? Lang Tsang greeted Wu Ziyuan with a smile, his tone suggesting a familiarity that could easily mislead one into thinking they were old friends. Wu Ziyuan responded with a grin, and their interaction resembled that of close relatives. Watching this, Lin Yun felt a wave of unease. Wu Ziyuan was far too audacious, befriending everyone without a care. Did he not fear being deceived by this old demon one day? After exchanging pleasantries, Lung Tsang's gaze shifted to Lin Yun. You, what brings you here? His brow arched in surprise, though he quickly regained his composure. So, you were playing dumb back then, deceiving me. It seems you possess quite the cunning for one so young. Lung Tsang's tone was laced with a barely perceptible chill, a gaze that would likely terrify anyone else. Yet Lin Yun was unfazed. He was no longer the weakling he once was. Now, as a super ability user, handling a prisoner like him would be a trivial matter. Daring to act pompous in front of me? Just wait. I'll find an opportunity to take you down. Lin Yun thought, secretly coveting the powers that Lang Tsang possessed. Chapter 21. Interrogation through a ray formation as Lin Yun conversed with Lang Tsang. A peculiar glimmer flickered in Wu Ziyuan's eyes. Lin Yun, you actually know this old demon? Wu Ziyuan inquired, his tone laced with astonishment. Lin Yun replied nonchalantly. This old demon used to reside on the 1st floor for a time, during which I was responsible for delivering meals to him. Ah, I see. Wu Ziyuan pretended to comprehend, then continued to lead Lin Yun onward. Soon, they encountered the fourth criminal. This individual was emaciated, even more so than the previously seen red-haired man, resembling a living skeleton. He was bound by specially crafted chains with 8 long black nails driven into his skull. A sight that was utterly chilling. Wu Ziyuan explained, this person is a ghostly expert from the Soul-Snatching Society, specializing in soul manipulation. Thus his spirit must be secured with soul nails to prevent his escape. However, he is nearing his end. Those nails are almost dispersing his soul. The name Soul-Snatching Society resonated in Lin Yun's mind as he silently noted the names of these nefarious factions. Today had indeed broadened his horizons, revealing not only the Sun Palace, one of the 7 evil sects, but also the ghostly dealings of the Soul-Snatching Society. Brother Wu truly possesses extensive knowledge. Lin Yun praised as they departed. Wu Ziyuan, upon hearing this, turned to Lin Yun, his gaze flickering with an inscrutable thought, yet he quickly reverted to his usual smile. He chuckled awkwardly, waving his hand dismissively. I am not fond of cultivation. I prefer gossip and the odd curious tale. When the Supernatural Security Bureau brought in the criminals, I engaged them in idle chatter and learned quite a bit. Heh. Feigning innocence, Lin Yun nodded, pretending to believe his words. Wu Ziyuan continued, these criminals are interrogated every 2 days and given water every 5 days. Be sure not to provide them with food. We must keep them in a weakened state. If they regain their strength, it will complicate the interrogation. Lin Yun quietly committed all this to memory. After completing his instructions, Wu Ziyuan arranged accommodations for Lin Yun, feigning concern by stating that he need not work on his first day and should rest well. Lin Yun accepted this without hesitation and proceeded to his room to organize his belongings. Unbeknownst to him, after leaving the room, Wu Ziyuan stared coldly at his door, a sinister smile creeping across his lips, plotting something unknown. Thus, Lin Yun was assigned to the northern district of the 2nd floor of the supernatural prison. This area housed only 4 criminals, yet there were 8 guards, divided into pairs for shifts. The other guards exhibited neither excessive warmth nor coldness towards the newcomer, as they all worked in the same environment. Compared to the raucous atmosphere of the 1st floor, where gambling and drinking prevailed, the 2nd floor felt notably desolate. However, it was indeed much quieter here. Each criminal faced interrogation every 2 days, and Lin Yun worked swiftly, managing to document the 3 criminals, aside from Lung Song, into the prison master's grimoire within a few days. Chi Fa, Crime Index Level 7, Supernatural Ability Level 9, Capture Participation 1, yielding 40 experience points hour. Kong Bai, Crime Index Level 6, Supernatural Ability Level 6, Capture Participation 1, yielding 32 experience points hour. Luo Jin Hong, Crime Index Level 7, Supernatural Ability Level 8, Capture Participation 1, yielding 35 experience points hour. These individuals were formidable characters within the northern district of the 2nd floor. Notably, Chi Fa and Luo Jihong, with their strength and crime indices rivaling that of Lang Tsong, presented Lin Yun with even greater rewards. A Level 7 crime index and a supernatural ability Level 9, yet confined to the 2nd floor. What kind of ruthless individuals must inhabit the Eastern District? Perhaps ultimate supernatural beings? It was certainly a possibility. Of course, it might also be that these old fellows had been incarcerated for too long, their vigor waning, making them less troublesome. Lin Yun also witnessed the methods employed on the 2nd floor to interrogate criminals. The guards on the 1st floor resorted to traditional brutal tactics, while the 2nd floor utilized high-tech array formations to torment the prisoners. These formations could unleash flames, thunder, frost, and various blade attacks, rendering the criminals defenseless. Lin Yun observed firsthand how these notorious criminals were reduced to mere shadows of their former selves in such an environment. Half a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. One day, Lin Yun sat cross-legged in the center of his room, eyes closed in meditation. The supernatural energy within him surged like a rampaging dragon, shaking the very room with its force. Air currents howled, consuming everything around before gradually merging. In an instant, a tempest engulfed the room, as if it sought to obliterate all. Fortunately, the rooms on the 2nd floor were fortified with formations. Otherwise, a regular structure would have been reduced to rubble. Just as this power reached its zenith, boom, a tremendous explosion erupted, and the air currents shattered, transforming into torrents of supernatural energy that washed over every corner of the room, cleansing it entirely. Lin Yun exhaled deeply, slowly opening his eyes. Damn it, another failure. Despite the setback, there was no hint of despondency in his eyes. Rather, he was filled with renewed determination. Thankfully, he had cultivated flame body refinement, granting him a robust physique, coupled with mastery over dozens of supernatural abilities, which provided him a solid foundation. Had it been anyone else, failing to ascend to the ultimate supernatural being could have resulted in severe injury from the backlash. He merely felt a slight disarray in his supernatural energy and sluggish blood flow. This time, I failed at the 6th cyclone. If I attempt 10 or 20 more times, I shall surely succeed. Yet, upon further reflection, he shook his head. Forget it. I possess experience points. I can simply accumulate them. Is it not foolish to shun the shortcut? With my current rate of experience point accumulation, in another 10 days, I will have enough to challenge the ultimate supernatural being. The mere thought of achieving the coveted status ignited a blazing fervor in Lin Yun's eyes. Outside the interrogation room, Lin Yun gazed coldly at Lung Tsang, who lay sprawled on the floor like a lifeless dog, his skin erupting with spikes that sent shivers down one's spine. In mere seconds, Lung Tsang had transformed into a hedgehog, countless spikes protruding from his flesh, leaving him bloodied and mangled. It must be said, Lung Tsang was indeed a tough character. Maintaining a facade of indifference despite his torment, he merely appeared pale, hunched over, and drenched in cold sweat. Wu Ziyuan, usually so frivolous, wore an unexpectedly serious expression today. His eyes fixed intently on Lung Tsang. In his hand, he held a small, glowing white box, occasionally pressing it against Lung Tsang's acupoints, the purpose of which remained enigmatic. Chapter 22. Who is this remarkable individual? Cold Song trembled in agony, feeling as though countless invisible needles were piercing his flesh beneath the skin. The source of his torment was that small box in Wu Ziyuan's hand. Despite Wu Ziyuan's seemingly idle demeanor, he was well versed in the tools of torture we possessed. Old Zhao spoke with a hint of pride, particularly about this contraption known as the Chaos Needle. Developed by the Abilities Guard Bureau, it was designed specifically for formidable adversaries. Simply placing this small box on an acupoint would activate microformation needles that penetrated the body, wandering chaotically through the meridians. Old Zhao clicked his tongue, as if he had experienced it firsthand, recounting the sensation that had overwhelmed even the most powerful of ability users, including those at the pinnacle of power. Lin Yun furrowed his brow. The Abilities Guard Bureau truly was a group of madmen, constantly devising such insidious and vicious instruments. Cold Song endured 2 full hours of torment. Emerging as though he had just been pulled from the water, his complexion pale, the ethereal demeanor he usually possessed entirely vanished. Despite the excruciating pain causing him to convulse, Cold Song forced a cold smile, casting a fierce glance at every guard present, seemingly intent on committing their faces to memory. Old Zhao felt a chill from Cold Song's gaze and was about to instruct Wu Ziyuan to administer another dose of torment, but Wu Ziyuan spread his hands and said, "I'm out of energy. I must return to the Abilities Guard Bureau for a recharge. Consider yourself fortunate." Old Zhao shot a menacing glare at Cold Song, threatening, "Next time, I will settle the score with you." On the way back, Lin Yun suddenly sensed a stirring in the prison master's grimoire, prompting him to pause. Wu Ziyuan, noticing, tactfully suggested, "Lin, do you have something to attend to? If so, feel free to go ahead. I can handle bringing this demon back to the cell by myself." "All right, thank you, Brother Wu." Lin Yun responded without hesitation. The prison master's grimoire had lost 2 more criminal entries, likely eliminated, indicating 2 additional opportunities for drawing rewards. "Aha, no problem. Take care, Lin." Wu Ziyuan feigned a smile and waved goodbye, yet a glimmer of malice flickered in his eyes. The moment Lin Yun departed, Wu Ziyuan's smile vanished instantly. He kicked Cold Song and demanded, "Who is that brat? How did he catch the eye of the Abilities Guard Bureau?" Cold Song coughed up blood, replying, "Young master, he seems to have some secrets." Wu Ziyuan's gaze sharpened, assessing Cold Song, a lowborn yet promising young talent, a mid-tier ability user. Humph. There must be a significant secret behind him. Find out everything about him. Master, perhaps. Cold Song's eyes glimmered with a ruthless intent, about to propose taking action. "Do not act rashly. If you jeopardize my plans, can you bear the consequences?" Wu Ziyuan interrupted. Cold Song nodded submissively, ultimately dragged back to the cell like a stray dog. Meanwhile, Lin Yun returned to his residence, eager to access the system interface and discover his latest gains. A level 5 Raging Windblade, level 6 ability Disguise Technique. These seemed rather inconsequential. Lin Yun grimaced. But when he noticed the massive amount of experience points, his eyes lit up. Wow, over 200,000 experience points? It's time for an upgrade. An uncontrollable excitement surged within him as Lin Yun assumed a meditative posture and began his ascension. Grant me advancement. To become an ultimate ability user. Max out the experience points. As 200,000 experience points surged into him, a mysterious force flooded his body like a torrent. The 9 ability vortices within him merged into one, compressing and refining. Lin Yun was nearly overwhelmed by the terrifying energy fluctuations. Boom. A tremendous sound erupted in his mind as a droplet of liquid ability formed within him. He felt as though his body and soul were being purified entirely. Power erupting like a volcano. Ha ha ha. Is this the power of an ultimate ability user? It's incredible. The energy around him transformed into visible streams of light, rushing into his being as he greedily absorbed the power like a sponge. At this moment, Lin Yun was unaware that his ascension was creating a tremendous uproar outside. In a brightly lit room, Han Fei, the chief of the Abilities Guard Bureau, was poring over the detailed anatomy of monsters, occasionally jotting down notes. His sinister smile sending chills down one's spine. Suddenly, a strange wind whipped outside, extinguishing the whale oil lamp. Han Fei flicked his fingers, and ability shot forth, reigniting the extinguished candle. However, his brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. This candle was crafted from deep-sea whale oil, impervious to ordinary winds unless it was a powerful gale imbued with liquid abilities. But how could such a strong wind arise in this small courtyard? Han Fei set down his book and approached the window to peer outside. His eyes widened in disbelief. A colossal white vortex had appeared in the sky, seemingly capable of obscuring the entire heavens, while energy rushed into the vortex like a deluge. Ultimately, it formed a massive beam of light, pointing directly towards the ability prison of Shanghai City. What is happening? Is a super ability user about to ascend? Han Fei exclaimed in surprise. No, wait. Even if ascending to an ultimate ability user, such an exaggerated phenomenon shouldn't occur, right? This vortex appears larger than a small tornado. As this realization struck him, Han Fei was left shaken. Could such an extraordinary individual have emerged? When he ascended to become an ultimate ability user, the commotion had been far less pronounced. The current ability vortex was at least 10 times larger than his. This disturbance, it must be visible to half the city. Han Fei swallowed hard, pondering to himself, who could this remarkable figure be, ascending in such a wretched place as the ability prison? Aren't they afraid of being influenced by the foul atmosphere? Just as he was engulfed in confusion, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A torrent of black smoke suddenly erupted from deep within the ability prison, roaring like a rampaging dragon, soaring into the clouds. Monsters? Han Fei's expression shifted dramatically. No, the malice contained within the ability prison had been disturbed. As the chief of the Abilities Guard Bureau, he was acutely aware of how many heinous criminals lay suppressed beneath the prison. If this malice were to spill over, the consequences would be dire. He needed to act swiftly to contain it. Just as Han Fei prepared to intervene, an ear-splitting sound of a blade echoed, reverberating painfully in his eardrums. Clang! An ability blade aura surged upward from deep within the prison, as if it sought to cleave through the clouds, instantly shattering the rolling black smoke. Following this, a massive black blade, transformed from liquid abilities, gradually came into Han Fei's view. The blade exuded an unsettling aura of malice, sending shivers down his spine. It was terrifying beyond measure. Chapter 23. The Ultimate Abilities User. What is happening? Han Fei stared in astonishment, utterly bewildered by the terrifying manifestation of the demonic blade before him. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be him? 2 centuries prior, a formidable figure within the Abilities Guardian Bureau, classified as a 9th-tier Ultimate Abilities user, sought to transcend the void. He retreated to the lower levels of the Abilities prison to cultivate, and his renowned ability was the Slaughter Azura Blade. It must be him. Who else could command such formidable malevolence within the Abilities prison and conjure such a horrifying demonic blade? The more Han Fei pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Although that individual had entered a closed-door cultivation, who could assert that such isolation would guarantee death? Perhaps he was alive and well, having gained profound insights over the past 200 years, achieving transcendence into the void. Aha! Fortune favors me. Han Fei could not help but laugh heartily. The Abilities Guardian Bureau was poised for resurgence. That day, the vortex of abilities and the manifestation of the demonic blade above the Abilities prison stirred the entire Starsea City. The Special Abilities Bureau, the Abilities Security Bureau, and the Astral Phenomena Prediction Institute, these 3 major organizations were all alerted, countless eyes fixated on the Abilities prison. However, when the 3 factions dispatched personnel to investigate, they were directly intercepted by Han Fei, the commander of the Abilities Guardian Bureau. Step aside. Do not disturb the ascension of our esteemed predecessors within the Abilities Guardian Bureau. If you wish to enter the prison, wait 3 days. Han Fei's commanding shout left everyone dumbfounded. Who could have anticipated that the Abilities Guardian Bureau, regarded as the least significant abilities organization in Starsea City, harbored such a formidable presence. Huff. Lin Yun exhaled a breath of turbid air, awakening from his meditation. Upon opening his eyes, he perceived the world anew. The once dim prison cell now radiated with the brightness of day. His gaze swept across the room, able to distinguish even the fine hairs of insects 10 meters away. Not only that, but the myriad scents in the air, blood, fury, eeriness, resentment, flowed gently within his perception, as if the secrets of this world had been unveiled. Looking at himself, Lin Yun was taken aback. His skin was as smooth and exquisite as jade, yet astonishingly resilient. His arms brimmed with explosive power, and a gentle squeeze produced the sound of air bursting. His entire being was infused with liquid abilities, akin to a fully charged battery. These abilities formed a vortex within him, continuously absorbing external energy and fortifying his body. This power, in both intensity and quantity, far surpassed that of a 9th-tier super abilities user. Lin Yun silently marveled. He even sensed that the abilities at the center of the vortex seemed to be solidifying. Was the gap between super abilities users and ultimate abilities users truly so vast? After contemplating for a moment, he realized this might be related to his own circumstances. Having practiced over 100 abilities techniques, his foundation was significantly stronger than that of an ordinary person. Thus, upon advancing to an ultimate abilities user, the benefits he reaped were 100-fold compared to those of an average individual. My cultivation foundation is 100 times that of an ordinary person. So the advantages I gain from transitioning from a super abilities user to an ultimate abilities user must also be 100 times greater. His mind delved into the Demon Lord's grimoire within his consciousness, and his previously settled emotions surged with excitement once more. Demon Lord, Lin Yun Power, First Stage Ultimate Abilities User, 0300,000, Abilities Techniques, Blazing Flame Body, Level 3, 7th Layer, 747100000. Elementary Slaughter Azura Blade, Level 4, Return to Simplicity, 271402. Blazing Flame Body has surprisingly advanced to the 7th layer. When did that happen? Furthermore, the Elementary Slaughter Azura Blade has reached the 5th realm of Return to Simplicity, with over 200,000 experience points. What is going on? What a strange occurrence. Lin Yun quickly recalled his advancement process. The upgrade of Blazing Flame Body was understandable. It absorbed a substantial amount of abilities, was cleansed by them, and thus transformed. Propelling Blazing Flame Body to the 7th layer was not surprising. However, what was the reason behind Elementary Slaughter Azura Blade? After intense recollection, he finally remembered. It seemed that upon his ascension to Ultimate Abilities User, he triggered the accumulated malevolence within the abilities prison. This malevolence was precisely what the Slaughter Azura Blade craved. Generally difficult to absorb, he was in a state of divine clarity during his advancement to Ultimate Abilities User. Under the guidance of abilities, Elementary Slaughter Azura Blade seized the opportunity to voraciously consume the malevolence, elevating its proficiency directly to the 5th realm. How much malevolence did this abilities technique consume to yield over 200,000 experience points? The exchange was truly immense. No wonder the room felt so much brighter upon awakening. It was not that his vision had improved, but rather that the malevolence within the abilities prison had been thoroughly depleted. It turns out that when abilities techniques reach the state of return to simplicity, their proficiency can continue to grow indefinitely. Even within abilities techniques, there exists a spectrum of strength. The disparity between 0 experience and over 200,000 experience in the state of return to simplicity is not trivial. Lin Yun was now particularly curious about how powerful the proficiency of Slaughter Azura Blade with over 200,000 experience points truly was. He grasped the police blade, assuming a preparatory stance. The moment the blade was drawn a mere inch from its sheath, an overwhelming malevolence and killing intent erupted instantaneously. The temperature in the entire room plummeted, and frost quickly covered the ground and walls. Previously, when Lin Yun executed this technique, the malevolence he summoned flowed like a gentle stream. However, now, even before the blade's momentum fully manifested, the summoned malevolence surged forth like an unfathomable ocean, fierce and unparalleled. Lin Yun tightened his grip on the blade. Although he had yet to engage in combat with an ultimate abilities user master with this strike, they would likely have to concede defeat. As the blade was unleashed, the heavens and earth shifted in hue, life itself extinguished. This was the might of the Slaughter Azura Blade. Now, to test how the 7th layer of Blazing Flame Body is transformed, Lin Yun's abilities surged wildly within him. Boom. In the next moment, it erupted like a volcano, and the violent power instantaneously engulfed his entire being. What a domineering force of flame! Lin Yun couldn't help but exclaim, feeling as if his blood was boiling, with powerful abilities erupting from within, illuminating the entire room in crimson. The previously eerie atmosphere in the room vanished without a trace under the onslaught of this energy, as if ice and snow had met the blazing sun. Complex flame patterns began to emerge on the surface of his skin, these patterns seemingly alive, dancing upon him and exuding an unsettling heat. It feels as though I am on the verge of being consumed by flames. Lin Yun suddenly felt his body swelling, startling him into promptly halting the technique. This blazing flame body was indeed formidable. Even at the 7th layer, it was so powerful. If it were to reach the 9th layer, would he truly transform into a deity of flames? Lin Yun pondered, as it was said that the deity of flames possessed the power to annihilate worlds. If he could wield such power, how could conquering this realm of abilities be a challenge? Chapter 24. The True Assessment at Long Last. He had ascended to the rank of an extreme ability user. No longer would Lin Yun have to tread cautiously as he had in the past. Filled with exhilaration, he laughed heartily, feeling an invigorating surge of power coursing through him. In high spirits, he hummed a tune and tidied his attire before stepping out. Upon reaching the northern district of the 2nd floor, he was astonished to find the usually somber prison bustling with life. The guards radiating joy as if it were a festive occasion. Curious, Lin Yun inquired with old Zhao about the commotion. Old Zhao, grinning widely, exclaimed, "Ah Lin, we welcomed a significant figure into our ranks, who remains unaware of the prowess of our ability prison now." Lin Yun was taken aback. Could old Zhao be referring to him? In cell number 3 of the northern district, the normally meditative Lung Song was now kneeling on one knee. Before him stood a seemingly ordinary man whose piercing gaze conveyed an extraordinary intensity. With a subtle smile playing on his lips, he emanated an aura of profound enigma. "Young master, do you mean to say that a master of blade techniques has emerged within the ability prison of Shanghai City? And his prowess is truly formidable?" Lung Song spoke with disbelief. Wu Ziyuan's expression was equally grave as he softly replied, "Indeed, this is a master, but he is certainly not from Shanghai City. Consider the number of blade experts imprisoned here, such as the traitor from the Earth Fiend sect 40 years ago, the one-eyed Skyblade from 70 years past, and the being from the Beast Forest a century ago, each one a 9th-tier extreme ability user. It's possible that one of them has advanced. If it were one of them, the aftermath would surely unleash a storm of chaos. The entire ability prison would be turned upside down." A flicker of excitement passed through Lung Song's eyes. "This could present us with an opportunity." Wu Ziyuan shook his head, his tone serious. "I only hope he does not complicate our plans. I have been undercover for 5 years, and I cannot afford any mistakes now that I see a glimmer of hope." With that, a fierce determination flashed in his eyes as he clenched his fists, emanating a powerful wave of ability that belied his mid-tier status. 5 years. 5 years. If I fail, when will I have another chance? Wu Ziyuan gritted his teeth, his gaze filled with malice. The young master is a genius among geniuses. This mission to rescue Princeton will certainly succeed. Long Song promptly lowered his head, responding respectfully. "Once Princeton regains his freedom, our faction will reclaim control over the power of the Dust Law sect and dominate the realm." Wu Ziyuan regarded Lang Song with a softened demeanor. "You have all worked hard over the years. We are willing to risk everything to rescue Princeton." Lung Song affirmed resolutely. Wu Ziyuan said no more, offering a few final instructions before departing. Lung Song returned to the luminous beam, closing his eyes as if nothing had transpired. Recently, a mysterious rumor had spread throughout the ability prison, wafting through Shanghai City like a breeze, only to gradually subside after 3 days. Lin Yun was taken aback when he learned from others' casual conversations that the news of his ascension to an extreme ability user had stirred quite a commotion. Goodness, had he caused such a disturbance throughout Shanghai City? Multiple organizations were alerted, and even the mayor had dispatched people to inquire about the news. Was it really such a momentous occasion to have advanced to an extreme ability user? Lin Yun mused. Little did he realize that his promotion had garnered more attention than those who had merely broken through to the void. He remained unaware that beyond the extreme ability user tier lay the realm of the void. According to his current level, he needed to cultivate to the 9th stage of the extreme ability user rank for the system to reveal the next tier. After all, Lin Yun had relied solely on his own efforts for advancement, never seeking counsel from others. Even upon reaching the extreme ability user status, he did not allow arrogance to take hold. He resolved to maintain a low profile within the ability prison, refraining from action unless he was certain of success. After his ascension, the experience points required for each subsequent tier surged dramatically, increasing by tens of thousands. The rapid pace of his earlier progress had abruptly slowed. Transitioning from the 1st to the 2nd tier of the extreme ability user rank would take a month at his current daily experience gain. This pace was excruciatingly slow. If others were to overhear his lamentations, they would surely scold him for his lack of gratitude. Yet Lin Yun genuinely found the progress intolerably sluggish. This was only the beginning. After moving from first to second tier, there remained the transitions from second to third, third to fourth, and so forth, all the way to the ninth tier. Would this not require years to accomplish? No, this rate of cultivation was an impediment. He must devise a means to hasten his progress. When would he finally be able to oversee the entire second floor of the prison? Lin Yun eagerly anticipated the day when the personnel from the Ability Guard Bureau would approach him, exclaiming, "Congratulations! You are now officially a member of the Ability Guard Bureau. From now on, you may roam freely throughout the first and second floors of the Ability Prison." At long last, in the midst of his fervent anticipation, members of the Ability Guard Bureau arrived. Regrettably, this guard was not there to inform him of his employment, but for another matter entirely. Second tier, mid-level ability user now. Impressive, the guard remarked, astonished. When I return, I shall inform Major Chin of your commendable talent. It was the same guard who had escorted him previously, and he regarded Lin Yun with wide-eyed amazement. Just a few days ago during training, I felt an unusual surge of energy within me, as if something had penetrated. And before I knew it, I had ascended. Lin Yun scratched his head, feigning ignorance. The guard wore an understanding expression, his astonishment giving way to envy. You, my friend, are quite fortunate to have stumbled upon such advantages. Though the guard spoke half in jest, Lin Yun comprehended that he was likely attributing his ascension to the recent rumors surrounding the mysterious figure in the prison. This was precisely the effect he desired. Otherwise, he would not have deliberately revealed his apparent status as a second-tier mid-level ability user. Lin Yun had formulated a plan in his mind, intending to showcase a glimpse of his prowess to expedite his induction into the Ability Guard Bureau. However, do not grow too complacent should you pass this month's assessment. Only then will your entry into the Ability Guard Bureau be assured, the guard cautioned. Assessment? What assessment? I have been here in the Northern District for quite some time. Does that not count as an evaluation? Lin Yun was momentarily taken aback. The guard explained, recently, the Ability Guard Bureau has been verifying your background. Only those whose ancestry is unblemished for 5 generations may progress to the next step. Lin Yun then realized that the Ability Guard Bureau had scrutinized his lineage thoroughly during this time. Fortunately, his background was impeccable. He was a model citizen. The next month will be the true assessment. Do you think anyone can just waltz into the Ability Guard Bureau? The guard added with a hint of pride, casting a glance at Lin Yun before saying, "Follow me." Confused, Lin Yun had no choice but to obediently trail behind the guard. The guard maintained a quiet demeanor, leading Lin Yun directly to the 3rd floor of the Ability Prison. Lin Yun was taken aback to discover that the assessment location was here. The 3rd floor of the Ability Prison was far brighter than the 2nd, teeming with more people. Everywhere he looked, there were inscribed seals and symbols shimmering on the ground. Walls and ceiling exuding a formidable power that created a palpable pressure. The cells on the 3rd floor were sealed, obscuring the contents within. Lin Yun discreetly amplified his hearing with his abilities and occasionally caught the sounds of beast-like roars emanating from the neighboring cells, sending chills down his spine. From that day forward, the Bureau of Superhuman Defense dispatched personnel every other day to escort Lin Yun to the prison's 3rd tier to fortify his mettle. In truth, he encountered a plethora of bizarre individuals. Swine demon mutants, canine demon mutants, feline demon mutants, legomorph demon mutants, and bovine demon mutants. A veritable menagerie of grotesque forms. The majority were fledgling intermediate-level mutants, but a few could articulate human speech, which was quite astonishing. These demonic felons afforded Lin Yun the opportunity to record them all within the pages of the infernal codex of the Warden. One day, a custodian from the Bureau of Superhuman Defense arrived. Today's task is rather extraordinary. You must brace yourself. The custodian deliberately piqued Lin Yun's curiosity. Could it be? Could it be that today I shall be introduced to a humanoid demon of the ultimate mutant caliber? A thrilling prospect. Upon hearing that the mission was out of the ordinary, Lin Yun's eyes sparkled with burgeoning excitement. However, Lin Yun's anticipation was dashed. What were ultimate mutants? They were humanoid demons. Such beings were not to be encountered by mere mortals like himself. At best, he might encounter advanced-level mutants. Today's subject was a macaque mutant, notorious for lurking in the mountains, fracturing the skulls of hapless passers-by to savor a morsel of their brains. Allegedly, this simian fiend had claimed over 100 lives. As Lin Yun entered the dissection chamber within the mutant prison, he was nearly overwhelmed by the ghastly spectacle. A monkey was strapped to the operating table. Its chest cavity cleaved open, with entrails and organs strewn about, a truly macabre sight. A gaunt, elongated figure with fingers resembling avian talons stood in the room. The prison guard. obsequiously addressed the figure. Dr. Zhong, the new recruit has arrived. This is the new one. The old man cast a cursory glance at Lin Yun without raising his eyelids. Yes. Silence him, lest he disrupt my work. If he feels nauseous, he may evacuate the premises. The old man waved his hand impatiently. The guard recoiled, then whispered to Lin Yun, "This is Dr. Zhong from our dissection department, a preeminent expert in mutant biology. Today, you will assist Dr. Zhong. Pay close attention." Upon hearing this, Lin Yun unleashed a wisp of his power to assess the old man's level. To his surprise, the doctor who specialized in dissecting demonic mutants was an advanced-level mutant himself. Surveying the surroundings, Lin Yun noted that Dr. Zhong's workbench was laden with various implements. The mutant prison's dissection chamber was dedicated to processing and dissecting demons, extracting valuable materials. Some demons possessed unique talents, such as feigning death, necessitating the thorough examination of the dissection chamber's experts. Dr. Zhong's movements were swift and precise as he promptly unboxed and inspected the macaque demon. Lin Yun, suppressing his discomfort, handed Dr. Zhong tools and containers as requested, while also employing his power to maintain the macaque demon's vital signs, ensuring Dr. Zhong could perform a flawless dissection. Every aspect of a demon mutant was precious. Dissection while the subject was alive ensured the vitality of organs and pelts. The scalpel from the second box on the third tier of the silver toolbox. Dr. Zhong barked. Lin Yun swiftly located the scalpel amidst the array of tools and presented it to Dr. Zhong, inwardly praising the experienced veteran's familiarity with his instruments. Over the ensuing hours, Lin Yun witnessed the macaque demon's transformation from initial resistance to agonizing screams, culminating in a silent, despairing stillness, a process that sent shivers down Lin Yun's spine and bathed him in cold sweat. Given the demonic mutant's thick hides, ordinary tools proved inadequate. Only the mutant prison's specialized dissection tools could facilitate easy dissection. Lin Yun, feigning the appearance of an intermediate-level mutant at the second tier, appeared breathless and fatigued. After completing the dissection, Dr. Zhong reclined on a nearby stool, sipped water, and eyed him with a smile. "Not bad, lad. Far superior to the previous ones. Interested in transferring here to assist me full-time?" Lin Yun mused inwardly. "I, an ultimate mutant, am already deigning to assist you, an act of considerable deference. You dare to aspire to my long-term service? Unthinkable." Outwardly, however, he feigned an expression of delighted surprise. Dr. Zhong nodded approvingly. The lad was promising. Subsequently, he summoned personnel to clear the aftermath, while he leisurely departed. The macaque demon mutant was thoroughly processed, with even its intestines dissected and stored in a refrigerated container. Lin Yun couldn't help but marvel at Dr. Zhong's talent for dissection. Upon the macaque mutant's demise, its entry in the infernal codex of the warden vanished, replaced by a notification of 2 lottery opportunities. 2. Lin Yun pondered whether this constituted indirect manslaughter. Most likely. However, he refrained from immediately initiating the lottery, opting to bid farewell to the escorting guard. The guard informed him that Dr. Zhong was pleased with his performance and had awarded him an A grade. Lin Yun learned that joining the Bureau of Superhuman Defense entailed assessments and evaluations. Upon returning to his quarters, Lin Yun eagerly unfurled the infernal codex of the warden. This marked his first instance of eliminating a demonic mutant. He wondered what treasures awaited him. Initiate lottery? Yes. A flash of golden light materialized several orbs of light within Lin Yun's mind. He selected the largest one, and suddenly, a deluge of memories inundated his consciousness. The scene shifted to a sleek macaque perched atop a mountain, its eyes darting about with cunning. This monkey eschewed peaches, preferring brains. Initially, it preyed on small birds, cracking their skulls for a taste. As it grew larger, its audacity expanded, and hares and deer fell victim to its predations. Eventually, even wolves and leopards proved insufficient to satiate its appetite, and it began to target humans. The simian fiend's consumption of human brains stimulated its intellect, rendering it exceptionally formidable and awakening a unique talent, the ability to psychically penetrate the minds of others. In its eyes, the brains of humans and beasts differed. The brains of beasts were dark and pungent, while the brains of ordinary humans were white and akin to tofu, with a passable flavor. The most delectable were those of mutants, which manifested in various hues of red, yellow, and purple. To the macaque mutant, consuming these brains was akin to imbibing celestial dew, vanishing in mere moments, leaving it yearning for more. Chapter 26. Faking Death? As the scene faded, Lin Yun abruptly opened his eyes, his mouth still lingering with an unpleasant aftertaste. In the next moment, he nearly expelled his bile. What on earth was that? Truly revolting. Lin Yun wiped his mouth, a look of disdain crossing his face. He glanced down at his acquired rewards, momentarily taken aback. Ability: X-ray vision, level 7, proficiency, first layer 44-100. What is this situation? He had actually drawn a special talent ability from that deranged monkey-like ability user's prize pool, and it was a talent ability that enhanced vision. Although it was merely a level 7 ability, it was still a gifted power. This was divine providence. Lin Yun understood that many formidable abilities evolved from such innate powers. The level 3 ability he was currently practicing, Flame Incineration, was adapted from the talent ability of the Fire God. However, this proficiency was far too low. Only at the first layer, with just one skill. Wait, was it a skill to see through skulls? Why would I want to see into someone's brain like that peculiar monkey? Lin Yun was at a loss for words. This was his first talent ability. He decided to invest all his accumulated experience points into it to see what would change. Boom. Lin Yun felt as if a refreshing spring had been poured into his eyes. This cool sensation grew increasingly comfortable as the experience points for the X-ray ability increased. Countless bizarre lights and shadows flickered before him, various insights flooding into his mind. When he opened his eyes again, a peculiar golden light seemed to shimmer within them, deep and mysterious. First layer, seeing the mind, he could see the quality of the brain at a glance. Second layer, reading thoughts. The inner workings of the heart appeared transparent to him. Third layer, perceiving the soul, the duration of life was clear in his sight. Fourth layer, foreseeing fate. Whether destined for greatness or mediocrity, he could discern at a glance. Fifth layer, sensing fortune, whether love was blossoming or troublesome affections were rampant, he was fully aware. Lost in thought, Lin Yun suddenly halted. Upgrading to the 6th layer required a staggering 1 million experience points. Was this not a scam? The total experience points from all his abilities combined did not even amount to that. 20,000 experience points for the 5th layer? This level 7 talent ability was insatiable. Just as Lin Yun was about to grumble, his eyes widened in astonishment. There was a change. Level 7 had transformed into level 2. The glaring level 7 behind the X-ray ability had now morphed into an even more radiant level 2. By some stroke of luck, he had acquired a level 2 talent ability. It was important to note that the ability he was training, Flame Incineration, was only at level 3. A level 2 ability was incredibly potent. He needed to find someone to test it out. Fueled by enthusiasm, Lin Yun rushed to the northern area of the 2nd layer of the prison, only to discover that the guard's break room was completely empty. Where on earth had everyone gone? He couldn't be bothered to search. He headed straight for the cells. After all, prisoners were still human and could serve as worthy subjects for experimentation. Arriving at cell No. 1 in the northern area, he peered through the iron bars and saw the red-haired criminal sitting there like a wooden doll, his gaze vacant and rather frightening. Time to inspect this fiend's brain. Lin Yun wasted no words and activated his X-ray ability. Immediately, a layer of yellow light erupted from the bald head of the red-haired man. A yellowish head, interesting. Generally, a person's head appears grayish, with deeper colors indicating greater intelligence. This red-haired individual had indeed cultivated to the rank of a level 9 super ability user. He was not to be underestimated. Next, let us examine his heart. The red-haired man's chest became visibly transparent, revealing a still-beating heart. It was even more powerful than an X-ray in a hospital. This heart was oddly shaped, resembling an old tree root. Of course, this was not a real heart, but rather a manifestation of the fiend's character as interpreted by the X-ray ability. If one were to extract the red-haired man's actual heart, it would bear no significant difference from that of a normal person. What about the soul? He should easily last a few more decades. Lin Yun pondered thoughtfully. Despite the red-haired fiend appearing somewhat aged as a level 9 super ability user, his vitality remained extraordinarily strong. However, if he continued to be confined within the ability prison, enduring the high-level treatment of every other day, his lifespan would undoubtedly be cast into doubt. Now let us take a look at his fate. Fate determines the course of one's life. Some are born with a silver spoon, while others live in abject poverty. Some are destined to die alone, while others are born at the pinnacle of life. Though predetermined, one can still alter their fate through effort. Lin Yun cast a glance at the red-haired man. His fate was unremarkable but valuable, fitting for a level 9 super ability user. Finally, let us examine your fortune. The fortune of an ordinary person resembles a common air current. The most prevalent is white, with red indicating wealth, blue signifying power, and the regal gold or purple representing the utmost supremacy. If one's fortune is strong enough, these currents can take on various shapes. The red-haired man's fortune manifested as a red fire serpent, fierce and fearsome. Yet at this moment, It was bound tightly by chains, immobile. Above the chains hung blades, perfectly illustrating his current plight of being imprisoned, unable to escape, and facing imminent execution. After this thorough examination, Lin Yun had scrutinized the red-haired criminal inside and out. His understanding of the X-ray ability had risen to new heights. He then shifted his gaze towards the second cell in the northern area, where the leader of the Dust Law sect was held, and the third cell where the cold and sinister Song resided. Lin Yun nearly retched on the spot. The heart of this cold and ancient sorcerer was unlike anything human. Dark and grotesque, resembling a rotten beehive, it oozed green liquid, with a mass of maggots writhing within. "Young friend, come play." The cold sorcerer grinned at Lin Yun, causing him to feel nauseous, nearly expelling his previous meal. Play? Not a chance. Lin Yun fought against his disgust and turned to leave. Upon reaching cell number 4 in the northern area, Lin Yun discovered Old Ma, another guard, and several members of the Ability Guard Bureau present. He recalled that the notorious Luo Jinhong of the Ghost Path Spirit Theft Society was held in cell number 4. Had something happened? Lin Yun approached with curiosity. Old Ma quietly whispered to Lin Yun, "It seems the leader is on the brink of collapse. So the Ability Guard Bureau has come to check." Lin Yun glanced into the cell and saw 2 members of the Ability Guard Bureau inspecting Luo Jinhong. His energy was depleted, and his body showed signs of decay. He wouldn't last much longer. One of the guards concluded their assessment and informed Old Ma and the others that they should keep a close watch on him in the coming days, reporting immediately upon his death. Understood. Old Ma nodded in agreement. Once the guards departed, Lin Yun immediately activated his X-ray ability to scan the cell, resulting in a shocking revelation. Though Luo Jinhong appeared on the verge of death, the fire of his soul burned fiercely, showing no signs of fading. Lin Yun narrowed his eyes, realizing that this old fox possessed a soul power stronger than that of all the others combined. He was evidently prepared. The members of the Ability Guard Bureau were surely unaware of this. This cunning old man must have been scheming something significant, perhaps planning to feign death and escape. However, as criminals sought chaos, the more Lin Yun eliminated them, the greater his chances of obtaining rewards. "Old Ma, let us leave. We can report once he is dead. No need to keep watching." Lin Yun called to Old Ma, secretly pleased within. As soon as that old demon makes a move, it will be Lin Yun's moment to act. At that time, eliminating him would grant another chance at the lottery. With a smile, the old horse led Lin Yun outside. Lin Yun discreetly utilized his clairvoyance to scan the old horse. To his surprise, the old horse actually had an opportunity for advancement. Glancing nearby, he noticed a prison guard named Hong Jinyu, and Lin Yun was instantly taken aback. This fellow's brow was darkened, suggesting that he was about to encounter significant troubles. Hong Jinyu was an honest man on the second floor of the prison, diligent and uncomplaining. His potential for supernatural abilities was mediocre. How could he find himself in such a predicament? At 31 years of age, Hong Jinyu was a novice-level superhuman of the 9th tier, with the potential to ascend to intermediate status. Lin Yun contemplated the necessity of warning him, but as he could not find a suitable opportunity, he decided to keep this matter in mind and observe as he walked. Chapter 27. Ethereal sound. After Lin Yun continuously employed his clairvoyance ability, he felt as though his eyes were being pierced by needles, causing tears to flow incessantly. His head throbbed with a buzzing sensation, and he felt utterly drained, as if his bones were on the verge of disintegrating. This ability truly took a toll on him. Lin Yun inwardly lamented. As an extreme ability user, he found it astonishing that using a mere secondary ability could be so taxing. "Lin Yun, why does your face look so pale? Perhaps you should take the day off and rest," Old Ma suggested with concern upon seeing his appearance. Before Lin Yun could respond, a familiar, irritating voice echoed from the doorway. "Oh, who looks so dreadful? Why not join me for a relaxing foot massage at Tianxiang? I guarantee you'll feel revitalized by morning." Without a doubt, that annoying tone belonged to none other than Wu Ziyuan. "You brat. You'll end up perishing at the hands of women one day." Old Ma chided with a chuckle. "Haha, Old Ma, you're just jealous. I could continue this reckless behavior for another 10 or 20 years without a problem." Wu Ziyuan laughed heartily, clearly unfazed by Old Ma's words. "You little rascal." Lin Yun listened to their banter, his gaze fixating on Wu Ziyuan as he entered. Driven by curiosity, he once again activated his clairvoyance. To his shock, he inhaled sharply upon seeing a black serpentine creature coiling above Wu Ziyuan's head, its crimson eyes and gaping maw appearing capable of devouring anything in its path, a truly terrifying sight. His a creature of fortune in the form of a black serpent. Wu Ziyuan is, in fact, a scion of the dark arts. Lin Yun felt as if he had been struck by a colossal wave of astonishment. He had sensed that Wu Ziyuan was extraordinary, But he had not anticipated such a remarkable background. A dark arts scion. Why would he abandon his own realm to come to this superhuman prison's second level? Lin Yun was filled with questions, but his intuition told him that this matter was far from simple. Nevertheless, he thought, perhaps it could turn out to be as advantageous as the previous incident with Long Song, allowing me to draw another significant benefit. Lin Yun smiled, deciding to place Wu Ziyuan on his list of subjects to monitor closely. This clairvoyance ability was truly remarkable. After only a few uses, he had uncovered so many secrets. If he were to set up a fortune-telling stall beneath the overpass, it wouldn't be long before he became a renowned diviner in Shanghai City. Haha. Days passed in this manner. Lin Yun continued to be escorted by the guards of the Ability Enforcement Bureau to the third level every other day, interacting with various demon and superhuman entities or assisting with various tasks. During this period, he learned two new innate abilities. The first, named Scale Armor, was acquired from a mutated pangolin. Upon activation, this ability caused a hard, keratinous layer resembling pangolin scales to emerge on Lin Yun's skin, significantly enhancing his defensive capabilities. However, the downside was that it rendered his appearance exceedingly bizarre, neither human nor demon, prompting Lin Yun to reluctantly abandon it after elevating it to level 5. The second ability was far more intriguing and was called Ethereal Sound, a 7th-level ability obtained from a mutated rabbit. This rabbit had not committed any grave evil during its life. It merely harbored a penchant for eavesdropping on other secrets, ultimately being captured for overhearing critical government information. The Ethereal Sound ability enabled Lin Yun to hear distant sounds, enhancing his perception of the surrounding environment. Each time he assisted in dissecting a demon or superhuman, he received 2 chances for a lottery draw, typically yielding either ability techniques or experience points. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that, despite their generally mediocre strength, these demon and superhuman entities possessed an abundance of experience points. Coupled with his regular accumulation, Lin Yun successfully advanced to the second tier of extreme ability users. At this moment, Lin Yun reclined on his bed, his eyelids lazily drooping as he absent-mindedly tapped his fingers on his knee, while his ears remained sharply attuned like radar. He utilized his ethereal sound ability to eavesdrop on the sounds around him. Ever since acquiring this ability, he had made it a nightly ritual before sleep, akin to retired individuals listening to the radio, adding a touch of amusement to his otherwise mundane routine. Indeed, tonight's special program was about to commence. Lin Yun could hear the rustling of leaves in the wind several miles away, as if he possessed a pair of magical ears. Initially, when he began using this ability, it had been a chaotic cacophony, various sounds clashing in his mind like a boiling pot, nearly driving him to madness. Fortunately, endowed with exceptional talent, Lin Yun had honed this ability through countless trials and practice, reaching a level of mastery where he could selectively listen to what he desired while filtering out unwanted noise. The sounds of snoring and coughing from the first level of the superhuman prison blended together like a symphony. Meanwhile, mice and cockroaches scurried about in the prison's sewers, searching for food. "Ah, officer, please stop hitting me. I swear I know nothing. Are you not full? Put in some more effort. Ha." Of course, the most captivating sounds came from the interrogation room, where cries of agony and pleas for mercy echoed, and Lin Yun listened with rapt attention. However, these sounds had become commonplace for him. With a gentle wave of his hand, akin to switching television channels, those undesirable noises vanished without a trace. The first channel he tuned into was the 4th cell in the Northern District, where Luo Jinhong resided. In the image, Luo Jinhong had 8 glimmering soul-locking nails embedded in his head, his aura so faint it was nearly imperceptible, appearing on the brink of death. Lin Yun listened for a moment, mentally noting, January 10th, Luo Jinhong remained in his cell, no abnormalities detected. Next, he shifted his focus to Wu Ziyuan. Strangely, Wu Ziyuan's room was eerily quiet, with the bedding meticulously arranged, as if no one had slept there for days. Where could that rascal have gone? In recent nights, Lin Yun had frequently eavesdropped, finding Wu Ziyuan absent 8 out of 10 times, despite having witnessed him yawning and returning to his room just days prior. January 10th. Once again, Wu Ziyuan was not in his room, which struck Lin Yun as peculiar. How strange, he muttered as he adjusted the channel. This time, his attention turned to Officer Hong Jinyu, whom Lin Yun had noticed previously, sensing ominous foreboding surrounding him. Indeed, Hong Jinyu was diligent, exercising in his room late at night, shirtless, grinding his body against a glowing red grinding wheel, seemingly engaged in a form of ability technique training. The grinding wheel emitted a grating sound against him. Yet he did not flinch. Lin Yun couldn't help but silently commend. Impressive, truly ruthless. After listening for a while, finding it rather uninteresting, Lin Yun decided to expand his eavesdropping range. After listening to several key targets, he began to probe the sounds from other cells, as if tuning a radio. On the third level of the superhuman prison, intermediate superhuman entities were confined. The noises they generated resembled a zoo, with various calls echoing in succession. Even the newly transformed intermediate demon entities produced snores far louder than humans. There was indeed little of interest on the third level, despite having gained intelligence. Those demons remained unchanged in nature, either grinding their teeth or passing gas, creating an unbearable racket. Chapter 28. The Black Dragon. In stark contrast to the clamor of the third floor, the fourth floor exudes a serene stillness. However, an occasional eerie cry reverberates through the air, sending shivers down one's spine. This peculiar sound resembles a cacophony of a cow's moo, intermingled with the roars of lions, tigers, bears, and the howls of wolves. Lin Yun had never encountered such a sound before, nor could he discern its source. Each time the noise echoed, the entire fourth floor seemed to tremble in response. Following the sound, Lin Yun discovered a room with a tightly shut door, adorned with an array of colorful runes that flickered incessantly. It was evident that this was a cell for the most dangerous of criminals. Lin Yun had previously contemplated eavesdropping on the activities within this cell, but each attempt had been thwarted by the rune's protective barrier. Now, having elevated his spiritual sound technique to the fourth level, he decided to make another attempt. With a slight movement of his ears, he began to adjust the frequency of the sound waves. Gradually, Lin Yun astonishingly managed to penetrate the runes and infiltrate the cell. The fourth-level spiritual sound technique was capable of breaching even the soundproofing runes of this extraordinary prison. However, the sounds remained intermittent and unclear. Yet, at last, Lin Yun beheld the true form of the creature. The demon was, in fact, a dragon. Aside from possessing a single horn upon its head and being slightly smaller than the legendary dragons, it was identical to the descriptions found in books. Its body was covered in glossy black scales, its mouth reminiscent of that of a crocodile, and its physique akin to that of a serpent. This demon, an entity of extraordinary abilities, was undeniably a black dragon. Bound tightly by chains of supernatural energy, the black dragon's foreclaws were pierced with several foot-long nails. Above its head loomed a magical formation, periodically unleashing bolts of thunder and fire, clearly indicating the suffering it had endured. Nevertheless, the black dragon still struggled to rise, emitting a mournful yet furious roar that resonated through the chains in formation, causing them to rattle violently. The ground connected to the chains trembled in unison. Lin Yun could not help but marvel. How extraordinary it was that such a creature as a black dragon was imprisoned on the fourth floor of an extraordinary prison. The dragon race was depicted as noble in literature. Even a river dragon was considered a true aristocrat among the demon kind. The Extraordinary Abilities Special Operations Bureau of Shanghai City possessed remarkable audacity, daring to capture a black dragon. Astonishment filled Lin Yun's heart, and he discreetly approached, eager to discern whether the black dragon had any last words to convey. However, before he could catch a few utterances, he sensed the approach of footsteps in the corridor, prompting him to withdraw his spiritual sound technique from the cell. He observed an officer from the Extraordinary Abilities Guard Bureau, a man of imposing appearance and authority, pause deliberately in front of the black dragon's cell, seemingly concocting some nefarious scheme. Intrigued, Lin Yun stealthily followed the officer. The guard made several twists and turns before arriving at another cell, swiftly producing a card key to unlock the door and slipping inside. Lin Yun, emboldened by his daring nature, followed suit. Inside the cell was a distinguished-looking middle-aged man with graying hair, exuding an air of charisma. The guard approached the inmate, producing an exquisite porcelain vial from his pocket, from which he poured a pill the size of a longan, offering it to the criminal. Without a moment's hesitation, the inmate accepted the pill and swallowed it whole. The officer from the guard bureau was conspiring with a fourth-floor felon. Lin Yun's heart sank. This was no trivial matter. A fourth-floor criminal was at least a limit-breaking ability user, and yet this officer dared to collude with such a person. Furthermore, given the manner of delivering the pill, it was evident this was not their first encounter. Was he attempting to assist in an escape? Lin Yun strained to listen, eager to uncover the details of their sinister plot. To his astonishment, the moment the inmate swallowed the pill, both he and the officer vanished without a trace. Lin Yun was momentarily stunned before promptly realizing that they must have deployed a higher-level soundproofing formation, rendering his spiritual sound technique ineffective. Instinctively, he considered amplifying his technique, but then hesitated. Even if he discerned their conversation, what would it matter? Would he report it to the guard bureau? They might turn the tables and question him instead. It was wiser to refrain from unnecessary troubles and retain his experiences to bolster his own strength. If this fourth-floor criminal truly sought escape, Lin Yun was uncertain whether he could preserve his own life with his current capabilities. He withdrew his technique from the cell, but the location of the East District No. 3 cell was firmly etched in his mind. As he paced within the room, his thoughts raced. How could he make a stir regarding this matter? Reflecting on his initial days of languishing on the first floor of the prison, where his meager abilities rendered him invisible to others, he had lived a rather comfortable existence. Now, with greater power came greater awareness, and life had suddenly become intricate. Ugh, is this what they mean by with great power comes great responsibility? Lin Yun scoffed and closed his eyes. To hell with it. When the sky falls, there are tall individuals to bear it. Why should a mere pawn like me fret? The prison of Shanghai City held countless demons and monsters. After centuries, it remained steadfast. If problems arose, they would be resolved. If no significant issues persisted, he would merely seek to benefit from the chaos. Should matters escalate, he would retreat far away. He had no desire to meddle in affairs that did not concern him. With this thought, Lin Yun felt considerably lighter in spirit. Survival was paramount. Why invite trouble? He invisibly tore apart his mental list of concerns. Sleep. Sleep. But first, let me indulge in some gossip about those influential figures. The trivialities of the prison can wait. From that point onward, Lin Yun returned to a life of simplicity and excitement. He worked by day, underwent evaluations on the 3rd floor in the afternoon, and by night, he secretly listened to the secrets of others. However, his eavesdropping targets had shifted to the city's powerful figures. Occasionally, he would venture to the 4th floor to catch a glimpse of the Black Dragon confined in East District No. 1 or to observe the charismatic middle-aged man in cell number 3. Merely observing was enough. Lin Yun was but an ordinary spectator. During his downtime, he would step outside the extraordinary abilities prison to roam the city streets. As a guard, he enjoyed 4 days off each month, free to go wherever he pleased after work. Previously, Lin Yun found entering and exiting cumbersome, having to navigate through numerous security checks. Moreover, he had immersed himself in the task of containing criminals to earn experience, seldom venturing out. It seemed that among the other guards, he was considered an oddity. At 19, an age brimming with vitality, he eschewed nightclubs and bars, displaying no interest in women. Instead, he preferred to linger in the dim corridors of the extraordinary abilities prison. Engaging with a host of criminals, was he not an oddball? Chapter 29. Not the right time, I must transform. I cannot perpetually remain as I am. Lin Yun resolutely decided to gradually alter his image in the eyes of others. He had no desire to return to the first level of the ability prison, where the criminals were akin to crops being harvested, one after another, and the experience points recorded in the warden's grimoire were disappointingly low. Fortunately, the 3rd level was occupied by powerful supernatural beings, providing a steady supply of 20,000 experience points daily. Occasionally, when faced with a criminal facing execution, he could even draw a lottery and earn some extra rewards. All these experience points were dedicated to enhancing his own strength. As for supernatural skills and abilities, he would set those aside for the time being. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yun had ascended 2 levels, now reaching the rank of a 4th-tier extreme supernatural being. The energy vortex within him expanded like a balloon, with the energy at its core nearly coalescing into a tangible form. In the bustling city of Star Sea, on Tianshu Avenue, throngs of people gathered to witness the fireworks, each face aglow with festive joy. Bang! Whoosh! The brilliant fireworks erupted in the night sky, illuminating the heavens as if it were broad daylight. Lin Yun stood amidst the crowd, gazing skyward at the pyrotechnics, his eyes shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. A fair-skinned, lovely girl, her cheeks flushed, approached Lin Yun while holding a lantern, gently tugging at his sleeve. Lin Yun was momentarily taken aback. Looking down, he found himself face to face with a beautiful young woman. They exchanged hushed words for a brief moment, her face growing increasingly crimson, akin to a ripe apple. Finally, she slipped a note into Lin Yun's hand and dashed away, forgetting her lantern in her haste. Peach blossoms in spring, apricot blossoms in rain. Willow catkins drift, swallows return. Lin Yun studied the small script on the note and glanced in the direction where the girl had vanished, but with so many people around, finding her again seemed impossible. He couldn't help but chuckle. This romantic poem deserved to be cherished. Today was the Lantern Festival, and the city was alight with fireworks. Lin Yun had merely intended to join the festivities, not expecting to encounter a girl who would boldly present him with a love poem. Recalling his years of education, he understood its meaning well. The girl had shyly approached him, softly whispering Starsea Park, before handing him the note. Starsea Park was renowned as a sacred rendezvous for couples. Under the moonlight, the surface of the park's lake sparkled, a gathering place for countless romantic young souls confessing their affections. Upon examining the poem on the note, It was evident that it was incomplete. Peach blossoms in spring. Apricot blossoms in rain. Willow catkins drift, swallows return, most yearned for. 3 words were missing, leaving the intent unmistakable, a clear invitation to stroll through the park. This girl was truly intriguing, quite talented. Perhaps she was a young lady of a prominent family. Girls from Starsea City were fearless in love. A quality Lin Yun genuinely admired. He gazed up at the fireworks in the sky, feeling a wave of sentiment. Had he not ventured out for a stroll, such a serendipitous encounter would not have occurred. How many remarkable young women had he missed out on in the past? Indeed, taking a walk had proven to be a wise choice. At 18 or 19, one should relish the joys of youth. With a beautiful maiden inviting him, how could he decline? With his current strength, even if the location posed dangers, he felt emboldened to take the risk. He casually purchased several uniquely designed dolls from a street vendor, holding the lantern gifted by the girl. Lin Yun adjusted his attire and prepared to head straight to Starsea Park. However, just as he summoned a taxi, he suddenly halted in the bustling street. Lin Yun glanced at the lantern and dolls in his hands, ultimately sighing in resignation. This truly was not the right time. Barely finishing his thought, he instructed the driver to head toward the ability prison. Moments ago, the warden's grimoire within his mind had trembled. Upon investigation, Lin Yun's expression changed dramatically. A page concerning Luo Jinhong was in distress. The page belonging to Luo Jinhong flickered erratically, the text becoming blurred. Yet it had not vanished entirely. Furthermore, he had unexpectedly acquired an additional lottery opportunity, an occurrence he had never encountered before. That scoundrel, Luo Jinhong, was surely feigning death. Lin Yun pondered with suspicion. Though such tricks might deceive others, they could not fool the warden's grimoire. The mere anomaly in the grimoire, accompanied by the additional lottery chance, indicated that his ruse was anything but ordinary. With no time to lose, he hurried back to the ability prison. After undergoing 3 layers of identity verification and donning the guard's uniform, he proceeded directly to the northern section of the second level. Upon entering, he found several colleagues gathered around a table, chatting over tea. Lin Yun maintained his composure, feigning nonchalance as he walked in. "Hey, Lin Yun, isn't today a holiday? Weren't you out celebrating?" One colleague inquired curiously, as Lin Yun routinely underwent assessments at the 3rd level. The guards on the 1st and 2nd levels were all familiar with him. They had long been aware that Lin Yun had caught the attention of the Ability Defense Bureau and would soon join this illustrious organization, promising a bright future. Consequently, they all vied for his favor. Lin Yun feigned annoyance, waving his hand. "Ah, don't mention it," while walking on the street. "My clothes got dirty thanks to a few children. It was disheartening, so I decided to return. With so many people on the streets during the Lantern Festival, what can you do?" One guard chuckled while eating sunflower seeds. "You should have stayed in the prison with us, enjoying tea and conversation. It would have been much more comfortable. Do you think Lin Yun is like you? He's only 19 this year, with a promising future ahead and good looks. Naturally, he should go out more to see if he encounters a young lady," another chimed in. "Exactly." The others teased Lin Yun. He pretended to be shy and cautiously inquired of Old Ma. "Old Ma, I just noticed that cell number 4 seems to be unoccupied. That criminal hasn't he escaped? Has he?" Upon hearing this, Old Ma spat in disdain. Pa, what escape? The spirit-stealing demon in cell number 4 is dead. Today is the Lantern Festival. Even evil spirits must retreat. His demise today is rather fitting." Hearing that the notorious demon had perished, the guards beamed with joy, feeling as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their hearts, making future shifts more manageable. Lin Yun feigned surprise, engaging in light conversation before finding an excuse to slip away. "The wind outside is quite strong. It gives me a headache. I'll head back to rest for a bit." He had intended to return to his quarters to draw from Luo Jinhong's lottery pool. Unexpectedly, Old Ma remarked softly, "These youngsters today possess considerable strength, yet their constitutions are so frail, always complaining of headaches." Lin Yun's ears perked up. He halted and asked, "Aside from me, who else has a headache?" "Who else but Hong Jinyu? He went to cell number 4 to deal with the body. And when he returned, he was shouting about feeling dizzy and went to lie down. Perhaps he is eager to seize the opportunity to practice. Indeed, among us on the 2nd level, he is the most diligent." The guards exchanged banter regarding Hong Jinyu, while Lin Yun quietly took note of their conversation. Luo Jinhong's feigned death, Hong Jinyu's dizziness, coupled with the ominous signs Lin Yun had observed on him earlier, gradually, a suspicion began to form in Lin Yun's mind. Chapter 30, Mental Power and Telekinesis. Half an hour later, Lin Yun stood at the entrance of cell number 4 in the Northern District. The body of Luo Jinhong had already been taken away by the Supernatural Guard Bureau and was likely awaiting thorough examination on the autopsy table. The supernatural enchantment in the cell had been lifted, and Lin Yun entered to inspect the surroundings, finding nothing amiss. He held no expectation of uncovering any clues, as the personnel from the Supernatural Guard Bureau had undoubtedly conducted a meticulous search of the area. After completing his inspection, Lin Yun departed from the cell and returned to his quarters. Utilizing his spiritual hearing technique, he eavesdropped on the happenings within Hong Jinyu's room. Everything appeared to be quite normal. Hong Jinyu lay beneath the covers, breathing steadily, seemingly fast asleep. Yet, something felt off. Lin Yun knew Hong Jinyu too well. At this hour, he should not be asleep. It was clear that Luo Jinhong had managed to possess Hong Jinyu, but how had he accomplished this? What other schemes might lurk beneath the surface? Lin Yun was determined to discover the truth. No longer willing to squander time, he ceased his eavesdropping after confirming the situation. Luo Jinhong's feigned death had granted Lin Yun an opportunity for a lottery draw, which he had yet to claim. Could it be that Luo Jinhong's demise still provided him with experience points? However, the amount of experience offered was disappointingly scant, reduced by 2/3 compared to before, akin to that of an intermediate supernatural criminal. Shaking his head, Lin Yun dismissed his lingering concerns and initiated the lottery draw. Perhaps due to the connection with Luo Jinhong's feigned death, only a single orb of light appeared during this draw. This orb was dark and foreboding in appearance. Suddenly, the black orb surged into Lin Yun's brain. In an instant, a multitude of images flooded his mind. Within these visions, he transformed into a ruthless youth, abandoned in a ghastly organization, carving a bloody path through fierce competition, ultimately gaining the true teachings of the spirit-seizing society. He then began his training, gradually ascending from the lowest ranks of the society, ordinary member, team leader, department head. Astonishingly, he became one of the top leaders of that organization. Alas, such fortune was fleeting. In a bout of internal conflict, he suffered defeat and nearly lost his life. Lin Yun inhaled deeply, slowly opening his eyes. A flicker of weariness crossed his gaze, but tranquility quickly reclaimed his countenance. The legacy of Luo Jinhong had surpassed Lin Yun's expectations. Who could have anticipated that the memories contained within this legacy spanned several centuries? In this recollection, Lin Yun virtually lived through Luo Jinhong's entire existence. No, it was more accurate to say 3 lifetimes. This cunning individual had feigned death 3 times. Each time, he had joined the spirit-seizing society, training in the same supernatural techniques, though each iteration grew weaker. It became clear why Luo Jinhong, despite being a 9th-tier superhuman, possessed a mental prowess far superior to others, such as Qi Fei and Lang Tsang. Lin Yun's expression grew complex. Who would have guessed that the old rascal Luo Jinhong was not truly named Luo Jinhong but rather Huang Jun? He was a notorious leader of the spirit-seizing society over 2 centuries ago. His infamy eclipsed that of Luo Jinhong tenfold, and his strength surpassed it 100-fold. He was beyond the realm of extreme superhumans, the void of the ghostly path. Finally, Lin Yun comprehended Luo Jinhong's secret technique of feigned death and rebirth. This technique was, in essence, a first-level supernatural skill, spirit control, that Luo Jinhong had painstakingly honed over several lifetimes. Spirit control, first level 4th layer, 5167100000. This supernatural skill now belonged to Lin Yun. As he attempted to activate spirit control, a multitude of light points began to converge wildly in his mind, coalescing into a droplet as dark as ink in the blink of an eye. Upon its emergence, the droplet voraciously devoured the surrounding light points, transforming into a mass of water, a puddle. In Lin Yun's inner world, with the appearance of this droplet, it felt as though he had returned to the moment he became an extreme superhuman. The sensation was akin to attaining a new level of power, stirring his spirit. Lin Yun now understood the secret behind Luo Jinhong's 3 feigned deaths. This spirit control technique, while ostensibly focused on taming malevolent spirits, was in fact a rigorous training of the mind. It was about spiritual strength, about the soul. When Lin Yun ascended to the ranks of extreme superhumans, he had sensed the world differently. He could see further and hear clearer, for his mind had grown stronger. This spirit control was an exceptional method dedicated to cultivating formidable mental power. Without robust spiritual strength, how could the spirit-seizing society tame those ferocious malevolent spirits? According to Luo Jinhong's memories, it was said that mastering this supernatural skill to its utmost level would allow one to suppress even the king of hell, should he ever come to confront them. As the black droplet in his mind expanded into a puddle, Lin Yun's mental prowess surged more than tenfold. With a mere thought, an intangible force erupted from the puddle, rapidly expanding like lightning. This sensation was akin to suddenly gaining many more eyes and ears. Nothing within his surroundings escaped his perception. Lin Yun could even distinctly observe the inner workings of the prison guard's body on the other side of the wall, witnessing the flow of blood through their veins, even the faintest currents of supernatural energy. What bodily barriers, what towering walls, paled in comparison to his telekinetic abilities. Testing his newfound power on a prison guard, he was met with a frightened reaction. "Ghost! There's a ghost! Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" To his surprise, the guard's complexion turned ashen, and he collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably while pleading for mercy. Is this it? A mere intermediate supernatural being could be so easily frightened? Lin Yun felt somewhat bewildered. It appeared this ability lacked subtlety, far inferior to his spiritual hearing technique. He then extended his telekinesis into the cell, attempting to gain further insight, only to be thwarted by the supernatural enchantment at the entrance. Intensifying his effort, the enchantment began to quiver violently, its light flickering erratically, on the verge of collapsing. Oh no, someone is attempting a prison break. Two patrolling guards stumbled upon the scene. Instantly terrified, screaming as they fled towards the break room, Lin Yun hurriedly retracted his telekinesis, having finally grasped the nuances of this ability. It proved remarkably useful, offering extensive perceptual range, formidable capabilities, and convenience. It even possessed a degree of offensive potential. From 10 miles away, he could terrify his enemies into submission without direct confrontation. The only downside was its ease of exposure and susceptibility to being obstructed by enchantments, rendering it less discreet. However, when paired with his spiritual hearing technique, this issue could be circumvented. Now, with my telekinesis capable of detecting a radius of 10 kilometers, 5 times that of an ordinary extreme superhuman, Lin Yun marveled at the prowess of a first-level supernatural skill, understanding now why proficiency required such vast experience points. Speaking of which, having amassed considerable experience after advancing to the 4th tier of supernatural abilities, Lin Yun decided to allocate all his remaining experience points to spirit control, propelling it directly to the 5th layer. Boom. In Lin Yun's sea of consciousness, the black puddle representing his mental power instantaneously expanded, transforming into a vast pond spanning 100 meters in size. Chapter 31. Monsters with a surge of mental power. Lin Yun's telekinetic force expanded, instantly enveloping the 4 upper levels of the superhuman prison. Countless security measures were triggered, leaving the guards trembling with fear as chaos erupted throughout the facility. As his mental energy swept over the 4th floor, Lin Yun suddenly spotted a man in the uniform of the Superhuman Guard Bureau springing up from a corner. Who dares to intrude upon the superhuman prison of Shanghai City? The guard's face contorted with rage. Before he could discern the situation, a more formidable mental force erupted from below the 5th level, crashing violently against Lin Yun, accompanied by a chilling sneer. Startled, Lin Yun quickly retracted his mental energy, refraining from further probing. The cacophony of hurried footsteps outside made him feel like a wayward child caught in mischief. It became evident that the first 4 levels of the prison were guarded by formidable experts. The man in the bureau uniform on the 4th floor was at least a peak superhuman. However, he had also grasped the situation. The powerful mental energy emanating from the 5th level. Could it be from a void-level entity? Since the upgrade of spirit control to the 5th level, Lin Yun's mental power had surged exponentially, at least 10-fold. Now, even if he were to compete with a void-level being in mental prowess, he felt no fear. Retracting his energy was merely a precaution to avoid detection. With the memories of Luo Jinhong's 3 lifetimes, he had gained profound insights into this world of superhumans. Beyond peak superhumans, there existed realms like Void, Starcore, and Transcendence, even higher planes. Lin Yun found it astonishing. After arduously ascending to peak superhuman status, he had believed himself invincible, only to realize he was merely a frog in a well. This world of superhumans was fraught with peril, teeming with ancient beings capable of crushing him effortlessly. He needed to grow stronger, setting a modest goal for himself to break through to transcendence within the next decade. Clenching his fists, his eyes sparkled with fervent determination. Had it not been for Luo Jinhong's reckless demise, his 3 false deaths rendering this lifetime moot, the spirit control ability would not have fallen into his hands. It was a direct pathway to transcendence. Luo Jinhong, the ancient specter, had once been the leader of the spirit-seizing society, a void-level entity. If he hadn't been imprisoned within the superhuman prison, Lin Yun would never have had the chance to seize this opportunity. Recalling Luo Jinhong, the once great king of ghosts, who ultimately benefited Lin Yun, he opened spirit control and discovered it comprised 2 components, spirit cultivation and ghost refinement. He had already experienced the former, and now it was time to attempt the latter. Excitement ignited in Lin Yun's eyes as he envisioned countless spirits bowing before him. In his memories, Luo Jinong commanded a formidable ghost king and a cadre of capable subordinates. Their every battle a grand spectacle, a tempest of spirits. Lin Yun was overwhelmed with exhilaration. Regrettably, when Luo Jinong was captured, all his spirits had been exterminated, leaving him a mere figurehead. It seemed that to become a master of the ghostly arts, he would have to rely on his own strength. Lin Yun pondered briefly. Rhinoceros light. With a hushed incantation, a radiant glow emerged from his brow, and the scene before him grew eerily surreal. Could the rhinoceros horn truly unveil spirits? Lin Yun gazed at the rhinoceros light technique within spirit control, instantly intrigued. Upon activating the technique, shadows of spirits swirled around him, ominous and foreboding. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a grotesque figure with blood-red eyes fixated on him, as if harboring a deep-seated grudge. What is happening? Has a spirit been lurking in my room all along? Lin Yun was taken aback. The abrupt appearance of a ghost indeed startled him. He had intended to capture a couple of spirits for amusement, only to find one already inhabiting his room. This spirit seemed to bear a grudge against him. Its gaze fierce enough to suggest it wished to devour him. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it as Zhang Ming, the one from whom he had acquired the Slaughter Azura blade, intermediate ability. Was it really necessary? Was it merely because he had declined to agree to the trade? Even in death, he trailed me. Lin Yun curled his lip in disdain and approached Zhang Ming. To his surprise, Zhang Ming's face turned pale with fright as he turned to dash against the wall, vanishing instantly. So he fled? Lin Yun was momentarily stunned before realizing his current status as a peak superhuman, with the mastery of the Slaughter Azura blade having reached the 5th stage. Although bolstered by the 7th layer of flame incineration and the 5th layer of spirit light convergence, it appeared that this ghost had long been aware of his true strength. Since he was privy to my level of power and hidden aces, I can no longer afford to let you go. Lin Yun's gaze grew cold as his mental energy surged forth, forcefully extracting Zhang Ming's ghost from the wall. Attempting to flee? Be compliant. With a jolt of his mental energy, Zhang Ming instantly transformed into a wisp of black mist, struggling desperately in Lin Yun's grasp. I am determined to uncover your true intentions. Utilizing the prison master's grimoire alongside his own abilities, Lin Yun delved into Zhang Ming's memories. Moments later, clarity washed over him, so that's the reason for such loathing towards me. Zhang Ming had engaged in numerous terror activities over the years, hoarding countless treasures, wishing to bequeath his amassed wealth to his yet-to-be-born child. Consequently, he sought Lin Yun's assistance in conveying a message to his wife. However, Lin Yun had disclosed this secret to Captain Ren at the time. The ensuing chaos in Zhang Ming's family was all too predictable. How could he not harbor hatred towards Lin Yun? Thus, upon his death, he transformed into a vengeful spirit, shadowing Lin Yun ever since. Lin Yun, uninterested in his grievances, swiftly implanted a mark within his soul using the techniques from spirit control. Done. This spirit would now be his to command. However, this mark would require periodic reinforcement to prevent Zhang Ming from turning against him once he surpassed Lin Yun in power. Yet, Lin Yun mused. Given Zhang Ming's capabilities, he would likely never rise again in this lifetime. With an increase in spirits, a vessel would be necessary. For the time being, he would suffice with the nail of his pinky finger. With a thought, Lin Yun encapsulated Zhang Ming's spirit within the nail of his right pinky. Whenever he wished to summon him, he could do so at any moment. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Lin Yun. If Zhang Ming could become a ghost to follow him, what of those other fellows from before? He promptly exited his room and, sure enough, not far away, he discovered 5 malevolent spirits. Oh, are these not the 7 heroes of Shanghai City? Why are only you 5 left? What of the 5th and 7th? Lin Yun observed these figures, once brutally defeated by his hand. Chapter 32, The Mass Grave in the Past. The 7 heroes of Shanghai City were dealt with personally by Lin Yun, their demise marked by gruesome fates. Now, they have transformed into malevolent spirits. Suspended from the ceiling like bats, their lifeless eyes fixated on Lin Yun. Upon being noticed by him, expressions of terror spread across their faces, leading them to scatter in disarray. Trying to flee? Come back. Lin Yun summoned his extraordinary power, manifesting an invisible hand that seized them with a fierce grip. These wretches could barely utter a cry before they were entirely absorbed into his fingertips. But where has Wang Ping's spirit vanished? And the escaped convicts from the first level of the supernatural prison are also missing. Could it be that they were so weak that even in death they could not become spirits? This supernatural prison lacks many things, but spirits are certainly abundant. Those who died unjustly, from illness, in brawls, or by suicide. There is no shortage of them. However, capturing too many would be impractical. Lin Yun's fingers cannot accommodate them all. His hands might seem ordinary, yet they are filled with malevolent spirits akin to a ghostly immortal, ready for battle at a moment's notice. Yet, the so-called abilities of the 7 heroes of Shanghai City are hardly more formidable than those of minor spirits. They remain far too feeble. To fully unleash the power of spirit control, Lin Yun must seek out more powerful and promising ghost kings. Spirit control relies on overpowering the weak with the strong. Without a leader, it is akin to an army without a general. What can a disorganized mob achieve? Where might one find a formidable ghost king? Wait, how could I have forgotten? In Luo Jinhong's memories. It was precisely because of this that he was inadvertently captured in the supernatural prison. Hey, handsome, we have arrived. A low call interrupted Lin Yun's thoughts as the taxi screeched to a halt in the desolate outskirts, nearly causing him to bump his head. The driver wiped the sweat from his brow, his eyes darting around the barren area, forcing a smile as he said, "Sir, we have arrived." Without much deliberation, Lin Yun tossed a few banknotes. The driver fumbled as he accepted the money, only to look up and see Lin Yun leisurely walking toward a nearby stretch of wasteland. The place reeked of decay, as if centuries had passed without a single soul to clean it. The driver's expression changed, and he shouted, "Hey, sir, where are you going?" "That's a mass grave up ahead. Don't be impulsive." Upon hearing this, Lin Yun paused, turned back with a smile that was neither here nor there, and replied coolly, "You think I am being impulsive? But my home lies just there." With that, Lin Yun propelled himself upward, soaring effortlessly into the air. The driver, stunned, stood frozen in place for a while before finally reacting. "A ghost!" he screamed, scrambling back into his vehicle and speeding away as if a phantom were on his heels. As Lin Yun watched the driver flee in terror, a smile crept across his lips. Utilizing his powers, he transformed into a flickering light and vanished from the spot. "Luo Jinhong, I shall collect the specters you so desire." With remarkable agility, Lin Yun glided gracefully through the air, crossing dozens of meters in an instant. His mastery of the shadow step and swift step techniques made his movements appear both elegant and effortless. Should an ordinary person witness this scene, they would likely be paralyzed with fear, convinced they had encountered a ghost in broad daylight. This area, on the outskirts of Shanghai City, is known for its countless ghost stories. The presence of Lin Yun adds little to the narrative, nor does his absence detract from it. Soon, a chilling spectacle unfolded before him. The expanse was endless, dotted with small mounds overgrown with wild grass, some carelessly wrapped in tattered straw mats, leaving the corpses to rot in the wilderness. Packs of wild dogs and wolves ravenously gnawed at the remains, some even daring to unearth the bodies from the mounds to feast upon them. Their eyes glimmered with a strange light, a clear indication of their mutation from long-term consumption of human flesh. Even at noon, the harsh sunlight struggled to penetrate the dense gloom of the mass grave, enveloping the area in a perpetual twilight. Lin Yun attempted to extend his mental powers to scan the surroundings, only to discover Chen Qing's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Look over there. It's actually a ghostly ginseng. So many of them?" Just as she was about to rush over to gather them, she was halted by Master Zhang, who stood nearby. "Officer Chen, please remain calm." Chen Qing turned her head to see Master Zhang intently fixated on those plants, his gaze filled with seriousness and caution. Chapter 33. The Ghost General. Just as Chen Qing was about to inquire further, a deafening roar suddenly echoed in her ears, causing a ringing sensation. The ground began to tremble, and from a nearby mound, overgrown with malevolent ginseng, a thick plume of black smoke surged skyward. Upon its emergence, the ginseng appeared to be coated in a luminescent aura, emanating a faint blue glow that dazzled Chen Qing's eyes. It was no wonder that the graveyard was filled with such peculiar entities. It concealed a formidable spirit that had been silently guarding the place. Chen Qing murmured. With a thunderous explosion, the mound erupted, and a colossal shadow emerged, fixating its emerald eyes intently upon Chen Qing and her companions. Typically fearless, Chen Qing instinctively took a few steps back, her hand tightening around the hilt of her blade. Her colleagues from the Supernatural Security Bureau were even more pale, their faces contorted in terror. At that moment, Zhang Daren stepped forward, brandishing a small circular disc of crimson and violet. "Do not be afraid. Take shelter behind me," he declared, glancing at the towering ghost with a smile instead of fear. "Ah, it turns out to be an extreme ability, Ghost General. Just the right specimen for crafting a protective artifact. What fortuitous luck." With a hearty laugh, he leaped onto a high vantage point, the red side of his disc radiating brilliance as fiery tendrils of energy erupted from it, hurtling towards the Ghost General. The ghost, undeterred, let out a furious roar. And a fierce battle ensued between the two. Was this the clash of extreme ability users? Indeed, it was a magnificent spectacle. The confrontation raged on, with ghostly energy and flames swirling chaotically, leaving Qin Qing and her companions in stunned silence. Outside the graveyard, a shadow flitted past, and several robust wild dogs were torn to shreds before they could even whimper, devoured in an instant. This shadow returned to Lin Yun, kneeling before him, revealing itself to be the spirit of Zhang Ming. Now, his ghostly form solidified, he appeared significantly more powerful than before. Indeed, after consuming so much, my strength has finally improved, Lin Yun remarked with satisfaction. After entering the graveyard, Lin Yun's subordinates had dispatched the various beasts and spirits that crossed their path. Regrettably, all other spirits had perished, leaving only Zhang Ming. Lin Yun had no choice but to allow Zhang Ming to absorb the lingering souls and ghostly energy of his fallen comrades. Zhang Ming did not disappoint, rapidly ascending in power and nearing the rank of a ghost soldier. The ability of spirit control was truly extraordinary. As his subordinates grew stronger, so too did Lin Yun's own capabilities. He felt a profound sense of fulfillment as his powers seemed to amplify continuously. The thought of commanding an army of 1,000,000 spectral beings was exhilarating. Could there be a more extraordinary ascent? Lin Yun guided Zhang Ming onward, while he leisurely followed. Just as Zhang Ming engaged in a fierce struggle with a headless specter, a resounding blast echoed from a distance, flames leaping into the sky. Lin Yun furrowed his brow, immediately extending his psychic senses, ears perked to discern the commotion. Was it the stir of an extreme ability user? How daring of someone to challenge me for prey. Lin Yun's expression darkened. The leisure he had moments ago evaporated as he waved his hand, summoning Zhang Ming back. The headless ghost had no time to react before a flash of light cleaved it apart. With a cold snort, Lin Yun transformed into a shadow, racing toward the heart of the graveyard. At that moment, Zhang Daoren was fervently channeling his abilities into the disc in his hands. From within it erupted several fire dragons, which intertwined in the air before merging into a colossal dragon nearly 100 meters long. Devour him, Zhang Daoren bellowed. The magnificent fire dragon lunged at the ghost general, swallowing it whole. The ghost's anguished cries reverberated within the flames, as tendrils of white malevolent energy burst forth from its form, rapidly coalescing into a bone-white armor and an elongated sword measuring 10 meters. With crimson eyes blazing with fury, it swung the sword, shattering the fire dragon into a cascade of embers. Before Zhang Daoren could react, the bone sword, infused with chilling malice, descended upon him. The ground split open, revealing gaping fissures as thick black energy surged forth. Qin Qing and her companions quickly retreated, their faces ashen with disbelief and terror. As the malevolent energy dissipated, Zhang Daoren appeared unscathed on the opposite side. Even his robe remained pristine, a weapon formed from malice. Remarkable. I hadn't expected such a mere unmastered ghost to comprehend the dark arts. Rather than feeling apprehensive, Zhang Daoren's combat spirit surged as he fixed his gaze upon the ominous ghost general. In that case, I shall seize you and transform you into a protective soldier for my sect. With that declaration, he flipped his hand, and the crimson disc transformed into one of purple jade, crackling with thunderous energy. The Thunderfire sect was renowned for its mastery of lightning. While Zhang Daoren had previously wielded fire with great efficacy, the true strength of the Thunderfire sect lay in their lightning abilities. Holding the purple disc aloft, he infused it with energy as countless bolts of lightning flickered around it. Heavenly thunder, strike true, he commanded as his robe billowed dramatically, a formidable aura erupting from him, enveloped in electric energy. With a snap of his fingers, dark clouds gathered above, and a series of thick bolts of lightning descended upon the ghost general. The ghost general was engulfed in a storm of electric fury, its enraged roars echoing throughout the graveyard. Though it attempted to retaliate with its sword, it was disoriented by the relentless lightning strikes, collapsing heavily to the ground. The ghost's armor and blade shattered, and its towering form began to fade into transparency. Zhang Daoren's complexion paled slightly, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Although his technique was powerful, it exacted a heavy toll on him. Yet, he felt elation coursing through him, convinced that the ghost general was on the verge of defeat. Desist your struggles, spirit. Surrender to the protective artifact of my Thunderfire sect, he declared, waving his hand as another bolt of lightning struck, leaving the ghost general barely clinging to life. Witnessing this, Qin Qing and her companions erupted into applause for Zhang Daoren. Chapter 34. The mysterious void. The ghost general suddenly let out a deafening roar, seemingly employing some unknown technique to absorb the malevolent energy from a radius of several miles, wrapping itself in a dense shroud. Moments later, the ghostly aura erupted. A colossal ghost dragon, nearly 100 meters long, surged forth from within. The roar of the dragon resonated through the heavens, nearly shattering the eardrums of all present. While the ground trembled beneath their feet, the otherworldly energy emanating from the dragon was magnitudes greater than before. This, indeed, was the Ghost General's true innate power? Zhang Doran's expression shifted dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he frantically poured his energy into the purple jade disc in his hand, attempting to summon a more potent lightning strike. Yet, the lightning that had proven effective before could not penetrate the dragon's protective aura. The ghost dragon roared defiantly, its massive form crashing into the storm clouds above, violently stirring them and tearing apart the thunderclouds that had been brewing. Crack! At that critical juncture, Zhang Doran's purple jade disc cracked open, and his face turned ashen, his body swaying unsteadily, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The situation took a dire turn. The now formidable ghost dragon relentlessly pursued Zhang Doran through the graveyard. Although he was a limit breaker specializing in lightning abilities, his rigorous training endowed him with remarkable agility, allowing him to narrowly evade the dragon's onslaught time and again. However, gradually, he found himself cornered, his energy nearly depleted. Boom! The ghost dragon unleashed a bizarre green flame towards Zhang Doran, creating a fiery pit in the ground. He screamed in terror, clumsily dodging while desperately patting down the flames that had singed his robe. He resembled a monkey with its rear on fire, entirely lacking the poise of a limit breaker. Commander Chun, what should we do now? A group of onlookers from the Ability Security Bureau, witnessing Zhang Doran's peril, stammered in fear, urgently seeking guidance from their superior, Chen Qing. Chen Qing, equally frantic, bit her lip, her grip on the hilt of her knife turning white from tension. Ultimately, she shook her head helplessly. What could be done? Zhang Doran was a limit breaker, reduced to this state, while she had merely just advanced to a first-tier super ability user. What could she possibly do? What had initially seemed a straightforward task of gathering herbs had escalated into such chaos. The situation was entirely beyond control. The best course of action was to retreat. How infuriating. A ghost general could still wield divine abilities to transform. My lightning fire disc had been shattered by it. This strength likely surpassed even that of a 9th-tier limit breaker. Zhang Doran silently cursed the ghost general's ancestors. Previously, he had been arrogant, relying on his superior strength to toy with the enemy. Now, the situation had flipped. The enraged dragon pursued him relentlessly, impossible to shake off. Seeking assistance was futile. Only the minor characters of the Ability Security Bureau surrounded him. Even Chen Qing, with her super ability, could not provide aid, even if he lowered himself to plead for her help. As he wallowed in frustration, he inadvertently slipped, nearly falling flat on his back. Seizing the opportunity, the ghost dragon's eyes glinted with ferocity, unleashing a roaring charge towards Zhang Doran. He realized it was too late to dodge. Helplessly watching the monstrous maw of the dragon grow larger before him, his heart sinking. Was this truly the end for Zhang Xian? In a moment of despair, just as he believed he could escape this calamity, an overwhelming surge of energy descended from the heavens, akin to a divine presence, instantly enveloping the battlefield. The once mighty ghost dragon was effortlessly seized by an unseen force, suspended in midair. What was happening? Before Zhang Doran could comprehend the situation, the thick mist above them parted as if torn asunder. A figure emerged, walking gracefully through the void. Lingdu in the void. Is it the void? Zhang Doran exclaimed in astonishment upon recognizing the newcomer. Chen Qing and the others stood in stunned silence, breathless, unable to believe their eyes. Only those of the void level could achieve such transcendence. The void was an ancient entity of Star Sea City, a being most would never encounter in their lifetime. Yet here it stood before them, alive and vibrant. The enigmatic figure, cloaked in an ethereal glow, obscured its true visage. Floating in midair, it extended a hand and gently grasped the ghost dragon. The dragon struggled violently, as if ensnared by invisible chains, its roars echoing. Yet, in mere moments, the once mighty dragon was reduced in size, humbled, and subdued. The onlookers, including Zhang Doran and Chen Qing, were rendered speechless by this extraordinary display. The dragon, which had nearly claimed their lives, was now treated like a mere plaything. Such power was utterly terrifying. As the dragon neared its breaking point, it emitted a strange cry and exploded into a cloud of mist. From the swirling fog, a massive, ghostly owl swiftly took form, its wings spanning several meters. Panic surged within Zhang Doran. The cunning creature was attempting to flee. This transformation was a clever escape tactic. Even the void could be deceived. As he pondered this, the mysterious entity appeared before them, offering a gentle smile to Chen Qing. "Officer, may I borrow your knife?" Chun Qing blinked in surprise, glancing down to find her dagger had somehow made its way into the figure's possession. "What an excellent blade," the enigmatic being remarked appreciatively. With a swift motion, it struck down the fleeing ghostly owl. In the next instant, all present witnessed an unforgettable spectacle. The sky darkened ominously, an overwhelming pressure emanated from the mysterious figure, as if the heavens themselves were bowing low. A blade of darkness pierced through the oppressive mist, manifesting terrifying visions, as if the gates of hell had swung open, unleashing a horde of phantoms upon the owl. The graveyard was swiftly enshrouded in frost, everything around freezing in an instant. The dark blade resembled a crescent moon, slicing through the layers of ghostly mist enveloping the owl. In the blink of an eye, the owl was overtaken, consumed by the blade's brilliance with a resounding crash. "Thank you." The mysterious figure expressed gratitude, the long knife seemingly possessing a spirit of its own, returning to the sheath at Chun Qing's waist, having resolved the crisis. The enigmatic entity spoke no further, leaping gracefully into the air, transforming into a streak of light that pursued the direction the ghostly owl had vanished, until it completely disappeared from view. Zhang Daoren and Chun Qing, along with others from the Ability Security Bureau, remained rooted in place, unable to regain their composure for a long while, each lost in thought. In their minds, only that radiant blade of light which had cleaved through the sky lingered. Although they had heard tales of the Void's extraordinary abilities, witnessing it firsthand left them utterly speechless. Was this truly the extent of human capability? Surely, it transcended the mundane. Chapter 35. Subduing the Ghost General. The mastery of swordsmanship had reached an extraordinary level. Mastery of the art. Zhang Daoren, in a frenzy of excitement, flushed with exhilaration, his lips continuously murmuring in reverence. His eyes sparkled with admiration as he suddenly sprang to his feet, gesticulating animatedly, exclaiming, "This is the true mastery of extraordinary abilities." Although he himself had yet to attain such a level, he pondered the very essence of mastery. Those who had refined their skills to the pinnacle, their techniques almost divine. In the realm of extraordinary abilities, the path to becoming a master was singular. One's prowess must reach a certain threshold to be deemed a master. Previously, when Chun Qing lauded Zhang Daoren as a master of lightning abilities, he had fervently waved his hands in denial, asserting his unworthiness. This was not mere modesty. He genuinely felt inadequate. The title of master was not bestowed upon just anyone. Zhang Daoren had long cherished the dream of becoming a master. Yet he had only heard whispers of their renown, never having witnessed one in action. Now he had finally borne witness. And to witness a figure whose techniques approached the divine was beyond his wildest dreams. The Void Blade sect, each strike akin to a divine technique. Zhang Daoren's fervent display roused the members of the Extraordinary Abilities Security Bureau, who had been left dumbfounded. Upon hearing Zhang Daoren mention the term Blade sect, a flash of insight illuminated Chun Qing's mind. Could it be him? She recalled a month prior. A formidable figure from the Extraordinary Abilities Security Bureau who had caused a stir throughout half of Starsea City. Upon reflection, it seemed quite plausible. Chun Qing vividly remembered witnessing a colossal blade of extraordinary power descend from the heavens. Its aura as magnificent as the sun itself. The scene mirrored the radiant blade exhibited by the enigmatic practitioner of the Void Blade sect moments ago. The crucial point was that the adept from the Security Bureau was also referred to as the Void Blade sect. How could it be that two masters of such extraordinary blade techniques emerged simultaneously in the small Starsea City? In her heart, Chun Qing felt nearly certain of her hypothesis and resolved to report it upon her return. Suddenly, another thought struck her. She instinctively glanced at the exquisite long blade she wore at her waist. That master of the void had once borrowed my blade, gently resting her hand upon the hilt. A surge of energy coursed through her, as if an electric current connected her with the weapon. She shuddered involuntarily, an indescribable sensation blossoming within her heart. "Subdue," Lin Yun commanded, channeling streams of extraordinary energy into the soul imprint of the Ghost General until its radiance blazed brilliantly. With a swift motion, he clenched his fist, drawing the fierce Ghost General toward him, transforming it into a black ring that adorned his finger. Initially, he had intended to temporarily seal the Ghost General within his fingernail. But the creature's formidable strength resisted confinement with the minor spirits, necessitating its transformation into a ring. "Little fellow, you still have much to learn." Lin Yun gazed at the ring, a smirk of satisfaction gracing his features. The strike he initially delivered had not aimed to vanquish the Ghost General, but rather to intimidate it for easier subjugation. He had come to capture formidable spirits, not to annihilate them. To reduce the Ghost General to mere ashes with a single blow would be a tragic waste. The extraordinary technique of his beginner, slaughtering Shura Blade, honed to over 200,000 experience points, proved astonishingly effective. Its overwhelming power and explosive effects were undeniable. No wonder even Luo Jinhong coveted such a ghostly being. It truly possessed remarkable capabilities as Lin Yun felt the power of the Ghost General within the ring. He recognized the unique appraisal system within his spirit mastery that assessed ghostly entities. This Ghost General, originating from a mass grave, should have succumbed to the corrosive influence of negative abilities, resulting in a fragmented psyche. Yet, its spirit remained pure, akin to a blank canvas, a rare treasure among ghostly companions. Moreover, the potential of this Ghost General was boundless. It could condense malevolent energy into weapons and transform into extraordinary beasts, its myriad abilities dazzling to behold. The prospect of it evolving into a leader among ghostly kings, or even a legendary ghost emperor, was far from a mere dream. Lin Yun had truly stumbled upon a gem. Luo Jinhong had meticulously orchestrated his plans, dreaming of using this Ghost General to ascend to the ranks of elite power, only to find himself ensnared in his own schemes, ultimately resorting to a feigned death to escape. Wouldn't it be amusing to flaunt the Ghost General before him? The thought made Lin Yun chuckle heartily. Ghost General, let us take a stroll. With a mere thought, the black ring transformed into a colossal black dragon, upon which Lin Yun deftly leapt and settled upon its head. The dragon let out a low roar, soaring above the mass grave, drawing the attention of countless spirits, their shrieks echoing in the air. Feeling the wind whipping past him, Lin Yun experienced an exhilarating sense of freedom and could not help but release a triumphant roar. Ghost General, to the seaside. Riding the black dragon, he reveled in the exhilarating life of a true man. Who would he dream of soaring through the skies upon a magnificent steed, unfettered by limitations? In his previous life, while gaming, he had longed for a dazzling mount. Yet his wallet had been woefully lacking. Circling the desolate beach atop the dragon, Lin Yun felt a sense of fulfillment. Having a flying mount was unparalleled. He could venture wherever he pleased, flying for as long as he desired. After enduring arduous training, despite his extraordinary talents, even among the elite, he could only manage temporary flights. With the Ghost Dragon as a steed, he could soar at will. What a magnificent prospect. The only drawback was that he could only fly in sparsely populated areas, avoiding crowded locales lest he frighten others or attract the attention of formidable beings. In the second floor of the extraordinary abilities prison in Star Sea City, he mused, how about calling you Little Black? Quite a powerful name, isn't it? A grin spread across Lin Yun's face as he regarded the black ring on his finger, a mischievous glint in his eyes. From within the ring, a faint, resigned thought emerged. Indeed, it is settled. Lin Yun's spirit soared. Whether you accepted it or not, it was now a fact. However, he pondered how to mitigate the overwhelming aura of ghostly energy that enveloped him. It wouldn't he do to flaunt such an ominous presence openly. The attachment of the Ghost General to Lin Yun resulted in him being shrouded in an aura of ghostly energy. While he could temporarily suppress it with extraordinary abilities and mental force, it was not a long-term solution. After some contemplation, he resolved to utilize experience points to enhance his extraordinary technique, specifically improving spirit-like concealment. This fifth-level auxiliary technique had been refined to its essence since Lin Yun's ascension to the ranks of elite extraordinary users. However, being merely a fifth-level ability, even at its perfected state, it could not wholly mask the ghostly energy emanating from him. Further enhancement was necessary. Level up, let us go. He invested 1,000 experience points, and the ghostly energy around him diminished by twofold. Another 1,000 points followed, and the energy receded further. As he continued to invest experience points, the ghostly aura visibly dissipated. After dedicating 30,000 points, the ghostly energy vanished completely. The once ghastly visage in the mirror now appeared radiant and handsome, as if he had transformed into a different individual. Finally, it's done. Lin Yun sighed in relief. It was time to forge an artifact for nurturing ghosts. His fingers brushed against the black ring on his right hand, his brow furrowing slightly. Crafting a ghost-nurturing artifact was no trivial matter. The spirits contained within would not only be nourished, but would also gradually augment in strength, and more importantly, remain elusive to detection. Chapter 36. Exceptional acting. Lin Yun sat in the resting area, reflecting on the memories of spirit mastery in Luo Jinhong, which contained over 100 methods for crafting ghost-rearing tools. With his current capabilities, creating such tools would be effortless. However, the question remained, where to procure the necessary materials? How foolish I was back then. Lin Yun muttered to himself, recalling an opportunity to acquire immense wealth, which he squandered due to naivety by opting for a position as a prison guard alongside a subpar 6th-level ability. In retrospect, it seemed utterly foolish. Moreover, The materials for crafting ghost rearing tools were exorbitantly expensive. To create one capable of housing a ghost general would require a salary that would take him a century to accumulate. He contemplated studying the criminals listed in the prison master escrimoire, hoping to uncover connections to wealthy individuals with substantial backgrounds. If that failed, he would consider targeting unfortunate ability users from the darker paths. Hey, Xiaolin, what are you thinking about? You look utterly entranced. Old Ma suddenly slapped Lin Yun on the shoulder, startling him. The surrounding prison guards erupted into laughter, exchanging knowing glances, eager for gossip. Lin Yun snapped back to reality, managing an awkward smile, feigning regret as he sighed. On the Lantern Festival, I had a date with a beautiful lady who invited me to the park. What a pity. Is that all? I thought it was something significant. Wu Ziyuan exclaimed, wrapping an arm around Lin Yun. Come on, brother. Tonight I'll show you something extraordinary. Newcomers at Tianxiang Foot Bath will surely leave you enchanted. Don't corrupt Xiaoyun. Old Ma chuckled, pushing Wu Ziyuan away. Now that Xiaoyun is part of the Ability Guard Bureau, he has a bright future ahead. Who knows, he might even catch the eye of a wealthy young lady. Why waste time in such places? Marriage and foot baths aren't mutually exclusive. Wu Ziyuan winked at Lin Yun with a grin. The group erupted into playful banter, causing Lin Yun's face to flush crimson as he waved his hands in embarrassment, embodying the innocence of a naive young man. One was a scion of the dark arts, the other a formidable ghostly figure. This modest second-floor northern district was indeed a nest of hidden talents. Yet in a corner unseen by them, Lin Yun's gaze turned icy, subtly scanning Wu Ziyuan and the taciturn Hong Jinyu. Today marked his official induction into the Ability Guard Bureau. These prison guard brothers insisted on celebrating, and as he observed the lively group of friends, Lin Yun couldn't help but reminisce about the time he descended into the second level of the Ability Prison, where colleagues had celebrated his arrival. Why did this scene feel so familiar? Yet, standing beside him back then were Uncle Wang Daqiang, Uncle Deng Fu, and those colleagues, all of whom had perished in that chaotic incident, working in an ability prison. Who could predict how many of this new batch of colleagues would meet the same fate in the future? The unpredictability of life stirred a sense of melancholy within Lin Yun, prompting him to indulge in a few more drinks. Apart from 2 guards on duty, the rest had been dragged away by Wu Ziyuan to Tianxiang Foot Bath. Only Lin Yun and a few earnest colleagues remained, genuinely enjoying their time. Afterward, they exited the establishment, passing by the corner where several inebriated colleagues lay heaving. Lin Yun staggered towards a tall man, belching and grinning. Brother Hong. Heading back to the ability prison? Shall we go together? Hong Jinyu frowned slightly, about to decline when Lin Yun seized his arm and pulled him along. They walked the bustling streets, lively even in the late hours, until they turned into a dimly lit, deserted alley. Lin Yun led the way, while Hong Jinyu silently followed, his gaze fixated on the ground, lost in thought. Brother Hong, I suddenly feel like singing. How about I serenade you? Lin Yun broke the silence. Hong Jinyu was taken aback, lifting his gaze to Lin Yun's back, his brow furrowing deeper. Then he nodded. Sure, go ahead, but I'm a rough man. I might not understand. Before he could finish, Lin Yun began to belt out. I love you, wandering through dark alleys. I love your unyielding demeanor. The melody and lyrics were strange and unsettling to Hong Jinyu. This song had been immensely popular in Lin Yun's previous life, and as he sang with increasing enthusiasm, he tapped his feet, oblivious to the noise he might be causing. Hong Jinyu's expression darkened as he watched Lin Yun, his eyes flickering with uncertainty, perceiving him as a madman or a fool. Suddenly, Lin Yun abruptly ceased singing, turning to fixate on Hong Jinyu with an intense gaze. So, Brother Hong, how did you find my singing? Good, very good. The lyrics and melody are top-notch. But I, Hong Jinyu, am a simple man and might not grasp the deeper meaning of your song. Hong Jinyu feigned contemplation, nodding. Lin Yun chuckled, waving his hand. Brother Hong, it's fine if you don't understand. Let me show you something that will surely clarify everything. Hong Jinyu, bewildered, wondered what Lin Yun intended to reveal. Lin Yun extended his hand, illuminated by the moonlight. It was slender and fair, resembling exquisite jade, except for a peculiar black ring adorning his index finger. Hong Jinyu was filled with questions. What could this possibly mean? Lin Yun seemed to sense his confusion, smiling mysteriously. Don't rush, Brother Hong. What you wish to see is right here. As soon as he finished speaking, a grotesque dragon head suddenly emerged from Lin Yun's hand. A chilling aura of ghostly energy enveloping the surroundings in an instant, like a splash of dark ink consuming the moonlight. Hong Jinyu's face drained of color, his eyes wide in terror, fixated on the ghostly dragon above Lin Yun's head, his legs trembling. Lin Laudi, what are you doing? Hong Jinyu stepped back several paces, his speech faltering. This is no joke. I expected more from you, yet this is all you have? Lin Yun simply gazed at him, his expression gradually shifting to one of profound disappointment, ultimately waving his hand dismissively. You are not Lin Yun. Who are you really? Hong Jinyu seemed to suddenly grasp something, his voice trembling with fear and anger. This is the city center. The 4 major ability organizations of Shanghai City are nearby, filled with experts. If you know what's good for you, leave now. Though he shouted defiantly, his eyes kept darting towards the alley's exit, ever ready to flee, portraying the cowardice of an 8th-level novice ability user with remarkable finesse. Lin Yun couldn't help but applaud him. Brilliant. No wonder you survived 3 near-death experiences unscathed. Your acting skills put me to shame. He smiled at Hong Jinyu, enunciating deliberately. Hong Jinyu? Luo Jinhong? Or should I address you as Huang Jun of the Spirit Snatching Society? The moment the name Huang Jun was uttered, Hong Jinyu's expression transformed, shock, disbelief, and a hint of terror crossing his features. The drama was palpable. Chapter 37. So you are also one of the Spirit Snatching Society? A comrade. Hong Jinyu's eyes widened, as if stripped bare under the glaring sun, with nowhere to hide. Who are you? His voice trembled with a mixture of fear and rage. Lin Yun did not respond. Instead, he smiled faintly, his figure flickering as he appeared before Hong Jinyu. Then, with the speed of lightning, his hand pressed against Hong Jinyu's forehead. Ah! A scream pierced the air as a hazy figure was forcibly extracted from Hong Jinyu's body. The apparition bore a gaunt face, with sharp features and furtive eyes. Neither Hong Jinyu nor Luo Jinhong, but rather a grotesque old man. The old man struggled in Lin Yun's grasp, terror etched across his face. How can your spiritual power be so formidable? Are you a phantom? How could you possibly unravel my soul fusion technique? Are you adept in spirit manipulation? Are you one of us from the Spirit Seizing Society? Pray tell, who are you? We are comrades, dear brother. I implore you, spare my life. I am willing to acknowledge you as my master and serve as your ghostly servant. Lin Yun paid him no heed. With a decisive flick of his finger, a sharp crack echoed as the old man's soul disintegrated instantaneously. The elder transformed into flecks of black light, which Lin Yun consumed in one gulp. An expansion occurred in the abyss of mental energy within him, augmenting his psychic prowess. Beside him, the ghostly general opened its maw wide, greedily feasting on the remnants of lingering soul fragments in the vicinity. With the elder's demise, the information regarding Luo Jinhong within the Demon Lord's grimoire vanished entirely, replaced instead by 2 chances for a lottery draw. The last individual who pleaded for mercy was an alluringly seductive beauty, and now, it was a beady-eyed old man. Lin Yun seemed to linger on the flavor of Luo Jinhong's soul. Luo Jinhong had feigned death thrice using the soul fusion technique from spirit manipulation, leaving his soul severely impaired. It was unlikely he could ever ascend to the pinnacle of extraordinary abilities again, let alone return to the peak state of nothingness. For the sake of those 2 lottery chances, Lin Yun could not resist and effortlessly ended him. The soul fusion technique was a sinister secret art within spirit manipulation, fundamentally distinct from conventional soul seizing. Typically, when one is seized, their soul is utterly consumed, and a person can only be seized once in a lifetime. However, the soul fusion technique operates differently. 2 souls violently collide and intertwine, striving to merge into a completely new essence. Luo Jinhong had the audacity to employ such a ruthless tactic against Hong Jinyu. Should his soul successfully fuse, Hong Jinyu would entirely become him. Indeed, it sounded rather implausible. This soul fusion technique surpasses mere soul seizing by leaps and bounds. As long as one possesses a sufficiently powerful soul, they can merge with whomever they desire. However, executing the soul fusion technique is no simple feat. It requires a gradual approach and necessitates guarding against the risk of being assimilated by the other party. It appeared that Luo Jinhong had not completely succeeded. Otherwise, Lin Yun would not have perceived any changes and would have been continuously deceived by Hong Jinyu. Yet this time, Hong Jinyu had indeed turned misfortune into fortune. Not only had he avoided fusion, but he also acquired a small fragment of Luo Jinhong's soul. Lin Yun, employing his insight, discerned that all traces of bad luck had vanished from Hong Jinyu, and even his fate had significantly improved. It seemed that the heavens did not wish for the virtuous to perish. With a casual gesture, Lin Yun transformed the ghostly general back into a black ring on his finger. Moonlight once again spilled across the dim alleyway, contemplating the 2 lottery chances awaiting him. Lin Yun hummed a tune and strolled back with a light step, his spirits elevated. As he reveled in the conquest, suddenly, the cacophony of barking dogs erupted, followed by the clattering of pots and pans, and the din of men and women arguing rose and fell. In the middle of the night, What were these ghosts clamoring about? People had work tomorrow. He had forgotten this was the city center. Lin Yun hurriedly covered his face, his feet propelling him swiftly away. Such a vulgar crowd, they could not appreciate the beauty of my singing. Upon returning to the extraordinary abilities prison, Lin Yun still simmered with indignation from being chased by dogs. Never mind, he thought. A lottery draw might help ease the tension. Shall I draw? Draw. Lin Yun silently recited the words, and a multitude of luminous orbs surged into his mind from the demon lord's grimoire. He grasped the largest orb and was immediately inundated by a torrent of memories. Lin Yun witnessed a figure exuding a sinister aura, wielding a short sword, rampaging and spilling blood everywhere. A level 3 supernatural ability, interdimensional ghost sword. Proficiency level, return to simplicity. Lin Yun exhaled, astonishment filling his eyes. Truly domineering. This Luo Jinhong was indeed no ordinary character. No, it should be said, Huang Jun. This old fellow had concealed himself too deeply. 3 acts of feigned death. 3 rounds of cultivation, in hundreds of years. How could he possibly have practiced only one supernatural ability in spirit manipulation? It made sense. Considering that a mere pawn could rise to become a leader of the spirit-seizing society, a titan in the ghostly realm. It was clear that Huang Jun possessed other hidden trump cards. Take the interdimensional ghost sword, for instance. This supernatural ability was originally a fragmented and worthless level 8 technique, salvaged from a pile of corpses. Yet he managed to stand out in the spirit-seizing society selection of cultists, committing countless murders and rising from level 8 to level 3. 3 rounds of recultivation and various skirmishes over hundreds of years had gradually refined and upgraded this swordsmanship ability. Indeed, the interdimensional ghost sword was formidable. It was no wonder Huang Jun had attained such mastery over it after 3 rounds of recultivation. With a sword, the Yama laments. The impermanence astonishes, and 10,000 ghosts weep. Lin Yun shaped his fingers into a sword, the light of his abilities flickering at his fingertips. An eerie aura entwining him. In the next moment, the light vanished. A hole suddenly appeared in the wall 10 meters away, silent as a whisper. This was the interdimensional ghost sword. Was this technique merely a fusion of the 5 ghosts transporting wealth into swordsmanship? Huang Jun's imagination was indeed extraordinary. Lin Yun gazed at the hole in the wall, marveling. Should this evolve further, it would undoubtedly become a divine talent. The 5 ghosts transporting wealth, in essence, was a technique for traversing walls. Many nefarious individuals employed the supernatural ability for theft and assassination. It was rumored that a highly skilled thief had once emptied a bank in a small town. However, this technique only bullied the ordinary. When encountering those with supernatural formations or restrictions, it would falter. Although a rogue ability, in Huang Jun's hands, it could yield remarkable results. By merging the 5 ghosts transporting wealth technique with swordsmanship, he had created a stealthy assassination ability, achieving level 3. Even in the realm of the unorthodox, there lies a path of greatness. The more spirits one commanded, the more powerful this ability became. The distance the supernatural sword light could pierce would extend further. What of formidable physiques or protective abilities? They would crumble like paper, easily pierced, a technique capable of slaying gods and Buddhas alike. Lin Yun sought an open space to test this supernatural ability, discovering that even at full strength, he could only control the supernatural sword light within 100 meters. This distance was neither far nor near, somewhat lacking. Lin Yun could not help but scoff. Typically, an extreme supernatural being could unleash their abilities up to 50 meters. Yet, I could effortlessly cleave a blade of light 300 meters long. 100 meters felt insufficient. Enhancing the supernatural ability was simple. He merely needed to capture more ghostly minions. When Huang Jun was in his prime, he commanded countless ghost soldiers and generals. With a mere swing of his sword, he could annihilate foes from miles away. Now, that was impressive. It seemed he could no longer keep Little Black by his side. He needed to return it to the mass grave, allowing it to gather more minions. Lin Yun resolved to revisit the mass grave at an opportune moment. Temporarily setting the interdimensional ghost sword aside, Lin Yun continued with the lottery draw. This time, he received experience points, an impressive 50,000. Although Luo Jinhong was merely a level 9 superhuman, his mental prowess rivaled that of an extreme supernatural being. By eliminating him, Lin Yun had effectively vanquished half of an extreme powerhouse. 50,000 experience points, combined with his previous accumulation, allowed Lin Yun to ascend 2 levels on the spot, reaching level 6 of extreme supernatural abilities. These days were becoming increasingly delightful. Sensing the surging supernatural powers within him, Lin Yun's spirit soared. Noticing dawn was approaching, He disregarded rest and hastened toward the outskirts of Starsea City to the mass grave. His speed was astonishing. A journey of several dozen kilometers was completed in under 10 minutes. Upon arrival, Lin Yun wasted no time, removing the black ring and releasing the ghostly general. Little Black, seemingly bursting with energy, immediately began to wreak havoc upon his release, shifting between the forms of ghostly dragons, ghost generals, and ghost hawks, reveling in his play as he devoured ghostly essence and hunted wandering souls. Lin Yun stood nearby, observing the ghost general consume the ethereal energy, while his experience points in the demon lord's grimoire surged upward, filling him with delight. Henceforth, this chaotic burial ground would serve as an excellent training ground for the ghost dragon. Lin Yun also freed Zhang Ming and turned to the ghost general, imparting solemn instructions. He urged him to remain here, watch over Xiao Ming, and avoid capture. Should they encounter formidable aberrant abilities, they were to unleash their full potential. But if faced with the void, they should flee and seek Lin Yun's assistance. Furthermore, he reminded the ghost general to recruit more subordinates and not to neglect strengthening their power. Having conveyed these directives, Lin Yun prepared to return to Xinghai City. Zhang Ming's soul trailed behind the ghost general like a devoted puppy, displaying unwavering loyalty. Lin Yun gazed into the distant, eerie mist, a subtle smile gracing his lips before he turned and departed. Chapter 38. Official employment. When Lin Yun returned to the ability prison, dawn was just breaking. He purchased a modest breakfast and made his way to the rest area, where he shared the meal with two fellow guards who had been on duty the previous night. It wasn't long before other guards began to arrive, including those not on shift, all gathering to bid him farewell. After all, today was a significant day for Lin Yun, marking his promotion. The colleagues who had celebrated together the night before were yawning, clearly fatigued and showing signs of a restless night. Particularly, Old Ma's eyes were swollen, resembling someone who had been in a brawl, as he yawned repeatedly, looking thoroughly exhausted. Upon noticing this, Lin Yun's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated that Old Ma, despite his age, possessed such vigor, having ordered 3 ladies at the Tianxiang foot massage house the previous evening. Reflecting on earlier times, Old Ma had always worn a stern expression, admonishing Wu Ziyuan to steer clear of such establishments. Who would have thought that he himself indulged more than anyone else? Lin Yun scrutinized Old Ma, realizing that appearances could be deceiving. The group that had visited the Tianxiang foot massage house the night before was now gathered, all smiles, with endless banner directed at Old Ma. Wu Ziyuan was particularly animated, excitedly proclaiming, "Old Ma is formidable. He is like the living embodiment of the legendary warrior Feng Xian." Feng Xian? Elbu? Such a figure exists in this world of abilities? Lin Yun's curiosity piqued, prompting him to inquire, who is the Feng Xian warrior? That is a historic hero from our Xinghai city, said to have toppled 3 major villains with a single spear, someone explained. Old Ma's face turned crimson from the praise as he chased after Wu Ziyuan, feigning a desire to retaliate. So Old Ma really is the one who toppled 3 villains with a single spear? Lin Yun chuckled alongside them. His gaze then fell upon Hong Jinyu, who remained as taciturn as ever, seemingly lost in thought. Today, however, his brow was furrowed, and his expression was rather grim. After finishing breakfast, Lin Yun bid farewell to everyone and departed from the 2nd floor of the prison. Awaiting him was a familiar face from the Ability Guard Bureau, a guard named Gu Chun. His father had also worked in the bureau, and upon retirement, Gu Chun had taken over his position. "We are colleagues from now on," Gu Chun declared, handing Lin Yun a uniform, a distinctive outfit of the Ability Guard Bureau. After changing, Gu Chun's eyes lit up, teasing him, "I tell you, with your looks, the beauties at the Crystal Club will be vying for your attention." The Crystal Club? It appeared to be a favored haunt of his colleagues at the Ability Guard Bureau, a detail worth remembering. Gu Chun then presented Lin Yun with his badge, saying, "From now on, we are colleagues. Tonight, I'll host a gathering to introduce you to the elites of our bureau. Just yesterday we celebrated. Do we really need to drink again today?" Lin Yun hesitated, but Gu Chun was already pulling him along to meet their superior, Major Chen. Major Chen had a favorable impression of Lin Yun, offering words of encouragement and mentioning that Dr. Zhang from the anatomy department valued him highly, hinting at a potential transfer there in the future. Just as they spoke, a report came in announcing the arrival of Officer Chen from the Ability Security Bureau. Major Chen's expression shifted, and he hurriedly issued instructions before rushing out. Gu Chen, in a flurry, dragged Lin Yun outside, pointing excitedly at a graceful and alluring figure in the distance, whispering, "Look over there, that's the cold beauty from the Ability Security Bureau, Officer Chen Qing." Lin Yun's heart skipped a beat, his gaze involuntarily drawn to that familiar silhouette. It was her once more. He had encountered this woman 3 times already. The first was in the Ability Prison, where she had escorted Ling Song with an air of indifference, seemingly aloof. The second was at the mass grave site, where he had borrowed a knife from her. And now, she appeared again. Are you smitten? Gu Chun nudged Lin Yun playfully, a mischievous grin on his face. I must tell you, Officer Chen Qing has quite the impressive background. Do you know her well? Lin Yun casually asked. Of course. Who in the 4 major ability organizations doesn't know the name Chen Qing? Gu Chen began to elaborate. He described her as the daughter of a prominent general, a young super ability user with a fiery temperament, fiercely opposed to evil forces, and heaped praises upon her. He concluded with a hint of lingering excitement, adding, though she ranks 3rd on the goddess list of the 4 major ability organizations, in my heart, I believe she can easily rival the top contender from the Celestial Prediction Institute. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun grew intrigued and inquired, what is the goddess list of the 4 major ability organizations? And who is the top contender from the Celestial Prediction Institute? Gu Chen eagerly launched into an explanation. The 4 major ability organizations in Shanghai City were not lacking in handsome men and beautiful women. Some bored individuals had compiled lists categorizing and ranking these young talents. There were lists for heroes, trending figures, as well as goddess and god lists. Essentially, any type one could conceive had a corresponding ranking. Chen Qing, with her family background, prowess, and beauty, consistently ranked at the top across all lists, making her a symbolic figure of the Ability Security Bureau. Of course, our Ability Guard Bureau is not to be outdone. For instance, Han Fei's daughter, Han Shuang, ranks 5th on the goddess list. She is a breathtaking beauty, Gu Chen proclaimed proudly. He continued, even the son of the chief prosecutor is making waves in our Ability Guard Bureau, holding positions on both the hero and god lists. After saying this, Gu Chen excitedly patted Lin Yun on the shoulder. I must say, you are remarkably handsome, but your abilities leave much to be desired. If you put in a little effort, making it onto the god list would be a piece of cake. Gu Chen lamented, shaking his head at Lin Yun. Lin Yun felt a stir of ambition at Gu Chun's words. Who wouldn't want to step out and be the center of attention? Basking in the admiration of the crowd? He had often fantasized about a day when he would hear people excitedly exclaim, isn't that Lin Yun, the most handsome guy from the Ability Guard Bureau? Alas, he had always prioritized stability and would not easily reveal himself without formidable power. For now, he would remain the quietly attractive young man. Just as Lin Yun pondered the arduous path ahead, Gu Chen's sudden shout startled him. I've been so caught up chatting with you. I still have tasks on the 3rd floor to complete. This is a disaster. As Gu Chen rushed out, he reminded Lin Yun, today marks your first official day at the Ability Guard Bureau. Feel free to explore and familiarize yourself with the environment. If anyone brings in a criminal, lend a hand. Understood. Take care, Brother Gu. Lin Yun welcomed the opportunity. Gu Chun, like Major Chun, vanished without a trace. Dressed in the uniform of the Ability Guard Bureau, Lin Yun roamed freely across the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floors, eager to explore. After waiting 2 whole months, the day had finally arrived, and he could hardly contain his excitement, ready to showcase his skills. Chapter 39. The Demon Organization, is it also cultivating physical strength? First, Lin Yun returned to the 1st floor of the Ability Prison for a look. Although the criminals on this floor were relatively minor characters, yielding scant experience, it was still better than nothing, and accumulating even a little would contribute significantly to his experience points. Clad in the uniform of the Ability Guard Bureau, he strode confidently into the 1st floor of the Ability Prison, declaring himself there to inspect the cells. This bold move sent shivers down the spine of the head guard on that level, who followed Lin Yun closely, nodding and bowing. Fully aware that Lin Yun was now a member of the Ability Guard Bureau, and thus felt compelled to ingratiate himself. Since mastering the new method of recording criminals, Lin Yun no longer had to interrogate offenders with the same toil as before, thus sparing himself considerable hassle. As he strolled past each cell, a mere gesture from him sent an invisible force penetrating the inmates' bodies, instantly adding a page to the prison master's grimoire, significantly enhancing his efficiency. In less than half an hour, he had recorded all the newly arrived prisoners on the 1st floor of the Ability Prison, resulting in a notable increase in his experience points. During this time, he encountered several new colleagues who had recently been transferred after the upheaval on the 1st floor. Although their faces were familiar, they were not well acquainted. Strangely, none of them seemed to recognize him. Perhaps they did, yet could hardly trust their own eyes. After all, he had voluntarily sought death, willingly descending to the 2nd level of the Ability Prison. Who could have imagined that merely 2 months later, he would return alive? Adorned in the uniform of the Ability Guard Bureau, it was indeed more bewildering than encountering a ghost. Now, Lin Yun was a member of the Ability Guard Bureau, and he had little camaraderie with them, so he chose not to linger. However, there was one person he felt compelled to visit. With a smile gracing his face, Lin Yun ambled past a cell, followed by the captain of the first-floor guards. Inside the cell, Zhang Mu rubbed his eyes, convinced he was dreaming. Quickly retreating, he patted the worn straw mat beneath him and sighed. Alas, it seems I miss Officer Lin too much. I'm even hallucinating. Reflecting on the days when Officer Lin was on duty here, life had been rather comfortable. Having completed his task of recording all the criminals on the first floor, Lin Yun returned to the second level of the ability prison, arriving just in time for lunch. The cafeteria on the second level was far from ordinary. It was said that the chefs were all trained in five-star hotels, producing dishes that were both flavorful and aromatic. Presenting his badge, Lin Yun joined a few colleagues at a table, indulging in a meal of 8 dishes and 1 soup. After finishing his meal, Lin Yun wiped his mouth and commenced his grand endeavor of recording criminals on the second level. Starting from the Eastern District cells, he leveraged his badge to gain respect from the guards in various areas, who treated him with utmost deference. Believing he was still familiarizing himself with the environment on his first day, an experienced old guard, a novice 9th-tier ability user, hurriedly approached to guide him. Before they reached the first cell in the Eastern District, they were startled by the resounding thuds echoing from within, resembling the sound of metal being struck. Interspersed with low groans and eerie laughter, the cacophony was enough to send shivers down the old guard's spine. Noticing this, Lin Yun signaled for the old guard to remain at a distance, instructing him to observe the introduction from afar. He then unleashed his psychic power, sweeping through the interior of cell number 1 in the Eastern District. Inside was the most dangerous criminal confined on the second level. As Lin Yun's psychic energy infiltrated the cell, he beheld 10 iron chains, as thick as arms, binding a towering figure over 3 meters tall. This man was a veritable colossus, with muscles so pronounced that his forearms rivaled the thickness of an adult's thigh. The chains seemed to restrain a moving fortress of steel. The ability fluctuations emanating from this criminal indicated he was a 9th-tier super ability user, and combined with his immense strength, Lin Yun mused that even a typical 9th-tier super ability user would likely falter against a single punch from him. No wonder he was imprisoned in the first cell of the Eastern District. However, this muscular giant was currently being battered by another even more muscular man. Though not as hulking as the giant, this muscle-bound adversary displayed well-defined musculature and was undoubtedly a formidable opponent. Bare-chested and clad in tiger-headed boxing gloves, he unleashed a relentless barrage of punches upon the giant, targeting him from head to toe, even sparing no attention to his groin. The thudding sounds Lin Yun had previously heard were indeed the result of this man's onslaught. This bald powerhouse was also a super ability user. Albeit at only the 3rd tier, yet his fist radia chapter 40. The corpse demon in Lin Yun's mind, he perused the Warden's Demon Codex. Examining the recently entered data on the burly man from the Celestial Demon Organization, a glimmer of insight flickering in his eyes. Criminal, Lu Shizong Crime Index. Level 7 Power. Peak Level 9 Super Ability User Status. Incarcerated Capture Participation. 1 Reward. 120 Experience Points hour in the East District's No. 1 cell sat the imposing Lu Shizong, a man with a crime index equal to his own. Also a level 9 super ability user. Lin Yun murmured to himself, noting that unlike his subordinate, the red-haired one, Lu provided even more experience. It seemed there was a hierarchy among level 9 super ability users, and Lu Shizong's strength undoubtedly surpassed that of the red-haired one. Lin Yun pondered briefly, comprehending the underlying reasons, and casually opened Lu Shizong's criminal record. The man had a penchant for debauchery. Lu Shizong's physique was such that even formidable women appeared feeble before him, unable to withstand his relentless pursuits. Each indulgence necessitated the demise of dozens of women, a truly deranged obsession. On one occasion, he annihilated an entire organization comprised solely of women overnight. Lin Yun abruptly closed the Warden's Demon Codex, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. This man was 100 times more vicious than the infamous flower thief Ma Wanli, who at least refrained from brutally harming his victims. Lin Yun cursed under his breath, vowing to find a way to eliminate Lu Shizong. For he was no mere gentleman seeking the Celestial Demon Organization's body refinement techniques. At that moment, the old prison guard led Lin Yun to East District's number 2 cell. Through the open cell door, Lin Yun immediately spotted a pallid middle-aged man seated in the center. This individual bore an unremarkable appearance, easily lost in a crowd. Yet, his hands were astonishingly exquisite, surpassing even the finest courtesans of the Tianxiang Foot bathhouse. It was a pity that such beautiful hands belonged to an utterly mundane middle-aged man. A tragic waste of talent. However, Lin Yun soon found himself distracted from his lamentations, for he noticed the sallow-faced man was intently engaged in sewing. He had seemingly procured a collection of tattered cloth, cotton, straw, and even what appeared to be dirt from his own body, lacking both needle and thread. The middle-aged man deftly fashioned a lifelike figure from these discarded materials in mere moments, the process flowing with a mesmerizing grace. To Lin Yun's astonishment, the crafted figure actually came to life, wobbling a few steps before its head suddenly detached with a soft thud, as if it had perished. Lin Yun's expression shifted abruptly when he realized the features of the figure's head mirrored his own. Just then, the gaunt-faced criminal lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Lin Yun, and cackled, "Boy, are you frightened? You now recognize my prowess, do you not?" Suppressing his fury, Lin Yun turned to the old prison guard and inquired, "What is this man's background?" "Officer, he is a corpse demon from the corpse puppet hall," the guard stammered, recoiling slightly. "You must exercise utmost caution. The corpse demon is exceedingly sinister. With just a few gestures, he can create small figures from anything around him. These figures can run, jump, and even attack. We must be extremely careful when delivering meals, lest we provoke him." The old guard's voice trembled, revealing a deep-seated fear, suggesting that many guards had fallen victim to the corpse demon. "Is there no means to suppress his abilities?" Lin Yun's voice bore a chill. "There is a suppression effect within these cells, but the corpse demon's abilities are particularly insidious, making complete suppression impossible," the old guard replied, his voice dwindling in volume. Clearly terrified. Now understanding the gravity of the situation, Lin Yun recalled that the Ability Enforcement Bureau had drawn lots when assigning personnel to the prison's lower levels. Previously, he had enjoyed a relatively comfortable stay in the North District of the second level, unaware of the true nature of the East District, where serious offenders were confined, an area akin to hell for ordinary guards. Corpse Puppet Hall. Lin Yun repeated the name of this faction quietly, nodding in comprehension. He gestured for the old guard to proceed while discreetly channeling a fragment of his abilities to silently penetrate the cell's defenses, intent on gauging the corpse demon's capabilities. The audacity of the corpse demon to intimidate him with crafted figures was a challenge he would not let go unanswered. Lin Yun possessed considerable knowledge about the Corpse Puppet Hall, having inherited memories spanning centuries from Luo Jinhong. The hall practiced the art of corpse stitching, a name that alone evoked an unsettling aura, and the sallow-faced man before him had mastered this dark craft. It was said that at the pinnacle of this ability, one could create an army of corpse demons with merely their hands. Lin Yun mused that this encounter might yield significant rewards, as capturing both of them would add some excitement to the otherwise monotonous life within the ability prison. At that moment, the warden's demon codex chimed with a notification. The pallid man had been successfully recorded. Criminal, Gao Xinchuan Crime Index, Level 9 Power, Level 9 Super Ability User Status, Incarcerated Capture Participation, 1 Reward, 150 Experience Points Hour. This corpse demon, named Gao Xinchuan, was slightly less powerful than Lu Shizong, yet his crime index had reached a staggering level 9. Lin Yun hastily reviewed Gao Xinchuan's criminal record, nearly retching at the revelations within. Decades prior, Gao Xinchuan had eked out a living performing puppet shows, appearing quite innocuous. Yet, unbeknownst to the public, he harbored a monstrous depravity. A congenital impotent, he developed a twisted obsession with children, unable to father his own. He turned his sinister intentions toward the children who attended his shows. Fearing retribution from their parents, Gao Xinchuan cruelly skinned these children to create puppets, which he would then manipulate in his performances. Over the decades, the number of children he murdered was incalculable. Upon the news of his heinous acts breaking, the entire Starsea City was thrown into turmoil. He was deemed a beast. Bao Chapter 41. The young master of the demonic sect Lin Yun was a man who had seen the world, familiar with the criminals and atrocities recorded in the grimoire of the, having witnessed his fair share of ruthless individuals. However, the criminal record of Gao Xinchuan sent shivers down his spine. Such acts transcended the realm of normal human behavior, befitting a beast cloaked in human skin, nay, even lower than a beast. Despicable, truly deserving of 1,000 deaths. Though not a champion of justice, Lin Yun found himself consumed by a burning rage upon learning of Gao Xinchuan's deeds, yearning to return and tear him limb from limb. While Gao Xinchuan's methods were undeniably cruel, the sheer number of his victims paled in comparison to others. Warlocks of his caliber often had thousands, even tens of thousands, of lives on their hands. Take Crimson Hair, for instance, who once incinerated an entire village, or old Devil Lung Song, who sacrificed hundreds, if not thousands, of lives to practice a single arcane art or craft a magical artifact. Yet, Gao Xinchuan's sin index soared to a level 9, the highest recorded in the grimoire of the He inhaled deeply, forcefully suppressing his surging emotions. Firstly, Gao Xinshuan preyed on children, even infants, making his crimes utterly heinous. Secondly, his acts of skinning, sewing, and defiling corpses reeked of psychological depravity, escalating his sins to an unparalleled degree. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yun understood the gravity of the situation. In any world, desecrating corpses was a profound taboo, especially in this realm of extraordinary abilities. If I were to master his depraved arcane arts, would my hands also be stained with sin? Lin Yun furrowed his brow, but quickly dismissed the thought. Having been chosen by the grimoire of his name enshrined within its pages, and constantly embroiled in dealings with these nefarious forces, such considerations were futile. Even if burdened with immense sin and shadowed by karmic retribution, so be it. Lin Yun chuckled nonchalantly, casting aside his worries. He continued his noble endeavor of recording criminals within the grimoire of It took him 3 whole days to record all the criminals on the second level of the ability prison into the grimoire of these individuals. Hailing from the 7 demonic sects, the 4 ghost sects, the 3 heretical schools, and even degenerates from former orthodox factions, provided Lin Yun with a crash course in the lore of this world. Moreover, the exponential growth of his experience points filled Lin Yun with immense satisfaction. With the criminals from the 1st and 2nd levels of the ability prison fully recorded, and even some demonic ability users from the 3rd level included, the grimoire of the now contained over 600 pages of criminal names, generating a daily experience point yield of over 80,000. Fueled by this abundance of experience points, Lin Yun's breakthrough to the void realm was imminent. On the 3rd level of the ability prison, a gaunt, pale-faced middle-aged man in an ability security bureau officer's uniform emerged from the 4th level entrance. "Good day, Major Pang." The surrounding guards and ability security bureau personnel greeted the officer with deferential bows. The middle-aged man grunted dismissively and strolled slowly through the dark passage. However, shortly after, a different figure emerged from the same passage. His height, face, and demeanor had all changed, and the officer's uniform had been replaced with the standard attire of an ability prison guard. Upon reaching the 2nd level, this individual ascended to the 1st level and exited the ability prison, heading straight for the city's most bustling district. At the entrance of a certain club, he shed the guard's uniform and slipped inside. In less than half an hour, a young man with an ordinary, unremarkable face but piercing eyes, radiating a roguish grin, swaggered out of the club. "Come back and play tomorrow, young Master Wu," the heavily made-up club manageress called out, batting her eyelashes. Without turning his head, the young man replied, of course, I'll be back." The young man sauntered down the street, devoured a bowl of beef noodles at a roadside stall, and then returned to the ability prison. The guards at the gate greeted him like an old friend. "Wu Ziyuan, out gallivanting again?" Gallivanting? I call it alleviating suffering and aiding the needy. You know me, a heart of gold. I can't bear to see beautiful women in distress." You rascal." The guard chuckled and waved him through. Wu Ziyuan entered the ability prison, returned to the 2nd level, changed back into his guard uniform, and walked to cell number 3 in the North District, expertly unlocking the door. The moment he stepped into the cell, the frivolous expression vanished from his face, replaced by an air of icy nobility. A respectful voice echoed from within the cell, "Young Master." At that moment, standing there wasn't the carefree, pleasure-seeking guard Wu Ziyuan, but the aloof, commanding young master of the demonic sect, ruler of countless demonic followers. "Hall Master Lang, please rise. You've suffered greatly these past few days." With a wave of his hand, Wu Ziyuan gently lifted Lung Tsang with a surge of arcane power. "Young master, such words are too kind. What's a little hardship for an old man like me?" Long Tsang's eyes welled up, his voice choked with emotion. "It's you, the young master of the Dust Dharma sect, forced to play this subservient role every day, enduring such humiliation. Enough, it's all for our grand plan." A glint of coldness flashed in Wu Ziyuan's eyes. "Besides, this suffering is coming to an end." "Oh, does that mean?" Hearing this, Lung Tsang's eyes lit up with hope. Indeed, a chilling smile crept across Wu Ziyuan's lips. "I've been delivering medicine to my father at regular intervals, and his strength has almost fully recovered. The little black dragon has also consumed the star essence water. On the 15th of next month, we'll strike from the inside and break out of the ability prison." "Really?" Long Tsang trembled with excitement, tears streaming down his face. Good. Finally, we can see the light of day and serve Princeton again. Rest assured, Hall Masterling, I'll help you all recover your strength. My father's escape depends on your assistance as well. For Princeton, we'll brave fire and water without hesitation." Long Tsang's knees buckled, and he cowed out deeply. "Excellent," Wu Ziyuan exclaimed, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "Let those fools taste the might of my Dust Dharma sect." Boom. Lin Yun felt a sudden surge of arcane power within his body, instantly amplified. The mental energy in his mind roiled like a tempestuous sea, expanding by a third. Limit ability user, 8th order. Haha. Lin Yun's eyes snapped open, gleaming with brilliance. His progress had been astonishing these past 2 weeks. Since joining the Ability Security Bureau and recording all the criminals from the first and second levels, his experience point gains had reached their peak. At this rate, I'll break through to the Void Realm in another month. Then, I can use the remaining experience to enhance a few arcane arts. This is the life I've always wanted. Lin Yun stretched languidly. The Ability Security Bureau was the perfect fit for him, allowing him to level up while relaxing. He would occasionally assist with new criminals, but otherwise, he was free as a bird. Chapter 42. Am I destined to be alone? During the past fortnight, Lin Yun had spent his time either assisting Dr. Zhang with the dissection of supernatural creatures or indulging in foot baths, boasting, and drinking with Gu Chun and the others. After all, those who had entered the Supernatural Guardians Bureau were not without their own abilities. Yet, these individuals had begun to adopt a leisurely lifestyle. With their progression as slow as a snail's pace, likely taking a whole year just to ascend a minor level, Lin Yun had already devised a plan. In 2 months, he would feign an advancement to the 3rd tier of intermediate supernatural ability, subtly showcasing his talents without being overly ostentatious, lest he attract unwanted trouble. He intended to linger within the supernatural prison for a decade or so, gradually climbing the ranks, and eventually, he would become the chief of the Supernatural Guardians Bureau. At that point, he would wield absolute authority over the entire supernatural prison, with every inmate required to pass through the gate of his prison lord's grimoire for registration. Lin Yun straightened his attire and stepped out of his room, ready for duty. The moment he emerged, he encountered a rather handsome guard from the Supernatural Safety Bureau. Upon seeing Lin Yun, the guard's face lit up with a broad grin as he pulled Lin Yun into a corner, whispering conspiratorially, "Brother, on the 15th, in 3 days, there will be a moon-viewing boat party at Starseed Park. I hear there will be a plethora of beautiful women attending. What do you say, shall we go together?" Starseed Park and the moon-viewing party. Lin Yun's mind conjured the memory of the shy girl who had once presented him with a lantern and a love poem during the Lantern Festival. Regrettably, he had failed to seize that opportunity, and subsequent visits to Starseed Park yielded no trace of her. With this thought, Lin Yun's heart quickened, and he eagerly nodded in agreement. "All right, I will go." "I knew you would." Gu Chun beamed, patting Lin Yun's shoulder before turning to leave. Lin Yun could only shake his head in resignation, mentally marking the event down. 3 days later, at 8 in the evening, a group of colleagues impatiently shouted from outside his room, "Lin, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up, or the beautiful women will be snatched away." I'm coming. Lin Yun replied, hastily putting on his clothes. He had indeed made plans to enjoy the moon at Starseed Park, or rather, to socialize with the ladies. They were all young staff members under Major Chen from the Supernatural Safety Bureau, assigned to the 2nd floor of the supernatural prison. Now, they had shed their uniforms in favor of suits, resembling a gathering of influencers. However, even in suits, their fierce demeanor could not be concealed, as they were accustomed to dealing with notorious criminals. Just their appearance might frighten the women away before they could even approach. Finally ready, Lin Yun had meticulously styled his hair for the occasion. With his striking features and poised demeanor, he stood out among the crowd. His colleagues felt a pang of regret, wishing they had not insisted on bringing him along. With Lin Yun's presence, what need did they have to compete? As they were about to leave the supernatural prison for Starseed Park, a voice called out from behind, "Lin Yun, where are you? The dissection room on the 3rd floor needs your assistance." "Me?" Lin Yun's heart sank at the realization. "Can't I skip this? Do you even need to ask? Hurry up." Reluctantly, Lin Yun waved goodbye to his colleagues, resigned to his fate, and made his way back to his room to change into his uniform, trudging slowly towards the 3rd floor. As he stepped onto the 3rd floor, in a room of the Northern District on the 2nd floor, a sharp-eyed young man suddenly sat up in bed, glancing at the clock beside him. "It's about time," he muttered before stretching and leaving his room. 3rd floor of the supernatural prison, dissection room. "Scalpel," Dr. Zhang commanded, wielding a supernatural surgical knife with the deftness of an experienced butcher or a skilled surgeon. Before him lay the corpse of a supernatural creature, which he was dissecting with remarkable speed. Having assisted Dr. Zhang for several months, Lin Yun could intuitively grasp his intentions with just a glance. This was why Dr. Zhang consistently requested Lin Yun's presence. Chapter 43. A grand scheme. As Lin Yun and Dr. Zhang exited the dissection room, they were greeted by utter chaos outside. Correctional officers scurried about like headless flies, diligently inspecting each cell, fearful that a criminal might seize the opportunity to escape amidst the turmoil. The ground beneath their feet trembled incessantly, leaving them bewildered as to the cause of the disturbance. Dr. Zhang seized a nearby officer, his voice laced with urgency. What is happening? What has occurred? The officer, wiping the sweat from his brow and struggling to catch his breath, replied, "Fourth floor. The little black dragon in cell 1 has gone berserk, shattering the containment barrier on the 4th floor. The array on the 3rd floor has been compromised as well." The mention of cell 1 on the 4th floor caused Dr. Zhang's expression to shift dramatically. He released the officer, muttering to himself, "This is catastrophic. If the barrier is breached, those heinous criminals will surely escape. Particularly the notorious ones on the 4th floor. Any one of them roaming free would be a grave threat. Shaolin, you must return to the 2nd floor and find a place to hide. We shall address the situation once the storm is past." Dr. Zhang rambled, only to turn around and discover Lin Yun had vanished. Good heavens, that rascal is remarkably swift. Here I am, fretting over his safety. As he spoke, Dr. Zhang, clutching the box containing the horse demon whip, hurriedly made his way in a specific direction. The little black dragon had gone mad? It had even breached the 4th floor array? Concealed in a corner on the 3rd floor, Lin Yun extended his mental energy, employing the spirit sound technique to navigate toward the 4th floor. Soon, he stood outside cell 1, where a crowd had gathered, each individual engrossed in their tasks. The ground was littered with an array of materials that, despite Lin Yun not recognizing them by name, shimmered with promise, hinting at their value. 2 individuals frantically ground these materials into powder, concocting a liquid. An elderly man, with hair as white as snow, held a vial filled with the liquid in one hand and a brush in the other, diligently sketching what appeared to be repairs to the cell's containment barriers. Among the throng, Lin Yun recognized a familiar face, the extraordinary ability user from the Ability Guard Bureau whom he had startled during his initial mental probe. This individual now wore a furrowed brow, intently gazing at the cell door while issuing commands to those nearby. With his mental energy focused, Lin Yun continued to peer into the situation beyond the barrier. Within the cell, the little black dragon was enveloped in a radiant golden light, exuding an air of majesty. Compared to their last encounter, its aura had intensified significantly. With the binding chains of ability nearly severed, it repeatedly struck the void before it with its singular horn. Each impact manifested a flurry of intricate runes and barriers, creating a translucent shield that was continuously shattered and mended. After observing for a while, Lin Yun assessed that, given the current state of the little black dragon, a breakout would be exceedingly difficult. Though the creature was an extraordinary ability user, even with its innate strength, escape would be constrained by the runic seals, and the extraordinary user at the entrance could easily subdue it, not to mention the presence of the void on the 5th floor. Yet, how had the other criminals managed to escape? Lin Yun watched as the 3rd floor of the ability prison was being subdued, repairs were being made, arrests were occurring, and the restoration of order was merely a matter of time. The Ability Guard Bureau was apprehensive of individuals exploiting the confusion. Some had already successfully fled. A face suddenly flashed in Lin Yun's mind, the middle-aged man colluding with the Ability Security Bureau officials in one of the 4th floor cells. If he were to flee, now would be the opportune moment. Lin Yun swiftly redirected his mental energy and spirit sound technique toward a nearby cell adjacent to the little black dragon, quietly probing within. Cell 3 on the 4th floor revealed a middle-aged man with slightly graying hair and a handsome visage, seemingly meditating, his breathing steady and unremarkable. However, Lin Yun felt an unsettling dissonance, prompting him to draw closer with his spirit sound technique. The sounds of blood pulsing and the heart's rhythmic beating filled his ears. Moments later, Lin Yun's expression shifted to one of complexity. The internal structure of the middle-aged man in Cell 3 had weakened tremendously, far more than during his initial probe. It dawned upon him that this was merely a decoy. The true occupant of Cell 3 on the 4th floor had evidently escaped, now at large in the world, reveling in freedom. As Lin Yun contemplated extending his spirit sound technique beyond the confines of the ability prison, he felt a sudden stir within his mind. The prison master's tome inexplicably flipped open several pages. The pages previously marked with the words incarcerated now blazed with the glaring inscription at large. Taken aback for a moment, Lin Yun's countenance gradually settled into a calm demeanor. His right hand slowly rested upon the hilt of his sidearm, and he coldly uttered, "It appears this time we are in for something grand." In the 2nd layer of the Ability Prison, North District, Cell 3, old servant Long Song greets the king. Kneeling on the ground, Long Song bowed deeply, nearly touching his forehead to the floor, his internal energy fluctuating violently, betraying his current agitation. Before him stood a middle-aged man with slightly graying hair, exuding an air of elegance, resembling a learned scholar. Yet, his gaze bore an imperious intensity, as if he sought to command the world. Long Song. It has been 20 years since we last met. The refined, middle-aged man smiled, acknowledging Long Song's reverence. Your subordinate has yearned for your return day and night. Tears streamed down Long Song's face, his voice choked with emotion. For the past 2 decades, I have been haunted by thoughts of you. When you were wronged by those scoundrels, I longed to charge into the ability prison and confront them, but I was too feeble. I could only watch helplessly as you languished here for 20 years. Please, King, pass judgment upon me. With a sigh, the elegant middle-aged man spoke gently. I have heard from Yuana that you have tirelessly sought my release, even at the cost of offending others within our organization, enduring suppression. King, those treacherous turncoats are not worth mentioning. Long Song interrupted vehemently, his teeth clenched as he continued. However, the Qin King's faction has gone too far. You are merely imprisoned, not dead. Humph. The grievances with the Qin King will be settled upon my return. A glint of ferocity flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. Your wisdom is unmatched, my king. We have awaited this day for 20 years. Long Song, filled with fervor, knelt once more. At that moment, 2 figures entered the chamber. One was a strikingly handsome young man with clear, bright eyes. The other, an elder, immediately knelt and declared, Kong Bai, the incense master of Chun Law sect, greets the king. May my king. Enough, no more pleasantries. Time is of the essence. We must depart. The elegant middle-aged man interrupted with a wave of his hand. Father, do not rush. The handsome young man smiled, producing a few crimson pills the size of longan fruits. These are blood ignition pills, capable of greatly enhancing the abilities of anyone below the limit, though the side effects are somewhat severe. A cold smile crept across his face, but I believe the fellows in the eastern district of the second layer will eagerly ingest them. Grateful for the favors bestowed by the Ability Guard Bureau, won't they? Haha. Your schemes have indeed matured significantly over these past 20 years. The middle-aged man gazed at the handsome young man before him, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. You are no longer that boy who would hide in his father's embrace and weep at the mere thought of taking a life. Dad, why must you bring that up? The attractive young man replied with a resigned smile. The middle-aged man erupted into hearty laughter. The dim light of the corridor filtering through the cracks of the prison cell door, casting a mysterious yet authoritative aura upon his face. Ah. A night of the full moon is indeed perfect for grand undertakings. Chapter 44. Whose audacity is this? The second level of the metahuman penitentiary. A gaunt correctional officer escorted a formidable, bald man, exuding the aura of a martial monk from the Xuanfa temple. His muscles were sculpted like granite. And despite his stern visage, a hint of solemnity lingered. Why does it feel like the ground is constantly trembling today? The officer muttered, his brow furrowed with unease. The monk's voice rumbled. Has there been any unrest among the inmates in the east sector? Just completed a sweep. All is tranquil, the officer assured him. Good. They arrived at cell number 1 in the east sector. The monk, tearing off his tunic to reveal a torso of petrified muscle, instructed, You may depart. I shall oversee things here. Understood. The officer bowed deferentially, watching as the monk entered the cell. Thump, thump, thump. The familiar cadence echoed from within, reassuring the officer as he turned to leave. However, before he could take more than a few steps, silence descended, followed by the monk's terrified exclamation. You. How could you possibly? Before everything went quiet, a chilling premonition gripped the officer's heart. Could something have gone awry? Boom. He cautiously retraced his steps. But before he could peer into the cell, it exploded in a cataclysm of debris and dust. The monk was hurled out, crashing against the corridor walls, leaving fissures in the stone. Then, a hulking figure, dwarfing even a calf, emerged from the wreckage, paralyzed with terror. The officer could only discern the monk's mangled form in the dim light. His limbs were contorted grotesquely, his head twisted at an unnatural angle. Eyes rolled back, a lifeless husk, frozen in place. The officer watched as the behemoth lumbered toward him. Thud, thud, thud. Each step sent tremors through the floor. The officer scrambled backward, but the figure was upon him in moments. In the dim light, he could only make out bloodshot eyes, locking onto him with predatory intensity, and hear ragged breaths. His heart pounded like a war drum, a terror unlike anything he had ever experienced. Then, the massive hand, the size of a cauldron, slowly ascended. Boom. The fist slammed into the ground, creating a crater and sending shards of rock flying. The figure seemed surprised, the expected carnage absent. Looking up, he saw the officer, miraculously, 10 meters away. A figure stood beside the officer, silent. Noticing the gaze of the brute, the figure stepped forward. In the dim light, the figure rested a slender, pale hand on the hilt of a police saber. A calm voice cut through the gloom. Who gave you the gall to breach your confinement? Clang. The blade was drawn, A flash of cold light. A wave of oppressive energy surged through the corridor, freezing the walls in its wake. Blinded by the aura, all the brute could see were blades of cold light and killing intent. He felt like a leaf in a hurricane, about to be swallowed by a wave. So what if you're a limit breaker? My demonic body fears no. The brute was cut short, consumed by the killing intent. Now he understood, this was no wave, but an abyss. A force of pure destruction. As the killing intent dissipated, a handsome young man in a guard uniform walked out, his face indifferent. The brute stared in disbelief. You're not a limit breaker. Before he could finish, his form was rent in two and crashed to the ground. The cut was smooth, without a drop of blood. Lin Yun heard a notification from the grimoire of the warden, confirming the death. He erased the officer's memory. He was scared, but better safe than sorry. With that, Lin Yun disappeared. The second level of the metahuman penitentiary. A cell lay in ruins. The ones responsible were the guards, the agents, even the cooks. They were pale. Eyes rolled back, devoid of life. They were strong and fast, and one swing could break iron. More terrifying, they felt no pain and could fight on with broken limbs. The guards were killed, and the scene was hellish. Then, a sallow man walked out. His fingers were nimble, and he shot out strands of energy. The energy weaved between corpses, and soon, the limbs were gone, replaced with a horde of the undead. With these puppets, I can escape. Suddenly, a cold, terrible aura descended. A blade of darkness tore through the corridor. Who? The sallow man sent his horde to fight, and he ran. The blade sliced through the puppets like paper. The sallow man ran, but the blade followed. 300 meters. The sallow man closed his eyes, waiting for death. But it never came. He felt a cold wind, and frost formed on his face. He opened his eyes to see the blade inches from his nose. Behind it was a normal-looking guard. The sallow man was horrified. Why not? The guard smiled, and the blade flew, and his head was gone. Lin Yun exhaled. And the grimoire of the warden had one less page. He spread his senses, ready to move on. Then, he sensed two figures approaching. One was a limit breaker. The agents are here. They can't escape now. Lin Yun decided to catch the big fish first. Let these little shrimps live a while longer. After all, they cannot escape. With that, Lin Yun's figure flickered and vanished into the dimly lit corridor. Chapter 45, The Sacred Water of the Stars at the headquarters of the Supernatural Guardians Bureau. Commander Han Fei's countenance was as dark as thunder as he hurriedly led his subordinates to the supernatural prison. Just 10 minutes prior, he had been engaged in a game of chess with the old Minister of Defense, poised to claim victory. When a subordinate rushed in with alarming news, a riot had erupted on the 4th floor, and the magical array had been shattered. What? Han Fei, upon hearing this, overturned the chessboard in shock. This was a grave matter indeed. It was not merely due to his impending loss. Without further ado, he set off for the supernatural prison. Realizing the catastrophic consequences of even a single high-risk inmate escaping, he would face a decade's worth of salary forfeiture. Should 2 manage to flee, his rank would be halved. And if 3 were to escape? No, I must not dwell on such thoughts. Han Fei dared not consider the implications, as such an event would warrant severe repercussions. Thank goodness it was only the 4th floor, if the monstrous entities on the 5th floor were to revolt. A shiver ran down Han Fei's spine at the thought. Those ancient beings from various factions were imprisoned there. Any incident would undoubtedly cause a headache for even the mayor. As he rushed to the prison's entrance, his heart raced with urgency. Upon arrival, the warden hurried over, wearing a beaming smile, delivering some good news. Commander, the little black dragon has been subdued, and the magical array has been repaired. Han Fei exhaled a sigh of relief. Had it escaped, the troubles would have been monumental. Yet, he could not fathom why the little black dragon had suddenly gone berserk. Have you determined the cause? He inquired sternly. The warden's expression turned grave as he uttered 4 words, Sacred Water of the Stars. Han Fei was taken aback. The Sacred Water of the Stars was a legendary treasure coveted by supernatural beings. How could it possibly have appeared in the supernatural prison? And how did the little black dragon manage to consume it? Who was responsible? Fuming with rage, Han Fei ground his teeth and bellowed. Conduct a thorough search of the 4th floor. Yes. Several members of the Supernatural Guardians Bureau promptly complied. Suppressing his fury, Han Fei ventured deeper into the prison. As he set foot on the 2nd floor, a nauseating stench of blood assailed him. His expression darkened as he turned to his aide. What has happened? Is there trouble on the 2nd floor as well? His subordinate quickly responded. Commander, several criminals from the Eastern District have escaped. We don't know who orchestrated this, but they all regained their powers. Fortunately, the warden arrived in time. Only 2 of them, the 1st and 2nd from the Eastern District, were killed on the spot, while the others were recaptured. This is undoubtedly part of a grand conspiracy. Han Fei's face paled further upon hearing of the Eastern District criminal's escape and regained strength. After a moment's pause, he expressed his gratitude to the warden. "Thank you for your timely intervention. Otherwise, the chaos could have escalated drastically." However, the warden displayed a peculiar expression and replied, "It was not solely my achievement. The first and second criminals from the Eastern District were eliminated by others first." Han Fei hastily pressed, "Do you know who did it?" The warden, Chapter 46. Is this all? Princeton and his entourage strode purposefully away from Shanghai City, heading westward. The Dust Dharma sect lay to the west, where the sun sets, a most auspicious sign indeed. After traversing several dozen miles, they encountered a desolate expanse. An eerie atmosphere enveloping the entire mass grave like dark clouds, blocking even the moonlight from penetrating. "Your Highness, should we perhaps take a detour?" ventured Kong Bai, the incense master of the Dust Dharma sect, cautiously. Yet, the mass grave was an unavoidable path. To circumvent it would require a significant detour, but to proceed without diverting. Who could predict what might transpire amid such foreboding? Princeton cast a cold glance at the mass grave, asserting dominantly, "Detour? I never take detours." He paused, an aura of sovereign authority emanating from him, as if he could trample everything beneath his feet. "Tonight, on this full moon, marks my moment of liberation. Our lineage shall surely thrive. How could we possibly take a detour?" With that declaration, a formidable force surged forth like a tidal wave, forcibly parting the ominous miasma before them. Moonlight cascaded down, illuminating Princeton, rendering him akin to a celestial being. The young men beside him, including Lung Tsang and Kong Bai, were left in awe. "Our prince is truly magnificent. He shall undoubtedly unify the Dust Dharma sect," Lung Tsang exclaimed, tears of excitement streaming down his face, nearly compelled to kneel in reverence. "Father, display your might and unify the Dust Dharma," the young men and Kong Bai echoed, their praises resounding in the air. Princeton's lips curled into a slight smile, exuding an overwhelming regal presence. "Onward," he commanded with a wave of his hand. Prepared to step onto the moonlit path, only to halt abruptly, his smile vanishing in an instant. For he beheld, at the end of the illuminated road, a malevolent dragon coiled ominously. Atop the dragon sat a shadowy figure, obscured from view, a blade at their waist, observing Princeton with keen interest. "Are you attempting to brainwash them?" The figure spoke, their voice clear yet laced with an icy chill. Instantly, Princeton's expression darkened, and his companions sensed the shift, taking up defensive stances. "Who are you to obstruct our prince's path?" Kong Bai, the weakest among them, leaped forth, shouting defiantly at the shadow. Before he could finish, a deafening roar echoed, followed by a torrent of green flames descending from the sky, engulfing Kong Bai entirely. He had no time to scream before he was reduced to ashes. Long Song turned pale with fear, retracting the leg he had just advanced. The newcomer was terrifying. It was unwise to provoke them. "You must be one of the 7 demons, the ghost path. This ghostly beast is indeed remarkable, but I am curious. Who are you to block our route?" "We of the Dust Dharma sect also belong to the 7 demons." Princeton's tone softened slightly. Lin Yun chuckled, unable to contain himself, and replied leisurely, "What? Can those of the ghost path not trouble you? Perhaps I simply find you displeasing?" As he spoke, he gently patted the head of the ghostly dragon, which immediately understood his intent and roared, charging at Princeton and his companions. "Retreat," Princeton shouted, preparing to confront the threat. In a flash, he darted through the moonlight, evading the flames the dragon expelled, which failed to even graze his garments. Enraged, the dragon glared and swiped its claws, causing the surrounding ghostly energy to surge, forming a massive net of supernatural power that enveloped Prince in impressive technique. Lin Yun remarked, admiring the dragon's tactical prowess. In that moment, the dragon seized an opportunity, unleashing a torrent of ghostly flames towards Princeton. No, a bizarre ghostly fire erupted. Princeton's expression darkened as he swiftly formed seals with his hands. A thick mist emanated from within him, coalescing into a vortex that consumed the flames entirely. The dragon was taken aback. It was the first time it had witnessed such a spectacle. Meanwhile, Princeton, having absorbed the ghostly flames, grew increasingly formidable. His white cloak billowed without wind, and he gradually ascended, halting at a height of 10 meters above the ground. "You are the first in 20 years to witness my ultimate technique. Consider yourselves fortunate." Princeton proclaimed from his lofty position, his tone frigid. The vortex above him slowly morphed into a gigantic, snow-white toad. Under the moonlight, the ghostly dragon and the snow toad glared at each other, baring their teeth. Eager to engage in combat, the surrounding ghostly energy swirling tumultuously. To an ordinary observer, this scene would surely induce terror, compelling them to kneel and cry out for divine intervention. The celestial toad swallows the moon. It is indeed the celestial toad swallows the moon. Ha ha ha, after 20 years. I have finally witnessed my prince's ultimate technique once more. Even death would be worth it. Lung Tsang exclaimed, tears of excitement in his eyes. Shouting in reverence towards Princeton. The young men beside him mirrored his enthusiasm, their faces alight with exhilaration. The celestial toad swallows the moon? Lin Yun scoffed, rolling his eyes at the sight of the toad. He easily discerned the truth behind the snow-white creature. It was merely a construct of supernatural power. Visually impressive, yet lacking in substance, likely cleavable with a single strike. Roar. At that moment, the ghostly dragon could no longer contain itself, unleashing a torrent of ghostly flames. A green column of fire extending 100 meters, aimed directly at Prince and his looming toad. This time, Princeton did not evade. Instead, he opened his mouth wide as if to swallow. The toad above him mirrored the action, its mouth agape. Boom. The ghostly flames were consumed in one gulp by the toad, vanishing entirely. In turn, the toad and Prince's aura intensified, the toad's previously ethereal form becoming increasingly solid. Oh, it can absorb attacks to grow stronger? Quite intriguing, Lin Yun remarked, his interest piqued. This supernatural technique bore an air of profundity. Patience, Little Black. This fellow possesses some merit. Allow me to engage him, Lin Yun instructed. The ghostly dragon, eager to charge into battle, was restrained by Lin Yun's hand. Hearing this, the dragon complied, settling obediently at Lin Yun's feet, wagging its tail in anticipation of the unfolding drama. Lin Yun slowly rose, positioning himself atop the dragon. Gazing down at Princeton, with a gentle motion, he placed his right hand on the hilt of his blade, and in the next instant, the blade was drawn, supernatural energy erupting forth. Clang. The sound of the blade sliced through the mass grave, an overwhelming malevolence surging with the glimmer of the blade. The moonlit path visibly crystallizing into frost, dark snowflakes cascading through the air. A streak of blade light surged directly towards Princeton. Prince's eyes narrowed sharply, and he swiftly formed seals with his hands. The snow-white toad above him radiated brilliantly under the moonlight. In an instant, the toad expanded several times its size, gaping wide as it prepared to swallow Lin Yun's attack, even absorbing the malevolence within. A thunderous sound reverberated from the toad's belly, and Prince Anne's expression became exceedingly complex, alternating between shades of blue and white. After several moments, tranquility returned. However, is this all? Prince Anne struggled to swallow the blood that surged to his throat, his expression impassive as he spoke. Yet within, a tumultuous storm brewed, threatening to overwhelm him before his subordinates and son. Chapter 47. A serious strike. Who exactly is this individual? With a single stroke, he nearly cleaved the King of N's monstrous toad in two. While it appeared that the King of N had blocked the blow, the truth was that his internal organs had sustained grave injuries. Another strike would likely spell his doom. When did the ghost path produce such a formidable master of blade techniques? Before the King of N could react, Lin Yun had already ignited his true fire. To think that even my rudimentary slaughtering Azura blade could be devoured. This wretched toad truly possesses remarkable skills. Lin Yun's expression darkened. In the next moment, he soared 50 meters above the ground, leaving the head of the ghost dragon behind. The moonlight illuminated Lin Yun's face, rendering his demeanor chillingly stoic. Is that all? Let us see how you fare against another strike. Gripping his blade with his right hand, he assumed a stance, his eyes sharpening with fierce intensity as a powerful surge of otherworldly blade energy erupted from him, soaring towards the heavens. This strike will be delivered with utmost seriousness, Lin Yun declared coldly, feeling the overwhelming aura of Lin Yun's otherworldly blade energy lock onto him. The King of N felt as though he was being hunted by some ancient beast, his body covered in goosebumps. He gazed in terror at Lin Yun, who stood bathed in moonlight and poised to strike, his pupils dilating in sheer astonishment, as if time itself had frozen, his face a mask of uncontainable dread and incredulity. A master of blade techniques at the void level. Before he could finish his thought, a flash of light from the blade erupted. The once bright moonlight dimmed in that instant. Within the otherworldly prison, it seemed that the elder had indeed intervened. Han Fei exclaimed, sensing the distant surge of otherworldly energy. He quickly added, only that elder could achieve such a fearsome blade intent and terrifying technique. The elder had recently broken through to the void and had made waves across half of Star Sea City. Han Fei's face broke into a smile. The elder's involvement in this turmoil indicated that he still sided with the otherworldly prison, and with them at the otherworldly security bureau. This meant that their bureau would now have the protection of the void. Historically, while the otherworldly prison was nominally under the watch of the void, it had been overseen by ancient figures from the other three otherworldly organizations who had lived for countless years. These old-timers would not lift a finger unless the turmoil reached the 5th level of the prison. Even if the upper 4 levels were decimated, they would remain unmoved. What good was such a void to them, providing barely any assistance to the otherworldly security bureau? But now, it would be different. With a representative of their bureau overseeing the otherworldly prison, Han Fei's position as commander could now be tenfold more secure. Just as he basked in this joy, a subordinate rushed in with urgent news. After a few hurried words, the smile vanished from Han Fei's face, replaced by a look of grave concern. What did you say? The barrier in the 4th level cell number 3 has been breached? The King of In from the dust sect escaped using a substitute. How did he get out? Who brought in that substitute? Speak quickly. Han Fei's roar could have toppled the ceiling of the otherworldly prison's 2nd level. Once he calmed slightly, the subordinate, trembling, reported, "It seems it was Major Pang from the 4th level. He has been responsible for the King of An's affairs all along." After the King of An escaped, he also disappeared. Han Fei's chest heaved with rage, an aura befitting a peak-level otherworldly practitioner emanating uncontrollably from him. Everyone present fell silent, fearing to utter a word, the atmosphere thick with tension. They all understood that a notorious criminal from the 4th level of the otherworldly prison had fled, and it took them this long to realize. The consequences were unimaginable. At last, the silence was shattered. Notify the other 3 major otherworldly organizations to assist in capturing that old dog. The King of In from the dust sect. Han Fei's face darkened, his brows knitted tightly as he issued commands to his subordinates. After delivering his orders, he turned away from the corpses on the ground, his back radiating fury and intent to kill. Outside Star Sea City, in the mass graveyard, Lin Yun's strike consolidated all his otherworldly power, surpassing his previous casual blows by several dozen times. The blade sliced through the air, emitting a sharp whistle. The toad unites. The King of In was utterly flustered, shouting frantically as he poured all his energy into the snow-white toad atop his head. In that moment, man and toad fused into one, attempting to withstand Lin Yun's terrifying blow. But it was all too late. Lin Yun's blade had already descended. With a soft sound, the King of In and the snow-white toad were cleaved in half. Father! The King of An's son stood frozen, as if pinned in place by an unseen force. Wu Ziyuan had exerted every effort, disguising himself as a prison guard for 10 years to rescue his father. But before they could escape even 50 kilometers, his father, had he truly perished? The King of In was really dead. Lung Tsang was equally stunned, his eyes wide as he stared at the King of An's corpse, his lips trembling. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and Lin Yun descended from the sky. His long hair billowing, his attire flowing in the breeze, wielding his blade like a celestial being. Both Lang Tsang and the King of An's son trembled in fear. Forgetting their grief over the king's demise, their thoughts consumed by the arrival of this killing god, Lin Yun looked down at the young man, tentatively calling out, "Wu Ziyuan?" At the sound of his name, the King of An's son's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. You, it's really you." Lin Yun, taken aback himself, had previously suspected the King of An's son might be Wu Ziyuan, but he had not anticipated such a drastic change in appearance. Were it not for his ability to perceive the fated serpent above this young man's head, whose destiny resonated with his own, he might have thought he recognized the wrong person. "You, who exactly are you? How do you know me?" Wu Ziyuan stammered, excitement overwhelming him, forgetting his fear as he rushed to seek clarity. But before he could take a step, Lin Yun pressed his palm to his forehead. Erasure. Wu Ziyuan's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed. Lin Yun could not bring himself to be harsh. The King of An's son was extraordinarily gifted, having ascended to the ranks of peak otherworldly practitioners at such a young age. Since they were acquainted, it was better to take him into custody first. Now, only Long Song remained on the scene. Lin Yun observed him with interest, noting his initial terror followed by an immediate attempt to feign nonchalance. Then, his expression changed abruptly, and he suddenly knelt, weeping profusely. Blade God, I have lived nearly 100 years, and today have come to know that the Blade God truly exists. I die without regret. Blade God above, please accept my homage. If you do not disdain me, I would gladly serve as your disciple, toiling for you without hesitation, even to the point of death. Lin Yun was taken at chapter 48. Who was behind this? Han Fei gripped his knife, his expression dark and silent as he swiftly followed the few individuals ahead. Each of them emanated powerful abilities, each an extreme ability user, covering 20 to 30 meters in a single stride. Han Fei, you truly are an exceptional commander. For 20 years, there have been no issues on the 4th floor of the ability prison. Yet, upon your appointment, a serious offender escapes. Ha ha ha. Zhouling, you mocked. her words dripping with sarcasm. Han Fei did not even lift his eyelids, appearing as if he had not heard her at all. Enough. The old fox, king of the Chun Fa sect, is exceptionally cunning. We cannot place all the blame on Han. You should hold your tongue, a square-faced man interjected, taking on the role of mediator. How can this not concern him? He is the commander of the Ability Guard Bureau. A criminal escaped right under his nose. Who else should he be blamed for if not himself? Should we blame you, Qili, or me, Zhou Yu? Qili was left speechless by the retort. Now is not the time to quarrel. The young man in white, who had remained silent thus far, finally spoke, casting a cold glance at the two. If we waste any more time, King of the Chun Fa sect will truly escape. Zhou Yu snorted coldly, choosing not to respond further. 10 miles ahead. That is where King of the Chun Fa sect awaits. The young man in white declared, examining the compass in his hand. Humph. King of the Chun Fa sect is half a step into the void. Do we really think we can capture him with just the 4 of us? Zhou Yu scoffed, unimpressed. The void of the Ability Guard Bureau will soon have Bai Qingfeng arrive, Qili replied solemnly. It sounds as if only your bureau possesses the void, Zhou Yu retorted with a cold smile. The key question is, how do we detain that King of the Chun Fa sect? Should we risk our lives to hold him? Then I will stake my life. Han Fei suddenly lifted his head, a glint of determination in his eyes. This is my fault. I shall atone. When we capture King of the Chun Fa sect, I, Han Fei, will be the first to charge in, even at the cost of my life. Good. Commander Han indeed bears responsibility. He is a true man. Zhou Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of intrigue. What is happening here? At that moment, the young man in white fixated on the scene ahead and exclaimed in shock. Han Fei had already rushed for war after an indeterminate passage of time. The ragged swordsman suddenly lifted his head, letting out a profound sigh. The perfect amalgamation of supernatural abilities and mental prowess, the unity of divine intent. Such an exquisite mastery of blade technique surpasses my own, for I, Jiang Xiu, am not his equal. Upon hearing this, the grand directors of the 4 agencies were momentarily stunned. Suddenly, another voice, both distinct and imbued with authority, resonated like a thunderclap, causing a reverberating hum in the ears of those present. Old Jiang, are you actually admitting inferiority? Ha ha ha, this is indeed a rare occurrence. Before the echo of the voice had faded, a middle-aged man, impeccably dressed and carrying a book, descended through the air. In the blink of an eye, he stood before them. Qili, the Grand Director of the Paranormal Security Bureau, pays respects to Senior Bai Qingfeng. Qili exclaimed, overjoyed at the sight of the newcomer. The book-bearing man simply offered a slight smile in acknowledgement. His gaze then shifted to the half of the corpse held by Jiang Xiu, the swordsman. And he remarked with a smile, what treasure could possibly cause the sword saint of the Paranormal Special Operations Division to lose his composure to such an extent? However, in that instant, the color drained from the middle-aged man's face. Such unadulterated baleful aura, such domineering psychic sword intent. He reached out to take the remnant corpse from Jiang Xiu, but the swordsman evaded him without expression. Undeterred, the middle-aged man attempted again, only to be repelled by Jiang Xiu's blade. Old Jiang, would it kill you to let me have a look? After several fruitless attempts, the middle-aged man grew frantic. Jiang Xiu responded icily, yes, it would. I fear losing it. You. The middle-aged man was rendered speechless. Senior Bai, there's more here. At that moment, Qili, with a cunning glint in his eyes, seized the other half of the corpse from the ground and eagerly presented it. Whoosh! A sharp force instantly locked onto Qili, rendering him immobile and drenched in cold sweat. Dare to let him try? Jiang Xiu's tone was glacial. Try? What can you possibly do to me? With a wave of his sleeve, the middle-aged man dispelled the lock on Qili, snatched the remaining corpse, and patted Qili's shoulder with a beaming smile. Not bad. Not bad, young man. You're quite resourceful. I'll be sure to mention this to the mayor and ensure you remain in your position as Grand Director for several more decades. Thank you for your consideration, Senior Bai. Qili bowed excitedly, then hastily sought refuge behind the middle-aged man, sensing Jiang Xiu's chilling gaze. The middle-aged man, his face now grave, examined the remains intently. His smile gradually faded, and he exclaimed in astonishment, his psychic technique has reached the pinnacle of divine unity. The middle-aged man fixed his gaze on Jiang Xiu, awaiting confirmation. Within the void, I have always considered my swordsmanship to be among the best. Yet, I never imagined there would be someone even more skilled. This person's swordsmanship has already reached the level of a supreme sword saint. Perhaps only a hair's breadth away from the next realm. As Jiang Xiu spoke, a hint of admiration flickered in his eyes. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's face paled, and he remained speechless for a long moment. Each level beyond Grandmaster in any psychic attribute is as arduous as ascending to heaven, requiring 10 times the effort. Thus, the title of Supreme Sword Saint is not easily earned. This Jiang Xiao, clad in tattered clothing, was born to wield the sword. At the age of 20, he was already an ultimate psychic. By 30, he had become a grandmaster of swordsmanship. Now, at the age of 120, he had remained stagnant at the level of Sword Saint for 80 years. He was one of the void-level figures in the Paranormal Special Operations Division. It is said that he has slain hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of individuals, and his psychic sword intent is exceptionally pure. Even such a figure admitted to being inferior to this mysterious person. How powerful could this individual possibly be? Who left behind this astonishing psychic sword intent? Jiang Shou could not help but inquire. It was unleashed by the Void Senior of the Paranormal Defense Bureau. Zhou Lingyu stammered in response. What? The Paranormal Defense Bureau actually possesses such an existence? The middle-aged man exclaimed in surprise. Is it the one who broke through from the paranormal prison a few months ago? I sensed that his sword technique was extraordinary at the time. I even considered sparring with him. Jiang Shou inhaled sharply. However, he had just broken through. While I am at Void Level 8, I feared taking advantage of him. Now it seems I was mistaken in the application of sword techniques. I am truly inferior. As Jiang Shou spoke, a fierce battle intent suddenly erupted from his body, and his eyes blazed with fervor. I must seek guidance in this battle. By Qi Feng, return that half of the corpse to me. I must study it thoroughly in preparation for a showdown with this mysterious person. Nonsense, the middle-aged man retorted, his cultivated demeanor abandoned in favor of outrage. Jiang Shou, have you no shame? You already possess one piece. Now you seek to steal mine. You are being utterly unreasonable. The sword intent of a Supreme Sword Saint is an invaluable treasure for any psychic swordsman. Do you not know how fiercely people would fight over it? The middle-aged man berated him. Are you the only swordsman in Starsea City and the 4 paranormal agencies? The middle-aged man's tirade left Jiang Xiao, his face ashen, grinding his teeth. Will you return it or not? If not, don't blame me for being impolite. You want to fight? Come on. The middle-aged man rolled up his sleeves and roared. I've long desired to witness the strength of the so-called number 1 void-level swordsman of the 4 paranormal agencies. I am at void level 9. Do you think I fear you? As they spoke, the 2 men vanished without a trace. Immediately afterward, a deafening roar and intense psychic fluctuations echoed overhead. Looking up, they saw 2 figures locked in fierce combat beneath the radiant full moon. On the ground, Qi Li, Zhou Lingyu, and the others were dumbfounded, their hearts pounding with shock. The void-level expert from the Paranormal Defense Bureau is actually a Supreme Sword Saint? Even Senior Jiang Xiao, the number 1 swordsman of the Paranormal Special Operations Division, admits to being inferior? Furthermore, Senior Jiang Xiao of the Paranormal Special Operations Division, a Void Level 8, and Senior by Qi Feng of the Paranormal Security Bureau, a Void Level 9, 2 figures at the pinnacle of the Void Realm, are fighting over a corpse? Over 2 pieces of rotten flesh left behind by the Sword Saint Senior of the Paranormal Defense Bureau, and they are fighting so intensely. Qi Li and the others were reeling from the successive shocks, especially Zhou Lingyu, whose face alternated between red and white, as if she were trapped in a dream. Just moments ago, she had mocked Han Fei, calling him a country bumpkin for treating a newly advanced Void Level 1 expert as a treasure. Then, in the next instant, the Void Level 1 expert from the Paranormal Defense Bureau had surpassed Senior Jiang Xiao, the Void Level 8 swordsman from the Paranormal Special Operations Division. Zhou Lingyu felt her face burning, wishing she could disappear into the ground. Among the 4, Han Fei was the most bewildered. However, unlike the others, he was overwhelmed by unexpected happiness. It was as if he were digging a hole in his backyard and stumbled upon a gold nugget. Just as he was celebrating, he dug further and discovered an entire gold mine. Han Fei felt as if he were buried beneath a mountain of gold. Every pore on his body was screaming with excitement. Who would dare say that their Void Level 1 senior from the Paranormal Defense Bureau was weak? Did they know what a Supreme Sword Saint was? The 2 Void Level seniors from the Paranormal Special Operations Division and the Paranormal Security Bureau were now fighting tooth and nail over the 2 traces of sword intent left behind by their senior. Han Fei's face was filled with pride. Just then, he noticed the 3 figures beside him move simultaneously, reaching for the ground with lightning speed. Han Fei suddenly realized, crying out inwardly, not good. Their Void Senior from the Paranormal Defense Bureau had killed 2 people. Besides the 2 halves of An Wang's corpse, there was also a complete body, not to mention a living person. That, however, was left behind by the esteemed Void Elder of the Abilities Guardians Bureau. How dare these 3 attempt to seize it? Not a chance. Han Fei furrowed his brows and charged forward as well. Above, a fierce battle raged between two peak void entities. Below, a chaotic melee among the leaders of the four major ability organizations, comprised of ultimate ability users, was about to erupt. Chapter 50. We are quite fortunate. When Lin Yun silently returned to the second floor of the ability prison, he discovered that the originally chaotic scene had been tidied up. Those desperate fugitives who had escaped from the northern district of the second floor, except for the two he had dispatched, were all bound tightly, squatting obediently in their cells like withered eggplants. The most tragic victims of this upheaval were the prison guards. Nearly half of the guards on the second floor had been slain, and the stench of blood lingered heavily in the air. The personnel from the Ability Guard Bureau fared no better, particularly those stationed at the exit of the second floor, who were relentlessly attacked by a group of criminals from the East District, each sustaining injuries. Even the Ability Safety Bureau suffered the loss of a skilled practitioner, the monk from the Xianyuan Temple, known as Jingxin, a formidable level 3 super ability user. Not to be underestimated. Had it been a straightforward confrontation, Lu Shizong might not have gained the upper hand, yet his cunning nature allowed him to lie in wait, launching a sudden attack as soon as the monk approached, swiftly eliminating him with a single strike. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun silently recited a prayer. Unfortunately, by the time he arrived on the scene, the monk had already passed away, leaving no time for rescue. The Ability Guard Bureau dispatched a large contingent of guards from other locations to thoroughly cleanse the second floor of the Ability Prison. The remaining personnel were divided. Some assisted the Ability Safety Bureau in a citywide search for the escaped criminals, in Wang and Lungsong, while others were tasked with inspecting every cell to ensure no one had slipped through the cracks. Lin Yun was fortunate to be assigned to the first action team, although he knew well that the two escaped felons had long since met their demise at his hands. Nevertheless, he had to maintain an appearance of ignorance. Accompanying the personnel from the Ability Guard Bureau and the Ability Safety Bureau, they wielded flashlights, meticulously searching each household in the streets and alleys, fearful of missing any corner. In the late hours of the night, most residents of Shanghai City had succumbed to slumber. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks shattered the tranquility, awakening the inhabitants, who grumbled in annoyance. However, upon seeing the visitors clad in the uniforms of two significant ability organizations, they promptly quieted down and cooperated with the inspection. Those who dared to resist were swiftly subdued by the guards, who would administer a couple of slaps before apprehending them on charges of harboring fugitives, sentencing them to a few days in the Ability Prison to reconsider their defiance. Having just left a pastry shop, Lin Yun noticed the shopkeepers bustling about, flour dusting the surroundings. He brushed off the flour from his clothes just as he spotted a figure approaching with a flashlight from across the street. With keen eyesight, he quickly recognized that it was Gu Qin from the Ability Guard Bureau. Gu Qin was evidently looking for him. As he drew closer, he nodded slightly in greeting, casually snatching a sweet cake from the shopkeeper and popping it into his mouth. The shopkeeper showed no signs of complaint, rather appearing quite honored. Lin Yun tossed 10 yuan to the shopkeeper, also taking a sweet cake and savoring it slowly. The two stood in front of the shop, silently enjoying their pastries while gazing at the moon, neither uttering a word. After consuming 3 sweet cakes, Gu Qin suddenly exclaimed, "Damn, what bad luck." Lin Yun set down his pastry and offered consolation. Such events are unwelcome to anyone. I understand. Gu Qin, visibly agitated, raked his fingers through his hair, fell silent for a moment, then chuckled bitterly. When my father retired, my grandfather intended to leverage connections to erase my guard record. I scolded him for being senile. The Ability Guard Bureau is so prestigious. Countless individuals vie for entry, yet he thought to erase all records, defying my family's wishes. I insisted on taking my father's position, and here I am, 3 years later, realizing I was the one who was foolish. Gu Qin took a deep breath, his voice tinged with resignation. If I hadn't gone to Shanghai Park to admire the moon and had stayed in the Ability Prison, I might not have escaped unscathed. But will I be so fortunate next time? Lin Yun found himself at a loss for words, merely listening attentively. Gu Qin didn't expect a response from Lin Yun. Instead, he inquired, "Where were you at the time? Still on the 3rd floor?" Lin Yun nodded, replying, "When the turmoil began, Dr. Zhong and I had just come down from the operating table. He advised me to find a safe place to hide until the situation calmed down. Then we are both quite fortunate," Gu Qin remarked. "I want to keep you. If anyone sees us slacking off, Major Chen will surely reprimand us." Gu Qin patted Lin Yun's shoulder, finishing the remaining half of his sweet cake, brushing off the sugar powder from his hands, and picked up his flashlight to cross the street. Lin Yun watched Gu Qin depart, a glimmer of light flickering in his eyes as his mind opened the Prison Master S Codex, revealing an additional page. Criminal, Wu Ziyuan Crime Index. Level 5 Strength. Limitless Ability User Level 1 Status. Incarcerated Capture Participation. 80 Rewards. 600 Experience Points Hour. This newly emerged criminal was none other than In Wang's son. Lin Yun had spared Wu Ziyuan not out of sentimentality, but to validate a bold hypothesis. The capture participation stood at 80%. With an astonishing experience gain of 600 points per hour, Lin Yun's conjecture had been confirmed. Moreover, it came with 2 opportunities for a draw. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yun endeavored to calm his excitement. He had previously pondered whether capturing a powerful criminal without killing them initially could yield experience points, to be eliminated later when needed for a draw. Now, it appeared that the feasibility of this notion exceeded his expectations. An increase in capture participation not only significantly enhanced experience gains, but also provided additional opportunities for a draw. It seemed this was indeed the proper approach to engaging with the Prison Master S Codex. A sudden epiphany struck Lin Yun. Perhaps the true intent of the Prison Master S Codex was to confine those heinous individuals to a lifetime in prison, never to see the light of day, a fate more torturous than death itself. Chapter 51. Consolidating Achievements. Lin Yun suddenly felt an optimistic outlook ahead. The objectives of the Warden's grimoire concerning criminals were now starkly apparent. The son of the Duke had been apprehended, and it was certain that both the Duke and the corpse of Cold Song had also been located. The remaining fugitives were unlikely to elude capture for much longer. Indeed, it was not long before personnel from the Ability Security Bureau arrived to announce that the operation was concluded, stating that all fugitives had been recaptured, and further searches were unnecessary. Upon returning to the second floor of the Ability Prison, Lin Yun discovered that the previously tense atmosphere had dissipated entirely. Everyone appeared considerably more relaxed, engaged in discussions about the capture of the fugitives. Some remarked that the 2 criminals killed in the eastern sector of the second floor were mere pawns, while the real prize was held captive on the 4th floor, a formidable figure known as Dukin from the Dust Law cult. It was said that even the commanders of the 4 major ability organizations had intervened, engaging in a fierce battle of 500 rounds before finally subduing him. Furthermore, it was rumored that Han Fei, the commander of the Ability Security Bureau, had sustained injuries, returning with a face swollen to the size of a pig's head, underscoring Dukin's formidable prowess. Lin Yun was bewildered. Had he not been the one to eliminate Dukin? All that remained was a severely weakened son of Dukin. What more could he possibly accomplish? Was there still support from the Dust Law cult? At that moment, Han Fei was in front of the bathroom mirror, applying ointment to his face, gritting his teeth in pain and muttering about Qi Li's treachery, how he pretended to be brotherly yet resorted to underhanded tactics when fighting. With the turmoil abated, it was time to address the aftermath. Lin Yun and Guchen agreed to visit the cemetery to pay their respects to their fallen comrades. Afterward, they returned to their quarters to organize the spoils of this confrontation. Lin Yun had dispatched numerous fugitives, yielding 17 opportunities for lottery draws, all from a high-quality prize pool. Let us draw the grand prize first, Lin Yun exclaimed excitedly, his mind turning to the page in the Warden's grimoire dedicated to Duke. And shall we draw? Absolutely. Let us see how fortune favors us, Lin Yun eagerly replied. Suddenly, countless luminous orbs flickered before his eyes. These orbs were indeed magnificent, the finest prize pool he had ever encountered. Lin Yun marveled, reaching out to seize the largest orb. The instant he made contact, an avalanche of images flooded his mind, an encapsulation of Dukin's life experiences. The visions depicted Dukin enduring rigorous training in a resplendent hall, at times engaging in combat. Each time he faced an opponent, a radiant moon would illuminate the backdrop. Beneath the moonlight, a colossal toad floated above him, capable of devouring any assault and rebounding it, turning the tables on his adversaries. After executing these feats, Dukin would always elegantly wave his sleeve and depart with grace. It appeared that Dukin had possessed an air of superiority long before. Lin Yun smirked slightly. As the memories faded, he swiftly formed hand seals, and his abilities surged within him. A gigantic phantom toad began to materialize above his head, yet before it could fully take shape, Lin Yun dispersed his energies. Heaven-swallowing toad, Supreme Level 1. Realm, 5th layer, 1617901000000. A supreme level ability technique of the first rank. Lin Yun was astounded, never anticipating that Dukin's ultimate technique would be of such high caliber. However, recalling the moment he had unleashed his own power against Dukin, he had not perceived any particular extraordinary attributes. Wait, that is not right, Lin Yun suddenly realized. It was not that Duke-in was weak, nor that the technique itself was lacking. It was rather that he had grown exceedingly powerful. Reflecting upon the scene where he had vanquished Duke-in, his mental prowess, abilities, and murderous intent had harmoniously fused, elevating his sword intent to new heights, combined with the mastery of the slaughtering Shura blade, which boasted an impressive experience level. That strike? Lin Yun inhaled deeply, contemplating that he could probably even cleave through the void itself. It wasn't he that Duke-in was feeble. It was that Lin Yun had surpassed the limits of a hyper-ability user with that single blow. Reassessing the heaven-swallowing toad technique, he discovered it possessed the ability to absorb the attacks of others and convert them into its own strength, growing more formidable the longer one fought. How overwhelmingly powerful! Lin Yun could not help but exclaim. No wonder Duke-in had roamed unchecked for so many years. Such an ability seemed almost like a cheat. It was merely unfortunate that he had encountered the true cheat, Lin Yun, whose full-force strike had transcended the very boundaries of an elite ability user. The image of Duke-in's demise remained vividly etched in Lin Yun's mind. In Duke-in's memories, it was revealed that the heaven-swallowing toad could be cultivated to the 8th layer, able to condense the ancient toad Dharma form, showcasing an array of techniques. Yet, Lin Yun still felt more adept with a blade. For him, it seemed somewhat superfluous. Against opponents of similar caliber, he could resolve matters with a single strike. Furthermore, having a massive toad hovering above him appeared rather unsightly. He resolved to first elevate spirit control to the 6th layer, which would grant him potent telekinetic abilities, rendering even the void insignificant before him. Never mind, he decided to set this ability technique aside for the moment. Lin Yun dismissed the first-level ability technique from his thoughts and continued with the lottery draws. Let us see what other treasures await. With a flash of silver light, countless fragments of memory surged into his mind. Lin Yun's figure flickering in the moonlight, melding seamlessly with the silvery glow. Moonlit steps, how delightful. Lin Yun beamed with joy. This was a second-level mobility ability technique. It was through this very ability that Duke-in had outpaced his opponents. With even the ghost dragon unable to grasp his hem, it dawned on Lin Yun that Duke-in's abilities were amplified under moonlight. Explaining why he had not circumvented the mass grave during the full moon, he had merely appeared to be showing off. Lin Yun reflected on this. The proficiency with the moonlit steps technique had reached the 4th layer, with only 100,000 experience points needed to ascend to the 5th layer. A mere 100,000 experience points, small change. I'll enhance it once the draws are complete. With a flourish, Lin Yun proceeded with the next draw. Next up, let us see what treasures the son of Duke-in, Wu Ziyuan, has to offer. What is this? Another heaven-swallowing toad, but in a fragmented state? Lin Yun's expression darkened instantly. Could it be that the remaining draws were all incomplete fragments? Gazing at the remaining prize pools, a sense of frustration welled within him. The half-step void of the spirit-seizing society, Duke-in of the Dust Law cult. These prominent figures naturally possessed complete first-level ability techniques. Lin Yun muttered to himself, pondering how members of those nefarious organizations likely lacked the strength to cultivate complete techniques, confined instead to fragmented abilities. He wondered whether the proficiency of those incomplete techniques had a cap and if they could still be enhanced with experience points. Shaking his head, he dismissed such thoughts from his mind. Never mind, I'll deal with it later. After all, what is the harm in drawing? Taking a deep breath, Lin Yun once again engaged in the lottery draw. This time, another scene materialized in his mind. Chapter 52. Disguise and demonic body in the vivid tapestry of memory. Lin Yun found himself seated face to face with another individual. He meticulously scrutinized every detail of the other, the skin, hair, teeth, bones, and internal organs. As time flowed, his observations became increasingly comprehensive, intricate, and profound. Remarkably, Lin Yun began to resemble the other person more and more, until finally, the scene revealed two identical figures. Bone Shaping Level 3. Realm, 4th Layer, 923 10,000. This third-tier ability, Bone Shaping Disguise. Lin Yun's eyes sparkled with realization. It was no wonder that Prince's son, Wu Ziyuan, managed to remain undetected in the ability prison for so long. He relied on this very skill. Only now did Lin Yun comprehend that the middle-aged man he had seen in the 4th layer, dressed in the uniform of the Ability Security Bureau, was likely Wu Ziyuan in disguise. The basic disguise technique could merely alter one's appearance. Upon closer inspection, flaws would inevitably reveal themselves. The intermediate technique could flawlessly transform one's visage and slightly adjust the aura, but a skilled practitioner could easily unveil the truth with a mere sweep of their ability. Only the advanced disguise techniques could completely mask the fluctuations of one's abilities, strength, and aura. rendering the individual entirely unrecognizable. Bone shaping was indeed one of those advanced disguise abilities. Lin Yun had personally experienced this. Even the prison guard, Wu Ziyuan, was undetectable to mental probes. Currently, Prince and Sun had only mastered this ability to the 4th layer. If he were to reach the 5th, 6th, or even 7th layers, it was conceivable that even fate and luck could be concealed, evading Lin Yun's 2nd-tier X-ray vision. However, employing this technique was quite complex. One must first thoroughly understand the individual they wish to emulate and acquire their hair, blood, or teeth to fabricate a counterfeit self, allowing for effortless transformation. Prince and Sun utilized this method to impersonate Wu Ziyuan and Major Pang. Yet, if one merely desired to alter their own appearance without becoming a specific person, it was not overly cumbersome. This ability was of paramount importance to Lin Yun. He silently rejoiced, for with this skill, he could bide his time in the ability prison until he became invincible and could emerge once more. Nonetheless, he could not afford to relax. Wary of any unforeseen ancient relics that might suddenly appear and strike him down, he had to remain cautious. As Lin Yun grumbled, he prepared to draw from the next criminal's prize pool. The next pool belonged to an old acquaintance, Lang Song. This fellow had been transferred from the 1st to the 2nd layer under Lin Yun's supervision, then became entangled with Prince An's affairs in the 4th layer, ultimately meeting his demise at Lin Yun's hands. Quite the intertwined fate. Reflecting on Lang Song's defiant, pleading visage before his death, Lin Yun's expression darkened. Would this man bestow upon him a super thick-skinned ability? Speaking of which, Lang Song possessed an astonishingly thick skin. If he were to draw a similar ability, Lin Yun would not be surprised in the least. Suddenly, a flash of white light surged forth, and Lang Song's memories flooded Lin Yun's mind. As the haze cleared, he found himself perched upon a raised platform, surrounded by a motley crowd of emaciated individuals kneeling below, each gaunt and resembling famished disaster victims. To his astonishment, he was delivering a fervent speech, intermittently conjuring special effects. The starving crowd roared as if invigorated by a stimulant. Great ancestor, show compassion and save all souls from suffering. Was this a cult? Lin Yun jolted awake, hastily inspecting the newly acquired ability in his mind. Incomplete. Salvation for all, level 1 ultimate skill. Realm. 3rd layer, 3,511 10,000. Lin Yun scrutinized this ability with increasing dismay, inwardly questioning, was this not a mere trick to deceive? How had Lang Song managed to elevate it to the 3rd layer? It turned out this was a secret technique of the Dust Law sect, originating from the Dust King lineage. Lin Yun could not help but scoff. Lang Song, being affiliated with Prince An, had secretly practiced the Dust King's techniques while simultaneously recruiting followers for the sect, straddling both worlds. Truly a remarkable individual. Shaking his head in exasperation, Lin Yun cast aside this ill-fated skill. He would draw again. The next draw was far more acceptable, a level 3 ability called Soul Erosion, capable of imbuing abilities with corrosive effects. In Lin Yun's estimation, it was merely passable. However, it contained an intriguing nuance that could stimulate certain acupoints within the human body, granting ordinary individuals the combat prowess of intermediate or even advanced ability users for a brief period. No wonder that fellow Dai Ping had made such rapid progress. It was likely due to this very stimulation from Lang Song. The final draw from Lang Song's prize pool yielded 50,000 experience points. Not too shabby, considering Lang Song's formidable status as a 9th-tier ability user. Next in line was Kong Bai, a priest from Prince An's faction, an elite ability user at the 6th tier. He too had 3 drawing opportunities. The first draw yielded a level 4 dark arts ability. The second draw produced a level 4 swordsmanship ability. The third draw granted 30,000 experience points. Thus, Lin Yun had successfully harvested the offerings of the Dust Law sect affiliated with Prince An. Now, only 2 criminals remained in the Eastern District's 2nd layer, Lu Shizong and Gao Xinchuan. One belonged to the Celestial Demon Organization, while the other hailed from the Corpse Puppet Hall, both originating from top-tier factions, possessing substantial backgrounds and power. It remained to be seen what surprises these deceased criminals would offer Lin Yun. He commenced the draw for Lu Shizong, hoping for a favorable outcome. In an instant, a myriad of dazzling lights erupted within his mind. One black orb was seized by Lin Yun and exploded instantly. Memories of Lu Shizong flooded in like a tidal wave. In the visions, Lu Shizong was frantically sprinting through the forest. Suddenly, a distant roar of a tiger echoed. He dashed toward the sound, crushing the tiger's skull, blood gushing forth and splattering across him. Without a hint of hesitation, Lu Shizong seized the tiger's carcass, eviscerating it, innards spilling onto the ground. Yet he devoured it with abandon. The scene shifted to a different part of the forest, suffused with demonic energy. Lu Shizong grinned as he discovered a massive python, skinning and devouring it whole. The imagery transitioned yet again, revealing a corpse of a demonic beast, its size and strength far surpassing that of the previous python. Yet, it too fell prey to Lu Shizong's insatiable hunger. The screen flashed through hundreds of scenes, showcasing Lu Shizong devouring countless demonic beasts, a staggering number beyond count. Among them, the most formidable creatures were nearly on par with ultimate ability users, mere steps away from achieving transformation. Was Lu Shizong secretly a righteous exterminator of demons? Of course not. In subsequent scenes, amidst the demonic beasts, many human experts also met their demise at Lu Shizong. Lin Yun merely raised his arm gently, and a tremendous sound erupted, as if the very air had been torn asunder, causing the currents within the room to explode. He then waved his hand casually, and a fierce gust of wind materialized, toppling the furniture within the room and creating a cacophony of crashes. Were it not for his psychic shield, the commotion would have surely reverberated beyond these walls. His arms possessed a strength of several tens of thousands of pounds, coupled with a robust constitution. It would be nearly impossible for an average superhuman to even defend against such force. Lin Yun himself was taken aback. Is this truly the effect of the fourth layer of the demonic body ability? Even a first-tier unparalleled ability shouldn't be this monstrous. Wait a moment. An epiphany struck Lin Yun's mind, and he suddenly comprehended. He already possessed the foundational strength of the seventh-layer blazing flame incineration body, alongside a haphazard array of mid to low-tier body refinement abilities, rendering his physique extraordinarily formidable. Now, having inherited this fourth layer of demonic body, could this not be a transformation brought about by quantitative change? Chapter 53. Commencing the enhancement of power. If Lu Shizong were to confront me now without employing any supernatural abilities, a single punch would suffice to obliterate him. Lin Yun clenched his fists, feeling an explosive force surging within him. It seems imperative to fully upgrade this supernatural skill. After inheriting the proficiency of Lu Shizong's demonic body, his physique underwent a transformative metamorphosis, leaving him highly satisfied with the effects of this ability. However, he soon regained his composure. No, according to Lu Shizong's memories, breakthroughs in physical training often triggered peculiar phenomena. Such commotion would undoubtedly attract attention, so it would be prudent to wait until reaching the void before making any advancements to avoid unnecessary complications. Lu Shizong's recollection suggested that there are distinctions between breakthroughs in physical training and advancements in power levels. Yet, the exact differences could only be unveiled on the day of his own breakthrough. First, he needed to revert to his original appearance, with this muscular physique. Others might mistake him for a savage emerging from the wilderness. With that thought, Lin Yun began to channel the bone-shaping supernatural skill, swiftly restoring his once handsome visage from his towering, iron-like build. Fortunately, the supernatural skill aided in concealing his appearance. Otherwise, finding suitable clothing would have been a formidable challenge. He chuckled to himself while dressing. Although the demonic body was merely a fragment, its effects were remarkably potent, rendering his physique more robust and powerful. In the future, he would seek an opportunity to capture a high-ranking member of the Celestial Demon Organization and utilize the system to delve into their soul to ascertain the full extent of this supernatural skill. Lin Yun harbored no concerns about the fragment being incomplete. For him, there was no problem that soul-searching could not resolve. If there were, he would simply conduct multiple searches. First, he decided to draw a prize and see what other valuable items Lu Shizong possessed. 2 radiant orbs of light appeared before him, granting him 2 fourth-level physical enhancement skills. Why were they all physical enhancement skills? It seemed that Lu Shizong's abilities were predominantly focused on physical training. He truly was a fanatic of such practices. Observing the remaining unclaimed orbs, Lin Yun felt his assumptions were nearly accurate. Upon inheriting the proficiency of these 2 fourth-level physical enhancement skills, Lin Yun sensed a substantial increase in his physical strength, even perceiving that he could ascend to the pinnacle of physical prowess at any moment. Only the prize pool of Gao Xinchuan remained. This individual spent his days studying corpses, leaving Lin Yun uncertain about what he might draw this time. Despite some inner reservations, Lin Yun resolutely chose to proceed with the lottery. Would you like to draw a prize? Yes. The largest orb of light erupted forth, and countless fragments of memory flooded into Lin Yun's mind. Thank you for the Master's generosity. In the vision, Lin Yun transformed into a young man kneeling on the ground, his face alight with excitement. He found himself amidst a chaotic pit filled with countless corpses, surrounded by scattered limbs and severed arms. Only after stitching these remains together can I leave this place. A slaughtering Azura blade. Elementary, Level 4, Return to Simplicity 270,819. Available experience points, 25-4-271-052. Lin Yun savored the sight of the opulent catalog of abilities displayed on his interface, closing the Netherworld Lord's grimoire with contentment. Over 4 million experience points. Time to augment my strength. He unhesitatingly began allocating points to his strength experience bar, causing his abilities to surge with frenetic energy. The ability vortex within his body expanded dramatically, as if having consumed an elixir. At the vortex's core, a crystalline ability nucleus began to form. Is this not the nascent form of a star core? Lin Yun had only recently ascended to the 9th rank of the ultimate ability user, not even reaching the ethereal realm. This was a testament to the sheer quality of his abilities. Breaking through to the ethereal realm required 1 million experience points. The remaining 3 million would be used to enhance his ability techniques. During his previous advancement in the prison, he had acquired over 200,000 experience points worth of baleful aura from the elementary slaughtering Azura blade. He wondered if he could pilfer some more this time. No sooner said than done. Lin Yun immediately deployed his mental power for protection, sat down cross-legged, and declared, "My talent is unparalleled. What is the mere ethereal realm? Break for me. Experience points, increase for me." Boom. The ability vortex shuddered violently, then erupted, transforming into an even purer and more formidable force. Chapter 54. Ethereal? Nay. A Star Core. Atop the towering headquarters of the Ability Security Bureau in Starsea City, 2 high-ranking figures were engaged in a fervent discussion over a painting on the table. One was a refined, middle-aged man holding a book. The other, a gaunt and aged figure with white hair swept back from his forehead, clad in a white shirt. The painting before them was covered in a dense network of black blade marks. "Elderly, what do you think of these blade marks? Do they not embody the unity of spirit and intent, the hallmark of a top-tier blade master?" The middle-aged man inquired, his voice filled with excitement. Even Jiang Xiu claims it to be the work of a top-tier blade master. He should be correct. The elder slowly sipped his tea, replying, "Still, witnessing it firsthand is always preferable. Let me take a look." As he casually glanced at the painting, his pupils contracted sharply. Indeed, the unity of spirit and intent. The flawless control of ability and mental power. Moreover, it follows the path of incorporating baleful aura into the blade. Does it not resemble the elementary stage of the slaughtering Azura blade? The elder's tone revealed his astonishment. Strange. This ability-based blade technique emphasizes killing, making the practitioner susceptible to the corrosive influence of baleful aura. Yet, why is this blade intent so pure? The elder took another sip of tea and said leisurely, "If this were 3 centuries ago, this person would still fall short of becoming a top-tier blade master. But considering the present era, they barely qualify. Since you, a Star Core realm expert, have said so, it must be true. I went to great lengths to obtain this fragment of a blade mark from Jiang Xiu. It was worth it." Bai Chi Feng exclaimed excitedly. The elder cast a sidelong glance at him, asking, "Who created this blade mark? Although the technique and skill are extraordinary, the strength seems ordinary. I estimate they have only just entered the ethereal realm. Someone newly promoted within the Ability Guard Bureau. The specific identity is still unknown." Bai Chi Feng scratched his head. The strength is indeed ordinary, but the blade technique is truly remarkable. Even Jiang Xiu admits his inferiority. The Ability Guard Bureau? A hint of surprise flickered across the elder's face, as if somewhat taken aback. Can such individuals emerge from among those prison guards? No wonder the blade mark is so saturated with baleful aura. The ability prisons are never short of it. Not easy at all. There are few opportunities for life and death combat within the ability prisons. It is surprising that someone has reached the ethereal realm. Our Starsea City is currently lacking in high-level experts. Bai Chi Feng stared at the blade marks on the painting, as if admiring a rare treasure, occasionally interjecting with exclamations of admiration as he listened to the elder's comments. He rubbed his hands together and inquired, "Elderly, in your opinion, who is more likely to reach the Blade Saint realm, this new ethereal realm expert from the Ability Guard Bureau or Jiang Xiu from the Ability Special Operations Bureau?" The elder spat out a mouthful of tea, pointing at Bai Chi Feng and scolding with a laugh, "You truly have a knack for bringing up sore subjects. Blade Saint. Do you know how vast the gulf is between a top-tier blade master and a blade saint?" He gestured emphatically. "The difference is akin to 100 of you challenging me. I have lived for so long, and I can count the number of those who have attained sainthood on one hand. One was the penultimate city lord, and the other was the old president of the Divine Edge Society. So many venerable figures are stuck in the ranks of top-tier grandmasters, unable to break through for their entire lives. You." Bai Chi Feng was dumbfounded, never having imagined that the difference between a blade master and a blade saint, separated by a single word, could be so immense. That Jiang Xiu has decent talent. He has a chance of becoming a top-tier blade master in this lifetime. But forget about Blade Saint. As for this newly promoted Ethereal Realm expert from the Ability Guard Bureau, the Elder shook his head. Even more difficult. To gather baleful aura and achieve sainthood with a demonic blade is as arduous as ascending to the heavens. After listening, Bai Qingfeng stroked his chin thoughtfully for a moment before suddenly asking slyly, Elderly, who do you think is more likely to reach the Star Core realm first, me or Jiang Xiao? Do you think I am omniscient, a living immortal? The Elder said, half laughing and half exasperated. Back when you shattered the Dragon King's horn outside Starsea City with a single palm, in the eyes of us juniors, you were practically a living immortal. Bai Qifeng chuckled. You little rascal, always so good with words. The Elder scolded with a smile, clearly pleased by Bai Qingfeng's flattery. Elderly narrowed his eyes, as if recalling his valiant deed of breaking the Dragon King's horn with a single palm. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and he said in a grave tone, speaking of which, that old Dragon King of Blackwater Abyss is, after all, a member of the dragon race. You four major ability agencies must be cautious. As a Star Core realm expert, I only managed to break off half of his horn when he was at the 9th level of the ethereal realm, and he still managed to escape. Moreover, his son is also imprisoned by us. The enmity we have forged is too great. Once that old Dragon King also breaks through to the Star Core realm, the first thing he will do is seek revenge on me. At that time, Bai Qingfeng said dismissively, Elderly, don't scare me. There are plenty of experts in Starsea City. If that old mudfish dares to come, he will be courting death. The Elder remained silent, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Just as Bai Qifeng was about to drink his tea, he suddenly sensed something strange. Both men simultaneously turned their heads to look out the window. In the western sky, a white vortex was forming, with ability particles converging madly. It was in the direction of the Ability Guard Bureau, the Ability Prison. Bai Qifeng asked in confusion, Is someone about to advance to the ultimate ability user? The vortex continued to expand, already exceeding the scope of the ultimate ability user. Bai Qingfeng's expression changed. No. It's a breakthrough to the ethereal realm. Why do so many experts like to break through in the ability prison these days? Immediately afterward, dark clouds blotted out the sun. Lightning flashed, and thunder roared. The white vortex continued to grow. Something's not right. A glint of intense light flashed in the Elder's eyes. A Star Core tribulation. Someone is condensing a Star Core. What? Bai Qingfeng's hand trembled, spilling tea all over himself. He paid no heed, staring intently at the phenomenon with a look of utter shock. At the same time, on the top floor of the Celestial Phenomenon Prediction Institute, a woman wearing a veil suddenly opened her eyes. Starlight shimmered within her eyes, as if she could see through everything. She glanced in the direction of the ability prison, then picked up a disc engraved with stellar patterns from the table in front of her and gently rotated it. Someone is breaking through to the Star Core realm. A rare occurrence. The woman murmured to herself as the star disk slowly turned. Half of Starsea City's sky was obscured by dark clouds, and the thunder roared deafeningly, creating an even more terrifying spectacle than the strange phenomenon that had previously occurred in the ability prison. Countless citizens looked up at the sky, discussing it animatedly. The Ability Special Operations Bureau, the Ability Security Bureau, the Celestial Phenomenon Prediction Institute, and the Ability Guard Bureau were all alarmed. The commotion undoubtedly roused countless masters throughout Shanghai City, even stirring the ancient figures residing within the mayor's mansion. An innumerable array of mental energies, akin to venomous serpents, tightly ensnared the Jinyu Special Abilities Prison. My heavens! Commander Han Fei and the warden stood atop the Special Abilities Guard Bureau's building. The clouds above had transformed into a colossal vortex of thunderclouds, spanning dozens of miles, with a torrent of special ability particles surging violently into the fray. Is this a breakthrough into the void? No, it is a breakthrough into the stellar core. Only by condensing a stellar core could such a tumult arise. Han Fei was utterly astonished. In the next moment, Han Fei suddenly turned, grasping the warden's shoulder with fervent eyes shimmering with excitement. Old Ning, do you think this could be one of our Special Abilities Guard Bureau's members achieving a breakthrough? The warden's lips twitched slightly, pondering whether Han Fei had become delusional. Well, perhaps, but I believe the likelihood is slim. After all, the other three major special abilities institutions are teeming with experts, many of whom are at the void level. The warden silently criticized Han Fei, who had been harboring dreams of the Special Abilities Guard Bureau's ascendance ever since the emergence of a top-tier void master from the Blade sect. The Special Abilities Guard Bureau was the last to be established, with the fewest members, and throughout its history, only a single Stellar Core Master had emerged. And that was the deceased first commander. To have even one Void Master appear now would be a boon from the heavens. Yet Han Fei still fantasized about his own bureau producing a potential Stellar Core Master. Such daydreams were utterly fanciful. Han Fei remained oblivious to the warden's thoughts. He possessed an instinct that this breakthrough must indeed involve someone from their Special Abilities Guard Bureau. Once I return, I shall diligently peruse the archives. I will surely uncover a trace of his predecessor. Han Fei fixated on the ominous thunderclouds, his tone resolute. The warden sighed, deciding to refrain from further persuasion. Let him be. After all, in dreams, anything is possible. Chapter 55. A predecessor of my institution. Just as he broke through to the first level of the void, he was to be struck by lightning? Is this reasonable? Lin Yun, feeling the surging power within him, couldn't help but express his frustration. It felt as though an invisible hand in the sky wielded a lightning hammer, locking onto him and poised to strike at any moment. Was it possible that heaven bore a grudge against him? In the memories of Luo Jinhong, Lin Yun recalled that during his own breakthrough to the void, nothing went awry. It had been smooth sailing. Why, then, did his own experience feel akin to an impending apocalypse? Did the tribulation really discriminate against individuals? Lin Yun's expression turned bitter. On one hand, he was unsure just how terrifying this lightning tribulation would be, and on the other, he feared that if he attempted to resist, the entire room would shatter, thereby exposing his identity. In a moment of desperation, a bold plan suddenly sparked in his mind, a plan not only to conceal his identity and survive the tribulation but also to exploit it for profit. Why not? It was worth a try. A glimmer of determination flickered in Lin Yun's eyes. He selected a supernatural ability from the Demon Lord's Codex and without hesitation invested 1 million experience points. The ability Heaven-Devouring Toad was one he had previously vowed never to waste experience points on, yet in this urgent situation, he cast aside his reservations. Within just half a day, Lin Yun found himself eating his own words. As the lightning tribulation loomed above, he had no time to dwell on the irony of his situation. The moment he upgraded Heaven-Devouring Toad to the 6th level, the sky suddenly split open, and a deep purple lightning bolt, as thick as a barrel and as fierce as a ravenous serpent, descended upon him. Lin Yun widened his eyes, facing the challenge head-on. And with a gaping mouth, he astonishingly swallowed the lightning bolt whole. Outside the supernatural prison, a throng of people gathered, creating a scene of extraordinary fervor. In the sky, several figures appeared, all from various supernatural agencies, such as the Supernatural Special Operations Bureau, the Supernatural Security Bureau, and the Meteorological Prediction Institute. Numerous extreme supernatural practitioners also arrived on the scene. Han Fei and the warden led a team of personnel from the Supernatural Guard Bureau, rapidly heading towards the supernatural prison. The celestial phenomena above the prison this time were far more dramatic than before. Faced with such an assembly of skilled individuals, including the void, Han Fei certainly did not dare to seal off the supernatural prison as he had done previously. However, this time, the breakthrough occurring within the prison was aimed at the Star Core realm. Though the arriving experts were brimming with curiosity, they refrained from recklessly entering, even steering clear of probing with their mental powers, for fear of disturbing the mysterious powerhouse undergoing tribulation. Han Fei, oh Han Fei, your supernatural prison truly is a treasure trove of fortune. Within the span of a year, 2 predecessors have chosen to break through here, potentially giving rise to a Star Core. One cannot help but admire this. Upon his arrival, Han Fei immediately heard the sardonic voice of Qi Li from the Supernatural Security Bureau. Han Fei shot him a cold glance, choosing silence. He still recalled how Qi Li had ruthlessly punched him twice during their previous contention over the corpse of the Yin Wang from the Dust Law sect, and his anger simmered within. Someone nearby nodded in agreement, stating that there had been madmen in the past who attempted to leverage the malevolent energy of the supernatural prison to forcefully break through their bottlenecks. Yet few had succeeded in the past century. Indeed, who would willingly venture inside? Those powerful beings guarding the supernatural prison were often nearing the end of their lifespans or had lost hope for breakthroughs, hence they would risk themselves, albeit while supervising criminals. If they succeeded, it was a stroke of fortune. If they failed, they could still contribute to the last flicker of light for Star Sea City. Such reckless individuals are rare, 1 in 1,000. Yet this year, 2 have emerged. How strange. Zhou Lingyu scoffed, claiming that the supernatural prison is a blessed ground for their Supernatural Special Operations Bureau. Most likely, the one striving for the Star Core is a predecessor from our agency. What did you say? Qi Li exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out. Why should it belong to your Supernatural Special Operations Bureau? The predecessors guarding the supernatural prison are predominantly from our Supernatural Security Bureau. If we are to discuss probabilities, it should indeed be us. Nonsense. Zhou Lingyu retorted vehemently. Your Supernatural Security Bureau may have numbers, but who are those that enter? 8 out of 10 are extreme supernatural practitioners. How many are truly from the void? not to mention the 8th or 9th levels. Our Supernatural Special Operations Bureau boasts predecessors like Meng Qi from 70 years ago, who reached the 8th level of the Void, and Kai from a century ago, who achieved the 9th level directly, not to mention those from 150 years ago. Zhou Lingyu rattled off the names of the predecessors from the Supernatural Special Operations Bureau who had guarded the supernatural prison throughout the ages. Qi Li's face turned red with indignation, struggling to counter with even a single name. Just as Zhou Lingyu finished, a sarcastic voice chimed in. Having more people does not equate to higher probabilities. The former deputy of our Meteorological Prediction Institute retired to the supernatural prison 200 years ago. He was half a step to the Star Corps. By those calculations, the one aiming for the Star Corps must belong to my institute. The speaker was a young man with completely white eyebrows, serving as the deputy of the Meteorological Prediction Institute. Just as Zhou Lingyu prepared to rebut, she heard Qi Li grumble defiantly. It is undoubtedly from my Supernatural Security Bureau. Have some dignity, Qi Li. It clearly belongs to my Supernatural Special Operations Bureau. It should be from my Meteorological Prediction Institute. Indeed. The three engaged in a heated dispute over the affiliation of the esteemed individual striving for the Star Corps. Suddenly, Han Fei, who had remained silent, spoke up with a hint of melancholy. Why can't it be from my Supernatural Guard Bureau? In an instant, the world seemed to fall silent. The three turned in unison to regard Han Fei, their expressions betraying incredulity, as if to say, "Are you joking?" Clearing his throat, Han Fei prepared to speak, only to find their expression shifting to something more peculiar, as if they wished to laugh but were too restrained to do so. All right, Director Han, please spare us. We are discussing serious matters. Qi Li waved his hand dismissively. You have quite the nerve, Han Fei. How come we've never noticed this before? Your Supernatural Guard Bureau has had only a handful of void practitioners in history, and now you dare to dream of a Star Corps' existence? Do you think that any breakthrough within the supernatural prison qualifies as belonging to your bureau? Zhou Lingyu asked, smirking. The deputy of the Meteorological Prediction Institute chimed in leisurely. Director Han simply enjoys telling jokes. Han Fei's face turned a shade of green with indignation, his muscles twitching with frustration. He longed to counter their remarks, but could not admit that he was merely guessing by instinct. That would only exacerbate his embarrassment. Just as he felt utterly vexed, a sudden thunderous crack resounded above, and a bolt of lightning struck towards the supernatural prison. The guards at the entrance turned pale with fear, their legs trembling. They were about to flee when the lightning bolt vanished without a trace. The guards stood frozen, exchanging bewildered glances, unsure of what had just transpired. Yet the experts from the 4 major supernatural agencies understood all too well. The lightning tribulation is a divine calamity, targeting only those destined to face it. Should any obstacle obstruct its path, it will veer until it strikes its intended target. Thus, when the lightning tribulation descends, no one can offer assistance, one must endure it alone. At that moment, Qi Li, Zhou Lingyu, the deputy of the Meteorological Prediction Institute, and Han Fei all fixated on the direction of the descending lightning. Their eyes brimmed with anticipation. They were eager to see just how many lightning tribulations this esteemed predecessor could withstand and what rank of Star Corps they would achieve. Chapter 56, The Revelation Boom. Lin Yun was instantly struck by lightning, his body rendered numb as if each pore were being pricked by needles, with countless shards of lightning flickering across his skin. Fortunately, he had previously reinforced his body, otherwise, he might not have withstood it. A wave of trepidation washed over Lin Yun. However, his plan had succeeded. The 6th-tier skill, Swallowing Heaven Toad, truly had the capacity to absorb Calamity Lightning. It had absorbed most of the energy from the Calamity Lightning, transforming it into 4 distinct forms of energy. A portion of this energy was absorbed by the Demon Lord's grimoire, converting into an immense amount of experience points. On the system panel, the number in the available experience points section surged at a rate of 10,000 per second. Another portion was infused into Lin Yun's body. At that moment, the original vortex of abilities within him vanished without a trace, replaced by a vast lake of ice entirely composed of condensed abilities. Gazing at the ever-expanding icy surface within, Lin Yun could not help but marvel. The abilities that once flowed like a gentle stream within him had now solidified into a colossal lake of ice, gathering a boundless and high-quality energy. The benefits of breaking through the void were indeed monumental. The third portion of energy melded into Lin Yun's physique, refining his body alongside the lightning flickering across his surface. At this moment, a certain constraint within his body was shattered. He had added a significant amount of experience points to the demon body ability, preparing to elevate his physical form to the pinnacle of extraordinary ability. However, this brought about a predicament. 2 additional bolts of calamity lightning were now targeting him. Lin Yun suddenly realized that a breakthrough in physical form also attracted lightning strikes. Nonetheless, he was not overly concerned. Having already endured one strike, he was indifferent to the prospect of weathering a couple more. The final portion of Calamity Lightning energy was particularly peculiar, as it drifted toward the center of Lin Yun's chest. At that moment, the malevolent aura of the slaughtering Azura blade, equivalent to over 200,000 experience points, surged toward his chest as if drawn by a magnet, ultimately coalescing into a small, pitch-black orb. As soon as this orb formed, the malevolent energy within the ability prism began to stir restlessly, fervently burrowing into Lin Yun's body. The orb swelled like a balloon, growing larger by the second. Lin Yun observed the experience points for the slaughtering Azura blade ability rising rapidly, increasing from over 200,000 to 40,000. To his delight, he was able to exploit the malevolent energy from the ability prison. Just as Lin Yun reveled in his fortune, he suddenly noticed that the original entry in the ability section, Slaughtering Azura Blade Beginner Edition, Tier 4, had transformed into Beginner First Transformation Calamity Blade, Tier 2. At this moment, outside the ability prison, dark clouds loomed ominously as bolts of calamity lightning struck, leaving the personnel from the 4 major ability organizations in a state of astonishment. 5 bolts. 5 bolts of calamity lightning, with the storm clouds still swirling. Could it be that our Ability Security Bureau is about to witness the emergence of an extraordinary star core capable of withstanding 7 bolts of calamity lightning? Qi Li's voice trembled with excitement. Hearing this, the head of the Ability Special Operations Bureau, Zhou Lingyu, could not help but roll her eyes. She contemplated arguing, but ultimately chose silence, merely huffing disdainfully, as if she deemed Qi Li's words nothing but nonsense, unworthy of debate. In the realm of star cores, the number of calamity lightning strikes determined the tier of the star core. Generally, 1 to 3 strikes indicated a flawed star core. 4 to 6 strikes denoted an excellent star core, while 7 to 9 strikes signified an extraordinary star core. Now, the individual breaking through the star core within the ability prison had already withstood 5 bolts of calamity lightning. This indicated that he was indeed an excellent star core. And given the current trajectory, there might be more calamity lightning awaiting him. Perhaps Qi Li was right. An extraordinary star core might indeed emerge this time. If this were true, it would be nothing short of a monumental blessing. As the crowd contemplated this, the dark clouds in the sky churned for a moment before suddenly unleashing the 6th bolt of calamity lightning. However, this 6th bolt appeared less intimidating than the previous ones, though the reason remained unclear. Nonetheless, it was still a true bolt of calamity lightning. The 6th bolt of calamity lightning. All eyes were fixated on the dark clouds in the sky, hearts entwined with anticipation and trepidation, uncertain if further lightning would descend. Boom. The 7th bolt of calamity lightning struck fiercely. A purple flash cleaved through the clouds, directly impacting the ability prison before vanishing from sight. The hearts of those watching raced in tandem, a wave of indescribable exhilaration swelling within them. Extraordinary. Indeed, it was an extraordinary star core. Ha! Our Star Sea City has birthed a star core, and one that is a rare extraordinary star core at that. The future of Star Sea City is boundlessly bright. Members of the 4 major ability organizations were elated, for this was splendid news. Even those hidden in the shadows high above could no longer contain themselves, revealing their presence. Each star core existence was a pillar of the city. With one more star core, Star Sea City would stand more resolute against the encroachment of beasts and malevolence. How could the residents of Star Sea City not be thrilled? Moreover, this new emergence was an extraordinary star core, carrying significance beyond compare. A star core capable of withstanding 7 bolts of calamity lightning. Perhaps in a few centuries, Star Sea City might witness the rise of another extraordinary being. After the 7th bolt of calamity lightning, the dark clouds and ability vortex in the sky gradually dissipated. Qi Li, Zhou Lingyu, and the deputy of the Celestial Phenomenon Prediction Bureau all gazed upward, their faces reflecting an insatiable eagerness. As the 3 contemplated speaking, they noticed 2 others nearby also poised to voice their thoughts. Understanding each other's intentions, they silently closed their mouths in unison. Humph. Zhou Lingyu regarded the 2 with a cold smile, thinking to herself that she would not indulge in idle chatter. In a few days, they would witness the scene of her welcoming the senior back to the Ability Special Operations Bureau. Who knows whose doorstep they will be welcomed at? The head of the Ability Security Bureau, Qi Li, remarked sarcastically. The deputy of the Celestial Phenomenon Prediction Bureau leisurely interjected, "You 2 should cease your bickering. The head of our bureau, Mr. Luo Xing, is undoubtedly paying close attention to this matter. The results will be apparent shortly, and you'll soon be left with no hope." Han Fei longed to interject, as he felt increasingly convinced that the one transcending calamity was from his ability guardian bureau. Yet the warden firmly restrained him. Not only they, but the surrounding onlookers also engaged in fervent discussions, speculating about the identity of the extraordinary Star Corps emerging from the ability prison. Various conjectures filled the air, when suddenly, a luxurious van approached swiftly, bearing the license plate of the mayor's office. Those present were not foolish. Upon seeing the vehicle, they promptly fell silent, their gazes converging on the mayor's representative. Someone recognized him as Mr. Liu, the mayor's assistant. A voice suddenly called out, "Secretary Liu." Could it be that the mayor is also curious about the identity of the newly emerged extraordinary Star Corps and has specifically sent you to gather information? With a smile, Secretary Liu replied, "No. Previously, when someone broke through to the void within the ability prison, Mr. Luo Xing hardly paid attention. However, this time is different. It is a rare extraordinary Star Corps, and although Mr. Luo Xing has only caught wind of it, the mayor has been informed and has sent me to notify you all." Upon hearing this, the crowd perked up, their focus sharpening. Realizing that the announcement of the answer was imminent, the heads and deputies of the 4 major ability organizations gazed at Secretary Liu with eager anticipation. Secretary Liu approached them, casting his gaze over Qili, Zhou Lingyu, and the deputy of the Celestial Phenomenon Prediction Bureau, whose faces were brimming with expectation. In the end, he unexpectedly turned toward the most inconspicuous Han Fei. Secretary Liu smiled warmly at Han Fei and said, "Congratulations, General Manager Han. After all these years, the Supernatural Guardians Bureau has finally produced an extraordinary luminary who can illuminate all directions." Chapter 57. Breakthrough and Change. Upon hearing the latter part of Secretary Liu's statement, Han Fei's mind went blank, as if struck by an overwhelming surprise. Instantly, he felt a surge of electricity racing from his tailbone to the crown of his head, causing his entire being to tremble slightly. One thought spiraled wildly in his mind. Could it truly be a predecessor from the Superpower Guard Bureau? I knew my instincts were not mistaken. Han Fei was astounded. Was that enigmatic figure from the tribulation really from the Superpower Guard Bureau? Are you certain that Chief Luo Xing did not err? Qili, Zhou Lingyu, and the deputy chief of the Celestial Prediction Institute stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, their faces painted with shock. To doubt Chief Luo Xing's astute calculations? Not to mention, the mayor himself had acknowledged it. Secretary Liu's expression darkened, and he barked sharply. However, Qili and the others ignored him, staring blankly at the visibly trembling Han Fei, utterly bewildered. Even the warden beside Han Fei appeared as if he had taken a blow, momentarily speechless. After a considerable pause, a burst of laughter erupted above the superpower prison. To an outsider, it might have seemed as though Han Fei had successfully penetrated the Star Corps and achieved greatness. On the rooftop of the Superpower Security Bureau headquarters, Bai Chi Feng stood by the window, his attire rustling in the wind. He gazed at the distant superpower prison, murmuring, his face awash with astonishment and disbelief. The elder beside him wore a similarly surprised expression, exclaiming, "How peculiar! It is truly astonishing. A mere Superpower Guard Bureau has consecutively manifested both the Void and the Star Corps, and moreover, achieved an extraordinary Star Corps after enduring 7 tribulations. Since the establishment of Shanghai City, how many extraordinary Star Corps have emerged? Yet, they have encountered such a phenomenon." Bai Chi Feng abruptly turned to the elder and asked, "Oldly, do you think Chief Luo Xing could have miscalculated?" The elder shook his head. "Though Luo Xing may be young, her abilities far surpass my own. The predictions she makes cannot be deemed erroneous. Then it must be true," Bai Chi Feng murmured, still struggling to accept the reality. The elder, unfazed by his hesitation, continued, regardless of which organization he belongs to. "The existence of an additional Star Corps in Shanghai City is a monumental boon. I wonder who this mysterious individual is, perhaps a newcomer, or an old acquaintance." The elder's eyes glimmered momentarily before he vanished from the room. Bai Chi Feng was not surprised by the elder's sudden departure. He turned to sit down, his gaze landing on the sword intent painting on the table. Raising the now-cold cup of tea, he drank it all in one gulp, muttering to himself, "A Star Corps. When'll I, Bai Chi Feng, ever step across that threshold? I seek not greatness, even a flawed Star Corps would suffice." A sigh escaped him, dissipating into the wind. At the headquarters of the Celestial Prediction Institute, on the top floor, a massive star disk floated in midair, emanating a peculiar blue light. The disk was adorned with countless blinking points of light, which upon closer inspection revealed a vast map of Shanghai City. A woman clad in a white gauzy dress sat on the ground, her face obscured by a veil, rendering her features indistinct. All that could be seen were her eyes, shimmering with an otherworldly glow as she stared intently at the star map. Strange, truly strange. I cannot discern this person's identity. I can only vaguely sense that he is a citizen of Shanghai City, intricately linked to the Superpower Guard Bureau. Could it be that someone is concealing the heavenly secrets from me? The woman in white extended her delicate hand and lightly touched the star disk, sending several beams of white light shooting into it. The immense star disk immediately began to rotate, and the star map transformed into an enigmatic spectacle. Shortly thereafter, a bright point of light sparkled in the dim room, radiating brilliance. The woman in white's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with disbelief. How could this be? Just an extraordinary star core. How could it have bolstered the fortunes of Shanghai City to such an extent? For decades, while Shanghai City appeared tranquil on the surface, myriad issues lurked beneath, with beasts and evildoers stirring restlessly, causing the city's fortunes to waver precariously, poised for collapse. Yet, in the span of this year, the fortunes of Shanghai City surged dramatically. I cannot fathom it, not at all. The woman in white muttered to herself, pressing her temples as the effort of divining the heavenly secrets caused her delicate chin to tremble slightly. On the second floor of the superpower prison, a towering man, standing 3 meters tall, sat on the ground, his muscles taut like a small mountain. With a series of crackling sounds, this brute swiftly shrank in size, soon transforming back into a handsome young man, Lin Yun. At this moment, Lin Yun felt his strength had vastly increased, having reached the void realm. This transformation was nothing short of earth-shattering. The demonic body ability from the demon organization had absorbed part of the tribulation, achieving a proficiency level of 5. Other body refining abilities also improved. Even the flame incineration technique experienced a significant surge in experience. Lin Yun now possessed astounding physical strength. His arms alone could exert nearly 500,000 pounds of force, while his skin and bones were impervious to blades and fire alike. With my sheer physical prowess, I could effortlessly crush someone like Princeton, who was merely half a step into the void. Lin Yun marveled at the transformation of his physical strength. It was no wonder that the demon organization, relying solely on body refinement techniques, could secure a place among the 7 evil paths. Moreover, Lin Yun was far more formidable than their members who practiced the demonic body technique exclusively. In addition to his tremendous physical power, Lin Yun's supernatural abilities had also made a colossal leap. The ice lake within him had expanded several times, even forming a small iceberg at its center, a testament to his refined solid-state ability. Compared to my previous peak-level superpower, the quality of my abilities has increased at least 100-fold. Lin Yun silently marveled. He was uncertain how much purer the abilities of others transitioning from peak superpower to the void would become, but it surely could not be as exaggerated as his own. After all, this breakthrough was forged through enduring tribulations, and not just one. The changes brought about by this breakthrough were overwhelmingly powerful and yet entirely justified. His mental energy had also improved, perhaps increasing tenfold. Lin Yun sensed that the intensity of his mental power had expanded from a small black pond to something far beyond. Now, it could be described as a lake. Upon breaking through to the void, Lin Yun discovered that the techniques he had mastered had all gained some experience. However, what surprised him the most was the Slaughter Azura Blade. Originally known as Beginner, Slaughter Azura Blade, it had now transformed into Beginner, First Turn Thunder Tribulation Blade, Tribulation, evolving into an entirely new sword technique. The name alone exudes dominance. Its level had surged from 4 to 2, with experience points skyrocketing to an astonishing 1 million. When Lin Yun beheld these changes, he was taken aback. He had previously wondered if he could, as he did when ascending to peak superpower, absorb the malevolent energy within the superpower prison to further nourish this Slaughter Azura Blade, conserving some experience points. Little did he anticipate such bountiful rewards this time. The proficiency experience of Beginner, Slaughter Azura Blade had surged by over 80,000. Just how much malevolent energy had he absorbed? Lin Yun could not help but think. Had he drained the malevolent energy from the entire lower level of the superpower prison? Chapter 58. The Soul of the Blade, the malevolent energy of the Shura Blade, amounting to 1 million experience points, now coalesced into a black orb the size of a pigeon's egg, emanating a fierce aura from Lin Yun's chest. This orb was referred to as the Malice Orb. As for the astonishing transformation of the Shura Blade, Lin Yun speculated that during the tribulation, a portion of the Thunder's power fused with the Shura Blade, resulting in a catalytic reaction that birthed the current beginner level, First Transmutation Thunder Tribulation Blade. The thought of wielding a blade technique imbued with thunderous power and 1 million experience points was truly terrifying. Lin Yun endeavored to manipulate the Malice Orb, channeling his unique abilities and mental energy. With a gentle flick, he released a slender blade aura. Instantly, a black blade light, entwined with dense malevolence and a hint of lightning, manifested before him. As the blade light appeared, it produced a sound that shattered the air, leaving a profound black scar in the void before Lin Yun. This blade aura had the audacity to cleave through the fabric of reality itself. Such terror. Feeling the immense power contained within the blade light, Lin Yun quickly dispersed it, his eyes brimming with astonishment. The blade technique, now infused with the force of thunder, possessed an extraordinary might that seemed capable of annihilating all in its path, even resonating with a hint of divine retribution. Its potency far exceeded his expectations. Though merely a second-tier ability, this Shura blade, having undergone the baptism of the Thunder Tribulation, remained his most formidable weapon. He mused to himself that a full-force strike would likely be insurmountable even for the pinnacle of the void. Suddenly, he noticed a change in the experience points displayed on the system. For million experience points. Did I misread? After confirming multiple times, Lin Yun finally accepted that he had not erred in his count. Despite having expended a considerable amount of experience points previously, he now found himself with even more. Could it be that utilizing the heaven-swallowing toad to absorb the Thunder Tribulation was the optimal approach? A bold thought surged forth in Lin Yun's mind. The ability to convert the power of thunder into his own was indeed worthy of being classified as a first-tier, unparalleled ability. Otherwise, compared to other first-tier abilities, the fact that the toad could not initiate attacks would render it rather ordinary. The more Lin Yun contemplated, the more he deemed it reasonable. He had nearly overlooked the might of this esteemed creature, and he silently apologized to the heaven-swallowing toad. Surveying the experience points displayed on his panel, Lin Yun resolved to elevate his strength by another tier, ascending directly to the second level of the void. As he felt the surging power within him, he could scarcely contain his excitement and was on the verge of letting out a triumphant roar. With over 200,000 experience points remaining, he realized that further enhancing his strength would not suffice. It would be more beneficial to improve the proficiency of his abilities. At this stage, upgrading his abilities would undoubtedly bolster his power. His gaze swept over the catalog of abilities within the system, eventually settling on spirit manipulation. It was decided. With 1 million experience points invested, spirit manipulation instantly ascended to the 6th tier. A powerful tremor coursed through his brain, and his mental energy surged, transforming into an infinite expanse of black ocean. At the center of this vast domain, waves suddenly erupted. An entity, identical in appearance to Lin Yun, emerged from the waves, sitting firmly upon the water's surface. This figure, astonishingly, bore an uncanny resemblance to Lin Yun, as if sculpted from the same mold. Was this the manifestation of the soul? Lin Yun was momentarily taken aback. This was a privilege reserved for the extraordinary. Had his mental prowess grown sufficient to condense his soul? Overwhelmed with excitement, he found this revelation to be utterly unexpected. He had amassed an extensive repertoire of abilities, with 6 being of first-tier excellence, along with a myriad of secondary and tertiary abilities. Furthermore, the proficiency inherited from these abilities was high, each contributing significantly to his overall enhancement. Accumulated over time, Lin Yun's foundational strength had reached an unparalleled and formidable level. With the presence of this soul, even if his physical body were to be destroyed, as long as his soul remained, he could evade capture. This was far more stable than the abilities employed by malevolent entities to possess others. And it bore no side effects. The more Lin Yun pondered, the more his joy multiplied. Having such a boon was truly exhilarating. Additionally, he had acquired a unique means. With a smile, Lin Yun found his soul piercing through the walls of the ability prison, emerging into the outside world. The thunderstorm had been terrifying at midday. The sky was shrouded in darkness, obscuring visibility to mere inches, leading him to believe a torrential downpour was imminent. Yet now, the skies were clear. What do you know? That was a breakthrough by a significant figure beneath our ability prison, summoning the Thunder Tribulation. Did you not see the other 3 major ability organizations gathering to witness it? A breakthrough can attract a Thunder Tribulation? Why was I unaware of such a phenomenon? You simpleton. With her talents, we could never hope to reach such heights in our lifetimes. 2 uniformed guards walked through Lin Yun's soul, oblivious to his presence. Achu. The guard who Lin Yun's soul passed through suddenly sneezed violently. Lin Yun narrowed his eyes, watching as the 2 figures moved away. How intriguing. Typically, people would react to him as if they had seen a ghost, unable to see or touch him. Was this the state of a spectral being? As he mused, Lin Yun raised his hand and lightly etched a deep mark into the wall of the ability prison, akin to a blade carving. He waved his hand, erasing the mark. Unlike a true spectral being, he could still wield a portion of his physical power. With a thought, he was instantaneously transported to the 3rd level of the prison. Upon arrival, he spotted an elderly man ambling towards him. This old man, with long fingers and distinct joints, held a half-human tall beast skin case. Quickly, Go to the second level and fetch that Lin Yun kid. The old man impatiently instructed the nearby guard. Isn't that Dr. Zhong from the dissection room? Ah. He wants to recruit Lin Yun as labor again, doesn't he? Under normal circumstances, it would be of little concern. However, at this moment, no time. Lin Yun shook his head, snapping his fingers, and a silent ability struck Dr. Zhong in the abdomen. Ouch. Dr. Zhong's previously rosy complexion turned ashen. Beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Clutching his abdomen with one hand, his legs trembled as he tightly squeezed them together. Forget about Lin Yun. I have more pressing matters at hand. What? The guard had yet to react when a loud crash echoed, followed by an overwhelming stench that assailed their senses. The guard quickly covered his nose, stepping back in disgust. Dr. Zhong, hands clasped over his backside, bolted away in an awkward manner, neglecting even his precious case. One must admit, despite being a superpowered individual, Dr. Zhong's prowess was no mere facade. His speed while fleeing was impressive. As he ran, he bellowed with vigor. Everyone get out of my way. Hurry, hurry. I'm out of time. Lin Yun observed this scene, unable to restrain his laughter. His spirits soared considerably. Chapter 59. The unexpected fifth level since Lin Yun's slaughter Azura blade had absorbed a significant amount of malevolent energy. The once dimly lit second and third levels of the supernatural prison had become considerably brighter. Even the criminals and beasts appeared to be more subdued. However, Lin Yun sensed a continuous surge of ominous energy rising from the depths of the prison, seemingly attempting to replenish the suddenly vanished malevolent forces. At this rate, it would not be long before the first 3 levels returned to their original state. It seemed he had underestimated this place. The accumulation of malevolent energy over a millennium in the supernatural prison was trivial compared to what he had absorbed. Lin Yun felt a growing curiosity about the conditions below the 4th level, having only ventured as far as the 4th. The 4th level housed extreme 9th-tier supernatural beings like the Princeton, so what manner of entities could be imprisoned on the 5th level? He pondered that if he could capture such figures alive, it would indeed reveal the profound depths of Shanghai City. Clearly, there existed extraordinary beings within the city. With a thought, Lin Yun's spirit swiftly traversed to the 4th level, but he did not rush downward. Instead, he first visited Cell No. 1 to check on the little black dragon. Compared to before, the creature had become significantly more docile. It floated in midair like a lifeless entity, its eyes tightly shut. During the previous chaos, the little black dragon had received a beating from the guards of the supernatural prison. Furthermore, the cell's restraining formations and chains had been doubled. Even if it wished to move, it could not. It seemed the little black dragon had come to terms with its reality and had resigned itself. After a brief glance, Lin Yun departed and proceeded to cell number 3. Prince and had perished, and he was curious to see who resided in this cell now. To his surprise, he found a handsome young man slumped inside, appearing as if he had lost his soul, none other than Prince and S son, Wu Ziyuan. The despair, resentment, and bitterness in his gaze emanated a palpable sense of hopelessness. Truly, this was a case of following in one's father's footsteps. With his father gone, the son continued to serve the unfinished sentence. How unfortunate. No wonder Wu Ziyuan had not been seen in the upper levels. He had been confined here instead. In the prime of his youth, he was destined to spend the rest of his life in prison, and the psychological trauma he endured must be nearing a breaking point. He likely regretted not perishing alongside Prince and in the graveyard. Lin Yun felt no sympathy for him, disregarding the crimes Wu Ziyuan had previously committed. The recent assistance in his father's escape had resulted in the deaths of over 100 individuals among the guards and various supernatural organizations, making a life sentence seem lenient. He would remain confined in the prison for the rest of his life, serving as Lin Yun's source of experience. Wu Ziyuan was now Lin Yun's most valuable source of experience, providing 600 experience points per hour, totaling over 14,000 experience points daily. Given such returns, he could not afford to let him die or escape. He would remain in the supernatural prison until death, as both he and his father bore heavy sins. This would serve as his redemption. There were still many cells on the 4th level that Lin Yun had yet to inspect. But he did not intend to check each one individually at this moment, as he would have ample opportunities in the future. He was eager to descend and discover what kind of monstrous beings were held in the 5th level. Even if he encountered formidable adversaries, the worst that could happen would be his spirit embodiment being destroyed, from which he could recover after a few months of recuperation. With resolve, Lin Yun plunged downward. In the next instant, he found himself standing at the entrance of the 5th level of the supernatural prison. What was this situation? Lin Yun was momentarily stunned. He had envisioned countless scenarios for the 5th level of the supernatural prison. Rivers of blood, roads paved with bones, raging demons, and chaotic fiends. Yet, What lay before him utterly surpassed his expectations. At the center of the 5th level stood an opulent hall, illuminated by whale oil lamps, fragrant with sandalwood, exuding none of the grim atmosphere typical of a supernatural prison. This was nothing short of a 5-star luxury suite. No, it was even more lavish than a presidential suite. All the negative energies, malevolent forces, and hostile auras from the supernatural prison were entirely isolated by a massive protective barrier. What sort of individual could possibly enjoy such treatment? Lin Yun's curiosity intensified as he stepped into the hall. At its center sat a boy who appeared to be in his early teens, engrossed in reading at a table. Dressed simply yet strikingly handsome, he exuded an extraordinary aura. A superhuman? Could he be someone from the mayor's office who had committed a crime? Lin Yun speculated. This individual, possessing the strength of a superhuman, was confined in such a place and afforded such privileges. The only explanation was that his identity was undoubtedly extraordinary. Just then, the handsome boy seemed to sense something, abruptly lifting his head to lock eyes with Lin Yun. Startled, the boy hastily stood up, causing the book in his hands to tumble to the floor. Are you a human or a ghost? How did you get in here? He exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Yun was taken aback. This person could see him? It was worth noting that he was currently in spirit form. Unless he revealed himself or the other party possessed comparable strength, it would be impossible for anyone to perceive him. You can see me? Lin Yun could not help but inquire. The boy blinked in surprise, his expression one of disbelief. Am I not supposed to see you? Lin Yun was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to explain. Observing his silence, the boy cautiously ventured, Big brother, could it be a wandering soul? Lin Yun felt a jolt of inspiration and nodded in affirmation. Indeed. My apologies. I truly did not mean to. The boy immediately panicked, repeatedly apologizing and stamping his foot in frustration. I should not have asked. How rude of me. Since you have become a wandering soul, it must mean you have passed away, and I have unwittingly reopened old wounds. Is this not akin to pouring salt on someone's wounds? As he spoke, he struck his own head in dismay. Lin Yun, both amused and exasperated, asked, It's all right. What is your name? I am called. The handsome boy was about to respond when a deep voice called from a distance, Fourth young master, who are you talking to? To his surprise, there were indeed others present. How had he not noticed earlier? Lin Yun was about to take action when the handsome boy raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence, before responding loudly, No one. I was just reading and talking to myself about an interesting part. Oh, came the voice in response, which then fell silent. Lin Yun expanded his mental perception and quickly pinpointed the source of the deep voice. It belonged to a burly man clad in a green jacket, radiating an unusual aura of supernatural energy. Lin Yun's expression hardened as he muttered to himself, the essence of a beast. This man was, in fact, a beast. Moreover, he was formidable, having at least reached the void level. To be addressed as fourth young master by a void-level beast indicated that this boy was undoubtedly an extraordinary being as well. Lin Yun turned to examine the striking young man before him, but he was unable to detect any traces of beastly energy emanating from him. Nor could his perception abilities penetrate the boy's presence. Intriguing. Lin Yun surmised that the boy must possess some treasure that concealed his beastly aura and shielded him from detection. Deciding not to dwell on it further, he asked directly, Who are you? My name is Ping'an, the handsome boy began, but abruptly halted, seemingly reluctant to disclose his true identity. He then shifted the conversation. And you? Lin Yun smiled confidently and declared, I am Wu Ziyuan. Wu Ziyuan. The handsome boy repeated the name softly twice, as if to engrave it firmly in his memory. This place is replete with prohibitions. Ordinary wandering spirits and malevolent ghosts cannot possibly enter. Yet, remarkably, you have managed to do so. The handsome youth regarded Lin Yun with newfound admiration. As Lin Yun contemplated how to deceive him, he suddenly sensed something amiss, and his expression shifted dramatically. It seems I shall not have the leisure to engage in idle chatter with you today, perhaps another time. Lin Yun smiled at Ping'an and, in an instant, vanished without a trace before him. The once bustling hall now lay empty, leaving Ping'an alone. He gazed at the spot where Lin Yun had disappeared, his heart a tumult of emotions. Wu Ziyuan, he murmured, bending to retrieve the book that had fallen to the ground, and slowly returned to his seat at the table. Chapter 60. The two Mountain Beast clan in the 5th level of the Abnormal Ability Prison. Outside the Grand Hall, two figures hurriedly approached through the swirling malevolent mist. One of them was the beastly man Lin Yun had encountered earlier. The other was an elderly man with thinning hair, a slightly hunched back, and an appearance that suggested he had little time left. However, the aura exuding from this elder was exponentially more formidable than that of the beastly man. Each step he took seemed to part the surrounding malevolence with an invisible force. Are you certain someone has breached the hall's protective formation? The elder inquired, squinting his eyes coldly. The beastly man, his face expressionless, replied, Our two mountain clan possesses a unique sense of perception, although I did not notice anything overly. I am certain that there are others accompanying the fourth young master. Good. The elder's expression darkened further, his voice rising in anger. How dare someone slip past my gaze and infiltrate the hall? I shall see who has thrown caution to the wind. Just as he finished speaking, a voice drifted lazily from ahead. Are you looking for me? Moments later, a figure materialized before them. It was a strikingly handsome young man. His deep-set eyes devoid of any expression. Radiating brilliance, he appeared anything but ordinary. Upon seeing him, the beastly man immediately shouted, It's him. The elder, witnessing this scene, displayed a look of terror, his form trembling as he abruptly halted. He then exclaimed in fear, A soul manifestation, an extraordinary being. Recognizing Lin Yun's true nature, the elder wasted no time and turned to flee. The beastly man remained frozen in place, unable to comprehend the situation. Yet, Lin Yun swiftly intercepted the elder's path. The speed of a soul manifestation far surpassed that of ordinary void travel. Lin Yun, calm and composed, gazed down upon the elder, who wore a mask of sheer horror. Internally, Lin Yun reveled in the effect he had achieved. He had already used his telekinetic abilities to probe the elder's background. Inside the elder's body, a star core floated, albeit dim and lifeless, marred by cracks and devoid of vitality. However, in terms of strength, he surpassed Lin Yun's true form by over tenfold, being a genuine star core powerhouse. Yet, upon encountering Lin Yun, he resembled a mouse fleeing from a cat, eager to escape. The reason was simple. Lin Yun was currently in a soul state, a condition exclusive to extraordinary beings, recognized throughout this realm of abilities. The elder's complexion shifted repeatedly, and finally, he suppressed his fear, bowing respectfully. I am Qin Jinchao, a junior, and I greet you, senior. Being addressed as a senior by such an aged individual struck Lin Yun as peculiar, yet he maintained his composure, replying coolly, Why have you ceased your flight? Have your legs been broken? How could I dare to run in the presence of an extraordinary senior? The elder lamented, his face contorted in worry. Dare? I see that you are bold enough. Lin Yun scoffed, assuming the demeanor befitting an extraordinary being. At that moment, the beastly man flew over without hesitation and knelt before Lin Yun, bowing his head in reverence. This act of submission stirred no guilt within Lin Yun. The beastly man, being merely at the 7th level of void existence, would fall easily to Lin Yun's true form. Two Mountain Wu, I pay my respects to you, senior. Upon hearing the name Two Mountain, Lin Yun immediately recalled a certain beast clan. You belong to the Two Mountain Fox clan? Indeed, the beastly man affirmed. The handsome youth in the hall of the 5th level of the abnormal ability prison. He is your clan's young master? Lin Yun inquired further. The beastly man hesitated, glancing at the elder. The elder, quick-witted, countered, Does the senior not know his identity? Lin Yun retorted coldly, It is I who am asking you. The elder promptly responded with deference, You are correct. He is the 4th child of the Two Mountain clan leader, Two Mountain Pinyin. Lin Yun had gleaned from the memories of others that Two Mountain was a clan of fox-like beasts, with its leader being a powerful star core entity. This meant that the handsome young man in the hall was indeed the son of a star core powerhouse. No wonder his status was so exalted. He was even placed in a hall as lavish as a presidential suite while imprisoned. What crime did he commit? Why is he confined in the 5th level of the abnormal ability prison? Lin Yun pressed for more information. However, this time, the elder refused to divulge further details, responding, I see. Having perused the 5th level, Lin Yun felt a burgeoning curiosity, contemplating whether he should descend to the 6th level. However, the entrance to the 6th level manifested as a pitch-black abyss, shrouded in thick mist, rendering it nearly indistinguishable. The malevolent aura that permeated the 5th level emanated from this ominous chasm. It remained uncertain whether the workers who initially constructed the supernatural prison were simply lethargic or if other factors were at play. The deeper one ventured into the prison, the more desolate it became. Aside from the central hall on the 5th level, the surroundings were in ruins, dilapidated, and forlorn. To exacerbate matters, the 6th level lacked even a staircase, resembling an immense pit of despair. At that moment, echoes of the earlier admonitions from the elder Qin Jinchao resonated in Lin Yun's mind, causing him to waver. Yet, upon reflection, he reminded himself that he was now an extraordinary being. Surely, he could not be intimidated by a few words from an old man? After all, this was merely a projection of his soul. Its demise would not bear any consequence. With a tightening resolve, Lin Yun's spiritual incarnation leapt directly into the abyss. Chapter 61. Distraction in the depths of the second floor of the psychic prison, Lin Yun abruptly opened his eyes, his body trembling as two streams of blood trickled from his nostrils. Within the vast black ocean of his mental realm, a brand new soul avatar began to materialize. Albeit in a fragmented state, reminiscent of shattered porcelain, in the process of self-repair. He had previously dismissed the demise of his soul avatar as inconsequential. Yet fate had proven him wrong. With a wry smile, Lin Yun wiped away the blood and began to recall his experiences upon entering the 6th level of the psychic prison. It was a deep pit, suffused with a dense malevolent aura, morphing into various monstrous forms. Additionally, numerous skeletons were shackled by chains, an overwhelming multitude. Judging by the resilience of these bones, their former strength must have been formidable. The weakest among them were undoubtedly extreme psychics. Lin Yun descended further along the chains and bones, unaware of how deep he had gone. Suddenly, a powerful force shattered his soul avatar, and before he could discern the source of the attack, his consciousness was abruptly pulled back to the 2nd level of the prison. Indeed, the old man Qin had not deceived him. The depths beyond the 5th level were no trifling matter. Lin Yun suspected that the elder held some secrets, for he would not have advised him otherwise. Yet, this enigmatic figure spoke in riddles, always ambiguous in his words. If Lin Yun were truly an extraordinary being, he would have seized the old man for interrogation. The surname Qin, shared with the mayor. Could this elder be affiliated with him? This thought crossed Lin Yun's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. His curiosity had been sufficiently satisfied. Matters beyond his current capabilities were best left for the future when he had gained strength. The destruction of his soul avatar would necessitate several months for recovery. Thus, it was prudent to remain in the 2nd level for the time being. He remembered to continue enhancing his ability spirit control. Perhaps it might expedite the recovery of his soul. Suddenly struck by this idea, he tried it out. And to his astonishment, it worked. Henceforth, he would no longer fear injuries to his soul. Lin Yun exhaled a sigh of relief. Outside the psychic prison, Lin Yun observed a group of individuals frequently visiting the facility. He pointed out a middle-aged man clad in the attire of the Astral Prediction Bureau to Gu Chun, who was preening himself with a small mirror. Gu Chun, leisurely grooming his hair and meticulously smoothing his sideburns, finally turned with a satisfied expression. Are you truly oblivious or merely feigning ignorance? Our psychic prison currently harbors a stellar core magnate, and individuals from other psychic organizations are intrigued, visiting daily to investigate the situation. Understanding dawned upon Lin Yun, and he feigned realization, then smirked. Given your flamboyant appearance, are you off to indulge in a foot wash? Bah. Gu Chun scoffed. Do I need to dress up to visit such places? With money, even if I went months without bathing, they'd still flock to me. This is for my dream girl. Puffed with confidence, he added, with so many people, including goddesses from the divine rankings, coming in and out of the psychic prison, how could I not seize this opportunity? Lin Yun scrutinized Gu Chun, noting his lack of physique, looks, strength, and background. Brother, Lin Yun diplomatically remarked, your chances of success are practically nil. You don't understand. Gu Chun retorted, striding forward with newfound confidence. Perhaps the goddess prefers someone like me, who can fathom the thoughts of women. Lin Yun fell silent, watching helplessly as Gu Chun's figure faded from view. Today marked the 10th day since Lin Yun had transcended the void, and his prior soul injuries had fully healed. However, the commotion caused by his breakthrough had yet to subside, even escalating. The Psychic Security Bureau, the Psychic Special Operations Bureau, the Astral Prediction Bureau, and even their own Psychic Guardians Bureau were inundated with individuals seeking the newly ascended stellar core. Lin Yun later learned that his breakthrough had inadvertently triggered a lightning tribulation, leading others to mistakenly believe he was assaulting the stellar core. Having endured 2 additional bolts of lightning, he was perceived as having condensed a stellar core. The psychic prison had become rather restless lately. Perhaps it was time to step outside and evade the stir. Contemplating this, Lin Yun resolved to take a few days off to clear his mind, coincidentally addressing some pressing matters. Furthermore, certain psychic skills were indeed cumbersome to practice within the prison walls. Muttering to himself, Lin Yun ambled forward, gradually vanishing into the dim corridors of the prison. Unbeknownst to him, in the hall of the 5th level of the psychic prison, a dashing young man furrowed his brow and murmured, "Why hasn't Brother Wu Ziyuan arrived yet? Wasn't he supposed to come chat with me? Could he have forgotten?" In the vast mountain forest, spring had only just begun, with snow still blanketing the ground, creating a scene of pure white. Suddenly, a figure darted through the woods, elusive and fleeting, at times resembling mist, at others, radiant light, moving too swiftly to discern. Just as one thought they had caught a glimpse, upon closer inspection, It was merely an afterimage lingering from moments prior. A gentle breeze passed, stretching the afterimage until it came to rest beside a frozen lake. It was a handsome young man clad in a green windbreaker. The proficiency of Moonstep allows for seamless afterimages, capable of even deceiving my psychic perception, truly a second-tier psychic skill. Lin Yun remarked softly. He had requested 3 days off from Major Chun, claiming he needed to attend to some matters, to clear his mind, and most importantly, to upgrade his psychic abilities and test his techniques. Today was the first day. Lin Yun found himself over 150 miles from Shanghai City, in a secluded wilderness. Though he could now utilize his psychic powers to fly through the void, surpassing any movement-based psychic skill. He pondered that if a movement-based skill were superior, combined with psychic abilities, wouldn't he that allow for even swifter flight? Whether it be in combat, pursuit, or escape. Such skills were indispensable. Since the inexplicable destruction of his soul avatar in the 6th level of the psychic prison, Lin Yun had come to understand a crucial truth. Whatever the endeavor, leaving an escape route was paramount. One must be able to flee to dare to fight. And as long as the mountains remain, there will always be firewood to burn. Lin Yun stood by the frozen lake for a moment before turning away. He meandered without a particular path, leisurely strolling as if enjoying the scenery. As he walked, his expression suddenly shifted. He paused, bent down to sift through the snow beneath a tree, and unearthed a frozen gray sparrow. The poor creature had likely succumbed to the weight of the snow and frozen solid. Lin Yun blinked a few times, cradling the sparrow, and without knowing what compelled him, he found that the sparrow began flapping its wings and took flight. Coincidentally, several wild birds flew nearby, and in a frenzy, the sparrow lunged at them, swiftly pecking them all to death. Just as quickly, an invisible psychic needle shot forth, obliterating the sparrow in an instant. Lin Yun retracted his gaze, his expression darkening. He had attempted to use the corpse on the lifeless creature, only to discover that this psychic skill was indeed peculiar. A mere experiment had resurrected the dead sparrow, unleashing its ferocity. It was too sinister. He vowed to use it sparingly in the future. In addition to Moonstep, Lin Yun had elevated several other practical psychic skills to the 5th tier. After all, raising a psychic skill to the 5th tier merely required a few 100,000 experience points, and he had readily allocated the points. Currently, Lin Yun had around 700,000 experience points remaining. This amount was just sufficient to elevate Flame Body to the 8th tier. To upgrade or not to upgrade? Lin Yun clenched his fists, feeling a surge of indecision. With the unparalleled ability of the Body of Magic, the once formidable skill of flame incineration has begun to lose its significance. After all, it is merely a level 3 ability. However, having mastered it to the 7th tier, only 2 more tiers remain to reach its pinnacle. He is intrigued by the legends surrounding the 9th tier of flame incineration, wondering if it truly allows one to transform into the god of flames, as described in the ancestral memories. Thus, he finds himself in a state of indecision. Suddenly, the sound of crunching snow reaches his ears. Someone is approaching. Lin Yun's expression shifts as he extends his mental perception, revealing a family of 4 struggling through the snow-laden forest. To seek enlightenment at the Xianshu Temple, one must ascend the mountain on foot. Otherwise, their devotion may be questioned. I understand, Dad. But why do we have to come here? I'm exhausted. One child exclaims. This wretched path is both distant and treacherous. What if we encounter wild beasts? Another voices their concern. Nonsense. You, a woman, speak only of omens. Lin Yun listens to their conversation, realizing they are local residents on a pilgrimage to the temple. Chapter 62. Returning home to Xuanfa Temple. Lin Yun, inspired, turned his gaze towards the distance. His mental energy pierced through the dense fog like a sharp sword, revealing the faint silhouette of a temple atop a nearby hill. He possessed a certain understanding of Xuanfa Temple, not only due to the formidable abilities of its monks but also because it was reputed for its exceptional efficacy. Many high-ranking officials from Xinghai City frequented this place to seek blessings. Why not pay a visit? After all, it was an opportunity to unwind, and any destination would suffice. Resolute in his decision, Lin Yun vanished into the forest in an instant. 5 minutes later, he found himself standing by the river bridge at the foot of Xuanfa Temple. Behind him loomed the desolate mountain where he had just tested his supernatural abilities, while before him lay the bustling site of the temple. A river separated them. Yet it felt as though 2 worlds were divided by that narrow stream. The mountain behind was eerily quiet, devoid of life, whereas the vicinity of Xuanfa Temple thrummed with activity. The foot of the mountain was filled with various vehicles, and many ordinary citizens had arrived on foot, all eager to offer incense and make wishes, creating a scene of extraordinary congestion. It seemed that Shanghai City was not as tranquil as he had imagined. Observing the throngs of people coming to pray, Lin Yun noted that most were common folk, many having traveled long distances. In the early spring, their hands and feet were cracked from the cold, yet their faces radiated sincere devotion. In this world of abilities, many who endured hardships and struggled for survival entrusted their fragile hopes to the ethereal deities. Faith often takes root in the most desperate of circumstances. Lin Yun was no savior. While he recognized the difficulties of this world, he lacked the capacity to rescue everyone, thus he could only express a few sighs of lament. It was time to ascend the mountain. Xuanfa Temple perched atop this grand mountain, with tens of thousands of steps leading from the base to the summit. Lin Yun stepped onto the first stair, lifting his gaze to behold the throng of people, each absorbed in their ascent. He activated his vision-enhancing abilities, and the scene before him transformed dramatically. At the summit, a golden light shimmered, enveloped in a divine aura. Various colored wisps representing fate swirled around the steps: white, gray, cyan, yellow, red, along with a purplish-golden essence, indicating the presence of high-ranking officials from Shanghai City. Retracting his abilities, Lin Yun began his ascent. Although his strength could have allowed him to reach the summit in mere seconds, he preferred to stroll leisurely, observing the crowd. For the affluent and powerful, these steps could easily be traversed with the aid of capable bodyguards. However, for the average person, it posed a considerable challenge. Many would tire halfway up, needing to pause and rest before continuing. Yet, most persevered with determination. Lin Yun sauntered undisturbed, showing no signs of fatigue. Even a million steps would not leave him breathless. As he approached the halfway point, he noticed a muscular man struggling to carry an elderly woman up the mountain. It was a rare display of filial piety in this world of abilities. Lin Yun marveled inwardly. He then overheard the elderly woman say, "My son, carrying your mother up the mountain must be tiring, right?" The strong man chuckled and replied, "Mom, I'm a gym instructor. Carrying you up the mountain is nothing. I could do 10 laps around this mountain without breaking a sweat. Oh, my child, why are you wasting time here? I need to seek the master of the dust method for a bowl of talisman water to recover from my illness." "Mom, you shouldn't say such things." Again, it was the dust method? Why did its shadow loom everywhere? Lin Yun shook his head and continued his ascent. Soon, he reached the summit. A majestic temple stood before him, with a large incense altar at the entrance, 3 thick incense sticks resembling the thighs of an adult inserted within, smoke swirling around them. Surrounding it were throngs of worshippers, all vying to place their incense, blocking the entrance. Displeased by the overcrowding, Lin Yun exerted a hint of his abilities, effortlessly parting the crowd to enter the temple. Xuanfa Temple, renowned for its rich history, boasted exquisite architecture. Inside a grand hall, various Buddha statues were displayed, some fierce, others serene. Lin Yun leisurely admired them, unable to suppress his admiration. One statue, with fiery red hair and sharp fangs, inexplicably drew his attention. Who is this holy Buddha? He casually inquired of a monk who was tidying up nearby. The monk looked up and replied, "This is the fire Arhat, the protector of the Buddha's teachings, tasked with subduing demons and evil spirits, renowned for his might. No wonder he exuded such presence." Lin Yun marveled. After hearing the young monk's detailed explanation, Lin Yun understood. The technique flame incineration derived from this Arhat, who allegedly witnessed the power of the god of flames, inspiring the creation of this ability. Along the way, Lin Yun questioned every monk he encountered, enriching his knowledge significantly. Upon reaching a certain area, he noticed several stone tablets inscribed with names. Initially, he glanced casually but was taken aback to see the name Jingxin on one tablet. Wasn't this the name of the monk who perished during the chaos in the ability prison? Curious, he asked, "Young monk, may I inquire about this stone tablet?" The young monk, with hands clasped together and a compassionate expression, replied, "This benefactor, Jingxin, unfortunately passed away while combating evil, accumulating immeasurable merit. We chant sutras day and night for his elevation." Lin Yun felt a surge of emotions and handed the young monk 2,000, saying, "Please help me donate this to the merit box. Benefactor, your kindness is commendable. May I ask your name? We would like to record it for sutra chanting." The young monk beamed with joy at this gesture. "No need." Lin Yun waved his hand, turning to leave. The young monk opened his mouth to ask again, but upon glancing up, he found Lin Yun had already vanished. Sighing, Lin Yun reflected on how staying in the ability prison for so long necessitated a visit to this serene place to cleanse his karmic burdens. As he descended the mountain, Lin Yun felt a notable lightness within himself, unsure whether it was merely psychological or a result of the Buddha's radiance. At the foot of the mountain, he relished 2 hearty bowls of vegetarian noodles, wiping his mouth in satisfaction as he returned to Shanghai City. He did not go back to the ability prison but instead returned to his home. Indeed, Lin Yun owned a house in Shanghai City, a quaint courtyard with a 40-year-old jujube tree, yet it lay in disarray, overgrown with weeds from years of neglect. This courtyard was the sole inheritance left by Lin Yun's father. Since his arrival, he had remained in the ability prison, lacking the time to visit. Utilizing his abilities, the accumulated leaves and debris were swiftly gathered into a ball and expelled from the courtyard. Upon entering the house, he found it in reasonable condition aside from a spider web in the corner, easily tidied for habitation. In the main hall, an altar table bore a spirit tablet, Askew, inscribed with the name Lindaxio. Lin Yun picked up the tablet, brushed off the dust, and placed it upright. From now on, he would return to reside here. He had long contemplated that after breaking through to the Void Realm, there was little necessity to remain in the ability prison. Each elevation in the Void Realm required an increasing amount of experience, and clinging to those criminals in the ability prison would render any further breakthroughs a distant prospect. He needed to devise a plan to accumulate experience. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, chapter 63. Taking matters into one's own hands, waiting for the Ability Safety Bureau and the Special Ability Task Force to apprehend criminals and incarcerate them is a display of inefficiency. It would be swifter for Lin Yun to take matters into his own hands. Consider the recent case of Wu Ziyuan, the son of Princeton. Capturing him alone would equate to imprisoning 4 or 5 criminals of the same caliber in the Ability Penitentiary. After seizing him, a swift toss in front of the Ability Guard Bureau would not only uphold world peace but also enhance the Bureau's performance, all while hastening my own advancement. Truly a trifecta of benefits, simply exquisite. Furthermore, there is no rule stipulating that one must reside within the confines of the Ability Penitentiary. Numerous prison guards return home after their shifts, yet Lin Yun has foolishly lingered within for an entire year. Rolling up his sleeves, Lin Yun set about transforming both the interior and exterior of his abode. The commotion was so pronounced that the neighbors suspected a burglary, only to discover that the prodigal son of the Lin family had returned. Instantly, the courtyard erupted with warmth and lively exchanges of pleasantries. At the entrance of Wang Daqiang's home, an elderly woman with graying hair squinted against the sun, laboriously threading a needle. Suddenly, a tall figure blocked her light, prompting her to look up, her eyes brimming with tears. "You rascal! Where have you been gallivanting? It's been ages since you returned home. Your mother feared something dreadful had befallen you." As soon as the young man reached the threshold, he was met with a torrent of maternal admonishments, a mix of slaps and hugs. After much effort, he managed to pacify her. "Mother, here is something for you. Keep it safe, and don't let elder brother and sister-in-law catch sight of it." He mysteriously produced a thick envelope and placed it in her hands. Upon opening it, her eyes widened at the sight of numerous 100-yuan bills, her joy palpable. "Where did you procure such a fortune?" she hurriedly inquired. With a smile, the young man replied, "It's from my master. He is exceedingly kind, teaching me various skills and even granting me pocket money. I return to show my filial piety." He continued enthusiastically recounting tales of his exploits in saving lives, eliciting laughter and concern from the elderly lady in equal measure. Once he finished, she was about to offer a few words of caution when she noticed her son gazing at her with an expression of longing, words unspoken. Her heart tightened. "Are you leaving again?" "Mother, I promised my master I would learn all his skills. You often say that one must see things through to the end, right? Just grant me a few more years. Once I have mastered my craft, I will return and spend quality time with you," he asserted with unwavering determination. The old woman gazed at her son, on the brink of another journey, her eyes glistening with tears that ultimately transformed into a long sigh. "Go then, you have grown. My words no longer hold the same weight. As for your father's position as a prison guard, if you do not wish to pursue it, so be it. I only hope for your safety." "Mother," the young man exclaimed, but she had already turned away, no longer meeting his gaze, merely gesturing for him to depart. He donned his backpack and vanished around the corner. "Hey, you old lady, crying under the sun like that?" A harsh voice pierced the air moments later. The elderly woman snapped back to reality, confronting a plump woman with a glistening face, her eyes filled with derision. Was it all merely a dream? Wiping her tears, the old woman murmured, "Oh, my dear mother, where did you acquire such wealth?" The stout woman suddenly shrieked, her greedy gaze fixated on the money in the elderly lady's hands. This is from Xiaopeng," the old woman began. But her words were abruptly cut off. "You foolish old hag. Wang Ping has been dead for ages. That money belongs to me now." With that, the fat woman kicked the elderly lady to the ground and snatched the money, retreating into her home. The old woman lay sobbing on the ground, her cries echoing within the house. In a nearby room, a middle-aged man reading a book muttered a curse, slamming the window shut. Wishing to banish the noise from his mind, Lin Yun turned the corner, dispelling the bone-reshaping ability. He shed the guise of Wang Ping and reverted to his true self. He was acutely aware of everything transpiring at Wang's residence several hundred meters away. Yet his heart remained unmoved. Lin Yun had not anticipated that the elderly woman would have such a sharp-tongued daughter-in-law. Nevertheless, he deemed the matter concluded, leaving the elderly woman with a cherished memory sufficing. Wang Ping, I have fulfilled my final act of filial piety for your mother and even crafted a splendid dream for her. You may rest in peace. His interference today was merely a reflection of his thoughts during the ceremonial tribute to his father, recalling the bond between Wang Daqiang and Wang Ping. In the past, his father had maintained a close relationship with Wang Daqiang, who extended his kindness when he became a prison guard. Regrettably, Wang Ping was obstinate, colluding with outsiders, repeatedly disregarding warnings, ultimately meeting his demise at their hands. Upon hearing of Wang Ping's disappearance, the elderly woman had aged a decade overnight, her eyes nearly blinded by tears. Lin Yun felt a twinge of guilt, prompting him to act out of compassion, honoring Wang Ping's memory. His actions were driven by a desire for self-reassurance. As for the future of the Wang family, that was beyond his concern. Lin Yun changed into clean attire and ambled leisurely along the street, having taken 3 days off. The first was spent cleaning his living quarters, the second honoring his ancestors, and today marked his final day of leisure before returning to the Ability Penitentiary for work. Yet, the days spent at home had been quite pleasant. Neighbors, aware of his return, flocked to visit him. These kind-hearted individuals, who had helped arrange his father's funeral, were now moved to tears upon seeing the transformation in his appearance after more than a year apart. During these 3 days, he had enjoyed at least 8 meals at neighbors' homes. Declining their hospitality was simply not an option. Furthermore, several eager aunties, upon discovering his single status, began scheming to introduce him to potential partners, leaving him both amused and exasperated. Each morning, the sunlight streaming through the window, the cacophony of roosters crowing, and the sounds of laundry being washed roused him from slumber. Yet, he found no annoyance in this. It was far preferable to the everlasting darkness of the Ability Penitentiary. He relished the vibrant, bustling life of the market, feeling both relaxed and liberated. Upon passing a food stall, he purchased a roasted chicken, half a pound of marinated beef, and a jug of wine. Returning to his doorstep, he did not rush inside but instead knocked on the door of a neighbor. A plump woman in her 50s answered. "Hello, Aunt Lee," he greeted with a smile. Aunt Lee, recognizing his intent, ushered him in while chiding, "Why come here to eat when you don't cook at home? You always bring food, roast chicken, marinated meat, and wine. You can't go on like this. You'll exhaust your fortune." Lin Yun refrained from arguing, contentedly listening to Uncle Lee and Aunt Lee converse, exhibiting the demeanor of a dutiful son. After a hearty meal, he left their home feeling satisfied. Turning left to return to his small courtyard, where he immediately reclined on the hammock beneath an old jujube tree. The early spring sun filtered through the sparse branches, warming him, providing utmost comfort. Lin Yun gently closed his eyes, appearing to rest while secretly extending his mental energy and activating his spiritual sound abilities to surveil a significant portion of Star Sea City. This seemingly prosperous metropolis concealed a multitude of filth, darkness, and sinister creatures. Shortly, a smile graced Lin Yun's lips as he located his objective. He retracted his mental energy, dispelled his abilities, and turned to lie down for a brief nap, feeling no urgency to rush. Chapter 64. One is never enough. As night descended, Lin Yun found himself within the hallowed halls of the Time Club, Star Sea City's most illustrious night spot. Though the suite was not expansive, its appointments were undeniably tasteful, betraying a certain level of sophistication. Scented candles cast a fragrant spell, while a table laden with delicacies stood before an opulent red silk-draped bed. Lin Yun was inwardly impressed. The foot massage parlors and crystal lounges of his past paled in comparison to this establishment. This was truly a high-end entertainment venue, eclipsing its competitors. And then there was the technician. Her beauty was undeniable, her hair adorned with delicate ornaments. Her face was like a peach blossom, her large eyes casting shy glances in his direction. The school uniform she wore on top exuded an air of innocent charm, while the silk stockings below hinted at a more sensual nature. Even Lin Yun, who had witnessed countless beauties online, could not help but utter, "Exquisite." If Guchan were to discover that he had come to such a place without him, he would surely be enraged. The girl, clad in the aforementioned school uniform, broke the silence. "How should I address you, sir?" "My surname is Wu," Lin Yun replied, a hint of roguishness in his tone. "You may call me Mr. Wu." "I am Xian," she responded, her voice melodious. "You may call me Xiaozi." Xiaozi was as beautiful as her voice was sweet. Lin Yun nodded. Xian giggled, concealing her mouth. Sir, you jest? Is this your first time at the Time Club? Her alluring eyes seemed to penetrate his very soul. A first-time visitor would have already pounced. Why all the formalities? Oh, you saw through me? Lin Yun rubbed his nose. I've always preferred to be passive when I go out, but I found it unsatisfying. So, I decided to indulge in something a bit more sophisticated and stimulating. Hiring me for the night is not cheap, sir, Xian said, blushing. You must have spent a considerable sum. Indeed, I have, Lin Yun mused. However, I trust that Xiaozi will not disappoint. Rest assured, sir, Xian purred, casting a coquettish glance. Tonight, I shall ensure that you are transported to a realm of ecstasy, never to return. She paused, but there is no need to rush. The night is young. Perhaps we should begin with a drink? A drink? Lin Yun raised an eyebrow. I'm afraid that won't be possible. I have several engagements to attend to tonight. Oh, sir has other technicians waiting? Xian was taken aback, realizing the man's voracious appetite. Lin Yun casually remarked, of course, one is never enough. As he spoke, the room was enveloped in an aura of extraordinary power. Before Xian could react, she was overwhelmed by an intense psychic pressure. Her countenance changed dramatically, and she staggered backward. Who are you? I am Wu Ziyuan. Lin Yun said with a cold smile. This is my first time apprehending demonic entities such as yourselves. If I am a bit heavy-handed, do not blame me. With that, Lin Yun unleashed a palm strike, and Xian's scream echoed through the room. But it was quickly silenced, leaving behind only an eerie stillness. The next morning, Lin Yun's vacation ended, and he hurried to report to the Psychic Defense Agency, carrying a bag of meat-filled buns from a renowned local bakery. The roll call had just concluded, and a group of his colleagues were gathered, engaged in idle chatter. Gu Chen slung an arm around Lin Yun's neck, a meat bun in his mouth. Lin Yun, you take 3 days of leave and return with these paltry things? Is this how you repay us? Lin Yun glared at him. Take it or leave it. If you don't want it, give it back. Dream on. Gu Chen devoured the bun, wiping his greasy hands on his clothes. He grabbed another bun and began to wolf it down. The colleagues ate their breakfast, exchanging the latest sensational news. Hey, did you hear? One of them said mysteriously. Someone was caught surreptitiously depositing things at the entrance of the Psychic Defense Agency this morning. What things? Black dog blood or foul excrement? Someone asked. The 4 major psychic institutions in Starsea City, dedicated to slaying demons and vanquishing monsters, had apprehended countless heinous criminals, inevitably incurring the wrath of many. Those depraved individuals, unable to storm the psychic prison, resorted to underhanded tactics, such as throwing black dog blood or dumping foul excrement, which were commonplace and hardly noteworthy. The colleague shook his head. Neither. Take a guess. I doubt you'll ever figure it out. It couldn't be a ravishing beauty. Gu Chen mumbled, his mouth still full. The colleague slammed his hand on the table. Hey, you actually got it right. What? Gu Chen dropped his bun on the floor. Don't tell me it was a beauty from the Crystal Lounge. Close, but of a much higher caliber, the colleague said, winking. It was Xian and Yu Ming, the top courtesans from the Time Club, and a male escort from the Rainbow Club. No way. Are you serious? Gu Chen and several other colleagues stared in disbelief. Why would I lie? Ask the colleagues who were on duty last night. They know all about it. What were they arrested for? Were they meant to entertain us? One colleague asked. The colleague shook his head, his expression serious. You might not believe it, but these 3 are, in reality, members of the Soul Harvester Society, a branch of the 7 demonic paths. Xian and Yun Ming, in particular, are said to be the most capable assistants of the Soul Harvester's successor. Though they appear frail, they are all formidable psychics. The colleagues gasped, drawing in a collective breath. The Soul Harvester Society, though not the strongest among the 7 demonic paths, was certainly notorious. This was due to the society's leader, who specialized in dual cultivation, a psychic technique involving the extraction of yin and yang energies. This allowed the society's members, male and female alike, to possess exceptional beauty and to excel at captivating hearts. Countless psychic masters, both righteous and evil, had been seduced by them, their psychic abilities drained, leaving them as ordinary humans. The society was feared by many, yet many others were drawn to it. The 3 are currently being interrogated. You'll be able to see them after the interrogation is complete, the colleague said firmly. As expected, 3 criminals were soon escorted to the 2nd floor of the psychic prison, 2 women and 1 man, disheveled and barely alive, even in their current state. Their figures and the glimpses of their faces revealed them to be rare beauties and handsome men. Chapter 65. Sacred Artifacts. Alas, I have long heard of the legendary beauties Xian and Yu Ming from the Time Pavilion, yet I have never had the opportunity to behold their grace. Guqin, sitting beside me, smote his thigh in astonishment, exclaiming, "Who would have imagined that I would encounter them here in the ability prison? Truly, the whims of fate are unpredictable." Lin Yun, disinterested in his ramblings, turned to his well-informed colleague and inquired, "Do you know who cast them at the entrance of the Ability Guard Bureau?" The colleague replied, "Well, even the chief and the warden are keen to uncover this mystery. Unfortunately, none of the duty officers saw a thing. It was as if they simply appeared on the ground. I suspect." The colleague stroked his chin, continuing in a conspiratorial tone, "It was likely some expert who suffered greatly at the hands of the Soul Harvest Society." And what did the chief say? What else could he say? He was overjoyed. "We didn't have to lift a finger, and all the credit belongs to our Ability Guard Bureau. Such heroes, who despise evil, are always welcome. The higher-ups have even specifically instructed us not to scare them away next time." Lin Yun nodded. The attitude of the Ability Guard Bureau aligned with his own objectives, granting him a sense of reassurance. He then examined the warden's grimoire in his mind, discovering several newly added pages. Criminal, Xian Sin Index, Level 3 Strength, First Order Super Ability User Status, Incarcerated Capture Participation, 80 Earnings, 180 Experience Points Hour Criminal, Yunming Sin Index, Level 4 Strength. Second Order Super Ability User Status, Incarcerated Capture Participation, 80 Earnings, 190 Experience Points Hour. The strength of these three individuals was hardly formidable, merely stepping into the ranks of super ability users, with the highest Sin Index being a mere 4. Even small fish have their worth, especially when one personally intervenes, ensuring a high participation rate. Lin Yun inwardly scoffed, yet maintained a calm demeanor, compared to that Lu Shizong, whose experience point yield was even greater. With a Sin Index of 7 and strength of a 9th Order super ability user, he only granted a single lottery opportunity. However, capturing them himself provided 2 chances. The more he contemplated, the more he felt his plan was nothing short of genius. If he could capture even stronger beings in the future, such as those from the Void or Star Core realm, the experience point yield would be monumental. 3 individuals from the Soul Harvest Society were unceremoniously discarded into the cell on the 2nd floor of the Northern District, while his colleague continued to gossip about the Soul Harvest Society in the Time Pavilion. Lin Yun seized the opportunity to concoct an excuse and slipped back to his room on the 2nd floor. After establishing a mental barrier for protection, he commenced his lottery draws. With 6 opportunities available, he decided to start with Xian. A pink orb of light emerged, imbued with an alluring aura, seemingly on the verge of merging with his memories. Suddenly, Lin Yun's eyes narrowed as he recalled something significant and shouted, "Wait! Is it possible not to absorb the memories this time, but instead directly inherit the ability techniques?" He realized that the Soul Harvest Society was notorious for their sinister dual cultivation techniques, which involved siphoning the energies of others. If he were to assimilate Xian's memories, he would undoubtedly be inundated with a plethora of inappropriate adult scenes. If it were a male, it might be manageable. However, she was a female. Would he not be transformed into a seductress, pursued by a horde of brutish men? The mere thought was too vivid to contemplate. Lin Yun shuddered. Thankfully, he had halted the process in time, and the warden's grimoire proved to be quite considerate, sparing him from inheriting a harrowing memory. After the transmission of the ability techniques concluded, Lin Yun felt an influx of peculiar combat skills in his mind, many of which he had never encountered before. Even struggling to conceive such postures prior to his arrival in this realm, it was as if a portal to a new world had been unveiled. Lin Yun could not help but marvel as he perused the ability technique section. Yin-Yang Harmony, Yang Volume, Incomplete, a Supreme Grade Technique. Proficiency Level, 4th Tier, 22-30-10,000, a Supreme Grade Ability Technique. Lin Yun initially felt a surge of excitement, only to furrow his brow in disappointment. Ultimately voicing his grievance, this technique is merely a Yang Volume supplement, and it is incomplete, consisting solely of methods for yin-yang supplementation, entirely lacking the grandeur of a Supreme Grade Technique. In truth, this ability technique resembled a manual for raising livestock, specifically breeding swine to serve as vessels for others. Lower-tier members would siphon energy from others, only to return and be siphoned by those above them, who in turn would be exploited by those even higher up. Was this not akin to a grandiose perverse pyramid scheme? Lin Yun discerned the sordid affairs of the Soul Harvest Society, chuckling to himself. Indeed, drawing ability techniques was a matter of fortune. After 6 lottery draws, he had amassed a few experience points, totaling a meager 20,000, better than nothing, perhaps. As Lin Yun exited his room, he unexpectedly encountered a bloodied criminal being escorted by the warden himself down the corridor. Several colleagues from the Ability Guard Bureau trailed behind, including Major Chen, creating quite a spectacle. Lin Yun discreetly utilized his abilities to sense the situation and discovered that the criminal was merely an 8th Order senior ability user. Was this truly necessary? Such a criminal, with this level of strength, could be left to fend for himself in the first tier of the prison. Yet now, the warden, a limitless ability user, was personally escorting him. Moreover, the demeanor suggested they were heading to the 4th tier. Lin Yun was both surprised and hesitant to inquire directly. He employed his spiritual sound technique, following the criminal to the 4th tier of the ability prison, where he watched as the criminal was confined in the last cell on that level. The warden specifically instructed the colleagues on the 4th tier. This individual is of significant importance. Keep a close watch on him. He must not die. I will personally oversee his interrogation. Understood. Lin Yun's curiosity deepened. What was the true significance of this criminal? To ascertain the details, he chose not to return home that day, opting instead to remain within the ability prison. Indeed, later that evening, the warden conducted an interrogation of the criminal. Lin Yun stealthily employed his spiritual sound technique to eavesdrop, and was met with several shocking keywords. Disappeared for 500 years, demonic path sacred artifact, sky-obscuring demon blade. Chapter 66, The Nameless Hero of Justice. The following evening, after work, as twilight descended, Lin Yun sat beneath the ancient jujube tree in his courtyard, sipping tea and pondering a matter of great significance. A secret of such magnitude had been unearthed by a mere advanced ability user, only to be fortuitously apprehended by agents of the Ability Security Bureau. It was rumored that both the Bureau and the Special Ability Task Force had incurred considerable losses in personnel while pursuing this individual. Lin Yun raised the teapot to his lips, taking a hearty swig, internally shaking his head at the ominous premonition he felt. Something monumental was about to unfold in Shanghai City. In the novels and television dramas, the pursuit of sacred artifacts and divine techniques stirred the world into a frenzy. It was easy to envision the chaotic scenes that would soon erupt across Shanghai City, where malevolent forces would dance in a terrifying display. This truth would inevitably come to light. Those wicked entities were formidable, and should they unite their forces against Shanghai City, pandemonium would ensue. I must find a secure refuge when that time arrives. Lin Yun harbored no interest in any demonic artifacts. In his view, any association with such formidable objects only heralded endless troubles. He longed for a tranquil existence within the confines of the ability prison, biding his time until he could attain unparalleled strength. At that point, who would need demonic artifacts? Reflecting upon his impulsive decision to take in the Ghost General, he felt a twinge of regret. While the Ghost General possessed remarkable growth potential, parading it around was merely inviting trouble. He had no choice but to return it to the Graveyard of Souls. If he had to conceal the Ghost General, there was no way he could afford to flaunt the ominous artifact, the Shrouded Heaven Magic Blade. Suddenly, recalling the Ghost General, Lin Yun slapped his thigh, nearly leaping from his seat in excitement. He had almost forgotten about his intention to cultivate a ghost flag. Yet, procrastination had left him with nothing to show for it. This cursed habit of delay. No more. It was time to act. Lin Yun downed the remaining tea in a single gulp, decisively placing the teapot down with a resounding thud. He stood up with flair, ready to hunt down the demonic creatures and safeguard the tranquility of Shanghai City's nights. Along the way, he could earn some extra coin to acquire materials for crafting tools. I am the gallant yet unassuming hero of the Ability Guardian Bureau. Wu Ziyuan. Shanghai City, while appearing resplendent like an opulent tapestry, was, in truth, rotten to its core. Not only did it harbor filth and corruption, but it was also rife with parasitic vermin. The powers of mind and spirit could not be wielded continuously, making precise location tracking impossible. Thus, he acted as a temporary surveillance mechanism. Tonight, Lin Yun lay in wait, eager to catch any fool who dared to commit a crime. What he would capture depended solely on fortune. His luck that night was mediocre, as he managed to apprehend only 2 minor offenders. One was a charlatan posing as a deity in a dilapidated temple, a mid-level ability user of the 5th tier, who specialized in scamming offerings and deceiving naive women. Truth be told, as a practitioner of the Void's 2nd layer, having even condensed a spirit akin to that of an extraordinary being, it felt beneath him to personally intervene. However, since he had encountered the individual, he seized the opportunity to bring him in, rendering him impotent and leaving him at the entrance of the Ability Guardian Bureau. The second was an old man who commanded a group of beggars. This wretched figure was even more despicable than the charlatan, exploiting the beggars under his control to engage in petty theft and child trafficking. Even more appalling was the fact that this old scoundrel had cultivated a sinister technique that mutilated innocent children to garner sympathy and extort money. Such a being was devoid of humanity. To Lin Yun's astonishment, this beggar leader had reached the pinnacle of the 9th-tier ability user through this inhumane method. Without hesitation, Lin Yun stormed into his lair and reduced him to a mere stick figure. He severed the man's tongue and gouged out his eyes. None of the accomplices among the beggars were spared. They were all dealt with accordingly. Initially intending to red, all that Lin Yun desired was to expedite the prisoner's journey to the dissecting table, where he could extract 2 unique draconic supernatural abilities. The 4th level of the supernatural prison housed over 20 hardened criminals, each with a high index of wickedness, naturally yielding a substantial experience point gain. Currently, Lin Yun's system, the grimoire of the jailer, recorded prisoners who collectively generated over 150,000 experience points daily. Life was indeed becoming quite pleasant. Lin Yun proceeded to the interrogation chamber on the 4th level. The restrictive formations here were of no consequence to his divine soul, allowing him effortless entry. Within, an interrogation was in progress, though none could perceive Lin Yun's arrival. The warden of the supernatural prison presided over the interrogation, an imposing figure attended by a retinue of formidable individuals, no less than superpowered ability users. The prisoner, surprisingly, was merely an advanced ability user. It was unclear what heinous crime he had committed to warrant such high-level attention. As Lin Yun entered, a round of coercion had just concluded. The prisoner was battered and bloodied, his muscles twitching spasmodically, evidence of the torment he had endured. Yet, the prisoner dared to scoff at the warden, spitting on the ground and exclaiming defiantly, "You sanctimonious supernatural institutions! Do not think I am unaware. You are no different from the demonic and heretical sections. You seek the sky-veiling demon blade? I tell you, it lies beneath your feet, on the 6th level of this very supernatural prison. Go and find it yourselves." Ha ha ha. The warden, impassive, coldly commanded his subordinates, administer a soul-nourishing pill and further stimulate his mental fortitude. I refuse to believe we cannot pry open his lips. 2 guards from the Supernatural Security Bureau stepped forward, one forcibly opening the prisoner's mouth to insert the pill, while the other placed his hand on the prisoner's head, initiating mental stimulation. After approximately 15 minutes, the prisoner remained in a wretched state before losing consciousness. The guard responsible for the mental stimulation withdrew his hand, beads of sweat on his brow, and reported, "Warden, his mental fortitude has also become dormant." The warden, terse, simply ordered, "Return him to his cell. We shall continue tomorrow." I refuse to believe he can persist indefinitely. Lin Yun patiently waited for the interrogation to conclude, watching as they led the prisoner away, their efforts fruitless. Chapter 67, All Taken Away? Lin Yun's spiritual incarnation entered the prison cell, glancing at the criminal who had just been treated with emergency medication and remained in a state of unconsciousness. Where exactly is the celestial demon blade hidden? Curiosity stirred within him. Now that his spirit control ability had advanced to the 6th level, it was a technique focused on mental prowess. With his own spirit akin to that of a transcendent being, extracting information should be a mere trifle. This method was leagues beyond the techniques employed by his colleagues in the Ability Enforcement Bureau to stimulate mental energy. Confidently, Lin Yun anticipated a straightforward retrieval of answers. However, upon withdrawing his hand, his expression turned peculiar. Is this even possible? The criminal's memories regarding the celestial demon blade were muddled. Save for the blatantly misleading accounts from the prison's 6th level, the remaining memories had been thoroughly tampered with, concealed meticulously. It was as if someone had installed a safe in his mind, locking all secrets within. To access it, one must possess the password. Attempting to force it open would merely lead to destruction of the contents. Even Lin Yun's spirit found itself powerless against it. He was eager to discover who had set such a restriction, but upon investigation, he found that this segment of memory had also been obliterated. Never mind. Let the Ability Bureau of Shanghai City deal with the headache. Lin Yun had never been particularly interested in that so-called blade. He was merely intrigued. With no means to pursue it further, he decided to let it go. From that day forward, Lin Yun worked by day at the Ability Enforcement Bureau, transforming into a justice enforcer by night, capturing the nefarious supernatural beasts and criminals. After apprehending them, he would nonchalantly toss them outside the Bureau's entrance and elegantly depart the scene. Coupled with the efforts of the Ability Security Bureau, which had captured numerous individuals through investigative dark web operations, the Ability Prison was increasingly bustling. Until this day, within the Ability Security Bureau, Chen Qing sat at her desk, listening to her subordinate's report. "Chief Chen, we have completed our investigation of over 300 establishments, including the Time Club, Rainbow Club, and various entertainment venues. Her subordinate exclaimed excitedly. The captured members of the Soul-Sucking Society and their henchmen have been interrogated and sent to the Ability Prison. High-ranking officials and wealthy businessmen involved in this matter are also detained in the Supreme Court, awaiting final judgment. The enthusiasm in her subordinate's voice was palpable. It had been ages since they encountered a case of such magnitude. The Ability Security Bureau would undoubtedly shine in the year-end evaluations. However, Chen Qing's expression remained frosty, devoid of any joy. After listening to the report, her delicate fingers impatiently tapped the desk, the crisp sound echoing in the room. What about the other cases? Why is it only about the Soul-Sucking Society? She asked coldly. Her subordinate wiped the sweat from his brow, his voice trembling as he replied, the others. All have gone rather smoothly. Smoothly? Chen Qing abruptly halted her writing, her voice icy. Bring me all the case files and reports for review. The subordinate's face turned pale, his gaze flickering uncertainly as he stammered. The report, Chief Chen. The case reports have already been sent to the Ability Enforcement Bureau. Who gave you the audacity to send them directly to the Ability Enforcement Bureau without my approval? Chen Qing's tone brimmed with severity. The subordinate, desperate to explain, began. Chief Chen, what? Have the cases been taken again? Chen Qing interrupted mercilessly, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Yes. The cannibal we were monitoring at the City God Temple and the specter from the southern suburb Ghost Gang have also been seized? Indeed. Well done. You have truly brought honor to the Ability Security Bureau. Chen Qing's voice radiated fury, tinged with a chill. The subordinate wished to sink into the ground, quietly justifying. It's just that. We've been busy handling the Soul-Sucking Society's affairs and haven't had time to deal with them. Do you mention the Soul-Sucking Society again? Chen Qing slammed her palm on the desk, her anger boiling over. Was that case even uncovered by us? We merely followed in someone else's wake to pick up the scraps. A dignified Ability Security Bureau relying on a phantom vigilante to solve cases. How laughable is that to the other three major ability agencies? Chief, actually. The Special Ability Task Force has also lost several cases. Her subordinate quietly reminded her. Silence. Chen Qing admonished sharply, then decisively commanded. Bring me all the ongoing cases in Shanghai City. We must apprehend someone tonight to send to the Ability Prison. Understood. The subordinate dared not hesitate. Quickly gathering a thick stack of files, Chen Qing swiftly perused them, her gaze landing on one specific document. West City Shirtai Street Meat Bun Shop, suspect Xie Kue. Suspected of murder for blood cultivation, possibly a member of the blood cult. Power level, approximately super ability user. This one. Chen Qing tapped the file, her tone leaving no room for dissent. Her subordinate glanced at it and frowned. Chief, we haven't thoroughly investigated this person's identity and strength. Is it prudent to act now? By the time you finish your investigation, the Ability Prison will be overflowing. Chen Qing scoffed, immediately rallying personnel. Tonight at midnight, we strike in West City. Yes. The subordinate nodded helplessly, accepting the order. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the silver moon rose quietly. In the outer ring of Shanghai City, the lights in every household dimmed. The night had deepened. A gentle breeze rustled through the old jujuk tree, casting mottled shadows. Moonlight filtered through the leaves, illuminating a young man asleep within the room. Suddenly, the young man abruptly opened his eyes, a glimmer of joy evident within them. He smiled faintly, and with a flicker, he vanished from sight. Listening to the FM broadcast of Shanghai City's voice, I finally caught wind of a big catch. A figure traversed the clouds, heading straight for West City Shirtai Street. Chapter 68, a sense of familiarity in the enveloping darkness. 9 agents from the Supernatural Security Bureau moved swiftly and silently toward Shirtai Street. Each wore a stern expression, their footsteps echoing in hushed silence. Leading them was a striking woman, Chen Qing, an official of the Bureau. Commander Chen. One subordinate approached her. Where's the target? Inside, keeping a close watch. She replied curtly. Good. Set up a soundproof barrier around the area. When the target emerges, we strike swiftly and quietly, ensuring the public remains undisturbed. Understood. The seasoned agents promptly began to arrange the formation. Chen Qing stood at the entrance of a meat bun shop, her gaze seemingly fixed on the establishment while she vigilantly scanned her surroundings. For this operation, she had brought along 8 elite superpowered individuals, making a total of 9. This considerable force seemed excessive for confronting a single superpowered member of the bloodthirsty gang, but her true concern lay elsewhere. She was wary of a mysterious figure who had recently gained notoriety among the 4 major supernatural organizations, known for seizing cases from both the Supernatural Security Bureau and the Special Operations Bureau. I am eager to uncover your true identity. Chen Qing pondered silently. The agents swiftly completed their deployment, forming a tight encirclement around the meat bun shop. You two inside, Chen Qing commanded, directing two subordinates to flush the target out swiftly. Understood. The duo accepted their orders and moved to the side of the shop, striking the window with a powerful blow. With a resounding crash, the window shattered, and the two quickly slipped inside. Chen Qing and the others held their breath, waiting for any sounds from within. 5 seconds passed, and the shop remained eerily silent. Chen Qing frowned. 10 seconds, 20 seconds. Still, there was no sign of movement from within. Anxiety gripped Chen Qing. This is bad. Something's gone wrong. Move in. She swung her gleaming sword, the moonlight reflecting off its edge as it cleaved through the iron door with a resounding crash. Charge, Chen Qing called out. Leading the charge into the shop, the agents followed closely, their movements fluid and swift, creating an atmosphere of unsettling quiet. They advanced to the back kitchen, and Chen Qing's heart raced as her eyes widened. In the center stood a gaunt figure, clad in only Chen Qing remained, sitting dazedly on the ground, gazing at the moon in a trance. The other members of the Supernatural Security Bureau were equally astonished, as if caught in a dream. They had witnessed the arrival and departure of the Moonwalker, the swift execution of a formidable supernatural beast with a mere snap of the fingers. Had it not been for the two bat wings on the ground, exuding a strong scent of blood, they might have thought they were hallucinating. Could he possibly be the enigmatic figure who had been usurping our cases from the Supernatural Special Operations Bureau during this period? It seemed implausible. Would such a powerful individual even stoop to concern himself with the trifles of high-ranking superhumans? A visit to the entrance of the Supernatural Guard Bureau tomorrow would reveal the truth. As they spoke, they suddenly remembered their superior, Chen Qing, still rooted in place, and hurried over. Officer Chen, are you all right? Chen Qing shook her head, rising from the ground with an expression of unusual calm. Just as that figure turned to depart, she finally recalled the source of that familiar sensation. It was the same person who had vanquished the ghost general at the mass grave, saving her and Taoist Zhang from the Thunder Fire Temple, the mysterious Void Blade sect from the Supernatural Guard Bureau. The silhouette that had rescued her from the clutches of the Bat Demon and then turned away was identical. He has saved me twice. Chen Qing silently contemplated. In that instant, the confusion in her eyes was replaced by resolute determination. Chen Qing abruptly sheathed her shimmering long knife, her tone ice-cold. From this day forth, I am no longer your superior. You need not address me as officer any longer. What? The members of the Supernatural Security Bureau stood in complete bewilderment, their eyes wide as saucers. What does that mean? If we no longer call you officer, are we to address you as queen? Chapter 69. The new superior. This was the first time Lin Yun had captured a shape-shifting, extreme-level supernatural beast, a creature of great prowess. Serving as an assistant to Dr. Zhong on the 3rd floor of the supernatural prison, Lin Yun had dissected numerous beasts and was acutely aware of their formidable vitality. Even a lesser beast, with its organs entirely hollowed out, could still rise up to inflict harm. How much more so for a formidable beast of this caliber? Lacking the specially designed chains and restraints available in the prison, Lin Yun opted to extract all the bones from the Bat Demon. The hardness of the bones suggested it had cultivated for at least 300 years, making them ideal for crafting superior materials for ghostly artifacts. As he cleansed the fresh blood from the demon's bones with his powers, Lin Yun felt a wave of satisfaction. He lamented the bat wings he had forgotten to bring along, muttering to himself about their potential as fine crafting materials. Retrieving them now was clearly impractical, especially considering the commotion the Bat Demon had caused, which likely attracted the attention of the Supernatural Task Force. Ah, the beautiful officer I saved earlier. Her surname was Chen, from the Supernatural Safety Bureau. The Bat Demon he held in one hand now resembled a lump of clay, utterly immobilized. Its eyes filled with terror as it recalled the unfathomable dread it had felt, wondering what monstrous entity it had provoked. If it had known this would be the outcome, it would never have indulged in devouring humans. At that moment, the Bat Demon suddenly felt a release of pressure and, uncontrollably, plummeted from the heights, crashing heavily to the ground. Before it could regain its bearings, a throng of individuals surrounded it. Look, more goods have arrived. What is this peculiar creature? It seems to be a demon beast. Regardless of its nature, it was now their achievement. This nameless hero is truly impressive, even snatching a case from the Supernatural Task Force dedicated to slaying demons. The personnel from the Supernatural Guard Bureau chattered excitedly as they expertly apprehended the Bat Demon and transported it to the Supernatural prison. The following day, upon Lin Yun's arrival at the prison, a notification from the prison master's codex informed him that the Bat Demon had been successfully incarcerated. Criminal, Vampiric Bat Demon Sin Index, Level 8 Power, Tier 3 Extreme Supernatural Being Status, Incarcerated Capture Participation, 80 Rewards, 800 experience points hour with 800 experience points per hour. This bat demon was an exceptional source of experience. It even surpassed that of Wu Ziyuan. Lin Yun's eyes sparkled with anticipation, wishing fervently that the shape-shifting bat demon could remain imprisoned for a lifetime. However, having spent considerable time in the supernatural prison, Lin Yun understood that such creatures typically did not remain incarcerated for long before being taken to the operating table. Never mind. He would savor the experience gains for as long as possible. With a shake of his head, he began his lottery draw. Tier 4 supernatural ability? Demonic sound. A soundwave type ability, offensive in nature. Lin Yun's expectations soared, but upon reading the description, his expression darkened. Did he truly lack offensive means? Wouldn't a spiritual sound, or supernatural, auxiliary ability be far more delightful? Lin Yun scoffed at the demonic sound and turned his attention away. On the second draw, he received 1 million experience points. Excellent. Just a few more days of accumulation would suffice to elevate him to the third tier of the void. As Lin Yun exited the prison, intent on securing breakfast, he was abruptly pulled back by Gu Chun. Hurry, we're assembling. What? We just finished roll call. Why must we assemble again? Lin Yun appeared bewildered. Gu Chun, with a knowing expression, replied, they say a new official brings 3 fires. And our new superior is no ordinary person. New superior? What is her background? Lin Yun followed Gu Chun to the break room, only to be stunned upon seeing a strikingly beautiful woman clad in the distinctive attire of the Supernatural Guard Bureau standing before everyone. It was Chen Qing from the Supernatural Safety Bureau. His eyes widened in disbelief. Their new superior was none other than her. What did you say? The genius Tier 5 superpowered officer from the Supernatural Safety Bureau is coming to our Supernatural Guard Bureau? Han Fei exclaimed, rising in astonishment. Indeed. You know her background. Her father is a general, the warden replied with a wry smile. Han Fei raised an eyebrow. Is this a good thing? Did they mention why she transferred? The warden pondered. Who knows? Perhaps she was frightened by that shape-shifting bat demon last night. I heard it nearly drained the general's daughter dry. True enough, a girl of such noble status, constantly hunting criminals with the Supernatural Safety Bureau. Should anything happen, who would take responsibility? It makes sense for her to come here. Han Fei nodded, suggesting they find her a less demanding role to ensure her safety. Understood. I'll transfer her to the second level of the supernatural prison. However, the warden looked troubled, with the general's daughter joining us. Will the Supernatural Safety Bureau cause us any trouble? Han Fei scoffed. Does he dare? The general's daughter nearly lost her life. I imagine he's currently preoccupied with how to explain this to the general. Since Han Fei took charge of the Supernatural Guard Bureau, 2 mysterious experts had emerged. And even the enigmatic Night Walker had been frequently delivering criminals to them. The Supernatural Guard Bureau was on the verge of a transformation for the better. With these thoughts, Han Fei felt elated, even finding some joy in the otherwise mundane task of processing paperwork. My name is Chen Qing. From now on, I will oversee all matters concerning the 3rd floor. Lin Yun, amidst the crowd, gazed at the icy beauty he had saved twice, now his superior. What a curious twist of fate. The once-dim supernatural prison suddenly felt vibrant with her presence, and his colleagues buzzed with excitement as if injected with energy. Officer Chen has joined the Supernatural Guard Bureau as our leader. Is this a dream? Lin Yun, I've made a decision. Starting tomorrow, I shall groom myself daily. Gu Chun proclaimed solemnly. Lin Yun was taken aback, questioning, you didn't tea-groom before? That detail was irrelevant. What mattered was making a good impression on Officer Chen. The fate of the Gu family depended on this opportunity. Lin Yun admired Gu Chun's confidence. It was truly commendable. Once Chen Qing arrived, the demeanor of the second-level colleagues transformed dramatically. Previously tardy, they now displayed an eagerness to impress their beautiful superior. Even the vain ones seemed compelled to wash their faces multiple times a day. Work ethics improved remarkably, contrasting sharply with their previous lazy attitudes. Lin Yun chuckled at the scene. It felt familiar. Back in his previous life at university, whenever a goddess-like teacher was present, those who typically skip classes to play games would rise 2 hours early just to perfect their hairstyles, all striving to impress. Remarkably, no one failed their final exams. Such was the power of beauty. As for why Chen Qing transferred from the Supernatural Safety Bureau to the Supernatural Guard Bureau, it was rumored she had nearly met her demise while capturing the shape-shifting bat demon. The general, alarmed by the incident, had reassigned her to the comparatively safer environment of the Supernatural Guard Bureau. Lin Yun thought it was fortuitous, had he not arrived in time. Chen Qing might very well have perished. Chapter 70. Is this it? The second floor of the Abilities Prison. Colleagues gathered to gossip about Chen Qing. Did you hear? Officer Chen swings her sword 100,000 times daily and trains for 20 hours. Today's topic: why is Chen Qing so formidable at such a young age? Voices rose in a cacophony of speculation, ultimately concluding, Chen Qing comes from a prestigious family, possesses exceptional talent, and works 10 times harder than others. Lin Yun chuckled upon hearing this. Hard work? Nonsense. According to their claims, if Chen Qing swings her sword 100,000 times daily and trains for 20 hours, does she not need to eat, sleep, or work? He acknowledged her esteemed lineage and innate talent, but he was the first to contest the notion of her diligence. Having inherited the training memories of numerous malevolent beings, he knew the intensity with which they trained. Take Lu Shizong from the demon organization, for instance. He spent 28 years in the Beast Mountain, battling ferocious creatures daily, barely escaping death countless times. Then there was Huang Jun from the Spirit Seizure Society, who, before gaining recognition, devoted himself entirely to sword practice, maintaining his regimen even after achieving fame, refining the same few techniques for over a century. The tedium of such dedication is unimaginable. Chen Qing's rise to prominence was likely due to her father's high-ranking military position. The colleagues lauding her work ethic were probably comparing themselves to their own habits of drinking and frivolity, making her appear industrious by contrast. Lost in thought, the atmosphere suddenly shifted to silence. Lin Yun looked up to see the gossiping guards standing at attention like wooden stakes. A woman clad in a striking white uniform, exuding elegance and vigor, stood before them. Chen Qing, the subject of their discussion, had arrived. Greetings, Officer Chen. The guards saluted respectfully. Chen Qing nodded slightly, about to proceed, when she unexpectedly spotted a guard amidst the crowd with clear, bright eyes, his gaze strikingly reminiscent of someone from her past. A jolt of recognition surged through her. You, what is your name? The guard appeared momentarily taken aback but saluted and replied, reporting to Officer Chen, my name is Lin Yun. Lin Yun. Chen Qing murmured softly, though she did not dwell on it, merely sensing a hint of familiarity. Rumors circulated that she had been frightened into leaving the Abilities Safety Bureau due to a shape-shifting bat demon, prompting her transfer to the Abilities Guard Bureau. In truth, her visit was for someone else. Yet, why she came for him remained unclear even to her. A flicker of disappointment crossed her features as she turned away without a backward glance. Lin Yun, bewildered, could not fathom why Officer Chen had called out to him. Observing this exchange, his colleagues were filled with envy, particularly Gu Chen, who excitedly exclaimed, who would have thought that among the guards stationed on the second floor, you would be the first to leave an impression on Officer Chen. Lin Yun could only manage a wry smile, speechless in response. On the 4th floor of the Abilities Prison, feeling idle in the afternoon, Lin Yun's spiritual form ventured into the cell of a criminal holding clues to the sky-obscuring demon blade. He scoured the prison lord's demon codex for any leads regarding the blade, but found nothing. The codex merely chronicled the criminal's offenses, omitting any other details. However, Lin Yun stumbled upon an intriguing aspect of this criminal's identity. He was once an orphan sheltered by the faceless alliance of the 7 evil paths, later infiltrating the Sacred Light Society, the foremost righteous organization, as an undercover agent. The plot thickened as he thrived within the Sacred Light Society, receiving high-level missions to subvert the Faceless Alliance and gather incriminating evidence. Was this not a quintessential tale of a double agent? It felt akin to a game of infernal affairs. Lin Yun found this quite amusing, simultaneously viewing the Faceless Alliance and the Sacred Light Society as excessively idle, resorting to subterfuge and strife over petty grievances. He speculated that the matter of the sky-obscuring demon blade surely intertwined with both organizations. This criminal likely stumbled upon a shocking secret during his undercover stint, leading to his current predicament. The truth must be astounding. Unfortunately, the criminal's lips were sealed, severing the thread of inquiry. Just as Lin Yun's spirit was about to exit the cell, he recalled the young man on the 5th floor, noting that he had not seen him in quite some time. His secrets were plentiful, so he decided to pay a visit. With a flicker, Lin Yun's spirit arrived on the 5th floor. A figure sat not far away, who, sensing something, widened his eyes in terror upon seeing Lin Yun. The latter nonchalantly revealed himself, casting a casual glance at the man. As senior, the individual froze upon recognizing Lin Yun, his body rigid. Lin Yun nodded curtly to Tu Shan Wu, disregarding him as he strode into the hall on the 5th floor. Tu Shan Wu, observing Lin Yun's retreating figure, displayed a spectrum of emotions, pale and flushed, before finally gritting his teeth and hastily departing. Brother Wu. Upon seeing Lin Yun again, the young Tu Shan Si Xiaoya, named Ping'an, nearly leaped in excitement. Did you not say you would come chat with me soon? Why has it taken so long? The lad seemed pent up, his tone tinged with a hint of dissatisfaction, as if he were on the brink of madness from a lack of company. Recent matters have delayed me, Lin Yun replied. feeling somewhat embarrassed for having forgotten his promise. Upon hearing this, Tu Shanping and his discontent evaporated, replaced by sheer delight. Last time, I was so preoccupied with my own affairs that I neglected to inquire about you, Brother Wu. Tu Shanping initially attempted to maintain an air of sophistication and poise. However, mid-sentence, he recalled Lin Yun's previous mention of being a wandering soul. Hastily correcting himself, after your passing. No, that is not right. Lin Yun observed Tu Shanping and S flustered demeanor. His words tumbling over one another, wishing to bite his own tongue in exasperation, his eyes darting nervously towards the table. Intrigued, Lin Yun used his mental power to scan the table, discovering a book. The Overbearing CEO Falls in Love with Me. Lin Yun had indeed heard of this book, which narrated the tale of a wealthy heir who fell hopelessly in love with an ordinary girl. This foolish lad. Could it be that he was attempting to learn how to flirt from the pages? Lin Yun regarded Tu Shanping and with a gaze filled with the gentle compassion one might reserve for a child with learning difficulties. Do you often read this? Lin Yun inquired, pointing at the Overbearing CEO Falls in Love with Me. And this one too. Tu Shanping, taken aback, nodded and then retrieved another book from his pocket. Lin Yun glanced at it. Dietary Guidelines Summary, a cookbook. Just these two? Just these. Nothing more? Nothing more. Lin Yun's gaze shifted towards Tu Shanping, now filled with profound sympathy. This boy was truly pitiable, a young master of the Tu Shanbeast clan, yet devoid of even a smutty novel to indulge in, truly a tragic fate. Tu Shanping remained oblivious to Lin Yun's changing gaze, gleefully producing a chessboard from within the room. Brother Wu, will you play a couple of rounds with me? Previously, he had engaged in matches against himself, but now he finally had someone to spar with. Sure. Lin Yun glanced at the chessboard, then at the eagerly expectant Tu Shanping paused for a moment, and then nodded. Wonderful, thank you, Brother Wu. Tu Shanping erupted with childlike enthusiasm. Outside the hall, Tu Shan Wu and the elder Qin Jinchao stood together, their gaze penetrating through layers of darkness and magical formations, resting upon the two seated across from each other. Elder Qin, this. The imposing Tu Shan Wu wore a troubled expression. The elder waved his hand dismissively. Let it be. If he wishes to befriend the fourth young master, let him proceed as he wishes. Yet I am concerned that, over time, the secret of the fourth young master may. I actually hope he becomes aware of it. The old man smiled slyly. If he were to know, it would bind him to this consequence. In the future, should your Tushan clan dare to trouble Ping'an, would he merely stand idly by? Tushan Wu's eyes suddenly brightened, and he offered a flattering compliment to the old man. Senior Qin, your wisdom is unparalleled. Do not disturb me without reason, Qin Jinchao replied with a triumphant smile, walking away with his hands clasped behind his back. Indeed, Tushan Wu performed a deep bow to the old man's departing figure. Chapter 71. The Innocent Beast. Since Lin Yun played a game of chess with Tu Shanping on the 5th level of the ability prison, he found himself with a new source of amusement each day. Each morning, he would clock in at the Ability Guard Bureau, curious to see if any new criminals had arrived, and assist in their escort. Afterward, he would return to his post on the 2nd level of the ability prison. Following lunch, if Dr. Zhang had not summoned him to the 3rd level for dissection of the beasts, his spirit would drift to the 4th level to check on any developments in the interrogation of the double agent. Later, he would visit the 5th level, engaging in conversation and games of chess with Tu Shanping and sharing tales and stories. As night fell, he would tune into the voice of Shanghai City FM, seeking the whereabouts of the elusive little black, and upon capturing him, would deliver him to the entrance of the Ability Guard Bureau. The personnel there had grown accustomed to this nightly routine, dispatching someone to await the delivery. It must be noted that the guards were quite understanding, recognizing the existence of a nocturnal vigilante, yet they never inquired about his identity, even mandating that their eyes be covered during the handover. Thus, a peculiar tacit understanding had developed between Lin Yun and the Ability Guard Bureau. Days passed in this manner. Brother Wu, please continue the story. What became of the divine general from Fengtian? Did he indeed vanquish the 3 fiends? One day, upon reaching the 5th level, Lin Yun noticed Tu Shanping and gazing at him expectantly. This tale is lengthy. Let us save it for later. Lin Yun quickly shifted the topic, bemused by the boy's fervent interest in stories. Speaking of Tu Shanping, he was rather pitiable. Through subtle inquiries, Lin Yun discovered that the boy had never set foot outside the ability prison in his entire life. He was under the impression that the entire world was but a minuscule expanse, with his knowledge stemming solely from his uncle, the burly Tu Shan Wu, who referred to Lin Yun as senior. Lin Yun had even discreetly attempted to include Tu Shanping in the prison master's grimoire, only to find that the boy bore not a single trace of malice within him. It was indeed a curious and sorrowful anomaly. The young master of the Tushan Beast clan had never so much as crushed an ant. To be precise, he had never even encountered a real ant. Lin Yun had witnessed an abundance of human depravity within the ability prison and the prison master's grimoire. Now, confronted with the pristine innocence of Tushan Pinyin, who resembled a blank slate untouched by sin, he felt genuine sympathy. Ultimately, all he could offer was companionship, engaging in conversation and games. He could do little else. With a sigh, Lin Yun rose and exited the 5th level's hall. It was nearly time to clock out, and he could not afford to be too conspicuous in his idleness. As he patrolled, moving from the eastern district of the 2nd level to the northern district, he soon arrived at the entrance of the northern district, where he spotted several familiar faces escorting a prisoner. Leading the group was Chen Qing, accompanied by the ever-familiar old Ma, who was grinning and bowing in deference to Chen Qing. Lin Yun quickly stepped aside to let them pass, greeting Chen Qing with, "Good day, Officer Chen." Chen Qing merely cast a cursory glance in his direction, offering a slight nod, likely oblivious to his identity, before proceeding onward. Seizing the moment, Lin Yun glimpsed the prisoner they were escorting, a figure clad in crimson hair, devoid of eyes, imprisoned in cell number 1 of the northern district. Once Chen Qing and her entourage had departed, Lin Yun hastily approached old Ma. "Well, if it isn't Officer Lin." Old Ma beamed, offering a respectful nod. Upon hearing this title, Lin Yun couldn't help but chuckle ruefully. "Old Ma, please don't flatter me. I was brought up by you." Regardless, Lin Yun genuinely felt pleased for old Ma's rise. The joy was unmistakable on old Ma's face, his eyes radiating familiarity. Lin Yun had ascended from the northern district of the 2nd level, maintaining good relations with the older crowd. After joining the Ability Guard Bureau, he would occasionally return for visits, ensuring that their bond remained intact. Lin Yun scrutinized old Ma, immediately noticing the change in his prison guard epaulet, which prompted his eyes to sparkle. "Old Ma, you've received a promotion." "Promotion? Hardly." Old Ma feigned indifference, yet his eyes betrayed a glimmer of pride. "It's merely that the 2nd level was short-staffed, and given my slightly higher seniority, I was fortunate enough to be elevated to manage a few matters." Old Ma's weathered face was nearly splitting with glee, likely due to the recent upheaval involving Wangan. During that turmoil, nearly all the guards on the 2nd level had perished. Although some replacements had been brought in, they could hardly match the seasoned veterans in skill. Thus, Old Ma had been promoted. Previously, Lin Yun had used his clairvoyance to assess Old Ma and had sensed a favorable fortune awaiting him here. After exchanging pleasantries with Old Ma, Lin Yun broached a more serious topic. "Why is Officer Chen personally escorting the crimson-haired one? Is he to be executed?" Old Ma nodded gravely. "A retrial is in order. The outcome is inconsequential. His head is destined to roll. Otherwise," he gestured toward the direction of the northern district cells, "we simply do not have the capacity for more prisoners." Lin Yun's heart sank. It seemed that the impending execution of the crimson-haired one bore a connection to him. Recently, his sense of justice had surged, causing the performance of the Ability Guard Bureau to soar, resulting in overcrowding in the prison. The crimson-haired one was merely making room for the new arrivals. It was worth noting that the crimson-haired one had previously been a substantial source of experience for Lin Yun, an old acquaintance, and it was surprising that he would bid farewell so soon. After all, even caring for a cat for an extended period fosters attachment, let alone a source of experience. Nevertheless, as the old must make way for the new, the demise of the crimson-haired one would open the door to opportunities for rewards. As night descended, Lin Yun found himself at home, comfortably seated on his bed, ready to commence his lottery for the day. He prepared to draw upon his accumulated chances, knowing that the execution would not be limited to just the crimson-haired one. After several draws, he was met with no extraordinary surprises, merely 2 level 4 abilities and a sum of experience points, yet better than nothing. Upon inheriting the proficiency of these abilities, he felt a renewed sense of stability, as the sea of powers within him expanded slightly. Next, he turned his attention to the prize pool associated with the crimson-haired one. Chapter 72. Ignition and cooling down. Even if I do not always draw high-level abilities, mastering all the low-level powers in the world fortifies my foundations, rendering me invincible. As Lin Yun contemplated, he opened the page regarding the crimson-haired one. The crimson-haired one is one of the 7 demons, a high-ranking figure within the Sun Palace. This draw might yield the ultimate ability inheritance from the Sun Palace. The lottery commenced. Countless luminous orbs flickered intensely on the Demon Lord's codex, with the largest red orb being selected by Lin Yun. In an instant, a torrent of memories surged into his mind. He found himself transformed into a youth named Zhang Lu. It turned out that the crimson-haired one's real name was Zhang Lu. He was the son of a wealthy merchant from Shanghai City, an exceptionally intelligent boy who loved reading and was admitted to university at just 14. The following year, when Zhang Lu turned 15, his father, embroiled in a conflict over a young celebrity at a club, inadvertently provoked a formidable adversary. This led to a catastrophic downfall for the Zhang family. Overnight, more than 10 members of the Zhang family perished, leaving only Zhang Lu and his two younger siblings, aged 12 and 13, miraculously unharmed. Instead of killing them, the assailants abducted the trio, casting them into a mysterious organization among the ranks of low-level members. During that harrowing period, Zhang Lu endured relentless torment. His eyes were cruelly taken from him, while his siblings suffered a gruesome fate. From that moment on, Zhang Lu transformed into a different person, consumed by madness. Within a year, he avenged himself upon all the lowly members who had bullied him. This caused quite a stir within the Sun Palace. Because of this, a prominent figure from the Sun Palace took notice of Zhang Lu and accepted him as a disciple. Thereafter, Zhang Lu began to cultivate the abilities of the Sun Palace, his hair turning a fiery red, and he soon adopted the name Crimson-Haired One. As time passed, the Crimson-Haired One progressed in his cultivation, becoming a superpowered individual. With a volatile temper and unpredictable nature, he swiftly gained notoriety in the city. Unfortunately, upon reaching the 9th tier of superpowered individuals, the Crimson-Haired One uncovered the dreadful truth and realized a bitter fact. He would never be able to avenge his family's slaughter, as his innate talent was insufficient to attain the apex of power. To his horror, he discovered that his nemesis was none other than his own master, who had ordered the annihilation of the Crimson-Haired One's family. His master, a high-ranking figure within the Sun Palace, had deliberately spared the three siblings to experiment with Zhang Lu. The plan was to instill hope only to lead him to utter despair. Such were the heinous deeds of the Sun Palace. Ultimately, the Crimson-Haired One succumbed to madness, igniting a conflagration that consumed hundreds of households in a small village. The outcome was his capture by the Ability Safety Bureau, leading to his imprisonment in an ability jail. The inheritance of all memories and proficiency in abilities concluded. Lin Yun abruptly opened his eyes, two flames of crimson igniting within. In the next instant, his black hair was engulfed by fire, transforming into a hue reminiscent of a fiery sunset. Fiery Curse, a second-tier ability. The complete version. At that moment, Lin Yun's mind was flooded with ghastly visions of human tragedies, scenes he had witnessed in the ability jail or through records of crimes. This fiery curse was quite intriguing, focusing on harnessing the malevolence of the human spirit to cultivate demonic fire. The deeper the malice, the fiercer the flame. The prominent figure of the Sun Palace had initially sought to observe the extent of the Crimson-Haired One's seething hatred and rage, curious to see how far the demonic fire would blaze, which was why he spared him. However, Lin Yun now found this notion utterly uninteresting. He discerned a crucial point. This damn ability was interpreting all the wicked visions he had witnessed as his own malevolence. How many records of crimes had Lin Yun seen? 100 Crimson-Haired Ones could not compare. Consequently, Lin Yun now emanated a firepower born from his very essence, the malevolence roaring with an insatiable intensity. Instantly, all his clothing and bedding were incinerated. Nearby furniture, concrete walls, and even the floor began to char. But this was merely the beginning. To make matters worse, the fiery curse autonomously manifested, surpassing the realm the Crimson-Haired One had never reached. Lin Yun's power surged like a tidal wave, expanding the ICC of abilities within him. Ordinarily, this would be a positive development, yet in this scenario, it became a calamity. He sensed a thin layer of flames igniting within his abilities, spreading at an alarming speed. Lin Yun attempted to harness his powers to seal it off completely. Yet, rather than diminishing, the flames were fueled by the very essence of his abilities, exacerbating the situation. As he exhaled a breath laden with turmoil, Lin Yun inadvertently unleashed a torrent of crimson fire. The beams supporting the ceiling ignited instantly. However, at that moment, he could no longer afford to be concerned. The demonic fire began to consume his bones and mental faculties, threatening the very core of his spiritual lake. In that instant, Lin Yun comprehended the true meaning of self-ignition. Within the ability jail, most of the abilities inherited were those of the demonic path. Previously, he had thought little of it, but now he finally understood. The path of demons was not one meant for the sane. A moment's negligence could lead to madness. Cultivating demonic abilities was perilously dangerous, with a high mortality rate. It ignited. This was no mere spectacle. Lin Yun transformed into a crimson streak, soaring through the heavens, leaving behind a dazzling trail. He urgently needed a place to cool down, otherwise, he risked immolation. Atop an unnamed mountain, perpetually blanketed in snow, lay a cold, piercing lake. Two figures quietly crouched by the water's edge, clad in thick coats, nearly merging with the night. They held fishing rods and tools, patiently awaiting a bite. "Dad, when will the ice silverfish come out?" A youthful voice inquired, startling a few not yet asleep nightbirds. "Shoo, keep your voice down. You'll scare the fish away. Look up." The man quickly covered his son's mouth, gesturing towards the sky. "The ice silverfish are drawn to the moon. When the moonlight shines upon the center of the lake, they will naturally appear." "Oh." The young boy nodded uncertainly, his gaze fixed on the moon, daring not to breathe. As the moonlight illuminated the center of the lake, the boy opened his mouth to alert his father. "Dad, the moon." Just as he began to speak, a large hand clamped over his mouth. "Don't make a sound." The boy heard his father whisper urgently. He then noticed that his father was intently focused on a particular spot, as if he had discovered something extraordinary. Following his father's gaze, the boy beheld a shimmering school of fish writhing beneath the icy surface, illuminated by the moonlight. "They're here. The ice silverfish have come out." The boy's face flushed with excitement. The middle-aged man trembled with anticipation. He knew the value of these fish. A 2-pound ice silverfish could fetch 5,000 in Shanghai City. Living in the countryside, if they could catch just one, it would provide for their family's bedding, warm clothing, and school expenses. As the moon rose high, the ice silverfish emerged. Now, all that remained was to wait for the fish to consume the ice and surface, ready for capture. The father and son remained transfixed, their eyes glued to the silvery school of fish at the lake center. The rhythmic sound of ice cracking echoed sharply on the serene mountaintop. Cracks began to mar the surface of the ice, signaling an imminent shatter. Instinctively, the man tightened his grip on his tools, while the young boy beside him felt a mix of anxiety and excitement. Just as they were poised to cast their nets, a roaring inferno surged towards them from the horizon, disrupting the moonlight that danced upon the ice. The fish, startled, darted away in a panic. What? After waiting an entire night, just as success was within their grasp, the father and son duo could no longer conceal themselves in the underbrush. They sprang to their feet in astonishment. Before they could comprehend the cause of the fish's retreat, a deafening sound sliced through the air above them. The ice lake was bathed in a crimson hue. They looked up in shock to witness a colossal fireball descending from the sky, crashing violently into the lake. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, shattering the ice layer of the lake in an instant and releasing a billowing cloud of water vapor. As the fireball vanished beneath the surface, silence reclaimed the scene. The father and son, drenched by the spray of water, stood at the lake's edge, momentarily rendered speechless. After what felt like an eternity, the boy broke the silence. "Dad, what do we do now?" The man's face was ashen after a long pause. He replied, "We should report it." Chapter 73. The ice lake drained and burned beneath the ice lake. Lin Yun experienced a fleeting moment of coolness, as if the raging inferno within him had been momentarily quelled. However, it soon became apparent that his joy was premature. Within the prison master's grimoire, the experience points for the infernal fire curse surged rapidly, having recently ascended to the 6th level, only to now reach the 7th. With a thunderous roar, the magical flames, previously subdued by the frigid waters, erupted from Lin Yun's body, igniting fiercely in the water. The lake's surface boiled violently, causing countless fish and shrimp to be cooked alive, floating lifelessly to the surface. The tranquil realm of his elemental ice was now engulfed by the raging inferno. Throughout his training, he had relied solely on leveling up through experience points, never having cultivated any elemental abilities. He had thought this was a blessing. Little did he know it would become a harbinger of doom. The once neutral powers were now tainted by the flames, transforming into accelerants. Lin Yun struggled to regain control, but to no avail. Was he destined to perish in this fiery torment? His mind raced, but before he could devise a plan, he noticed that the experience bar for the infernal fire curse was nearing completion for the 8th level. It was all due to the prison master's grimoire, the first recorded criminal being Ma Wanli, the notorious flower thief. Were it not for him, Lin Yun would never have developed the habit of observing the nefarious acts of others. "Someone save me. I swear, I shall never indulge in such films again," Lin Yun lamented, nearly overwhelmed with despair. In the nearby police station, a man recounted his encounter to the detectives. "If you dare mock me," a detective kicked the snow by the roadside, shivering from the cold. His gaze fixed on the man leading him, filled with a predatory intensity. At this late hour, who would willingly abandon the warmth of their bed to investigate inexplicable fireballs descending from the heavens? If it weren't for the fear of repercussions from higher authorities for failing to respond to a report, he wouldn't even bother with these mundane citizens. "Please, officer. You can trust me. I would never deceive you," the man thought to himself, regretting his decision to report the incident. Now, he had no choice but to press on. They soon arrived at their destination. Just ahead as they neared Chapter 74, A fortunate epiphany. Lin Yun had long realized that overcoming this tribulation of demonic possession was quite simple. As long as his physical form could withstand the searing flames of the demonic fire, once the demonic thoughts were consumed, tranquility would naturally return. The crux was how to endure the incessant burning of the demonic fire upon his body. Although his extraordinary abilities could sustain him for a while, his physical form was currently the weakest link. If he could fortify his body, perhaps he could weather the storm. In an instant, Lin Yun discerned a path to resolution, his heart brimming with excitement. However, a new dilemma soon emerged. The fragmentary demonic body technique only had incomplete sections, and even at its pinnacle, it could only reach the 5th layer. Lin Yun was uncertain whether the 5th layer of demonic body could withstand the flames of demonic thoughts until they were extinguished. With the enhancement of lower-tier physical enhancement techniques, he believed that a qualitative transformation could be achieved. He was determined to try. With a resolute bite of his teeth, Lin Yun swiftly began searching through the list of extraordinary techniques for an appropriate physical enhancement skill. At that moment, one particular ability captivated his attention. Instantly, Lin Yun's body and soul trembled slightly, a profound sensation blossoming within him, as if this technique had been patiently awaiting his discovery all along. A fortunate epiphany. Lin Yun's mind flooded with memories of his initial ascent to the Xianshu Temple, where every moment seemed to foreshadow and set the stage for this very instance. In that moment, Lin Yun's heart became as calm as a still lake, devoid of any trace of anxiety or fear. His mind was tranquil, like a mirror reflecting serenity. I should have realized it sooner. Lin Yun sighed softly, then without hesitation, he funneled all the experience points he had accumulated over time into this extraordinary technique. Although it was merely a Tier 3 ability named Flame Incineration, it was far from the pure physical enhancement techniques and could not rival the prowess of fire attribute skills. Straddling both realms left it lacking in both. Despite its reputation as one of the temple's distinguished techniques, it only held a Tier 3 evaluation. The old monks of Xianshu Temple boasted that mastering flame incineration to the 9th layer could manifest the form of the flame god, rivaling Tier 1 abilities. Yet, since the temple's inception, no one had ever managed to cultivate this technique to the 9th layer. Even reaching the 8th layer was a rarity, requiring extraordinary talent and fortitude. Thus, the idea of the 9th layer's flame god had long been regarded as a joke. However, for Lin Yun in the present moment, this technique was a lifeline, seemingly tailor-made for his dire situation. Flame incineration, being both a physical enhancement and a fire manipulation skill, could indeed bolster his fire resistance. Given his current predicament, merely augmenting his mental and physical stamina was futile. Enhancing his fire resistance was the most prudent course of action. A spark of hope ignited in Lin Yun's eyes as he saw a glimmer of possibility amidst despair. Without hesitation, he invested the 4 million experience points he had painstakingly amassed into flame incineration. This was the very experience he had saved to elevate his strength. Yet before he could enhance his power, it was repurposed as a means of survival. With the infusion of experience points, flame incineration leapt directly to the 8th layer. Having been just a few 100,000 points shy, Lin Yun's naked form emitted a series of cracking sounds as he grew taller, his handsome visage turning fierce. Bones and joints protruding, hair cascading rapidly, while fiery patterns extended across his skin surface. He even felt a protrusion atop his head, reminiscent of growing horns. In that moment, he resembled the flame Arhut he had encountered in the temple's Guardian Hall. Since his primary technique, slaughtering Shurablade, had evolved into his most formidable offensive move. And having learned numerous Tier 2 and Tier 1 abilities, he had not utilized flame incineration for some time. Thus, he was uncertain whether the transformations he underwent were due to the technique itself or the elevation to the 8th layer. Yet, there was no time for Connie Chapter 75, Peculiar Thoughts at the Icy Lake atop the mountain. At the summit, the icy lake was inexplicably ablaze, suggesting the presence of treasures or perhaps malevolent entities. An hour prior, a terrified police officer had scurried back with several individuals clad in suits adorned with the white tiger emblem. These were agents of the Anomaly Safety Bureau. As 2 of the agents reached the foot of the mountain, they halted, gazing intently at the peak. There, the flames flickered ominously. The unknowing onlookers presumed someone was merely setting the mountain ablaze. Yet, to the agents of the Bureau, it was an entirely different spectacle. Oh my! The 2 exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting profound shock and terror, compelling them to take several steps back to regain their composure. The Bureau possessed secret methods to perceive what ordinary mortals could not: demonic energies, supernatural auras, and ghostly presences. Above the mountaintop hung a blood moon, and torrents of black mist surged skyward like a deluge. as if intent on consuming the very heavens. What on earth is this? A monstrous fiend. Undoubtedly a cataclysmic evil. The agents felt their legs tremble uncontrollably, and fortunately, they had invoked their secret techniques in time. Had they recklessly charged ahead, they would surely have succumbed to that bizarre aura, unaware of their impending demise. We must retreat. Inform the commander swiftly. This is beyond our capacity to handle. Just as they prepared to flee in disarray, two figures appeared behind them. Upon closer inspection, one was an elderly monk, and the other, a nun. The monk exuded an ethereal presence, his kind eyes radiating tranquility, seemingly encircled by a faint golden glow. The nun, though expressionless, possessed exquisitely defined features and a piercing gaze that felt like a dagger, causing discomfort merely by being observed. Recognizing that the monk and nun appeared to hover effortlessly in the air, the agents felt a chill run down their spines. The ability to manipulate the winds in such a manner could only belong to those of the void. Thus, the monk and nun were indeed beings of the void. Overwhelmed by awe, the leading officer knelt instantly, fervently bowing and calling them deities. Ahmedba, are you esteemed members of the Anomaly Safety Bureau from Shanghai City? The monk, noticing the insignia on the agents' suits, inquired with a warm smile. Indeed, we are from the Bureau. The agents replied, saluting with respect. I am the nameless monk. And this is the abbot of Zizu Temple, Huixin. We discerned potent fluctuations of demonic energy and came to investigate. Realizing they were in the presence of the esteemed nameless master and abbot Huixin, the agents felt a surge of reverence. Who within Shanghai City was unaware of the nameless master, one of the 5 elders of Xinshu Temple? Not only was he extraordinarily powerful, but his mastery of Buddhist teachings was unparalleled. Even the mayor frequently summoned him to recite scriptures for blessings. Other anomaly organizations would respectfully salute the nameless master upon meeting him. As for Abbot Huixin, standing shoulder to shoulder with the nameless master, she too was undoubtedly an extraordinary being of the void. The two figures were akin to celestial beings in the eyes of the Anomaly Safety Bureau's agents. Just as the nameless master was about to inquire further, a sudden thunderous roar echoed from afar. They looked up to see a massive fireball ascending into the sky, resembling a meteor with a long tail streaking across the night. The expressions of the nameless master and Abbot Huixin immediately turned grave. This is not good. A demon has manifested. We must go and subdue it. The nameless master's words were cut short as they transformed into streaks of light, darting towards the fireball, leaving the two agents rooted in place, struggling to regain their senses. Quick! We must return to report to the commander. The agents hastily urged the still bowing officer as they departed in haste. As Lin Yun emerged, he sensed an unsettling presence, as if he were being watched. The two observers possessed formidable powers, at least at the void level. This was troublesome. They were undoubtedly drawn here by the demonic energy released during the conflagration. Lin Yun lamented inwardly. As the vigilant guardian of justice in Shanghai City, he had apprehended no fewer than 800 vile creatures. His merits had nearly rendered his head luminous, yet here he was, being pursued as a demon. What an absurd predicament! With tremendous speed, Lin Yun traversed the fiery clouds, initially believing he could easily outpace them. However, the nun became incensed. Demon, prepare to meet your end. Beneath the moonlight, the seemingly demure Huixin now bore a fierce scowl, radiating lethal intent. Her power surged as she unleashed a blade of light, aimed directly at the back of Lin Yun's head. Curious about the resilience of his current demonic form, Lin Yun contemplated enduring the strike. Yet, as the blade drew near, he hesitated, swiftly turning to deliver a counterstrike with his palm. Boom! The uncontainable demonic flames surged forth from within, morphing into a colossal fiery hand that lunged toward the blade of light. The collision produced a deafening explosion, illuminating the night sky with scattered flames and radiant energy. The nameless master seized a cluster of flames, assessing them intently, his expression growing serious. This is demonic fire, cultivated through the Sun Palace's karma fire spell. The depth of this demon's malevolence is unfathomable. We cannot allow him to escape, lest he wreak havoc upon the world. Huixin nodded in agreement, her sword slicing through the air once more. Meanwhile, Lin Yun, struck by a peculiar thought, realized a novel approach. How could I have overlooked this? He gazed at his hand, astonished and exhilarated. After deflecting the nun's sword energy, he noticed a portion of his inner demonic flames had been siphoned away. Although the flames quickly reignited, for that brief moment, the experience points for the karma fire spell ceased to accumulate. If I continuously unleash the demonic flames, I can accelerate their consumption, expediting the incineration of all recorded malevolence. With this realization, a smile graced Lin Yun's face. At that moment, the nun's fierce blade energy approached him. Lin Yun casually released a burst of demonic fire, engulfing the sword energy entirely. Within him, the intensity of the demonic flames waned slightly, yet their ferocity quickly returned. However, the experience points for the Karma Fire spell indeed paused their increase for a brief period. Lin Yun's insight had proven correct. No longer inclined to flee, Lin Yun found himself beside the winding river. Initially intending to plunge into the waters to cool off, he now felt no urgency. Embracing the moment, he unleashed his demonic flames without reservation, engaging in a fierce battle against the pursuing monk and nun. Chapter 76, Confusion and Attachment Above the Winding River. Crimson demonic flames illuminated the sky, casting a glow akin to daylight. "Come, let us engage in 300 rounds of battle," Lin Yun bellowed, his voice echoing through the chaos. Amidst the tumultuous inferno, a terrifying demonic figure towering 30 meters clashed with an elderly monk and a nun, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. On the riverbank, the onlookers hastily donned their garments and ventured outside, only to be greeted by the sight of this fearsome confrontation, prompting them to retreat in terror back to their homes. Others, fearing for their safety, hurriedly gathered their families and fled the scene. The monk and nun proved surprisingly resilient. One at the 8th void and the other at the 9th void, they managed to endure against Lin Yun for an unexpectedly long time. Lin Yun cast a ball of demonic fire onto the ground, secretly lamenting the inadequacy of the infernal fire curse, which, while potent against oneself, was rather ineffective in combat. Lin Yun had not intended to take lives. He merely sought to vent his pent-up demonic energy. The longer the monk and nun held on, the more pleased he became. As he deliberately restrained his power, casting most of the fire carelessly to avoid harming them. Had he unleashed the basic slaughter Azure Blade, he could have easily dispatched both of them. Unbeknownst to him, the monk Wu Xiang and the nun Huixin were internally lamenting their plight. The demonic fire born from the infernal fire curse was extraordinarily malevolent. Even a slight touch could amplify their inner demonic thoughts exponentially, potentially igniting their very souls. Thankfully, the demon's flames were chaotic and lacked focus, sparing the nearby populace from distraction. "Huixin, this demon is formidable. We likely stand no chance against him. We must seek assistance," Wu Xiang exclaimed, desperately fending off the flames while addressing Huixin. Huixin, eager to retreat, responded, "Who should we seek for help?" Her brow furrowed in concern as she glanced at Wu Xiang. Given the proximity to Shanghai City and the magnitude of the disturbance, the personnel from the Special Abilities Task Force and the Special Abilities Safety Bureau would undoubtedly be alerted. Before Wu Xiang could finish his thought, he abruptly looked up at the night sky, his expression brightening. "They have arrived." Meanwhile, Lin Yun continued to unleash his fiery onslaught. When suddenly a sense of foreboding surged within him, he spun around to witness a blade of light that seemed to tear through the clouds, accompanied by a billowing scroll imbued with immense force rapidly approaching him. More challengers? Lin Yun thought, without time for contemplation, and he instinctively met them head-on. His massive flaming hand countered the assault of the blade and scroll, erupting into a tempest of crimson flames. This fire was distinct from the previous demonic flames, imbued with a grand and tyrannical aura. "How is this possible?" Wu Xiang exclaimed, grasping a handful of the crimson flames, his face betraying shock and disbelief. Huixin, too, seized a handful of flames, her expression wavering between astonishment and uncertainty as she turned to Wu Xiang. Lin Yun gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated activating the deadly pearl in his chest to unleash a slaughter blade on the newly arrived duo. Fortunately, as a paragon of justice in Shanghai City, the unnamed hero's integrity and composure stayed his hand. Lin Yun repeatedly reminded himself that he was a demon, and being attacked was to be expected. He needed to remain calm. Had he not reacted swiftly, using the divine fire to shield himself, the sudden onslaught would have surely inflicted severe injury. The 8th layer blazing body was still insufficiently strong. The newcomers were evidently more formidable than the monk and nun. Lin Yun gritted his teeth, cursing the two intruders in his mind. At that moment, Lin Yun's body, cloaked in demonic flames, was pierced, revealing his 10-meter-tall visage, green skin, sharp fangs, fiery patterns on his skin, and horns sprouting from his head. The onlookers scrutinized Lin Yun, solidifying their perception of him as a demon. Bai Qingfeng and Jiang Xiu from the Special Abilities Safety Bureau and the Special Abilities Task Force, respectively, recognized Wu Xiang and Huixin. Bai Qingfeng, holding the scroll and exuding an aura of scholarly demeanor, alongside Jiang Xiu in tattered clothing, turned to Wu Xiang and Huixin. Bai Qingfeng's gaze returned to Lin Yun, his expression darkening. When did the Sun Palace unleash such a tough adversary? My scroll barely shattered one of his hands. Beside him, Jiang Xiu scoffed dismissively. What good is a tough exterior? It merely means I need to strike him a few more times. Bai Qifeng rolled his eyes, uninterested in engaging with Jiang Xiu's narrow-mindedness. As they critiqued Lin Yun, Wu Xiang suddenly interjected, the body of the fire god, and this divine fire. Is this demon practicing the blazing body of my Xuangu temple? Are you of my Xuangu temple? Everyone gasped, turning to Wu Xiang, whose brow was knitted in intense concentration, his gaze fixed on Lin Yun. Before anyone could react, Wu Xiang shook his head vigorously, as if in a trance. No, you previously unleashed the infernal fire curse. You must be a demon from the Sun Palace. But that cannot be. How can the pure Yang fire coexist with the pure Yin demonic fire? How can the attributes of evil and Buddha coexist? Wu Xiang's countenance turned ashen, lost in profound confusion, while Hui Xin wore a shocked expression, her lips pressed tightly together, gazing at Lin Yun as if confronted with an absurdity. Bai Qifeng and Jiang Xiu exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the monk's erratic behavior. In the midst of this turmoil, Lin Yun experienced a newfound revelation. He had been torn between continuing to confront the four or diving into the river to escape. To his surprise, he discovered that the demonic flames within him had quieted. Likely due to the previous encounters with the newcomers, the divine fire and demonic flames within him had miraculously reached a balance. The two types of flames intertwined, each residing within the other, hinting at a potential fusion. Lin Yun gazed in astonishment at the once incompatible flames, now inseparable. Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated his mind. Yang begets Yin, and Yin begets Yang. The interplay of Yang fire and Yin fire could indeed transform and merge. In an instant, a cascade of understanding surged within him, filling his heart with immense joy. The two extreme flames began to blend harmoniously. In the abilities section of the Demon Lord's Grimoire, the notations for blazing body and infernal fire curse vanished, revealing a new and unprecedented ability. In the span of a single night, having traversed through life and death, from uncertainty and despair to unbridled joy, Lin Yun emerged from this tribulation, feeling an exhilarating pressure building in his chest that demanded release. Lin Yun howled to the heavens, reveling in his newfound power. He thrust his palms forward, unleashing two golden flames that roared like dragons, instantly engulfing Bai Qifeng and Jiang Xiu. The two were struck with terror as the golden flames, exuding an overwhelming authority, seemed capable of incinerating all in their path. The blade and scroll crumbled before the flames, reduced to ashes in an instant. With a thunderous crash, the two were sent sprawling backward, helplessly tumbling several miles away. As Lin Yun prepared to depart, he caught sight of the indescribable fear etched on Wu Xiang and Hui Xin's faces. Recalling Wu Xiang's earlier remark, Lin Yun erupted into laughter, proclaiming, water and fire can coexist. Buddha and demon are of the same origin. Wu Xiang, you are lost in attachment. His voice resonated through the night like a drum, echoing into the abyss. He disregarded the two. His entire being ignited in golden flames as he leaped into the winding river. In an instant, the once tranquil surface of the river erupted into a furious boil. A vast mist rises from the Red River, shrouding the meandering Juku River that stretches for 100 miles. In a single night, the waters receded. Subsequently, for 7 consecutive days, torrential rains fell upon the banks of the Juku River. Chapter 77. Saint Level 6 days later, the weather was splendid. Lin Yun stood in front of his yard, gazing at the azure sky, lost in thought. Lin Yun, are you daydreaming again? A neighbor, Aunt Li, called out to him as she passed by. Snapping back to reality, Lin Yun smiled and greeted her. Aunt Li, where are you off to? Don't mention it. I went to the Xianshu temple to offer incense, only to find out it was closed when I got there. Aunt Li sighed, shaking her head, seemingly oblivious to the reasons behind it. Lin Yun's curiosity was piqued, and he subtly inquired, how did that happen? Aunt Li couldn't provide an explanation. After exchanging a few casual remarks, she mentioned she needed to return home to prepare dinner, cautioning Lin Yun before leaving, you'd best avoid the Juku River for now. I've heard there are demons causing havoc, and it has been raining for 6 days straight. She glanced at Lin Yun, her expression akin to that of a concerned guardian, as if she were warning a mischievous child not to set the house ablaze again, for his father had left behind only this modest estate. Lin Yun felt a rush of embarrassment, opening his mouth to respond but finding no words, merely nodding in agreement. 6 days prior, he had succumbed to a fit of madness, igniting his own home without a moment's thought. Thankfully, the neighbors had intervened to extinguish the flames, though nearly everything inside had been reduced to ashes. As dawn approached, he had feigned drunkenness to return home. The following day, he made the rounds to thank each neighbor who had lent a hand. Lin Yun, you truly are a source of worry. His reputation for causing distress had spread throughout the neighborhood. Father, I am grateful to our neighbors. Otherwise, your precious courtyard would have perished in the flames. Lin Yun knelt before the spirit tablet, overwhelmed with emotion. This tablet was newly crafted, the previous one having been reduced to cinders. After completing his incense offering, he realized that 6 days had slipped by since the night of the calamity. Reflecting on that fateful day, Lin Yun couldn't suppress a twinge of regret. By a stroke of fortune, he had inadvertently fused the true fire of the fire god with the devil's flame, resulting in a new golden flame, exponentially more potent than either of its components. In his excitement, he had intended to escape along the river, only to evaporate the entire stretch of the Juka River in an instant. The steam generated by the golden flames surged skyward, manifesting as torrential rain. From afar, it appeared as though the heavens themselves had been torn asunder, inundating the earth below. Fortunately, for ethereal beings had intervened, sparing the riverside residents from harm. Yet, the relentless rain had persisted for 6 days, devastating countless fields and homes. Once the downpour ceased, the number of displaced residents would be staggering. Alas, he had caused a grave disaster. Though he had been aiding in disaster relief over the past few days, guilt gnawed at him. While it was true that good and evil cannot be balanced, all he could do now was strive to perform more good deeds to atone for his actions. Lin Yun sighed heavily. The information pertaining to Lin Yun within the Demon Lord's grimoire had also undergone a transformation. Crime Index, Level 2 status, infamous earnings, 1,000 experience points hours 6 days prior. His crime index had been at Level 3, with experience point earnings exceeding 2,000. After a period of atonement, his crime index had decreased by 1 level, along with a reduction in experience point earnings. Is the system suggesting that I should engage in wrongdoing to elevate my crime index and enhance my strength more swiftly? Lin Yun murmured, lost in contemplation. He felt uncertain, knowing he could not bring himself to commit such acts. After all, in his past life, he had been a reclusive gamer, content to stay at home and order takeout. Though he occasionally felt a surge of righteous zeal while acting as a vigilante in Starsea City, he would always weigh the pros and cons. Assessing the strength of the evil beings and the experience points they might yield, determining whether it was worth his effort. He simply could not be a great villain. Being an ordinary person and doing what he believed to be right was sufficient for him. He merely wished for an unobstructed path ahead. Indifferent to the hellish existence behind him, Lin Yun believed he could not achieve that. No longer fixating on experience point earnings, his gaze shifted to the section on abilities. Where are the Inferno, Curse, and Flame Incineration? Gone? In their place was a new ability, Emperor of Flames, Saint Level, Realm. First Layer, 6, 108, 90110, 000, 000. Emperor of Flames? A saint-level ability. It is said that there are 9 heavens, each distinct from the others. The first heaven, the Flame Domain, encompasses all fires in existence. Yang Fire, Yin Fire, Devil Fire, Ghost Fire. Within the Flame Domain resides a primordial deity known as the Emperor of Flames. This information about the Emperor of Flames was conveyed to Lin Yun by the Demon Lord's grimoire. This ability allows for the constant absorption of all fire attribute particles present in the world, gradually transforming Lin Yun's body into that of the Emperor of Flames. In a sense, I can no longer be considered human. Lin Yun marveled at his nails, hair, and skin, which, under magnification, revealed golden flame patterns growing ever more intricate, slowly reshaping his very being. The acquired body of the Emperor of Flames, the monarch of fire across the realms. To ascend to the next layer, an astounding 10 million experience points are required. Even in its current state, the Emperor of Flames has already endowed Lin Yun with immense benefits, rendering him several times stronger than before the calamity. This transformation surpasses even the demonic body, which merely enhances the physical form. The Emperor of Flames, however, reshapes his entire being, including his blood and bones, altering his very human lineage. Moreover, his sensitivity and control over the world's fire energy have amplified. With a mere thought, he can effortlessly summon an unending stream of fire attribute particles from the cosmos, igniting the golden flames of the Emperor. As evidenced by the Juku River incident, the power of the Emperor of Flames has transcended the boundaries of the extraordinary. Reaching the saint level, legend has it that in ancient times, there existed 100 types of saint-level abilities and 99 types of divine-level abilities. Saint level is a tier above the extraordinary, which then ascends to the divine level. Given the potency of my Emperor of Flames, it is astonishing that it merely ranks within the saint level. What power must belong to divine level abilities, possessing the true might to dictate the very fabric of reality? Lin Yun pondered this absurdity, wondering if any of the righteous or villainous entities in Starsea's city possessed saint-level abilities. After a prolonged contemplation, he donned a suit emblazoned with the emblem of the Siege and prepared to leave. He had previously concocted an excuse regarding the fire at home to secure a few days off from the Ability Enforcement Bureau. It was crucial that he return to work today. As he stepped outside, passing by Aunt Lee's home, he recalled her earlier words about the Xianshu Temple being closed. Could it possibly be related to me? Surely not. Chapter 78. Can even the esteemed mentor provide no answers? At the Xuanfa Temple, a plaque in a grand hall bears the words pure and serene. Within the resplendent hall, candles litter the floor, illuminating the space with a gentle glow. An elderly monk, clad in a cassock, sits amidst the flickering light, surrounded by disheveled scriptures strewn carelessly about. The atmosphere is profoundly silent, only occasionally interrupted by the soft crackle of burning oil. At that moment, a dignified monk in white, exuding an air of righteousness, enters from outside. Approaching the elder monk, he respectfully recites a Buddhist chant and states, "Master, the displaced civilians along the banks of the Nine Curves River have been fully settled. The remaining matters will be handled by the government, and our assistance is no longer required. Furthermore, as per your instructions, the temple gates have been closed, and the pilgrims have been dissuaded from entering." With a hoarse voice, the elder monk inquires, "Have the personnel from the Anomalous Abilities Agency found the flame demon from that day?" The white-clad monk shakes his head, replying, "No." What did Director Luo from the Celestial Phenomenon Prediction Bureau say? Director Luo could only discern a fragment of celestial insight, stating that it was not the work of a demon, but rather an unfortunate accident. As for the identity of the individual, Director Luo remains in the dark. The elder monk lapses into silence for a considerable time before suddenly lifting his head, his voice raspy as he exclaims, "If it was not a demon, but rather an accident, does that mean what I witnessed that day was not a demon, but rather a good person?" He bursts into a raucous laugh, a sound both chilling and sorrowful, an expression of profound anguish where self-mockery, rage, and confusion intertwine. The white-clad monk, unable to suppress his concern, gently remarks, "Master, perhaps you are overthinking this. Do you also believe I am overthinking?" The elder monk turns sharply, his gaze fixed intently on the white-clad monk. Upon realizing the elder monk's appearance, the white-clad monk is taken aback. In merely 6 days, Master Wuxiang has seemingly transformed into a different person, his countenance withered and his eye sockets hollow, no longer resembling the enlightened sage he once was. What could have transpired to render Wuxiang in such a state? Seemingly oblivious to the white-clad monk's shock, the elder monk murmurs to himself, "But, my junior, I distinctly saw that demon. No, that person whose aura was intertwined with both Buddhist radiance and demonic energy. Over the past 6 days, he has scoured the scriptures within the temple, yet he finds no answers, no resolutions." The elder monk appears as if he is drowning, desperately grasping for a lifeline. The white-clad monk, unable to bear the sight, softly suggests, "Master, perhaps you misinterpreted the situation. Could it be that even the abbot of Huaxin Temple misjudged?" The elder monk suddenly erupts in fury, akin to a beast cornered with no escape. The white-clad monk falls silent, having never witnessed such a phenomenon as the integration of Buddha and demon. He cannot fathom what could so profoundly impact and shock Master Wuxiang, whose prowess and understanding of the Dharma far exceed his own. Water and fire can coexist. Buddha and demon share the same origin. Could it truly be so? Master Wuxiang's mind recalls the day by the Nine Curves River, the visage of the fiery guardian demon, and the words spoken. In that instant, terrifying thoughts swirl in his mind, and he envisions an array of demons and phantoms, a labyrinthine nightmare. Ah, with a pained cry, Master Wuxiang forcibly suppresses those dreadful thoughts, his voice hoarse as he declares, "I must return to the main temple and seek enlightenment from Master Xuanzi. During my absence, the Xuanfa Temple is entrusted to you." The white-clad monk nods, unable to resist asking, "Master, what if even Master Xuanzi cannot provide answers? Then, I. Master Wuxiang gazes around in confusion, ultimately letting out a weary sigh. This humble monk does not know how to proceed. Within the vast pure and serene hall, only the elder monk's despondent sighs and the flickering candlelight remain. That day, the Xuanfa Temple closed its doors, and Master Wuxiang departed quietly. Meanwhile, the abbot of Zizhu Temple, Huaxin, also announced a period of secluded meditation. As for when they would emerge, no one could say. In the previous installment of the Novice series, the slaughtering Azura blade devoured malevolent energy and calamity thunder, leaping from a level 4 to a level 2 anomalous ability. This time, it has become even more formidable, merging the divine fire of the fire god with the demonic flames, resulting in a transcendent ability surpassing level 1. It seems that this concept of fusion abilities holds great promise. Lin Yun gazes at the assortment of anomalous abilities displayed on the panel, an itch of anticipation stirring within him, longing to commence immediately. However, he quickly regains his composure, realizing that such matters are subject to fate and cannot be forced. The last attempt nearly led to self-immolation. Would he risk such a fate again? He has no desire for an untimely demise. Shaking his head, Lin Yun finds himself at the anomalous abilities prison. On the second level, Gu Chun and several colleagues are gathered, engaged in idle banter, appearing quite leisurely. Oh, feeling rather unoccupied these days? Lin Yun jests. A guard, with a grimace, replies, "It has been several days since any new criminals have been admitted. A formidable demon has emerged by the Nine Curves River, drawing away the agency's elite, and even Commander Chen has vanished. What do you suggest we do?" Sigh. The other guards join in the lamentation, their expressions clearly indicating that their true intentions lie elsewhere. Observing this, Lin Yun silently chastises himself. It's my fault. I haven't played the night vigilante in days, causing my comrades to miss seeing Commander Chen. After a brief exchange, Lin Yun concocts an excuse to return to his quarters within the prison, releasing his spirit avatar to conduct routine inspections. He traverses the third level, checking for any criminals who may have been overlooked, then proceeds to the fourth level to visit the Little Black Dragon and Wu Ziyuan, as well as the two-faced spy privy to the whereabouts of the divine artifact, the heaven-obscuring demon blade, just as he intends to descend to the fifth level to converse and play chess with Tu Shanpingen. Lin Yun nearly forgets an important matter. He had promised to share the tales he knows with Tu Shanping, and descending without new stories to share would be regrettable. He had intended to procure storybooks, but procrastination had led him to nearly forget. Upon returning his spirit to his body, Lin Yun steps out of his room and spots Gu Chen, who bears an expression of acute discomfort not far away. "What troubles you?" Lin Yun inquires curiously. "Commander Chen has been dispatched to the Nine Curves River to search for traces of the demon. I cannot shake my concern and wish to protect her from the shadows. Yet I fear being discovered and accused of neglecting my duties." Gu Chen expresses his inner turmoil. Here we go again. Gu Chen's self-importance is resurfacing. A mid-level 9 anomalous ability wielder like him would make demons tremble in fear. Lin Yun rolls his eyes, uninterested in engaging further, but pauses after a few steps to ask, "I'm going to grab a bite to eat. Do you want anything? How about some oil cakes?" Gu Chen's eyes light up. "Absolutely. Yes, please." Lin Yun nods in agreement, then leisurely makes his way out of the prison. Chapter 79. On this occasion, there are two matters at hand. The Nine River lies just a thin veil away. To the north, it basks in radiant sunshine, while its banks are shrouded in ominous clouds, with torrential rain pouring down as if the heavens had ruptured. This astonishing scene stretches for miles along the river, prompting one to ponder whether it is the heavens expressing their wrath. Yet, the local inhabitants seem to have acclimatized to this peculiar phenomenon. 6 days prior, a cataclysmic battle between deities and demons unfolded, witnessed by many. It is said that the leaders of the Extraordinary Abilities Special Operations Bureau and the Extraordinary Abilities Security Bureau engaged in a fierce clash with a malevolent entity for an entire day and night before finally vanquishing it. The fiend's severed head and body plunged into the Nine River, igniting into a blazing inferno that evaporated the river's waters. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the two leaders, who summoned extraordinary powers to conjure 7 days of relentless rain, the banks of the Nine River would have been reduced to desolation. Now, the rain has finally ceased, and the river has regained a third of its volume, allowing small fish and shrimp, hidden in the muck, to miraculously survive. Though numerous fields and homes have been devastated, the fact that some have endured is a small mercy. All thanks to these two heroic leaders of Shanghai City. At a sunny spot by the riverbank, officials have erected temporary tents to provide warm porridge for the homeless. Observing the grateful refugees savoring their warm meals, a shrill voice suddenly pierced the air, dripping with sarcasm. Shanghai City really knows how to calculate its accounts. Clearly, it was their dispatched agents who faltered, even losing the precious painting artifact of Bai Qing Feng from the Extraordinary Abilities Security Bureau. Yet they remain utterly helpless as the river transforms into this state. And yet, with just a few words and a few meals, they can twist the truth. While these oblivious masses sing praises of the Shanghai City government, the speaker was a child clad in a black robe, seemingly no different from an ordinary person. Yet his voice resonated like metal scraping against metal, grating and unpleasant. He turned to a handsome young man in a light blue casual outfit beside him and inquired, "Master Yuan, do you think I speak the truth?" The handsome young man, growing impatient, dug into his ear and replied, "What nonsense. Hasn't Shanghai City always been like this? Lu Qi, is this your first day mingling in the world?" The black-robed boy chuckled and bowed slightly, responding, "I simply couldn't tolerate their behavior. I was momentarily stirred." "Ah, not bad, Lu Qi. You've been mingling with humans for a few years, and now your words flow so smoothly." The black-robed boy hurriedly fawned. "This little skill of mine pales in comparison to Master Yuan's brilliance." "Of course," the handsome young man chuckled, casting a glance toward the distant Nine River, sneering. "But to think that the 100 miles of the Nine River could be evaporated overnight, transforming into torrents of rain, such fire control skills might even outshine that individual back in the building. It seems that over the past century, formidable fire attribute practitioners have indeed emerged. Yet, no one can compare to you, Master Yuan. If you were to intervene, the Nine River would undoubtedly vanish without a trace." The black-robed boy's flattery was timely, but before he could finish, the handsome young man delivered a resounding slap. The force sent the black-robed boy spinning, his head swimming, half his face swelling, and several teeth knocked out. "Old? You dare call me old?" The handsome young man glared fiercely. Terrified, the black-robed boy dropped to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head, proclaiming, "I deserve to die. I deserve to die. Master Yuan. Eternally youthful, it is I who am truly old and muddle-headed, speaking nonsense." In the blink of an eye, both sides of the black-robed boy's face had swelled to resemble a pig's head. "Enough, enough. This time I'll let you off. Just be mindful of your words next time." The handsome young man waved his hand, unable to suppress a smug grin. "Though you misspoke, your reasoning holds true. If I were to take action, the Nine River would indeed vanish." "Ha." The black-robed boy, observing the emotionally volatile figure before him, felt a pang of despair but maintained a forced smile, nodding vigorously in agreement. Once the handsome young man had laughed to his heart's content, the black-robed boy cautiously inquired, "Master Yuan, your visit to Shanghai City this time. What brings you here? I should prepare accordingly." The smile on the handsome young man's face gradually faded, his expression turning cold. He spoke calmly. "I have two matters to address in Shanghai City. First, to eliminate a target. Second, to save someone. For the second task, I will indeed require your assistance, Lu Qi. And it is quite significant. Master Yuan's matters are of utmost importance. I will certainly give my all, even at the cost of my life." The black-robed boy nodded fervently, eager to demonstrate his loyalty. The handsome young man slightly curled his lips and waved his hand, saying, "No rush, no rush. It's a rare outing. I wish to indulge a bit first. I've heard that Shanghai City boasts numerous entertainment venues. You, being well-versed in this area, please introduce me to the best attractions." "You have inquired with the right person. I am intimately familiar with all things culinary and recreational." The black-robed boy patted his chest, excitedly announcing, "In Shanghai City, the pinnacle lies in various clubs and lounges. Recently, due to some disturbances caused by evil entities, the city underwent a major overhaul, impacting many establishments. However, those at the top tier remained unscathed. Allow me to take Master Yuan to each of them today." The black-robed boy animatedly gestured as he spoke. The handsome young man's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he eagerly listened. A bookstore selling storybooks should surely be found along this bustling Tianshu Avenue. Lin Yun munched on some oil cakes as he strolled along. Sneaking out during duty hours for a casual wander could lead to a pay deduction if caught. However, in the Extraordinary Abilities Guard Bureau, even if one truly transgressed, most superiors would turn a blind eye, reprimanding only mildly, provided it did not interfere with their duties. He pondered on where the bookstore might be located when suddenly, a sign caught his eye. Chapter 80, A Bookstore, a Bookstore. Lin Yun paused for a moment, unable to suppress his admiration. What a splendid name. This young man has a keen eye. After many years of operating this bookstore, few have grasped the profound meaning behind its name. Just then, a voice suddenly rang in his ears. Lin Yun turned to see a spirited middle-aged man clad in a Zhongshan suit, sporting a beard, and smiling brightly at him. A bookstore amidst the hustle and bustle. Seeking tranquility, it allows passers-by to relax their minds. The bookstore owner spoke eloquently, while Lin Yun listened in bewilderment, completely lost in his words. "How about it? Young man, come in and take a look." The owner warmly invited. "We have bestsellers, storybooks, all sorts." He winked at Lin Yun, his expression suggesting an unspoken understanding. Lin Yun immediately adopted a serious demeanor. "What are you implying, boss? Am I that kind of person?" "Just to clarify, I'll be looking at them with an appreciative eye." "Ah, splendid." The owner perked up. "We have the Lantern Monk, 6 Divine Passages, the Treasure of Flower Appreciation. All hardcover editions. I assure you, you haven't seen them before. Lin Yun browsed through the titles, feeling overwhelmed. His curiosity was piqued, though he couldn't say he was particularly interested. As the owner continued his introductions, a book suddenly slipped from his sleeve, revealing an incredibly provocative cover. Lin Yun glanced at it, his eyes widening in shock. A special edition comic of General Fengxian versus the Three Demonesses? Goodness, you dare sell this? General Fengxian is a legendary figure in the history of Shanghai City, with tales of his exploits transformed into various stories that are widely circulated. Any attempts to defame or distort his image are illegal, and if discovered, a person would face immediate imprisonment. The fact that the bookstore owner would dare to display such a book was astounding. Realizing his blunder, the owner hurriedly concealed the comic within his clothing. He then stuffed the hardcover books into Lin Yun's arms, meekly insisting, "It's all a misunderstanding. Just pretend you didn't see this. These are gifts for you. Let us be friends." Lin Yun feigned difficulty, contemplating for a while before reluctantly nodding. "Fine, I'll pretend I didn't see." The owner then sighed in relief, repeatedly expressing gratitude. Now, he dared not pull any more tricks and began earnestly introducing legitimate books. It must be noted that despite its unassuming appearance, this bookstore offered a remarkable collection spanning various genres. Lin Yun expressed his desire to purchase some novel stories. The owner promptly led him to a shelf, pointing at a wall filled with newly arrived books. "Young man, everything here is fresh. Take your time choosing. Just call me if you need anything." With that, he hurried off into a back room, likely to hide the forbidden comic. Lin Yun paid no mind, engrossed in his selection. He casually picked up a book with the title The Legend of the White-Robed General emblazoned on the cover. Much like General Fengxian, the White-Robed General is a renowned demon-slaying hero in the history of Shanghai City. Flipping through a few pages, he found the story somewhat cliché but still appealing. Deciding to purchase it, Strange Tales from Liaozhai, a ghost story, caught his interest as well. The tragic life of evil spirits, detailing a genius youth rising to annihilate an army of demons, was another acquisition. However, he passed on The Night of Beasts, as it was too relatable given its portrayal of Tushan Ping'an as a demon beast. After sifting through the collection, he soon found over a dozen captivating books that matched his taste. Suddenly, his gaze landed on a particular tome titled The Legend of the Young General. Curiosity piqued. He opened it and was taken aback. General Qin, the uncle of the mayor of Shanghai City, originally named Qin Jichao, achieved fame at a young age. At 13, he reached the level of an intermediate ability user. By 15, he was a senior user. At 20, he attained the peak, and at 23, he single-handedly ventured into a demon-infested land, uprooting the entire evil force with nothing but a gun. Upon his return, he was promptly appointed as a young general. Lin Yun quickly scanned the character biography, and suddenly, it felt as if lightning had struck him, rendering him speechless. Was this the elderly man, Qin Jichao, who was nearing his end in the 5th level of the ability prison? In disbelief, Lin Yun eagerly dove back into the novel. To his astonishment, the narrative revealed that Qin Jichao had been extraordinarily handsome in his youth, a prodigy who captured the hearts of many women. How could this old man, with his wrinkled face and balding head, have once been described as so dashing? Lin Yun struggled to reconcile the image of the young, striking Qin Jichao with the current unappealing figure, nearly burning out his brain. As he continued reading, it became clear that the daughters of the major righteous factions were spellbound by him, and yet, he remained unsatisfied, eventually entangled with a witch from the Enchantment Society. He seemed to have charmed women from all paths, righteous, demonic, and magical, leaving a trail of romantic debts in his wake. It was said that the heads of the 8 major righteous factions had even come to the mayor's residence, demanding the return of their daughters. Lin Yun speculated that Qin Jichao must have committed numerous unscrupulous acts for them to pursue him so fiercely. Under immense pressure, the previous mayor had no choice but to fabricate a reason to imprison Qin Jichao in the ability prison, claiming he could be released when he acknowledged his wrongdoings. Lin Yun read through nearly half the book in one breath and closed it, exclaiming internally, "What a riveting tale. Truly, one must not judge by appearances." Who would have imagined that the seemingly lecherous and troublesome Qin Jichao had such a tumultuous past, even engaging in a passionate romance with a witch from the Enchantment Society? Just as Lin Yun marveled at this revelation, a thought struck him. Wait, if Qin Jichao dared to involve himself with a witch from the Enchantment Society, could it be that the shape-shifting demon beast was also? Could it be that Tushan Ping'an is the illegitimate child of him and the leader of the Tushan demon beast clan? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. After all, Tushan Ping'an had been confined to the 5th level of the ability prison since birth, never stepping out of that hall, while Qin Jichao had been stationed outside day in and day out. Hold on, something doesn't add up. Lin Yun suddenly snapped back to reality. Tushan Pinyin was the fourth young master of the Tushan clan, implying that the leader of the Tushan Demon Beast clan must be male, right? A chill ran down Lin Yun's spine, sending goosebumps all over him. He never anticipated Qin Jinchao would have such diverse tastes, being attracted to both men and women. Lin Yun gathered the legend of the young general along with several other books and approached the checkout counter, only to find the bookstore owner absent. He used his mental powers to sense the room but found no trace of him. How peculiar. Shaking his head, Lin Yun left 100 yuan, picked up the books, and departed. After leaving the bookstore, he returned home first. Once inside, he concealed the owner's unwanted gifts under his bed and placed the legitimate books on his nightstand, intending to peruse them before sleep. Having tidied up, he prepared to head back to the ability prison. What was he going to discuss with Tushan Pinyin today? Naturally, it would be about the fascinating legend of the young general he had just read. Chapter 81. Why are you not surprised? In the depths of the fifth layer of the extraordinary prison, a stooped figure sat cross-legged in the void. Suddenly, the elderly man's expression shifted, and he slowly opened his eyes. Senior Qin, a burly man clad in a blue jacket, stood before him, respectfully calling out. The elder nodded slightly, inquiring, "What is it?" The man replied with deference, "It has been 6 days. That individual has returned." A glimmer of interest flashed in Qin Jinchao's eyes. "Is it again to seek out Tushan Pinyin?" "Indeed," the man confirmed. "He has been here for some time, conversing with the fourth young master in the hall. I noticed you were in meditation and did not wish to disturb you." Qin Jinchao nodded, dismissively gesturing. "I understand. You may leave." The man bowed respectfully and exited. Once the man departed, Qin Jinchao's face revealed a moment of distraction. The visits from that individual to converse with Tushan Pinyin had become a commonplace occurrence. Thus he paid it little heed. What preoccupied him now was a different matter. Today, an unsettling feeling lingered in his heart, and during meditation, memories of the past kept resurfacing. As one ages, nostalgia becomes a frequent companion. As one nears the end, one grows increasingly restless. Could it be that my time is drawing near? He mused, lamenting the thought of a dignified major general of Star Sea City, a figure of the fourth tier of the Star Core realm, potentially ending his days in this dreary prison. A heavy sigh escaped him, his expression steeped in melancholy. Meanwhile, in the hall of the fifth layer, Lin Yun was animatedly recounting an especially thrilling scene from the legend of Major General Qin to Tushan Pinyin. The Major General faced pressure from the heads of 8 righteous factions, demanding he sever ties with the enchantress of the soul-devouring society or face death. Ultimately, Major General Qin could no longer endure the pressure, rising abruptly to declare, "What significance does life hold for a man who cannot share it with his beloved? Without love, I would rather spend my days in prison." With that proclamation, he unhesitatingly walked into the extraordinary prison, remaining true to his word. From that moment forth, he never stepped outside the prison again, let alone sought the company of the enchantress. The 8 heads of the righteous factions, witnessing his resolve, reluctantly abandoned their murderous intentions. As Lin Yun concluded the final chapter, he turned to observe Tushan Pinyin, who appeared flushed and visibly furious. Smack! Tushan Pinyin slammed his hand on the table, his emotions surging. This Major General Qin is nothing short of a complete scoundrel. Not only is he fickle, but he is also cowardly and shameless, abominably despicable. So many talented young women devoted themselves to him, yet he so easily turned his back on them. The women of the soul-devouring society stood against the world for him, only to be heartlessly abandoned. Such an irresponsible coward, no matter how formidable or renowned, is unworthy of the title of a hero. Well said. Lin Yun could not help but applaud Tushan Pinyin fervent speech, wishing he could voice such sentiments in front of Qin Jinchao someday. You relish being an enigma, do you? Enigmas deserve no mercy. If that Major General Qin truly cherished them, he should marry them all. Otherwise, he ought to refrain from causing them pain. After cooling down, Tushan Pinyin added, "Of course, with conviction. What does status matter in love? True love transcends all. For the one I cherish, I would forsake family traditions and relinquish my inheritance of a top-tier enterprise. What does that even signify?" Lin Yun felt an eerie familiarity with these words. Wait, did you just quote a line from The Overbearing CEO Falls in Love with Me? Tushan Pinyin face flushed slightly, revealing a hint of embarrassment. What can I say? I enjoy reading that book. The modern tales of domineering CEOs have indeed led many astray, transforming innocent souls into love-stricken fools. Fortunately, it seemed he would have little opportunity for romance in this lifetime. While Lin Yun pondered this, he noticed Tushan Pinyin's expression suddenly shift to one of hesitation. Observing his fidgeting demeanor, Lin Yun directly inquired, If something is on your mind, just say it. Don't hold back. With a pitiful sigh, Tu Shanping spoke softly during this time. I am grateful for Brother Wu Ziyuan's companionship in alleviating my boredom through chess. To be honest, I have long considered him my best friend. Lin Yun thought to himself, well, he is indeed your best friend. It seems you have little else in the way of friends. However, when we first met, I concealed certain matters from you. Not disclosing them now might be inappropriate. With great resolve, Tu Shanping took a deep breath. His gaze fixed intently on Lin Yun. To be candid, Brother Wu Ziyuan, I am actually a demon beast. The air fell silent. They stared at each other, unable to process the revelation for several breaths. Lin Yun blinked, finally responding, What? You are a demon beast? Is that true? Tu Shanping could only manage a silent nod. After the initial shock, an awkward silence enveloped them. Unable to contain himself, Tu Shanping pressed on. Brother Wu Ziyuan, do you not believe me? Of course I believe you. How could I not? Lin Yun replied. But why are you not surprised at all? I was already shocked earlier. Did you not notice? Tu Shanping, gritting his teeth, reached to unfasten the buttons at his collar. Fine. Since you do not believe me, I shall reveal my treasure. In that moment, Lin Yun felt a jolt coursing through him. What was he about to do? Did he intend to strip and show him some demon weapon? Tu Shanping, please do not go overboard. Otherwise, I might lose control and, well, you can imagine the consequences. Fortunately, Lin Yun's fears were unfounded. Tu Shanping merely unbuttoned 2 buttons on his shirt, revealing his fair neck adorned with an exquisite jade pendant. This pendant was clearly no ordinary object. The moment Lin Yun's mental energy brushed against it, he was repelled by an invisible force. One must remember, he was a being of extraordinary spirit. This pendant possessed the ability to mask demonic energy, rendering him undetectable. Now, he intended to remove it. Tu Shanping had worn this pendant since childhood. A constant reminder from his uncle Tu Shan were never to remove it under any circumstances. Yet, faced with Brother Wu Ziyuan's sincerity, he felt guilty for hiding it. Tu Shanping thought, just for a moment, it should be fine. With a firm resolve, he yanked the pendant from his neck. Instantly, wisps of demonic energy emanated from him. His appearance began to transform, becoming even more handsome, and to his surprise, 7 fluffy tails sprouted behind him. 7. Lin Yun was still reeling from the shock of Tu Shanping's transformation when he sensed a mysterious force breaking free from him. This force was peculiar, unstoppable. In an instant, it soared into the air and vanished. Lin Yun furrowed his brow, feeling that something was amiss but unable to pinpoint the cause. Tu Shanping awkwardly explained, I am not a pure demon beast. I am a half-demon. These 7 tails can only be fully concealed when I take on human form. Just as Lin Yun was about to respond, 2 figures materialized in the hall. One was the burly Tu Shanwu, and the other was the enigmatic Qin Jinqiao. The moment these 2 individuals appeared, their gazes immediately fixated upon Tu Shanping. Tu Shanwu, observing the change in the tail behind Tu Shanping and the jade pendant in his hand, was rendered utterly speechless, as if struck by lightning. Standing there motionless, he staggered back a few steps, his complexion pale, lips trembling as he stammered, Fourth young master, why have you removed the jade pendant? Why must you? Take it off? What is the reason for this? As for the elder Qin Jinqiao, he was intently watching Tu Shanping and while also glancing at the furrowed brow of Lin Yun, his eyes flickering uncertainly, clearly contemplating some undisclosed thought. Chapter 82. The unruly fate of destiny in the mayor's office of Star Sea City. The mayor was engrossed in his paperwork. Suddenly, he lifted his head abruptly. His gaze fixated on the window as if sensing something unusual. He set down the documents before him, rose slowly, and strode to the window, pushing it open. The profound night sky and brilliant starlight greeted his eyes. This was the highest point in Star Sea City, even surpassing the observation tower of the Astronomical Prediction Institute. Standing here, one could behold the sprawling cityscape, a sight to behold. Yet, at this moment, the mayor's attention was solely directed towards a singular point, the ability prison. As if he longed to pierce through the walls and uncover hidden truths, he extended his hand, as if attempting to grasp something intangible, but ultimately let it fall in resignation. The jade pendant has been removed, the mayor murmured. This day has finally arrived, sister. I have protected him for 15 years. If you are watching from above, you should find peace now. We are all fated to suffer. His final words were lost to the night breeze. At the Astronomical Prediction Institute, within the highest observatory, when that peculiar force manifested, Luo Xing, her face veiled in white gauze, suddenly opened her eyes wide. She hastened to the immense stargazing platform, her hands moving swiftly as beams of white light shot forth towards it. At that moment, One star in the celestial map blazed brightly. It was the demonic star of fate from 15 years prior. No wonder a look of realization dawned on Luo Xing's face. Thankfully, it would not disrupt the fortunes of Star Sea City. She exhaled in relief and began to casually deduce the movements of this demonic star with one hand. However, it wasn't long before she found herself compelled to use both hands, her fingers racing faster and faster. Chaos loomed in the future. It was indistinct. After 20 attempts, there was not a single thread of clarity. Luo Xing abruptly halted her actions, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth as she shut her eyes. After a considerable time, she slowly reopened them, her gaze filled with helplessness and fatigue. Why? Why have so many individuals capable of obscuring heavenly secrets emerged in Star Sea City recently? Each time I attempt to predict, I am met with failure. If this continues, others will deem the astronomical prediction institute a sham. In a realm of fragrant blossoms and picturesque scenery, akin to a fairyland, countless foxes roamed. Red, white, gray, black. Some were resting, others frolicking, some feasting, while a few were playfully bickering. This was Tushan, the paradise of the Fox clan. 9 towering peaks reached into the clouds, representing the 9 branches of the Tushan Fox clan, symbolizing the 9 tails of their ancestral celestial fox. Atop the highest peak, a colossal white fox, comparable in size to a small mountain, reclined languidly upon its throne. It emanated a faint white glow, ethereal in appearance, adorned with 7 bushy tails. Its eyes bore the weight of time, appearing ancient. In the next moment, this languorous 7-tailed white fox seemed to sense something. It shook off its lethargy and sprang upright from its throne. With a few leaps into the void, it gazed intently into the distance, as if beholding something anticipated. A joyous howl escaped its lips, and it spun around before diving headfirst into the mountain below, vanishing in a flash of light. Shortly thereafter, members of the high-ranking Fox clan emerged hastily from the 9 peaks. Each fox possessed multiple tails, exuding a dense aura of mystique, clearly of considerable strength. They gathered upon the main peak, engaging in animated discussions, speculating the reason for this urgent assembly. Soon, a 6-tailed white fox strode forth from the great hall atop the main peak. With an air of authority, it announced in a deep voice, "The clan leader has decreed a re-election for the clan leader." The declaration sent shockwaves through the assembly. Tushan trembled. In Star Sea City, on the 5th floor of the ability prison, Uncle Wu, the appearance of Qin Jinchao and the burly Tushan Wu startled Tushan Pinyin greatly. He realized he might have stumbled into a significant predicament and hurriedly attempted to reattach the jade pendant around his neck. However, Tushan Wu chuckled wryly and said, "Alas, it is too late to put it back on now if the 4th young master does not wish to wear it. It is best to refrain from wearing it in the future." Tushan Pinyin was left bewildered. Was he to wear it or not? Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yun quietly activated his clairvoyance, aiming to see through this young man completely. First, he examined the brain. It shone golden, wisdom radiating skyward. Next, he scrutinized the heart. It was purer than crystal, transparent and flawless. Then, the soul. The spirit was robust, with a lifespan of at least 1,000 years. Finally, he assessed the destiny. Suddenly, a phantom of a 9-tailed fox materialized before Lin Yun's eyes, curiously blinking, seemingly inquiring, "How did you discover me?" Then, he examined the fortune. A rich aura of purple and gold swirled chaotically, signifying an uncertain future. Lin Yun withdrew his clairvoyance, his gaze towards Tushan Pinyin transformed. This young man was the most extraordinary he had encountered, an unparalleled blend of attributes. Compared to the son of the former duke, Wu Ziyuan, he resembled an ant gazing up at a celestial dragon. Yet, it made sense. Without such an extraordinary fate, Tushan Pinyin could not possibly enjoy presidential treatment within the ability prison. What intrigued Lin Yun most was the reaction of Qin Jinchao and Tushan Wu upon witnessing Tushan Pinyin remove the jade pendant. Chapter 83. A tragic fate. Lin Yun felt as though he had stumbled upon a profound secret. With this thought in mind, he did not beat around the bush and directly addressed Tushan Pinyin, saying, "I will talk to you again tomorrow." As soon as his words fell, he cast a warning glance at Qin Jinchao and Tushan Wu, signaling them that if they wished to avoid peril, they should remain silent. Then, his spirit swiftly departed from the grand hall on the 5th level. Lin Yun sought an explanation, and he demanded it promptly. Before long, the explanation arrived. Junior Qin Jinchao and Tushan Wu greet the esteemed elder. The two bowed respectfully to Lin Yun. He glanced at them and replied nonchalantly, "Let us begin. Who shall speak first?" Qin Jinchao feigned ignorance, remaining utterly silent. Tushan Wu, left with no choice, mustered the courage to speak. "Esteemed elder, it is permissible to inform you now." Lin Yun slightly nodded. encouraging him to continue. Tu Shan Wu, not daring to be negligent, hurriedly explained. The fourth young master is the leader of our Tu Shan Fox clan, the offspring of a beast and a human, because he is of mixed blood. He was rejected by both sides from birth. His mother, Qin Shi, spared no effort to save his life. Yet, he is forever confined to the ability prison, unable to step beyond its boundaries. Although it is pitiable for the fourth young master to be imprisoned in this wretched place for his entire life, at least he still lives and can muddle through. As Tu Shanwu spoke, a mixture of sorrow and irony crossed his face. The fourth young master is inherently gifted with 7 tails and possesses the essence of the celestial fox. Even without practice, he would reach the Star Core realm upon maturity. Were he a purebred fox, he would undoubtedly become the leader of Tu Shan. However, he is but a half-demon, half-human. And those stubborn traditionalists would never allow a half-demon to rise above them. Thus, we adorned him with a jade pendant to conceal his demonic aura. But now, the pendant has been removed, and his aura has been exposed. The old conservatives of Tu Shan have surely sensed it, and they will not tolerate his existence. As he continued, Tu Shan Wu's face contorted with grief, nearly brought to tears. Is your Tu Shan Fox clan so arrogant that you dare to intrude into the 5th level of the ability prison? Lin Yun asked, frowning. Tu Shan Wu was taken aback and quickly shook his head. How could that be? They would not have the audacity. Then what is the matter? If they have sensed him, they have sensed him. Tu Shan Ping is safe here, and no one would dare breach this place to harm him. Why do you appear so distressed? Lin Yun regarded Tu Shan Wu with confusion. Tu Shan Wu froze, his face turning crimson, unable to voice a rebuttal. Esteemed elder, you do not understand. Once the jade pendant is removed from Tu Shan Ping, his half-demon identity and celestial fox essence will be revealed. He cannot remain in the 5th level of the ability prison for long. At that moment, the previously silent Qin Jin Zhao spoke softly. Why? Lin Yun's brow furrowed even deeper. Because his mother is the mayor's own sister, his existence is a profound blemish that Star Sea City can never erase. Qin Jin Zhao shook his head helplessly. When Star Sea City was first established, it was trampled by countless beasts, reduced to ruins. Fortunately, a general named Feng Tian risked his life to turn the tide, saving the city. Later, he was enshrined in history as a divine general. Once stability returned to the city, every household hung white mourning cloths, and the surviving citizens donned plain mourning garb. Consequently, the people of Star Sea City harbor an absolute hatred for beasts and cannot tolerate them. 15 years ago, Qin Shi risked her life to ensure Tu Shan Ping and survival, allowing him to scrape by until today. If the 4th young master had remained quietly in the 5th level of the ability prison, those from the mayor's office would likely have turned a blind eye, considering him dead. Now, however, with his celestial fox essence exposed, those from the mayor's office will surely not let him off the hook. Qin Jin Zhao paused, speaking softly. The best outcome would be his expulsion from Star Sea City, but the old conservatives from Tu Shan have likely already dispatched individuals to watch outside. Once he leaves Star Sea City, his life will be in grave danger. Lin Yun's expression remained impassive, his silence profound. Qin Jin Zhao's words rang true. For those from prominent families, reputation far outweighs human life, especially for those connected to the mayor's lineage. It was indeed tragic for Tu Shan Ping and, born into a world of misfortune. Does the clan leader not intervene? After all, Tu Shan Ping and is his son. How could a father stand by and watch his son be bullied? Lin Yun finally spoke. The clan leader certainly wishes to intervene, but, this time, it was the burly Tu Shan Wu who continued. His expression darkened as he lowered his voice. 15 years ago, during that battle, the clan leader employed forbidden techniques, sacrificing his lifespan to save Tu Shan Ping. Otherwise, Qin Shi alone could not have preserved the 4th young master's life. Now, 15 years have passed, and the clan leader's lifespan is nearly at its end. Even if he wishes to act, he is powerless. This child lost his mother 15 years ago, and now his father is also nearing death. What is worse, he himself may soon face death. A family entirely extinguished. How tragic. Lin Yun sighed inwardly, waving his hand dismissively. Enough, I understand now. I shall take my leave. Esteemed elder, travel safe. Qin Jin Zhao and Tu Shan Wu bowed respectfully as they saw him off. When they looked up again, Lin Yun had vanished. Upon his return to his body, Lin Yun's mood remained heavy, a nameless discomfort lingered. He felt deeply for Tu Shan Ping, whose heart was as pure as crystal, devoid of any wrongdoing. Despite his tragic background and 15 years of imprisonment, he remained destined for an even grimmer fate. Was the heavens toying with him? It is often said that misfortune seeks out the wretched. Yet, why must this be so? just because his father is a beast and his mother a human, resulting in his half-demon birth? It was utterly unfair. He had committed no errors whatsoever. For the first time in his life, Lin Yun found himself enraged by the inescapable, unchangeable, and uncontrollable nature of fate. He knew, deep down, that this bore no direct relation to him, yet his heart felt constricted with anguish. This resentment lodged like a stone within him, prompting him to seek an outlet. Dead. Lin Yun rifled through the information in his mind regarding the warden's grimoire. Upon reaching a certain page, he was taken aback to find the recorded details of a criminal had vanished entirely. When had this individual died? How was it that he remained oblivious? He hurried to the first level of the prison, arriving at the door of a particular cell. Indeed, the inmate inside had changed. The timid, cunning, yet somewhat endearing old man, who had constantly referred to himself as the construction manager of Lin's warden, Zhang Mu, was nowhere to be found. Fortunately, after inquiring with the prison guard, he learned that Zhang Mu's case had concluded. Zhang Mu was merely a scapegoat. It turned out that the true culprit in the corruption case, who embezzled 800 million, was someone else entirely. Zhang Mu had only been given a few thousand as a cover. After the verdict was rendered, his family repaid the money, and Zhang Mu was released. Lin Yun was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. A few thousand? That truly aligned with Zhang Mu's timid character. Given his disposition, how could he possibly embezzle 800 million? It was said that upon his release, the position of district construction manager had already been seized by another. Yet for him, escaping the ability prison was the best possible outcome. He would never again see the old man Zhang Mu, who had leaned against the iron bars, pitifully begging for extra servings of food from Lin's warden. Chapter 84. Heaven turns a blind eye, but I will not after work. The guards on the second floor began their shift changes and returned home. Lin Yun emerged from the ability prison and indulged in a bowl of braised food at the renowned Tang Ji Luzhu restaurant on Tianqiu Avenue. This establishment, a century-old eatery, proudly displayed numerous photographs, showcasing how the owner's grandfather started with a humble pushcart. Due to its delectable flavors and affordable prices, the business thrived, leading to the acquisition of a storefront. Even the former mayor had dined here, posing for photographs. In the past, Lin Yun could consume 3 large bowls of braised food in one sitting, but today, he inexplicably found the taste somewhat bland and could not muster the appetite for his second bowl. Feeling vexed, he aimlessly wandered along Tianqiu Avenue. After observing a couple of elderly men playing chess, boredom set in. He then sought refuge in a storytelling house, initially intrigued, but soon found his mind wandering, unable to grasp a single word. For some reason, his thoughts were consumed by the image of Tu Shan Pinyin with an innocent expression, eagerly anticipating his arrival for a game of chess and conversation. After settling the bill and exiting the storytelling house, Lin Yun noticed that darkness had enveloped the sky. He meandered home at a leisurely pace. Upon opening the door, he could no longer contain himself. The emotions he had suppressed all day erupted. No, he must catch a big fish tonight to vent his frustrations. Clenching his fists, he gritted his teeth. Why should Tu Shan Pinyin, pure as crystal and devoid of malice, suffer such a fate, potentially facing death at the hands of his own kin? Meanwhile, those nefarious and vile beasts lived luxuriously, enjoying their existence. Heaven turns a blind eye. This matter, Lin Yun resolved to take into his own hands. Outside Shanghai City, 50 miles away, lay a villa known as the Paradise of Joy. It was the most opulent place within the entire Shanghai City area. Establishments like Time Club, Crystal Club, and Rainbow Club were unworthy of comparison. In the Paradise of Joy, there was nothing you could not find: beauties, handsome men, enchanting creatures, and even ghosts. Whatever your heart desired could be found here. Stepping into the Paradise of Joy felt like entering another realm, transcendent and intoxicating, leaving one reluctant to depart. However, its remote location, nestled in the mountains 50 miles outside Shanghai City, made it elusive to the average person. Those who frequented such a place were invariably affluent individuals of considerable power. At that moment, a luxurious car pulled up at the villa's entrance, and a middle-aged man, clad in custom-tailored attire and bearing a substantial physique, stepped out. Upon his arrival, attendants bowed and fawned over him with utmost deference. A voluptuous and alluring young woman approached, her movements graceful, calling out sweetly, "Mr. Tian." A mere glance from her surpassed the allure of countless headliners from entertainment venues across Shanghai City, showcasing the depth of the Paradise of Joy's allure. The middle-aged man, Mr. Tian, leered at the young woman before being ushered into the villa. Shortly after, another car arrived, and a robust man stepped out, exuding an aura that made nearby security tremble slightly. This time, a different alluring woman greeted him, equally captivating. rendering the strong man utterly enchanted. Once they entered, 3 figures emerged from a nearby small door. Leading the trio was a strikingly handsome young man, with features chiseled like a sculpture, capable of winning the hearts of countless women merely through his appearance. Following him was a frigidly beautiful woman and a subservient elderly man clad in black. The young man was Tian Chuanqiu, a major in the Shanghai City Defense Army, while the woman was Hua Feng, the dean of Shanghai Academy, a 9th-tier ultimate ability user rumored to be close to a breakthrough into the void, with connections to the foremost righteous faction, the Holy Light Society. The black-clad servant reported softly, "Has the forgetting water been administered?" "Yes, but Hua Feng is quite powerful. We must proceed cautiously and cannot administer too much," the servant replied. "Then let us make sure Mr. Tian receives a far harsher dosage, tenfold," the handsome young man commanded. The servant hesitated. "Young master, we've already dealt with over a dozen government officials this month, and now we have a major from the Defense Army. With so many officials in Shanghai City experiencing health issues, could we attract the attention of the Ability Security Bureau? What does it matter?" The young man's eyes glinted coldly as he chuckled. "The Ability Security Bureau has apprehended over 100 of my associates from the soul-consuming society, including one of my unrefined furnace cauldrons that I have yet to double cultivate with. Our plans, years in the making, have been severely disrupted. While the elders in the society advise patience, I cannot bear it. For every one of my associates captured, I shall ensure 1,000 of theirs suffer." "But what if the Ability Security Bureau investigates here?" the black-clad servant queried anxiously. The handsome young man merely replied, "Do you think our forgetting water is without clout? We hold leverage over officials in every department of the Shanghai City government. While the Ability Security Bureau may attempt to seal off the paradise of joy, eliminating all these officials is another matter entirely. They cannot accomplish it alone." He continued to issue orders. "Tonight, administer a 10-fold dose to Mr. Tian and allow him to enjoy himself for several days. Send someone to his home to collect his family, wife, children, and elders. Afterward, discreetly dispose of the bodies at the entrance of the Ability Security Bureau." "Understood." The black-clad servant bowed in acknowledgement. The handsome young man suddenly recalled something, asking, "By the way, has the identity of the person brought by Lu Qi been determined?" "Not yet." The servant shook his head. "Lu Qi is a formidable ultimate ability user herself. Given her deference to that individual, I suspect they are at least a void-level demon king." "Have they been administered the forgetting water?" the handsome young man inquired. "Yes, they have received 100 times the dosage, yet they still seem dissatisfied," the servant replied. The handsome young man chuckled. "Ah, a void-level demon king? Let them indulge as they please. Our soul-consuming society possesses ample resources for such whims. In the vast expanse of Shanghai City, chaos reigns, demonic forces thrive, and officials are corrupt. I believe the fortunes of Shanghai City are nearing their end. And when that time comes, we will have the opportunity to seize control of the entire city with rightful authority." He gazed up at the night sky, sighing contemplatively. Suddenly, he noticed a small black dot appearing in the moon, approaching him at an alarming speed. Chapter 85. What are you looking at? Lin Yun reclined upon his bed, employing his spiritual sound ability like a radar, sweeping through Starsea City in search of a formidable adversary upon whom to vent his frustration. Is this truly the best I can find? A mere level 2 criminal? Just a thief who has evaded capture for several years? He promptly forwarded the individual's appearance details to the police department, feeling a slight alleviation of his pent-up irritation. Could it be that the recent increased activity of the Supernatural Security Bureau and the Supernatural Special Operations Bureau has frightened those malevolent creatures into hiding? Resolutely, he decided to enhance his spiritual sound ability by 2 levels, elevating it to level 2. After all, accumulating a mere 100,000 experience points is trivial. He could easily earn that back in a day. Initially, Lin Yun aimed to expand the range of his ability, thus allowing for better synergy with his telekinesis to monitor the vicinity of Starsea City. Unexpectedly, this upgraded spiritual sound ability yielded unforeseen transformations. In a dilapidated apartment, a gaunt man, his complexion resembling that of one who has been smoke-stained, lay upon the bedroom bed, evidently on the brink of death. Outside the bedroom, a man and a woman engaged in hushed conversation. "Fear not, I have administered half a pound of rat poison. This time, he is undoubtedly doomed. Yet, I still harbor some trepidation. What if we are discovered? What is there to fear? My uncle is the chief judge of Starsea City, with him around. Who would dare to touch us? That is your uncle, not mine. I remain apprehensive enough with the distinctions. Once your unattractive, short husband dies, I shall marry you immediately. My uncle shall become your uncle too. Darling, let me kiss you. I've missed you terribly." Ugh, oh dear, he is still in the room. Someone else is preferable. The pair then commenced engaging in indecent activities in the living room. The sounds of their lustful whispers nearly drove the man within the room to madness. His heart burning with a desire to rend them asunder, yet he found himself utterly immobilized. What a modern rendition of the tale of Pan Jinlian and Shimin Qing poisoning Wu Dalong. In a nondescript little bakery, a frenzied employee brandished a kitchen knife, his gaze wild with madness. At his feet lay the bakery owner's family, for lifeless bodies sprawled in a chapter 86. Can you escape? The young master of the soul-consuming society fixed his gaze on the increasingly large black dot at the center of the moon. Was it a person? Perhaps someone who had come to indulge in the pleasures of the Elysium? He pondered, who could this ancient being be, seeking to relish this haven? Though rare, it was not unheard of. After all, this was a luxurious estate meticulously crafted by the soul-consuming society, a veritable paradise on earth. A distinguished guest had arrived. I must prepare the highest standards of hospitality. The corners of the young master's mouth curled into a smirk as he was about to give his orders. In the next instant, a surge of dark, cloud-like energy erupted from the figure descending from the moon. In the blink of an eye, the celestial moon and the stars above were engulfed by this sinister aura. Shortly thereafter, a black blade, imbued with countless ominous runes, accompanied by a torrent of otherworldly energy, descended violently upon him. The young master's eyes nearly bulged. This was no guest, but a disruptor. He urgently shouted, "Enemy attack! Quickly block it!" In the following moment, the countless foam mountains and stones within the estate, including the slabs beneath his feet, lit up in brilliance. Dozens of enormous protective shields erupted from the ground, encasing the entire estate in mere moments. Do not panic, young master. This protective formation was specially arranged by a professor from the Array Academy. Not to mention one void being. Even if 3 or 5 came, they would find it impossible to breach. The black-clad old servant hastily reassured him. The young master felt slightly more at ease upon witnessing the rising protective formation. However, in an instant, the pitch-black energy blade sliced through the protective array as if it were mere butter, shattering it into countless motes of light. The black blade continued its relentless advance, aimed straight at the young master, carving a massive chasm dozens of meters deep and several meters wide through the estate's front yard. Is this the special formation set up by the professor from the Array Academy? The young master found himself engulfed in dust, suddenly appearing in a safe zone hundreds of meters away, pointing at the astonishing fissure, his eyes wild and his complexion pale. It was a close call. Had he not retreated swiftly, he would likely be lying at the bottom of that deep gash, if not dead, then gravely injured. Chapter 87, much stronger? Lin Yun, with a single stroke of his blade, shattered the formation, eliminating 3 void beings and 3 limit-level supernatural beings. The commotion had long since drawn the attention of those revelers within the villa, who now gazed at him in terror, fearing another strike could befall them. A middle-aged man, who appeared quite imposing, likely accustomed to authority, gathered his courage and approached, respectfully stating, "Esteemed senior, we were invited here and are not familiar with the villa's master. I am Tianxuan, a lieutenant colonel in the Star Sea City Defense Force." Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Yun's palm transformed into a colossal flame, obliterating him in an instant. "You were just showing off, and you dare claim to be part of the defense force?" Lin Yun remarked nonchalantly. The remaining individuals shrank back in fear, resembling quails, terrified of incurring the wrath of this harbinger of death. Lin Yun took his time, hovering in midair, occasionally launching a needle from the corpse stitching technique to eliminate those attempting to escape. With the soul of a transcendent, he could perceive every slight movement of the remaining crowd, whose strongest member was merely a limit-level supernatural being. It was only when he sensed 2 void presences rapidly approaching from the direction of Star Sea City's center that he retracted his mental energy, preparing to depart. He decided to leave the aftermath to the Supernatural Security Bureau and the Supernatural Special Operations Bureau. However, just as Lin Yun intended to leave, he suddenly felt a chilling gaze fixated upon him. Following the source of the gaze, he spotted a striking young man clad in a black robe and a light blue casual outfit, coldly observing him from a brightly lit corner of the villa. Lin Yun casually swept his mental energy over the young man, detecting the presence of a star core within him, but before he could examine further, a powerful counterforce rebounded his probing. Interesting. A human star core realm not inferior to a demon monarch? The young man's expression shifted to seriousness, revealing a sinister smile. "My first-tier Thunder Tribulation Blade, worth 1,000,000 experience points, is just waiting to test its might against you." Lin Yun placed his right hand lightly on the hilt of his sword, which seemed to resonate with its master's battle intent, saturating the air with a murderous aura. Eager for blood, I possessed the soul of a transcendent, coupled with tenfold the quality of an ordinary void being's power and the first-tier thunder tribulation blade. I wonder if I can slay a true Starcore realm. Lin Yun licked his lips, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. The handsome young man was equally eager. Their gazes clashing, sparks seemingly flying in the air, as an epic battle loomed imminent. Suddenly, the sound of two piercing rushes broke the tension, interrupting the impending clash. Lin Yun furrowed his brow but quickly relaxed, loosening his grip on the sword. Another time, for you cannot escape. He cast a fleeting glance at the handsome youth before vanishing like a wisp of smoke. Intriguing. This individual's strength likely surpasses that of an ordinary Starcore realm and makes him a significant figure in Starsea City. The young man watched Lin Yun's departure with a glint of coldness in his eyes. Were it not for my recent arrival in Starsea City and pressing matters to attend to, I would ensure his demise for interrupting my enjoyment. Master Yuan. Individuals from the Supernatural Bureau have arrived, Lu Qi cautiously reminded nearby. The handsome youth did not glance in that direction, casually responding. Go to the soul-consuming society and fetch a few 100 pounds of forgetfulness water. I haven't had my fill of fun yet. Understood. With that, the two figures vanished. Sir, the identities of the deceased have been confirmed, including Lieutenant Colonel Tianchuan of the Defense Force and the son of the Minister of Finance. Report, sir. We discovered numerous ordinary individuals imprisoned in the villa's basement, including the daughter of the former Human Resources Minister. Enough, I am aware. You may report these matters to the general later. Bai Qifeng waved his hand, and the subordinate hurriedly retreated, gazing at the bisected corpse on the ground. Bai Qingfeng's expression grew complicated. The deceased was a void being, and he recognized him. They had met a few years prior at a gathering of void beings, where the latter had pretended to toast him. He never anticipated their next encounter would be to collect his remains. As he observed the mirror-like incision on the body, his eyelid involuntarily twitched. He had already surmised who was responsible. Looking up, he noticed Jiang Xiu from the Supernatural Special Operations Bureau staring intently at another corpse, similarly cleaved in two. Bai Qifeng approached, lowering his voice. It's likely the new Blade sect member from the Supernatural Security Bureau did this. Jiang Xiu remained silent. Bai Qifeng sighed. 3 void beings, all instantaneously dispatched with a single strike. His swordsmanship and strength have evidently improved considerably since we last met. Improved considerably? Jiang Xiu finally spoke, at least tenfold. What? Bai Qingfeng's brow furrowed. Tenfold seemed far too exaggerated. The individual was from the Blade sect. Known for their Lu Chapter 88, the sword-s aura paired with the blade, some individuals prefer to indulge in drink before taking a life, seeking the courage it imbues. Others, however, find solace in drinking after the act. But for what purpose? In the past, Lin Yun was perplexed, yet now he comprehends. At this moment, Lin Yun reclines casually upon a patch of grass. Upon entering this grove, the creatures within, the snakes, insects, rodents, and avian life, were all driven to flee by his palpable aura of menace, leaving behind an eerie silence punctuated only by the whisper of the wind through the leaves. This was not Lin Yun's first experience with taking a life. However, the thrill of doing so with such fervent emotion was indeed a novel encounter. Consequently, even after the act, the lingering aura of slaughter clung to him stubbornly. He grasped a bottle labeled Soul Sever, a standard issue from the Abilities Security Bureau for death row inmates, whose fate was to be executed the following day. His own home housed a considerable stock of such bottles. With a decisive pop, he uncapped the bottle and took a hearty swig. As he savored the drink, he reflected on the night's achievements: 3 void entities, 3 peak-level ability users, and a plethora of lesser superpowered beings, over 30 opportunities for rewards. Each of these individuals possessed remarkable backgrounds. Even if incarcerated, they would likely emerge unscathed. Thus, Lin Yun acted without mercy. The lesser beings were dispatched, while those of significance were taken away. He understood this principle well. With another gulp of liquor, he initiated the drawing of rewards. A multitude of luminous orbs materialized, and Lin Yun seized the most radiant one, inundated by a flood of memories. He had begun practicing swordsmanship at the age of 8, ascended to peak ability at 23, became a sword master by 40, and broke through to the void at 70. After 2 centuries of arduous training, he had indulged in a mere 8 years of pleasure in the land of bliss. It was both laughable and pitiable. Upon opening his eyes, Lin Yun realized that the elderly man he had slain was the most formidable among the 3 void entities. After absorbing his memories, he discovered this individual was a coach at the Cosmic Sword Institute, one of the three major swordsmanship organizations in Star Sea City. Despite being a member of the righteous faction, he willingly served the sinful society, enabling their nefarious deeds. During his 8 years of indulgence, he had committed numerous atrocities, deserving of his fate. Lin Yun glanced at his recent rewards. Cosmic Annihilation / Level 1, Supreme, Realm, 6th Layer, 886-014110 million. This was an entire and formidable Level 1 Supreme ability technique. The 6th layer was nearly full, with just over 1 million experience points needed to advance to the 7th layer. He momentarily exercised this ability, and in an instant, his internal energy transformed into countless razor-sharp sword auras, explosively erupting. The surrounding flora within 100 meters was reduced to mere dust. In terms of sheer sharpness, this explosive sword energy surpassed Lin Yun's first-level Thunder Blade by a considerable margin. Truly, it was a top-tier Level 1 Supreme Sword technique. Alas, the man, Huya, had lost his way, becoming ensnared in hedonism, devoid of the sharpness needed to wield a sword. Otherwise, with his peak void strength and nearly complete mastery of Cosmic Annihilation / he would not have been unable to withstand even a fraction of Lin Yun's power. Lin Yun shook his head, reflecting softly. Although the Cosmic Annihilation / he had drawn was not particularly useful to him, being accustomed to wielding a blade, he found the 6th layer's power lacking when compared to the first-level Thunderblade, which required over 1 million experience points. Nonetheless, as a Level 1 Supreme technique, its advantages became evident. With a mere thought, Lin Yun could convert his internal energy into an unparalleled sword aura. Furthermore, employing this sword aura in conjunction with the first-level Thunderblade, the blade's sharpness was magnified tenfold. Sword and blade share an intrinsic connection until a stronger technique than the first-level Thunderblade emerged, whether it be Level 1 Supreme or Saintly. All would humbly support the Thunderblade. Lin Yun took another sip of liquor and continued drawing rewards. The next 2 draws yielded experience points, accumulating over 13 million. This was sufficient to elevate his strength by yet another 3 levels. Excellent. What a delightful windfall. In high spirits, Lin Yun poured himself another drink. The next draw was from another void entity's reward pool. This individual, however, was significantly weaker than Huya, merely at the 5th layer of void. Seemingly an elder of a righteous faction. The reward pool was also considerably less impressive. The first draw yielded a Level 2 ability technique, and the second draw produced yet another Level 2 ability technique. While not particularly useful to Lin Yun, after accepting their inheritance, he sensed a slight enhancement in the quality of his internal energy, bolstering his foundation. The final draw awarded him 5 million experience points. The third reward pool contained a 4th layer void entity, yielding similar results, 2 Level 2 ability techniques, and an additional 4 million experience points. Perhaps it was the continuous excitement of drawing rewards that stirred Lin Yun's adrenaline as he gradually became exhilarated. He downed 3 hefty gulps of Soul Sever without hesitation. Eagerly clicking to access the next reward pool, a pink orb was drawn by Lin Yun. Instantly sensing something amiss, he received the orb's inherited memories, and his expression shifted to one of incredulity. It was, after all, the reward pool of the young master of the sinful society. No wonder. Lin Yun smacked his lips, his countenance tinged with a hint of reminiscence. Undoubtedly, the sinful society lived up to its reputation. The young master was exceptional. His skills and methods vastly superior to those of the previous lecherous individuals he encountered. The key aspect of this experience was its immersive first-person perspective, placing him directly within the scenario. Regrettably, such an experience could only be relished during the transmission of memories. Once past, it vanished entirely. Cursed sinful society. Lin Yun could not restrain himself from striking the ground with his fist, gritting his teeth, vowing his enmity against them. From now on, should he encounter any male members of the sinful society, he would eliminate them without exception, especially those of higher status. He would drain their reward pools thoroughly. After venting his frustration, Lin Yun examined his rewards. Yin-Yang Complementarity, Yang Edition, Level 1, Supreme. Realm, 5th Layer, 819,651 million. Upon completing his review of the rewards, he was astonished to find that his internal energy C had expanded by nearly 1/3. This seemingly modest increase was anything but trivial. Lin Yun's inherited techniques had layered upon one another. His base strength was at the 3rd layer of void, with the quality of his abilities far surpassing that of an average 9th layer void entity by tenfold. Having consecutively drawn from the reward pools of 9th, 5th, and 4th layer void entities, the cumulative inheritance had only expanded his energy C by a fraction. Now, however, The young master of the sinful society was equivalent to 3 entities combined. Chapter 89. The Void's 7 Layers. The young master of the soul-seizing society is either an extraordinary talent that comes once in a century or possesses some unique abilities within the society. Lin Yun swiftly perused the newly acquired Yin-Yang complement, Yang edition, and, upon careful examination, discovered that the issue indeed lay within this particular ability. Compared to other premier first-tier abilities, it lacked significant highlights. Its sole advantage was the capacity to expand the internal reservoir of abilities, enabling the practitioner to cultivate an astonishingly vast amount of energy. Indeed, the quantity was staggering. When considering that the young master of the soul-seizing society was merely a limit ability user, yet wielded a quality of energy surpassing that of the average void, one can fathom the exaggeration of this fact. No wonder the members of the soul-seizing society were perpetually fervent, either eagerly absorbing others' abilities or fretting over being absorbed themselves. Given the arduous nature of cultivating this ability, without seeking shortcuts, one might struggle throughout their lifetime to accumulate sufficient energy to transcend to the next level. However, it must be said that being classified as a first-tier peerless ability naturally implies its uniqueness. Lin Yun felt a profound curiosity regarding this. Beyond the basic enhancements, the Yin-Yang Complement Yang edition documented numerous specialized techniques for combat both in and out of bed, setting aside the indecorous content. One method particularly caught Lin Yun's attention: the blood disintegration secret technique. Sacrificing lifespan for swiftness was indeed a radical approach. Lin Yun immediately recalled the scene of the young master of the soul-seizing society transforming into a drop of blood to escape. It must have been this technique employed at that moment. This provided him with yet another life-preserving trump card. Although Lin Yun rarely resorted to such escape tactics, having done so almost never, who would disdain any potential life-saving secret technique? According to the legacy memory of the young master of the soul-seizing society, Yin-Yang complement is divided into the Yang and Yin editions. Only by uniting the two can the full power and intricacies of Yin-Yang complement be realized. Thus, each generation of the soul-seizing society selects the most gifted male and female to cultivate the Yang and Yin editions, respectively. Once their strengths converge, they engage in dual cultivation, harmonizing their internal energies to achieve a tremendous surge in power. Lin Yun mused quietly that now, with the young master of the soul-seizing society defeated, the lady cultivating the Yin edition would inevitably become a widow. It was likely that the society would select a new young master soon. Yet, these chaotic matters were of no concern to Lin Yun. He chose to ignore them and continued with his lottery draw. This time, fortune favored him, as he unexpectedly drew a supportive ability of no low tier, 2nd level. Mirage and Moonlight, 2nd level. Realm, 6th layer, 833,975 1 million. This ability bore similarities to the previous bone shaping he had cultivated, allowing him to alter his appearance, physique, and demeanor at will, a premier disguise technique. However, Mirage and Moonlight possessed an even more advanced feature: beauty enhancement. Regardless of gender, those who cultivated this ability would find their appearance, figure, and aura becoming increasingly perfect. Within the soul-seizing society, members relied on their allure to enchant others, facilitating their cultivation and absorption. Consequently, such beauty-enhancing abilities were abundant, with Mirage and Moonlight standing as the finest among them. It was no wonder every member of the soul-seizing society was a striking beauty. Upon inheriting this ability, Lin Yun instantly felt a transformation within himself. He reached up to touch his face, yet found no discernible change. Casually, he conjured an illusory mirror with his energy. Bathed in the moonlight, Lin Yun gazed into the mirror, and his striking features, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, revealed him to be an unparalleled handsome man. Lin Yun was already quite handsome, considered a striking figure. Yet, under the influence of the 6th layer of Mirage and Moonlight, his attractiveness surged even further. His features remained largely unchanged, but his gaze and aura had transformed. A mere lift of his brow or a frown radiated charm, even without energy enhancement. He appeared as if he had stepped out of a comic book. Why, as a man, did I become so handsome? Lin Yun shook his head, making slight adjustments to appear only marginally more attractive than before. The young master of the soul-seizing society had one final lottery draw remaining. He drew 4 million experience points. Lin Yun took another hearty sip of the soul-severing wine and continued his lottery. The subsequent rewards from others' pools were somewhat lacking, with abilities only reaching 3rd or 4th tier, alongside scattered experience points. Yet, even mosquito legs are meat. Lin Yun calculated the total experience gained this time amounted to over 31 million. If fully applied to his strength, it would elevate him to the 8th layer of the void. Upon completing the lottery, he finished the last of the soul-severing wine, and it felt as though the murderous aura enveloping him had been cleansed. Raising pigs has its advantages, and slaughtering pigs brings its own exhilaration. Lin Yun crushed the bottle of soul-severing wine in his hand. Charge forth. Void 4th layer. Upgrade. Boom. The energy within him erupted like a volcanic explosion, instantly expanding his internal abilities, causing the sea of energy to swell uncontrollably. It doubled in size. Void 5th layer. Void 6th layer. All the way to the Void 7th layer. The exhilaration of upgrading compelled Lin Yun to throw his head back and roar, an aura emanating from him that distorted the very air around him. A powerful presence swept through the small grove, bending the trees under its weight. After a few breaths, Lin Yun steadied himself and sat cross-legged. At this moment, his energy surged like an ocean, with colossal icebergs of energy standing tall, exuding astonishing coldness. Void 7th layer. Now, even without employing any abilities, I can effortlessly deal with opponents below the Star Core realm as easily as squashing an ant. Though the members of the Soul-Seizing Society cultivate this as well, compared to me, they are like the vast ocean versus a small stream. With over 10 million experience points remaining, Lin Yun waved his hand and decided to allocate 1 million experience points to Concealed Radiance. While his strength soared, he could not neglect the hidden strength that this ability provided. After adding 1 million experience points, Lin Yun instantly appeared utterly unremarkable, almost indistinguishable from an ordinary passerby, save for his handsome face. Even more remarkably, this seemingly mundane 6th-tier Concealed Radiance underwent a transformation. Lin Yun could distinctly feel that every cell within him seemed activated, with not a shred of energy leaking. It is known that living entails constant energy consumption. Even if replenished, it is insufficient to keep pace, leading to gradual aging. Yet now, Lin Yun had entirely shattered this norm. His internal energy flowed abundantly like the sea, and every cell in his body seemed to rejoice, preventing any energy from escaping. He could even slow his blood flow and heartbeats, achieving a state akin to suspended animation. Turtle breathing? No, this was far more formidable. Chapter 90. Bountiful Harvest. Lin Yun felt the transformation within his body. His heartbeat and breath had nearly ceased, and he seemed to merge with the surrounding grove, barely exuding a trace of breath. It was not merely a simple state of quiescence. This was but a trivial effect brought forth by the million experience points of spirit light convergence. The true enhancement lay in his combat prowess. If we assume the human body naturally dissipates energy at a rate of 1 unit per second, then over the course of a day, this would accumulate to 86,400 units. What about 10 days? A month? A year? This figure swiftly grew to an astronomical magnitude. When this stored energy was unleashed, either to augment strength or to erupt in a climactic strike, its potency would reach a terrifying level. Lin Yun clenched his fists, envisioning himself cleaving open the heavens with a single stroke. This was the essence of a true ultimate move, one that would shake the earth upon its release. He had acquired yet another formidable trump card, requiring conscious effort to store energy for critical moments to amplify his strikes. The sharpness of universal annihilation slash, combined with the soul-locking of the transcendent beings and the calamity pearl at his chest, all heightened by the million experience points of the first turn of the Thunder Calamity Blade, would culminate in my most formidable strike. Lin Yun's face radiated joy. The creator of Spirit Light Convergence could hardly have anticipated that this ability, initially intended merely to conceal strength, could manifest such extraordinary capabilities upon reaching a higher plane. With 10 million experience points remaining, where should they be allocated? Lin Yun's gaze swept across the ability panel, ultimately resting upon Flame Emperor's body. This sacred-level ability was a mere 300 million experience points shy of advancing to its 2nd tier. Although Flame Emperor's body autonomously absorbed fire attribute particles from the environment, undergoing self-transformation and evolution, the pace of experience accumulation was lamentably slow. At the current rate, it would take at least a year for Flame Emperor's body to reach the 2nd tier on its own. Let us expedite your upgrade and see what changes the 2nd tier will bring. In an instant, countless red motes surged into Lin Yun's body, immersing him in an inferno. Every cell within him rejoiced, greedily absorbing this formidable energy. In mere seconds, Lin Yun's hair blazed like flames, his skin glistened with an ethereal translucence, emanating a gentle crimson glow, exuding an indescribable charm. Lin Yun thrust out a hand, and a shockwave erupted, leveling the nearby grove within a mere 5 meters, causing countless trees to vanish, leaving only a smoldering pit. He possessed at least 1 million pounds of raw strength, solely from his physical form. The brilliance in Lin Yun's eyes intensified as he regarded his hands, sensing that with this body, he could swim through volcanic magma, even without tapping into any abilities. With but a thought, countless fire attribute particles enveloped his palms, searingly hot, far surpassing the temperature of molten iron. The resilience of his skin had increased severfold, and even the hair on his body could serve as a weapon. At the very least, the ability issue blade from the Ability Safety Bureau could not sever it. Truly worthy of a sacred-level ability, Flame Emperor's body had advanced to the second tier and continued to transform Lin Yun's physique. The golden fire runes deepened in hue. Transitioning from the second to the third tier required a staggering 100 million experience points. The prospect of reaching the third tier in the near term was utterly unattainable. Lin Yun shook his head, preserving the remaining 6 million experience points. He raised his gaze to the sky, noting the dawn's early light. It was time to return home. After a brief respite at home, Lin Yun feigned having just awakened, leisurely brushing his teeth in the courtyard. Lin Yun. There's quite a commotion on Tianshu Avenue. I heard the authorities just rescued a group of people, all distinguished by their striking appearances. Aunt Li exclaimed as she passed by his gate. Really? Lin Yun pretended to be astonished, discarding his toothbrush and sprinting towards Tianshu Avenue. Aunt Li watched Lin Yun's receding figure, both exasperated and amused, muttering, "This brat. He refuses to meet 100 or 1,000 potential partners. Yet at the mere mention of beautiful women on the street, he runs faster than a rabbit. Men are all the same." Lin Yun dashed several hundred meters before slowing his pace, his expression settling into calmness. No one in Star Sea City understood the origins of those men and women better than he. They were undoubtedly the individuals rescued from the Paradise World Villa by the ability agencies, those who had been treated as mere playthings. Tianshu Avenue was abuzz with activity. A sea of humanity. Special police were escorting a group of individuals, all clad in tattered clothing, their hair disheveled. Yet, even so, their attractive faces and well-proportioned figures shone through. Onlookers pointed and gossiped, some lacking decorum enough to spit and throw stones, hurling various insults. The captives, having never encountered such a scene, trembled in fear, wishing for a hole to hide in. Suddenly, a woman adorned with a peony tattoo on her back, seemingly unable to withstand the stress, collided with a nearby utility pole, collapsing instantly. The onlookers erupted in cheers, jeers, and laughter, as if they were witnessing a spectacular performance. The special police, indifferent, simply collected the body and urged the crowd to move along. As for where these individuals would ultimately end up, they would surely be dispatched to the Star Sea City Opera Troupe or theater, becoming playthings for the powerful elite. Lin Yun blended into the crowd, silently observing the spectacle before him. After a time, he casually grabbed breakfast from a roadside vendor, then returned home to don the uniform of the Ability Safety Bureau, making his way to the Ability Prison at a leisurely pace. Upon arriving at the prison entrance, he observed two individuals engaged in conversation. One, with her hair tied up, tall and strikingly beautiful, was none other than Qin Qing, the goddess in the hearts of the Tier 2 guards. The other, with a square face and a short beard, was nodding repeatedly at her. It was the long-absent Major Qin. What should one do upon encountering a superior? Naturally, they would rush over to greet them. Yet Lin Yun stood obediently at a distance, patiently awaiting the conclusion of their discussion. Soon, their conversation drew to a close. Both, possessing considerable strength, had already noted Lin Yun's presence. That will suffice. Qin Qing chided Major Chun, instinctively glancing in Lin Yun's direction. Upon a second glance, her gaze settled squarely upon Lin Yun's face, her expression revealing a hint of intrigue. "I recall now. Your name is Lin Yun, correct?" Qin Qing suddenly addressed Lin Yun. Lin Yun immediately feigned surprise, feeling honored. Chapter 91. Beauty is Justice. Lin Yun promptly responded, reporting, "Commander, I am Lin Yun. I never expected Commander Qin to remember me." Qin Qing said nothing more, casting a deep glance at Lin Yun before turning to enter the Ability Prison. As Lin Yun lifted his head, he noticed Major Qin staring at him with a peculiar expression. He instinctively touched his face, wondering if he had not washed it properly that morning. Why was everyone looking at him this way? "Lin Yun." Major Qin patted Lin Yun's shoulder. "Major Qin," Lin Yun replied. Major Qin, who had been instrumental in promoting him to the Ability Guardians Bureau, naturally recognized Lin Yun. "I never had a good look at you before due to the poor lighting on the second floor of the Ability Prison, but I never anticipated." Major Qin shook his head in admiration, handing Lin Yun a small box. "Train well. You are merely a step away from reaching the pinnacle of your life. If this isn't enough, come find me again." Perplexed, Lin Yun opened the small box and poured out a few faintly fragrant light red pills. "Are these low-grade energy replenishing pills? Why is Major Qin giving me this all of a sudden?" After washing his face and looking in the mirror, he was both amused and exasperated. It turned out that the combination of mirror flower water moon and the enhancement from the transformation of the Flame Emperor's appearance was indeed exaggerated. Had he known, he would have maintained a lower profile. Now, it seemed that some colleague had taken a liking to him, and the news of Major Qin gifting him pills had spread. Those who idolized Qin Qing regarded Lin Yun with envious eyes, filled with bitterness and resentment. Does being handsome matter? Lin Yun would have previously dismissed this notion. Having once been handed a love letter on the street, only to inadvertently lose a potential romance. Yet now, he realized that being handsome truly holds value. He felt as though he had broken through to a new realm, experiencing a qualitative change. Touching his face, Lin Yun sincerely reflected. It appears that women like Qin Qing also judge by appearance. On the 3rd floor of the ability prison, in the dissection room. You little rascal. Are your ears clogged with earwax today? Did you not hear a word I said? Dr. Zhang, with his eyebrows furrowed, was performing a dissection on a spider demon beast. Lin Yun raised an eyebrow, pointing at the tightly bound spider demon beast on the operating table. Dr. Zhang, please calm down. I am merely teaching this beast a lesson for you. Don't you recall that when I first arrived, it insulted your ancestors for 18 generations? Dr. Zhang was momentarily speechless, his face flushing red. He could only vent his pent-up anger on the spider demon beast. With a forceful motion, the spider demon beast screeched. You old fossil, how dare you touch me? You wretched creature. The spider demon beast unleashed a torrent of curses, each word exquisite and unique. To the point where even the seasoned Dr. Zhang's veins bulged with rage, his clenched fists trembling. Seeing this, Lin Yun smiled slightly. It was now his turn to perform. Silence. You're driving me mad. Lin Yun scolded. The spider demon beast, which had been hurling obscenities just moments ago, immediately fell silent, as if a hand had been clasped around its throat. This once fearsome creature transformed into a delicate beauty, her large, watery eyes fixed intently on Lin Yun. Her intentions unmistakably clear, she anticipated his praise for her obedience. Lin Yun cast a proud glance at Dr. Zhang, his eyes brimming with challenge. What do you think? Are you convinced? Dr. Zhang scoffed disdainfully, refusing to respond. At that moment, the spider demon beast spoke in a coy tone. Young man, could you perform the dissection? I don't want this old man to do it. His hands are filthy and always groping around. Lin Yun was momentarily taken aback. Hiki. Before he could reply, Dr. Zhang interjected with a cold chuckle. Lin Yun, let me teach you another lesson. These demon beasts excel at using sweet talk to deceive people. You mustn't fall for their tricks. Do you believe that if you wield the scalpel yourself, it won't have some sinister ploy in store for you? Lin Yun glanced at the spider demon beast, then at Dr. Zhang's confident demeanor. After a moment's contemplation, he said to the spider demon beast, You should let Dr. Zhang handle it. In your next life, when you return to do evil, I will personally send you on your way. Really? The spider demon beast's 6 eyes lit up like searchlights. Of course, Lin Yun replied firmly. All right. The spider demon beast nodded vigorously, ceasing her struggles and urging Dr. Zhang. Hurry up, you ugly old man. If you're going to kill me, do it quickly. Stop dawdling. Dr. Zhang stared at the spider demon beast, now eagerly seeking death on the operating table, utterly stunned. This spider demon beast had opened a black market on the outskirts of Shanghai City, with hundreds of lives on its hands, mercilessly killing without a second thought. How could Lin Yun's casual words cause such a shift in its demeanor? Lin Yun watched Dr. Zhang, who seemed to be questioning his life choices, and sighed inwardly, Oh, Dr. Zhang, you truly do not understand the concept of beauty being justice. After that, Dr. Zhang remained silent until the dissection was complete, and the two exited the dissection room. As they watched Chapter 92, the mayor's orders 5 minutes ago. Outside the hall on the 5th floor of the ability prison, news arrived from Tushan. The clan leader had stripped the eldest young master of his position as the young clan leader and announced the 4th young master as the new heir. Tushan Wu's brow furrowed, urgency in his tone. The Tushan Demon Emperor had truly lost his senses. Appointing the 4th young master at this juncture was akin to pushing him into a fire pit. The factions supporting the eldest young master would not let this go unpunished. As Tushan Wu was speaking, he was interrupted by Qin Jinchao. I have just received an order from the mayor's office. The mayor's order? What does it entail? Upon hearing this, Tushan Wu's eyes sparkled with hope as he hastily inquired. Does this mean the mayor of Shanghai City intends to pardon the 4th young master and allow him to remain in the city? Tushan Wu speculated in his heart. After all, the mayor of Shanghai was the 4th young master's uncle. What uncle would harm his nephew? However, Qin Jinchao shook his head and replied solemnly, on the contrary. The mayor has ordered Tushan Pingyun to leave Shanghai City within a month. No one is permitted to see him off, especially not me. Tushan Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. Akin to a drowning man grasping at a piece of driftwood, only to discover it was a massive open maw of a crocodile, ready to devour him. How could the mayor of Shanghai be so ruthless? The fourth young master was his sister's child. To expel him at this moment would only invite the wrath of the other stubborn factions within Tushan, who would tear him apart. Tushan Wu's face contorted in despair as he fell to his knees before Qin Jinchao, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication. Please, I beg you, save the fourth young master. If you are willing to lend a hand, I shall serve you faithfully for the rest of my life. Sighing deeply, Qin Jinchao's expression was complex. Did you not hear what I just said? Do you think I do not wish to help? This child has grown up before my eyes. It is not that I would not save him, but that I cannot. At these words, Tushan Wu deflated like a punctured balloon, collapsing to the ground. His face a mask of hopelessness. Yet at that moment, as if sensing something, Qin Jinchao suddenly looked up, a joyful smile breaking across his face. All right, stop wailing. You need not plead any further. What? Tushan Wu stared blankly, looking up at Qin Jinchao. Qin Jinchao gestured toward the direction of the fifth-floor hall, a smile dancing on his lips. Do you see? He is coming again. The fact that he knows Tushan Ping in secret and still chooses to meet indicates something. Indicate what? Tushan Wu replied, bewildered. Too foolish, Qin Jinchao scolded in exasperation. This means that whether out of pity for Tushan Pinyin or true friendship, no faction within Tushan will dare to harm him, because he will intervene. During these days, Lin Yun continued his usual routine, clocking in for work and dealing with unruly criminals. He would occasionally stroll around the fourth floor, then visit the fifth floor to converse with Tushan Pinyin and play a couple of chess games. Life had returned to normalcy. However, something peculiar had occurred recently. Ever since Lin Yun's handsome visage had caught the attention of his colleagues on the second floor, they insisted on taking him to the renowned Tiangong Club. The club's top courtesan had once claimed that upon encountering a handsome man, she would be willing to pay for his company. As a result, the club's leading flower fairy was utterly captivated by Lin Yun, offering to spend half her salary for just one night with him. Unfortunately, unrequited feelings lingered, leaving the beautiful maiden to weep alone before the mirror, lamenting her misplaced affection. This tale, embellished by Gu Qin and his gossipy friends, spread throughout the ability agencies in Shanghai City, culminating in Lin Yun's unexpected rise to fame. Before long, female colleagues from other agencies began visiting the ability prison under various pretenses, merely to steal a glance at Lin Yun's face. As time passed, Lin Yun inexplicably became a sensation, even landing on the trending topics list as the 22nd most handsome man in the ability agency rankings. Faced with this sudden honor, Lin Yun could only respond with a mix of laughter and exasperation. A few days later, Aunt Li brought a woman to Lin Yun's home. Well, what do you think of my nephew Lin Yun? I haven't been lying to you, right? Isn't he quite the catch, both in looks and character? The best part is, he is a civil servant, earning enough to support a family of 6 or 7. Aunt Li pointed at Lin Yun, smiling at a girl with twin ponytails. The girl blushed at Aunt Li's words, shyly glancing at Lin Yun and softly responding, Auntie is right. Brother Lin is indeed quite remarkable. Satisfied, Aunt Li turned to Lin Yun. Lin Yun, what do you think of Ware? Her family owns a winery, and their financial situation is quite favorable. Moreover, she mentioned that if this works out, the dowry would be at least this amount. As she spoke, Aunt Li waved her 5 fingers in front of Lin Yun. While Lin Yun could slay the void ninefold instructor of the Universe Sword Dojo with a single strike, he found himself at a loss in this situation. He had brushed off Aunt Li's earlier mention of introducing him to someone, never imagining she would bring a girl home today. Auntie, I really don't want to settle down just yet. I'm still young. Let's wait a few more years, Lin Yun said, a hint of helplessness in his tone as he pulled Aunt Li aside. The girl named Wei kept her gaze fixed on him since entering, making him feel uncomfortable. Still young? You're already 19. It's perfect to date now and get married next year. Aunt Li chided. You're the last of the Lin family. If you don't hurry to find a partner and start a family, what are you waiting for? Upon hearing Aunt Li mention his late father, Lin Yun quickly interjected. Oh dear, Auntie, your words almost made me forget. When my father passed, I swore at his grave to observe 3 years of mourning. This matter is non-negotiable. Let's discuss it again in 3 years. With that, he disregarded Aunt Li's reaction and turned to the girl. Where? I apologize. It's my fault for not clarifying things with Auntie earlier. I will come to your home to apologize. I'm running late for work, so I must take my leave. I'm very sorry. With that, Lin Yun dashed out like a gust of wind, leaving Aunt Li calling after him in vain. Chapter 93. Lean on him again, and I'll cut you down. Is it a fault to be handsome? Is it a fault to be single? Arriving at the entrance of the ability prison, Lin Yun finally let out a sigh of relief, muttering to himself, being handsome and single. Perhaps this is where I went wrong. After greeting the guards at the entrance, Lin Yun strode into the prison, thankful that he had not missed the assembly. The guards stood at attention, with Chen Qing and Major Chen positioned in front of them. Recently, it was Chen Qing who called for the assembly daily. While Major Chen seldom attended, Lin Yun arrived just in time, and when Chen Qing glanced at him, she simply said, "Return to formation." "Yes." Lin Yun responded and hurried to join the ranks. Gu Chun stood beside him, and before Lin Yun had even settled in, Gu Chun was already making faces at him and whispered, "Lin Yun, tonight the brothers are gathering, and we've invited a few friends from the Special Operations Bureau. Want to join us for some fun?" Lin Yun was disinterested. For some time now, Gu Chun had been dragging him out for foot massages, misleadingly calling it a treat, when in reality he just wanted to take advantage of Lin Yun and enjoy a free meal and drinks. Lin Yun was thoroughly annoyed and considered severing ties with Gu Chen. After the assembly concluded, Chen Qing instructed, "Major Chen, select 2 individuals to accompany me in escorting a prisoner to the execution ground." "Yes." Major Chen promptly chose 2 individuals, and predictably, Lin Yun was among them. As the other guards dispersed, only Lin Yun and another rookie followed Chen Qing and Major Chen. Lately, whenever Chen Qing required a runner, Major Chen would immediately call for Lin Yun. Lin Yun understood his intentions. Major Chen was trying to set him up with Chen Qing. He internally grumbled, "Why does old Chen think Chen Qing would be interested in me? Just because of my looks? She is the daughter of a great general." Of course, he would never voice such candid thoughts to Major Chen. During this time, Major Chen had been bestowing pills and promising benefits, and Lin Yun was more than willing to go along, leveraging the pills to elevate his exposed abilities to the 4th tier of intermediate ability users. This delighted Major Chen, who praised Lin Yun as an exceptional talent to anyone who would listen and even promised to promote him to squad leader once his abilities were stronger, overseeing 4 or 5 guards. On this day, Lin Yun accompanied Chen Qing and Major Chen to a specific cell on the 2nd floor of the Eastern District. Upon opening the cell door, they were met with the sight of a stunning woman. Lin Yun rifled through the prison master's grimoire and recalled that this woman was Zhao Dongyan, a member of the Seduction Society captured during the eradication of the Bliss Chapter 94, departing tomorrow by the time Lin Yun returned to the 2nd floor of the Ability Prison. It was already afternoon. With little to occupy his time, his colleagues were engaged in casual conversations. Feeling equally idle, Lin Yun released his spiritual incarnation and descended to the lower levels. On the 4th floor, the little black dragon and Wu Ziyuan remained unchanged, as did the double agent. It was said that in an effort to extract information regarding the whereabouts of the demonic artifact, the Zhetian Demon Blade, the Ability Guard Bureau had even summoned high monks from the Bodhi Zen Monastery. Despite several rounds of heart-cleansing techniques, they had failed to elicit any information. Finding this rather dull, Lin Yun chose to venture down to the 5th floor in search of Tu Shanpingen. The previous day, while perusing a comic, he had come across a story about a cow demon. The tale recounted how a family treated their cow as one of their own. Even during dire financial straits when they could not afford rice, they refrained from slaughtering the animal for meat, in gratitude for its nurturing. The cow demon would sneak out each night to abduct people and bring them back to the owner, who would then cook them. Lin Yun found the story intriguing, as it held educational value, mingled with elements of horror and controversy, ample enough to spark an animated debate with Tu Shanpingen for an entire afternoon. Thus, he resolved to share this narrative with him. However, upon reaching the 5th floor, Lin Yun was taken aback by Tu Shanping's uncharacteristic demeanor. Gone was his usual vivacity. Instead, he wore an expression steeped in profound sorrow. Upon noticing Lin Yun's arrival, he managed a strained smile and gestured towards a table laden with food and drink, forcing a smile as he spoke. "Brother Wu Ziyuan, you often say that good friends should drink heartily without reservation. Today, I wish to indulge in a fine bout of inebriation with you." Lin Yun remained silent for a while before nodding in agreement. He took a seat at the table. Although he was currently in a spiritual form, he could still relish the food and drink, experiencing no difference from his usual self. Tu Shanping poured him a drink, and Lin Yun, inhaling the fragrant aroma, discerned that it was a fine vintage brew. The scent alone suggested it was at least 50 years old, for such richness was not attainable otherwise. "Brother Wu Ziyuan, a toast to you." Tu Shanping raised his cup. Lin Yun, not one to be coy, downed the drink in one go. The liquid vanished swiftly, evaporated by his spiritual energy. One cup after another, after 3 drinks, Lin Yun set his cup down and remarked leisurely, "It is said that the older the brew, the richer the fragrance. A bottle opened after 20 years can fill an entire room with its aroma, thus earning the title of the mayor's exclusive supply. Yet, Upon tasting it today, I find it rather ordinary, lacking anything remarkable. Tu Shanping, already flushed and with a dazed gaze, replied, I do not comprehend these matters. But if you say it is unpalatable, then it must indeed be so. The lad had imbibed 3 cups and was clearly feeling the effects. However, one could not deny that in his inebriated state, his handsome features shone like a peach blossom, his eyes bright, presenting the visage of a charming young gentleman. If the technicians at the Heavenly Palace Club were to see him, they would surely be captivated. Lin Yun chuckled softly, opting to let him speak freely without interruption. Brother Wu Ziyuan, I must leave early tomorrow. Tu Shanping poured himself another drink, bitterly smiling as he downed it, releasing a long sigh afterward. Lin Yun, maintaining a calm demeanor, inquired, Where are you headed? To Tu Shan, he paused, as if summoning great courage. Then continued, Uncle Wu informed me that my father is the chief of the Tu Shan Fox tribe, and he has even appointed me as the young clan leader. Coincidentally, the mayor of Shanghai City has also insisted that I cannot remain here any longer, hastening my departure. He suddenly became shy. Resembling a child who had misbehaved, Brother Wu Ziyuan, I have never told you, but I am actually the 4th young master of the Tu Shan Fox tribe. That is of no consequence, Lin Yun replied nonchalantly, though his mind began racing. Leaving the ability prison to go to Tu Shan and assume the role of young clan leader. All these events seemed rather appealing. Yet, he detected a sinister undertone. Suddenly, he recalled what Tu Shanwu had mentioned before. Tu Shanping was born with 7 tails. A natural talent akin to that of a celestial fox, an ability rare within the fox tribe for a millennium. To prevent the position of clan leader from falling to this half-demon, it was highly probable that other factions within the Tu Shan would not tolerate his existence. Now, it appeared that Tu Shanping had become the young clan leader, which likely meant that his existence would not be permitted in this world. Could it be that the Tu Shan demon emperor was truly Tu Shanping's father? Will someone be coming to fetch you? Lin Yun inquired casually. Tu Shanping hesitated before responding. There should be someone, as I have never been to Tu Shan. And Uncle Wu has been away from home for quite some time. He blinked, curiously asking, Brother Wu Ziyuan, have you ever been to Tu Shan? Never. Lin Yun shook his head. Then you must come to Tu Shan to visit me. Tu Shanping exclaimed excitedly, extending a warm invitation. Lin Yun pondered for a moment and replied, I am but a wandering soul. Brother Wu Ziyuan, you are deceiving me again. Tu Shanping interrupted with laughter, pouring him another drink while feigning maturity, sighing, I suspect that even the name Wu Ziyuan is merely a fabrication. Lin Yun was startled. When did you discover this? Though I, Tu Shanping, may be inexperienced in the ways of the world, it does not mean I am foolish. He gazed at Lin Yun with a knowing expression, as if to say, See, my casual probing has led you to reveal yourself. It suddenly dawned on Lin Yun that he had previously utilized a vision technique to scrutinize him. Tu Shanping was indeed astute and perceptive. Next time we meet, I shall reveal my true name, Lin Yun solemnly vowed. You promised this, and you must not go back on your word. Tu Shanping joyfully raised his cup, downing it in one gulp. As they departed from the hall, he would finally be able to witness the world outside. Returning to Tu Shan, he would have his father and kin. These were all good things, indeed. Lin Yun casually picked up a dish and found it tasteless, akin to chewing wax. Yes, I too believe it to be a good thing. However, Tu Shanping's smile gradually faded as he turned to gaze at the empty hall. Releasing a wistful sigh, Yet, once I leave here, I shall never see Brother Wu Ziyuan again. The melancholic sigh of Tu Shanping stirred something within Lin Yun. He had few friends, the majority merely acquaintances of revelry. It seemed that only Tu Shanping had treated him with genuine sincerity. Lin Yun raised his cup and drank deeply, falling silent for a moment before stating, Tomorrow, I will come to see you off. Really? Tu Shanping looked up in astonishment. When have I ever deceived you? Wu Ziyuan, have you not always been misleading me? Even your name is false. Tu Shanping murmured softly. Cough, cough, that does not count. Lin Yun coughed lightly to mask his embarrassment, noting the lateness of the hour. Let us leave it at that for today. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. Tu Shanping quickly rose, his face revealing reluctance, yet he refrained from pleading for him to stay. Instead, he removed a jade pendant from around his neck and presented it to Lin Yun. This pendant has been with me since birth. Once removed, it holds no value to me. I bestow it upon you, Brother Wu Ziyuan, hoping you will not forget me. Seeing Tu Shanping's earnest demeanor, Lin Yun accepted the pendant without refusal, vanishing from the hall. The once bustling hall was now empty, leaving Tu Shanping alone. He stood in a daze for a moment before slowly taking a seat. He began to pour himself drinks from the untouched dishes before him. As he drank, tears inexplicably welled in his eyes. By the time he finished the entire jug of fine brew, he had succumbed to inebriation, collapsing onto the table. Chapter 95. Possessing Strength. Following one's heart as Lin Yun's spirit reemerged, he found himself outside the hall on the 5th level. Upon seeing him, the two individuals immediately rose and bowed respectfully in greeting. Lin Yun's expression remained impassive, his gaze fixed coldly on Tu Shanwu. As he stated, "I will inquire." "You will respond." "Yes." Tu Shanwu nodded vigorously. "Will your return to Tushan with Tu Shanping be smooth?" "It will not be smooth. It is a perilous journey." Tu Shanwu's countenance darkened. "The designated young master is from the clan leader's faction, and they will undoubtedly dispatch assassins to intercept us. Will Tu Shan send anyone to assist?" Lin Yun furrowed his brow. "They will send help, but the Demon Emperor—" Tu Shanwu hesitated, lowering his voice. "The Demon Emperor's lifespan is waning, and his subordinates have long since harbored ulterior motives. Few remain genuinely loyal, and he cannot stand alone. What about Shanghai City? Will they not send anyone?" Lin Yun pressed further. "The mayor's office is expelling people. Do you think they would provide an escort?" "That's a fantasy." Tu Shanwu chuckled bitterly. "Not only will they not assist, but they have also declared that no one is permitted to help." Upon finishing, he cast a meaningful glance at the wryly smiling Qin Jichao. "Such a mayor's office." Lin Yun laughed in anger, realizing that the drink he had partaken earlier was not a farewell toast, but rather a toast to his demise. Before he could finish his thought, Lin Yun's cold laughter echoed as he vanished without a trace, leaving Qin Jichao and Tu Shanwu exchanging glances, neither uttering a word. "Lin Yun, join us at Tianxiang Foot Spa and Restaurant tonight." "I'm not going. I have matters to attend to." "Please. I have already boasted to others that you would certainly go. Just help me this once, will you? I beg you, brother. I truly have matters to address." Lin Yun's tone remained calm, yet his gaze was resolute. Gu Qin had never witnessed Lin Yun in such a state. He appeared tranquil yet suppressed a weighty burden. Under Lin Yun's intense gaze, Gu Qin found himself at a loss for words, unable to muster his usual playful banter. Then, "Never mind." Gu Qin turned to leave but paused, his expression serious. "If you need to talk, my brother, I may not possess many skills, but I can stand by you." Lin Yun nodded. Gu Qin did not say more, giving Lin Yun a reassuring pat on the shoulder before departing. Once most colleagues had left, Lin Yun ambled out of the ability prison, meandering along Tianshu Avenue towards home. As he approached his doorstep, he spotted Aunt Li sitting on a small stool, vigilantly waiting by his door. After contemplating for a moment, he silently leaped onto the roof and slipped inside. Upon entering, he did not bother to change. Collapsing directly onto his bed, he retrieved a jade pendant from his pocket, scrutinizing it under the sunlight streaming through the window. The pendant, a delicate lavender hue and octagonal in shape, shimmered with an extraordinary luster. It was a specially crafted piece from Tu Shanping. Lin Yun was entranced as he examined it closely. Before long, the sunlight outside began to fade, and dusk enveloped the sky. The moon rose, only to gradually dim. As dawn's first light painted the window with hues of gold and crimson, Lin Yun snapped back to reality, realizing an entire night had passed. He intended to conceal the pendant, but found no secure place to do so. Ultimately, he decided to wear it around his neck, emulating Tu Shanping. As he fastened it, a subtle fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Lin Yun paused, then chuckled, shaking his head. "This fellow is even more fragrant than a woman." With no time for grooming, he seized his knife and stepped outside. As soon as he opened the door, Aunt Li rushed forward, blocking his path. "You rascal! Where have you been all night? I waited until midnight without a trace of you." With a helpless smile, Lin Yun replied, "Aunt Li, why were you waiting for me? What do you think? That girl, Where, was so charming, and you outright rejected her. Do you think just because you are handsome, you can have your pick?" Dodging Aunt Li's barrage of remarks, Lin Yun made his way outside. "Aunt Li, let us discuss this when I return. I truly have urgent matters at hand." "At this hour, what urgent matters could you possibly have? Aren't you off today?" Clearly skeptical, Aunt Li scrutinized him, suspecting he might be fabricating an excuse. "Of course not. I would never deceive you," Lin Yun retorted, striding purposefully away. "My friend is departing on a long journey today, and I must see him off." "See him off? Do you really need a knife for that?" Aunt Li remained suspicious. Just as she was about to inquire further, she looked up and found Lin Yun's figure had vanished. Lin Yun continued along Tianshu Avenue, heading directly towards the western part of Shanghai City. Along the way, he occasionally heard the ramblings of inebriated souls. Gazing skyward, Lin Yun observed the azure expanse dotted with drifting clouds. Suddenly, a thought coursed through his mind. This journey ahead is fraught with peril. Though I could remain an observer, what harm is there in accompanying him a little further? With strength in hand, I shall follow my heart. Thus, I shall escort him to Tushan. In front of the ability prison in Shanghai City, an inconspicuous vehicle sat quietly. The driver, a robust middle-aged man, turned to cast a deep glance at the prison behind him, as if the 15 years had flown by in a blink, revealing a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Fourth young master, we must depart. He quickly regained his composure, lowering his voice to address the back seat. After a moment of silence, a cold voice replied, "All right." The vehicle began to move slowly. In the sky, two figures hovered, observing the car receding into the distance. One figure, clad in simple attire with graying hair and a stooped form, resembled an ordinary old farmer, while the other, adorned in opulent silk robes, exuded an aura of nobility. Under normal circumstances, you should not leave the ability prison, the elegantly dressed elder remarked coolly. Am I not allowed to take a look? The gray-haired elder rolled his eyes. You may look, the noble elder nodded but suddenly adopted a serious tone. However, you must not intervene. Otherwise, I will stop you. Rest assured, I will not act. The elder shook his head, watching the departing vehicle, a knowing smile forming on his lips. It is not yet my turn to act. The noble elder glanced at him in confusion. Regrettably, the elder remained tight-lipped, refusing to divulge any further information.